These types of elixirs that are restricted to a single class may be gathering dust on the shelves and may not be sold. By comparison, Eagle Eye Pill is already pretty good. Since the use of Eagle Eye Pill is limited to the archer class, at least the market among the elves is huge. But, as for other races, just don't think about it. At least among the dwarves, it is impossible for the archer class to appear. And the bestiars basically don't consider it either. I'm so stupid, really. I just thought I could get a new elixir, but I forgot why this elixir was awarded to me. Sheila sat on the sofa, looked up at the sky, and didn't want to speak for a long time. After finally recovering, Sheila took a serious look at the details of the Eagle Eye Pill again. To be fair, even if there are strict restrictions on use, Eagle Eye Pill is indeed a very powerful pill. After all, this was the first time Chi Leke had seen a pill that could be accompanied by martial arts. Although there is only a very small probability of activation, it is better than nothing. Among the basic effects, the enhancement of vision and perception are two very important attributes for the archer class. And the accompanying martial arts, Eagle Eye technique. To put it bluntly, for the archer class who is good at fighting, it is simply a magical skill. Can condense an eagle eye to detect the surrounding situation. It is tantamount to enhancing the field of vision of the archer class in disguise. There is no need to say more about what vision means to an archer. More importantly, after the eagle eyes are condensed, they will be in a hidden state, which means that it is difficult for the enemy to detect the existence of eagle eyes. In battle, the enemy is in the light and we are in the dark. Needless to say, what does this mean? The so-called hidden arrows that are difficult to guard against refer to this situation. Archers are good at roaming and sniping. The premise of all this is to have enough vision. Eagle Eye technique is a martial skill that appears to compensate for and enhance the archer's vision. It can be said to be a perfect fit with the archer class. But Tiana is a magician. Sheila looked at the information in front of him and suddenly remembered this matter again. After all, the Eagle Eye Pill is still a pill created for the elves. Sure enough, the new elixir appeared because it was approved by the Elf Queen. It did not consider its general applicability or other races. Okay, I admit it. Sheila spread his hands and said helplessly. The current customers in the store are still mainly dwarves. If you put the Eagle Eye Pill on it, it will be a problem if it can be sold. However, the system, you seem to have said that there will be a small reward, right? So what is this little reward? Although Chi-Lu was depressed, he still remembered what the system had just said. However, with the precedent of Eagle Eye Pill, Chi-Lu really has no expectations for this so-called small reward. System, yes, there is indeed a small reward. System, congratulations to the host, you have obtained a class inheritance scroll. Did I hear it wrong? Chi Li's first reaction was that he heard wrongly. But then I thought about it, the system's voice had always appeared directly in my mind, so I shouldn't have heard it wrong. Wait a minute, system, what you just said should be a class inheritance scroll. But isn't the purchase channel for class inheritance scrolls temporarily closed? Why are there class inheritance scrolls as rewards now? After Chi-Lu confirmed that he heard correctly, he couldn't help but ask. System, host, do you know that this system has temporarily closed the purchase channel for class inheritance scrolls to repair something? If I knew, could I have asked you to close the purchase channel for class inheritance scrolls? Chi-Lu raised his eyebrows and asked. System, it seems reasonable. Then Chi-Lu and the system looked at each other in silence. After a rather awkward silence, the system spoke first and broke the silence. System, the system should make it clear to the host that the purchase channel for class inheritance scrolls is closed to fix the problem of the inheritance phantom's main consciousness being too strong. Although the system was vague, Chi-Lu still understood. The so-called inheritance phantom master's consciousness is too strong. In fact, It means that like the inheritance phantom of the inheritance scroll of the overlord class, the overlord class has not been passed down. But the overlord halberd and the red lion mount were all given away. Who can bear this? Moreover, the problem of too strong main consciousness is far more than that. Because judging from the inheritance ghost of the overlord class inheritance scroll, it seems that the previous owner of the overlord class still retains some memories of his life. However, this is something that is not allowed by the class inheritance scroll. The system salvaged these inheritances from the long river of time just for the power in them. If the self-awareness of the inheritance phantom remains too much, it is not a good phenomenon for the inheritance of this class. After all, the inheritance of a class depends more on the compatibility between the inheritor and this class. However, if the inheritance shadow still has too much self-awareness, a situation like the overlord's shadow may appear again. The overlord class obviously fits well with Lan Yi, but overlord phantom is unwilling to pass on its power. But if that's all it is, forget it. If you are not willing to pass on the power, then think of it as insufficient compatibility and be done with it. However, this guy just gave away the weapons and mounts included in the class inheritance scroll. This is really intolerable for the system. That's why the purchase channel for class inheritance scrolls was temporarily closed. In fact, in the final analysis, it is because the system does not want to trade at a loss. The inherited shadow can have self-awareness, but the system doesn't actually care. What the system is most concerned about is that the class inheritance scroll cannot properly pass on the power. That would feel like selling a fake. Naturally, there is no charge for fake goods. Just like the price of the overlord class inheritance scroll, Qi Lu could decide it based on what happened. In that case, the system is actually quite principled. Qi Lu only heard today that the system mentioned the reason why the purchase channel for class inheritance scrolls was closed, and he immediately sighed. Despite the fact that the system is usually very evil. But when I encounter fake products, I would rather lose money than deceive others. This spirit is really worth learning from all businessmen. Don't be like those guys who specialize in selling fakes, that's the real evil. In fact, when customers in Qi Li's store make fun of Qi Li's black heart, they are really making fun of him. If other stores are shady, they may be really shady. But in Qi Li's store, customers usually like to tease Qi Lu about his black heart. That's really just a joke, just for fun. Otherwise, they wouldn't have run over here without any problems. That means you have already processed this class inheritance scroll? After Qi Lu knew the whole story, he also understood why the system could take out the class inheritance scroll as a reward. It doesn't actually take much trouble to deal with the issue of a class inheritance scroll alone. Mainly to deal with the issue of purchase channels for inheritance scrolls for the entire class, which takes a long time. System, that's right. In fact, the problem of the purchase channels for class inheritance scrolls has almost been solved. System, there should be no problems in the future where the power cannot be passed on. Should? Are you an undercover agent sent by a company that buys bugs and gives away games? When Qi Lu heard the word should, he immediately felt bad. System, host, what do you know? There are so many uncertainties about salvaging inherited power from the ancient river of time. System, even if the will of heaven and earth comes, it is impossible for this system to be like this. What else are you dissatisfied with, host? When he said this sentence, the system's tone became obviously arrogant. However, Qi Lu remained silent. As for the system, under normal circumstances, just believe half of it. As for when the system starts boasting, don't believe even a word of it. Therefore, Qi Lu still believed the first half of the system's sentence. It is indeed impossible to achieve 100% accuracy in salvaging the power of inheritance from the long river of time. But the second half of the sentence. System, I'd better take a look at what this class inheritance scroll is first. Qi Lu decided not to continue this topic. There is no need for Qi Lu to do these things anyway, just let the system worry about it. As long as the purchase channel for class inheritance scrolls can be reopened, that would be a good thing. After confirming it in his mind, a parchment roll tied with a delicate ribbon appeared in Qi Li's hands. Shadow Hunter Class Inheritance Scroll. Shadow Hunter, the strongest hunter hidden in the darkness, the Fang in the shadow, has the power to hunt enemies at any time. Skill, Hunter's Instinct. Hunter's Instinct will greatly enhance the Shadow Hunter's perception and help the Shadow Hunter's perfect concealment. This skill, along with the power of class inheritance, will be inherited by those who are qualified. Skill, Hunting Moment. The first attack of the Shadow Hunter emerging from the darkness will cause 3 times the physical damage, and will be accompanied by mental damage of the same intensity. This skill will be inherited by those who are qualified along with the power of class inheritance. This time, instead of giving exclusive weapons, the class inheritance scroll will give out exclusive skills instead. Qi Lu looked at the class inheritance scroll in his hand, and the corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch slightly. Each of the previous class inheritance scrolls had exclusive weapons. It's better now. After the system was repaired, it was changed from weapons to skills. This is very powerful now. After all, skill crystals are much rarer than weapons. Moreover, the exclusive weapon cannot be unlocked even after waiting for the inheritance power of the class inheritance scroll for a while. But skills can be used as soon as you get started. Much stronger than exclusive weapons. But won't the Shadow Hunter's skills conflict with the skills the inheritor previously had? Although Qi Lu was surprised, his reason was still there. This question quickly came to mind. What if the qualified person doesn't have a spare trial seal? What to do with the Shadow Hunter's 2 exclusive skills? System: when a qualified person inherits the Shadow Hunter class, if there is no free trial seal, the exclusive skills will randomly overwrite the 2 original skills. The system responded quickly. This is not far from the answer Qi Lu imagined. A seal of trial can only be embedded with 1 skill. Therefore, it is natural for powerful skills to override weak skills. However, this situation will probably only happen at this time. After all, this never happened in the past. Because according to the normal inheritance process, after the inheritor obtains the ancient class, he will only change his own class. As for the class inheritance scroll, it is a precious item carefully crafted by the system. Exclusive weapons, exclusive skills, and those inherited powers are all deliberately salvaged from the river of time by the system after all the hard work. In normal class inheritance, there are no such things. So if you really want to talk about it, the system's sale of class inheritance scrolls is actually just a fee. Really not expensive. Although it will overwrite the skills you have acquired in the past, I think no one will refuse. Qi Lu nodded and had no objection to this handling method. Because of the 2 skills that come with Shadow Hunter. Hunter Instinct, Hunting Time. Those are powerful skills that are 1 in a million. Greatly enhances perception and perfectly conceals aura. This is simply a super powerful skill obtained by combining 2 powerful skills into 1. And Hunting Moment ranks among the top ranks of offensive skills. The first attack that emerged from the darkness caused 3 times the physical damage, and also had mental damage of the same intensity. It was simply a fatal blow. After all, mental damage is almost equivalent to real damage. And coupled with the perfect concealment of the hunter's instinct at the time of hunting, it is simply a match made in heaven. Of course, the effect of Hunting Moment does not necessarily have to be triggered by attacking with a knife. The same goes for using a bow and arrow. Wait, bow and arrow. When Qi Lu was thinking about the uses of these 2 skills, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. Only then did he suddenly realize that the Shadow Hunter class could be said to be an ancient class specially prepared for the Assassin class and Archer class. Moreover, compared to assassins, archers may be more suitable. powerful perception, perfect concealment, plus special attack effects during hunting time. So it seems that the Shadow Hunter class inheritance scroll is prepared for the elves? Qi Lu thought a little dumbly. Because Shadow Hunter is suitable for both the assassin class and the archer class. But the assassin class is really rare in the northern mountains. Thinking about it this way, it turns out that he was rewarded because of the approval of the elf queen. Is it really okay to be so biased towards the elves? Qi Lu was silent for a while, before silently asking. How much are you going to price for the Shadow Hunter class inheritance scroll? System. According to the appraisal of this system, purchasing the inheritance scroll of the Shadow Hunter class requires 20 master-level magic cores. The price of 20 Grandmaster-level magic cores is the same as the Overlord class inheritance scroll. Converted into spiritual crystals according to the system's ratio, that is 200,000 spiritual crystals. It's just that the system only accepts the exchange of one-way magic cores for spiritual crystals, and does not accept the exchange of spiritual crystals for magic cores. The Shadow Hunter class inheritance scroll is priced at 20 master-level magic cores. To be honest, Qi Lu feels that the price is a bit low. Although I still don't know how strong the Shadow Hunter class is. But just looking at the two powerful skills that come with this Shadow Hunter class inheritance scroll, these 20 master-level magic cores are completely worth the price of admission. You know, if these two skills are separated and sold separately, 200,000 spiritual crystals may not be obtainable yet. Because in the northern mountains, although trial crystals and skill crystals are not as scarce as in the eastern wasteland. However, skill crystals with powerful skills are something that can only be encountered but not sought. After all, a bunch of useless skills are really not as good as a practical and powerful skill. Such high-quality crystallization of skills as Hunter Instinct and Hunting Time. It is no exaggeration to say that if these two skill crystals were placed at auction, the 100,000 spirit crystals might only be the starting price. And whether you can get it in your hands depends on your ability. After all, there are so many people who want these powerful skills. Unfortunately, Hunter Instinct and Hunting Time are exclusive skills that come with the inheritance scroll of the Shadow Hunter class. Qi Lu couldn't do it even if he wanted to. What's more, although these two skills can also be used by other classes, but it will never be as suitable as Shadow Hunters. Therefore, even if the skill crystal can be removed, Qi Lu will not do such unnecessary things. Are there any other rewards? If not, I'll go restock. After confirming that the information about the Shadow Hunter class inheritance scroll was not missing, Qi Lu then asked in his mind. Eagle Eye Pill is a mass-produced product, so you can get as much as you want. But there is only one inheritance scroll of the same ancient profession, so it is better to confirm it. As for asking if there are any other rewards, that's just a casual question. Qi Lu has no expectations for a system that has always been stingy. So after asking, Qi Lu put the class inheritance scroll in his hand on the shelf. It was also placed in a more conspicuous position. After all, for the class inheritance scroll, you still need to let the power-off inheritance choose the qualified ones, so it's better to show it to customers more. What if there is a qualified person among them? System, host, there is indeed one last small reward, which is a new weapon. Really? Qi Li's movement of replenishing the goods suddenly stopped, and he said with some surprise. If you don't have expectations, you may be surprised at any time. I didn't see it, System. You were quite generous today. I hope you can continue to do so in the future. After making sure that he heard correctly, Qi Lu put down what he was holding and gave his sincere advice. System, wasn't the system generous before? Of course I was generous before, but now I am even more generous, so I hope you can continue your efforts. Qi Lu pursed his lips and said against his will. Of course, if you say it against your will, it's only the first half of the sentence. After all, whether the system is generous or not is something that is obvious to all. Therefore, Qi Li's suggestion in the second half of the sentence was quite sincere. System: as long as the host knows, the system will consider the host's suggestions as appropriate. System: then, the next step is, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Thunder Fist glove. This weapon has been added to the weapon egg pool and can be sold in this store. Thunder Glove. After Qi Lu heard the name, a look of surprise appeared on his face. It turned out to be the glove-type weapon that I had longed for. Regarding glove weapons, Qi Lu can be said to have been asked about the northern mountains starting from the eastern wasteland. Starting from Qin Ming, the city lord of Yunwu City, he asked Qi Lu when the store would have weapons for the fighter class. And now, Yafel has also asked this question. The fighter class, in addition to gloves, can also use walking sticks, finger tigers, and the like as weapons. But when it comes to Yafer, the Bestiers tribe's requirements for weapons basically only include gloves. Otherwise, the people of the Bestiers tribe would prefer to use their claws as weapons. At this point, don't underestimate the Bestiers. The Bestiers who are willing to give up their weapons and focus on their own bodies, after entering the fighting form, their body attributes are only half a step behind the dragons of the same level. Otherwise, the combat effectiveness of the Bestiers tribe would not be the first among the three major races in the northern mountains. Therefore, compared to equipment such as weapons and armor, the Bestiers actually need elixirs that can permanently increase attributes. In fact, in Chila's store, the first customer to fill up the attributes provided by the elixirs in the store that can permanently increase attributes was Yafel. But at first, Yafer probably just wanted to taste the elixir. It was only later that Yufei discovered that the effects of these elixirs were unexpectedly powerful. That's why I started focusing on brushing attributes. Fortunately, there are not many types of elixirs currently sold in Chila's store, so Yafer's road to improving his attributes can come to an end for the time being. System: I thought you would only favor the elves, but I didn't expect you to have considered other races. Chila said he was very satisfied with the behavior of the system. Then he opened the detailed attributes of the Thunder Gloves and started checking them. Thunder Fist, rare weapon, moderately improves the user's agility and strength attributes, greatly increases the user's shooting speed, and comes with the skill, Furious Thunder. Raging Thunder, passive effect: after entering the battle, each attack of the glove wearer will cause a moderate amount of thunder element damage. Active effect: increases the thunder element damage of the passive effect to a huge amount, and greatly increases the shooting speed and movement speed of the glove wearer for 3 minutes. Usage restrictions: Grandmaster level. Another rare weapon. But speaking of it, after arriving in the northern mountains, the system rewards are basically rare weapons. This is probably related to the fact that the forging skills and enchanting skills of the northern mountains are far superior to those of the eastern wastelands. However, what surprised Qi Lu was that the restrictions on the use of this Thunder Glove only limited the realm of the Grandmaster level, and did not limit the rank. This is a relatively rare thing. However, although the restrictions on the use of Thunder Gloves are relatively loose, there are not many classes that can use the gloves as weapons. For most classes, using gloves as weapons is basically the same as fighting with bare hands. As for fighting with bare hands, for a considerable number of classes, the combat effectiveness will be reduced by at least 30%. Maybe more. Therefore, no matter how loose the restrictions on the use of Thunder Gloves are, there may not be many classes willing to use them. But this doesn't matter to Chila. Although the glove is an unpopular weapon, as an extra reward, treat it as a surprise. In fact, it's not a loss. Moreover, among the basic attributes of Thunder Gloves, there is also a relatively rare attribute. That's release speed. The so-called martial arts in the world cannot defeat anything except speed. Although this sentence is not completely applicable in this world of magic and fighting spirit, but it still makes sense. And this principle is based on the premise of being able to break through defenses. When fighting against strong men of the same realm, the one who can strike first and gain the upper hand will have at least a 20% chance of winning. What's more, for the agility attack class, taking the lead is almost a must. After all, the agility attack class is not as good at backhands as those heavily armored warriors or knights. If they are suppressed in a battle, it will be even more difficult for the agility and attack class to make a comeback. The greatly increased shooting speed of the Thunder Gloves can help the user greatly enhance the chance of taking the lead. This is also an ability that other weapons do not have so far. Unpopular equipment with rare attributes is quite powerful. Qile naturally knows what shot speed means. And there are only a few classes suitable for using gloves as weapons. The most suitable among them is the fighter class, a standard agility and attack class. Fortunately, there is also a bestiar tribe in the northern mountains, among which the fighter class and the agility warrior class account for the majority, so the market for glove weapons is not too small. If this were placed in the main store of Yunwu City, it would really be buried. And apart from the relatively rare attribute of increased shot speed, the thunder skill attached to the Thunder Glove should not be underestimated either. The thunder element, without counting attribute restraint, is the most destructive among all magic elements. The passive effect of the Furious Thunder skill can add a moderate amount of thunder element damage to each attack. This alone can definitely increase the attack power of the Thunder Gloves to a higher level. But what's really powerful is the active effect of the Furious Thunder skill. After being turned on, one of the effects is to increase the thunder element damage of the passive effect to a huge amount. The second is to greatly increase the shooting speed and movement speed of the glove wearer. Coupled with the increase in shooting speed in the basic attributes of Thunder Gloves. When it comes to fighting, it's really full of phantoms and lightning. Just imagining it makes me feel extremely cool. Not to mention the huge amount of thunder element damage, which contains powerful destructive power. Probably to the extent that it can forcibly turn a physical damage type class into a thunder element damage type class. So, melee thunder elemental magician? Qile had a sudden thought in his mind. Then he suddenly thought of the incredibly powerful battle mage in the combat power improvement training room. If the battle mage class can be extracted from the class inheritance scroll purchase channel, it should be very powerful. Battle mage. Qile rubbed his chin and thought silently. However, this matter is still unreasonable until the purchase channel of class inheritance scrolls is reopened. So Qile thought about it for a while and stopped worrying about it. Instead, he took out the Thunder Gloves and tried his hand. In terms of shape, Thunder Gloves are pretty standard half-finger gloves. This shape not only provides offensive power, but also does not hinder hand movements. The leather base of the Thunder Fist gloves is inlaid with gorgeous armor pieces. On the armor plate, tiny lightning flashes kept jumping and flashing, making people feel intimidated. It's light and handsome. I think Yaffle will like it. Qile clenched his fist and found that the Thunder Glove did not hinder the movement of his fingers at all, and could fit the skin completely. In terms of the quality of the weapons produced by the system, I'm afraid the size of the Thunder Glove can change along with the size of the wearer's hand. This actually solves the problem of the weapon not fitting in the hand. Like other weapons, there is no way to change the size like the Thunder Gloves. At this point, all the rewards due to Tiana's sudden arrival have been distributed. I have to say that the title of Elf Queen is really valuable. At least here in the system, it is. The next day, early morning, Qile yawned and opened the store door. Then Tiana, who was quite valuable in the eyes of the system, appeared outside the store first. Store manager, Qi, good morning. Tiana greeted Qile very friendly. Good morning. Qile glanced at Tiana in slight surprise, and then glanced behind Tiana. It was then confirmed that Tiana came alone. Logically speaking, Yafel should be the first one to come to the store. After all, the world is big, and eating is the biggest thing. In normal times, Yafel can always come to the store as soon as the door opens, have breakfast, and then wander around in the New World mode for a while. But most of them go to eat. You know, the dishes in the restaurants in Frontline City are much richer than the bowl of poached egg noodles served by the old village chief. When Yaffer would run to clear wild monsters or clear dungeons, it would probably be when he ran out of game gold coins. Manager Chi, what are you looking at? Shauna and Lon Chi probably haven't arrived in the city of life yet. Tiana noticed Chi Li's gaze and said casually. No, I'm not thinking about that. Come in first and get whatever you need. By the way, do you need a membership card? Chi Li waved his hand, skipped the topic, and then asked. It was too late last night. In addition, Tiana's arrival was really sudden, so Chi Li didn't have time to recommend a membership card to Tiana. Membership card? What is that? Tiana responded while putting the spirit crystal into the drink vending machine. Then he took out a bottle of Sprite and looked at Chi Lu while opening the bottle cap. A very convenient little prop. Chi Lu skillfully introduced the functions of the membership card. Tiana's eyes lit up slightly when she heard this. To be honest, it is really inconvenient to put spiritual crystals in a vending machine. After all, a spiritual crystal is a currency, and one is just one, but no one can be used as 10. If you put hundreds of spiritual crystals into the vending machine at one time, you have to put them in hundreds of times. This kind of repetitive thing is okay once or twice, but if it happens like this every time, it will be a bit annoying. What's more, the membership card also comes with a chat function. This is one of the most convenient features. Please help me get a membership card. Tiana answered immediately. Then, after getting the crystal-carved membership card in her hand, Tiana filled it with 100,000 spiritual crystals on the spot, just in case of emergencies. 100,000 spiritual crystals. Chi Lu crossed his fingers and put his elbows on the counter without saying anything. 100,000 spiritual crystals are indeed very useful when you don't buy treasure-level products or those special products. But when the event starts, 100,000 spiritual crystals may just come out in a splash. For example, when the pet card machine produces an SR-level pet card. Or maybe it's when there's an event in the New World mode. Another example is the class inheritance scroll. By the way, store manager Chi, I actually have another question. What on earth is that crystal ball you put over there? After Tiana tried to buy an egg tart with her membership card, she started asking about other novelties. Although Tiana is the queen of elves. But in Chila's store, she didn't know as much as an ordinary customer. After all, there are too many products in Chi Li's store that are inconsistent with common sense. It's hard to take it all in stride if you're not a regular. You can just treat the crystal ball over there as an alchemical product. There is a small space inside. You can go inside and have a look. Chi Lu explained it simply. Because when you reach the realm of the strong, your understanding of the power of space has reached a very strong level. So Chi Lu doesn't need to explain much. After entering the New World mode, you can naturally understand the role of the crystal ball. Small space. Can I go in? Then I must go in and take a look later. When Tiana heard this, she immediately became interested. Although the strong man's understanding of the power of space will enter a whole new realm. But that is limited to using the power of space to fight. Or it can be used to make storage rings, a space that can only hold dead things. But it is basically impossible to use the power of space to create a space where living beings can enter. After all, the saying that there is a specialization in the art industry isn't just talk. The same is true for practitioners. Unless it is a class like a space magician that can control the power of space. Only at the strong level, can one use the power of space to create a small space that can accommodate living creatures. For example, the small space where the hidden family in Donghuang is located. It was built by a powerful space magician. But even so, it consumed a huge amount of resources and all the power of that powerful person. As for other ranks, want to create a small space that can accommodate living creatures? Don't even think about it. So it's no wonder Tiana is curious. Because the space magician class is really rare. Not to mention the northern mountains, where magicians are already rare. Even in the eastern wasteland, where the magician class is prevalent, no truly powerful space magician can be found. Therefore, a small space independent of this world will naturally interest Tiana. Just put your hands on the base of the crystal ball. Put your hands on the base of the crystal ball. Once you get in, you will naturally know what to do. Sheila looked at Tiana sitting in the booth, looking a little at a loss, and immediately reminded her. Okay. Tiana nodded and put her hands on the base of the crystal ball. Then I only felt that my vision went dark and my consciousness dimmed. In just a few seconds of transition, Tiana entered the pure white character creation space. A lot of information also appeared in my mind. A whole new world, a space completely unique to the northern mountains. After Tiana digested the information in her mind, she was even more shocked. The strong man's understanding of the power of space can only make Tiana feel more shocked by the space. Other than that, there is no other feeling. Because only by knowing how difficult it is to create a space can we clearly feel how terrifying this power is. The space I am in is completely a new world. I can't understand store manager Chi more and more now. How strong is he? Hudson actually create this kind of space? Is he really just a peak expert? The more Tiana thought about it, the more frightened she became, and the look in her eyes towards Chi Lu began to change slightly. From this point of view, coming here to get to know store manager Chi is really a very correct decision. Good morning, Manager Chi. Just as Tiana looked at Chi Lu with a complicated look, Lan Chi and Shauna opened the door and walked into the store. Good morning. Sheila nodded slightly to return the favor. Hey, Tiana, you're really early today. What are you doing? When Tiana noticed the two of them, Ranchi and Shauna also noticed Tiana. Shauna also glanced at the crystal ball in front of Tiana with interest. You will know after you try it yourself. Tiana shook her head and didn't say anything clearly. Because this shocking feeling cannot be felt so clearly just by talking about it. Really, there's nothing bad to say, and you have to sell it off. Shauna, you go and give it a try first. Breakfast is orange juice and colorful fruit sandwiches, right? Lan Chi smiled and then looked at Shauna. Since the food the two of them eat does not overlap, it is no problem for one person to buy it. Well, I'll go there first. Shauna nodded with a smile, and walked to the Combat Power Improvement Training Room with a bright smile. Between a frown and a smile, the love in their eyes almost overflowed. Seeing this scene, Chi Li's good mood that lasted until now disappeared immediately. Even the fried chicken wings in my hand no longer taste good. Who can bear to eat dog food so early in the morning? The coffee goes down my throat and my heart hurts. Chila supported the counter with one hand, raised his head and took a sip of black coffee. When Lan Chi came to Shauna with breakfast, he was surprised to find that Shauna's face was full of shock. Shauna, what happened? What's wrong with you? Lan Chi asked quickly. The emotion of shock is an emotion that is almost never seen in their state. But looking at Shauna's expression, this was more than just a simple shock. And it's an expression that only appears when one is extremely shocked. Lan Chi, you'll know when you come in and take a look. It's like a new world here. Shauna said slowly. This slow tone obviously means that he has not yet recovered from the shock. A new world? Lan Qi was a little confused by Shauna's words. However, Lan Qi didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he put down Shauna's breakfast and sat down in the booth next to her. According to Shauna, she placed her hands on the base of the crystal ball. Then, less than half a minute later, Lan Qi also had a look of shock on his face, and even more so, a hint of disbelief. Compared to Shauna, it's even worse. Did store manager Qi create this space? Lan Qi looked at Shauna and Tiana and asked in disbelief. In fact, this is not a question. Just venting my shock. Because in terms of understanding the power of space, Lan Qi and Tiana are actually on par. Although Lan Qi is indeed stronger than Tiana. But the understanding of the power of space is not just based on strength. That's right. It's hard to imagine how strong store manager Qi is. Tiana agreed with Lan Qi's statement. A space magician. Lan Qi's eyes suddenly became complicated when he looked at Qi Lu. At this moment, Lan Qi could only secretly rejoice in her heart that store manager Qi just wanted to open the store quietly and had no other thoughts. Otherwise, no one on this northern mountain range might be able to stop Qi Lu. Why do these guys keep looking at me? Am I becoming handsome again? Qi Lu silently ate fried chicken wings behind the counter. Suddenly, he noticed that there were 3 eyes focused on his face in the combat power improvement training room area, and he suddenly thought in his mind. Then let's go see what's in this new world. Lan Qi and others didn't know what Qi Lu was thinking. But even if he knew it, he would probably just say narcissism silently in his heart. In the combat power improvement training room. After the 3 of them created their own characters, they unanimously chose the New World mode. Because the name of this mode looks more like a new world. Like the previous 2 options. Standalone mode, online mode. To be honest, Lan Qi and others couldn't understand what standalone and online meant. However, after arriving in the New World mode, the things inside can only make Lan Qi and the others even more amazed. Because here, there is a complete world. And the stronger it becomes, the clearer it becomes that creating a new world requires harsh conditions and terrifying power. This crystal ball is the entrance to this new world. Tiana suddenly understood the meaning of Qi Li's words. Only when she came in and took a look did she know what was inside. What a powerful force it is to create such a space with complete rules. The peak of the strong level is probably just the minimum requirement. Or maybe, that legendary realm. Tiana, don't think too much. If store manager Qi doesn't want to say anything, it's useless for us to guess here. Shauna could guess what Tiana was thinking by looking at Tiana's expression. It's just, as Shauna said. When facing a powerful person of this level, if the other party does not want to reveal his own strength. With their current strength, there is nothing they can do. That's true, and I can feel it. Promotion in this world, well, it seems that it should be called promotion. After upgrading in this world, our own strength can also increase. After Tiana heard this, she closed her eyes and seemed to be feeling something. After a long time, he opened his eyes and said solemnly, although it is insignificant, it adds up to a lot. From this point of view, Manager Qi should have no ill intentions towards Beishan Mountain. Once you reach the strong level, every step forward is extremely difficult. And not only does it require the growth of one's own strength, but every promotion of a small realm requires sufficient support from the energy of heaven and earth. Therefore, even though this slight increase in strength is very small, it is equally precious. That's right, if store manager Qi had any malicious intentions, we wouldn't be standing here anymore. Lan Qi said with a smile. If Qi Lu really has thoughts about the northern mountains, then getting rid of Lan Qi and Tiana here is undoubtedly the most correct choice. However, Qi Lu did not do this. Instead, it allowed them to enter this new world and helped them continue to become stronger. This is enough to prove that Qi Lu really just wants to open a store. Manager Qi's open-mindedness and lofty realm are beyond our reach. Thinking of this, Lan Qi said with emotion. To be fair, when he was as powerful as Qi Lu, Lan Qi thought that he would never be able to help others become stronger. Isn't that creating enemies for yourself? However, Qi Lu didn't think so. Not only does he not suppress those with extraordinary talents, but he helps them become stronger quickly. Treat every customer equally. And what Qi Lu asked for was just a little bit of spiritual crystal. Such a broad mind, such an open-minded attitude, such a noble character, such a strong self-confidence. Be selfless and sacrifice yourself for others. And despite being so powerful, he has such an easygoing personality. It can truly be called a benchmark among the strong, a role model among the mighty, and it is definitely a role model for all cultivators. Moreover, we entered this new world model very late. After sighing, Lan Qi continued. When Lan Qi and Shauna came to the store earlier, they noticed the dwarva sitting here. But time was tight at that time, so Lan Qi didn't think much about it. However, who knew that the time to enter the New World mode without much thought would have been delayed for so long? The dwarves are regular customers of Manager Qi's shop. Presumably they have all created their own characters in this New World mode. Seeing Tiana's confused look, Shauna explained aloud. Then let's say. After listening to Shauna's explanation, Tiana immediately understood what Shauna wanted to say. If the dwarves are allowed to continue to become stronger in the New World mode, then among the dwarves, a group of powerful people will definitely appear to improve the overall strength of the dwarves. No, we cannot let the dwarves continue to monopolize the New World mode. I have to ask the elves to come to store manager Qi for training. Tiana did not finish the next words, but made a decision in her heart. As the Queen of Elves, it is an unshirkable responsibility to make the elves stronger and more prosperous. Although Shauna has left the elves. But as a saint, Shauna naturally had concerns in her heart, so she reminded her aloud. But Lan Qi didn't feel any burden. Those guys from the Dragon Clan, come if you can find them. If you can't find them. Lan Qi still wished they couldn't find it. Although Lan Qi is also a giant dragon, he doesn't have a good impression of those guys of the same race. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bought the Dragon Slayer title badge from Qi Lu. The time immersed in the New World mode passes very quickly. Follow the plot to clear wild monsters, and then clear several copies. Then buy equipment, brush up skill books, and so on. I basically didn't feel like I had done anything for 4 hours, and it just passed by in a blink of an eye. So much so that Tiana still looked confused when she was reminded that there was not enough time in New World mode. 4 hours, can you only stay 4 hours a day? After her consciousness was ejected from the New World mode, Tiana was obviously still in a daze. However, this is what happens to most players who enter the New World mode for the first time. As long as you immerse yourself in it, 4 hours really isn't that long. Forget it, it just so happens that I have to go back to the clan and summon the clan members to come over for training. Tiana didn't hesitate for long. A perfect new world naturally has its rules. Maybe when Manager Qi created this world, one of the rules was that outsiders could only stay 4 hours a day. When Tiana stood up from her seat, she suddenly realized that the booth next to her had been filled with members of the dwarf tribe for some time. Tiana looked around. At present, it seems that all the people in Manager Qi's store, except for the 3 of them, are dwarves. It seems that calling on the clansmen to come to the City of Life cannot be delayed without delay. Tiana sighed silently and thought in her heart. No matter what the City of Life is, it is still a city-state built in the territory of the elves. But why are all the dwarves in Manager Qi's shop? This shouldn't be the City of Hearth. Is your time up too? It's just right. Let's have lunch here before leaving. Lan Qi and Shauna entered the New World mode only a few minutes later than Tiana. So after Tiana was ejected from the New World mode due to lack of time, the two of them were quickly offline. Yes, the colorful fruit-flavored pizza tastes great. Shauna also recommended it after Lan Qi. In fact, it doesn't take much time for Tiana to rush back to the elves. At the level of the strong, if you really want to go all out, the speed will be absolutely appalling. So as soon as Shauna stayed, Tiana half-heartedly bought a colorful fruit-flavored pizza and a bucket of instant noodles. Anyway, among the dwarfs currently in the store, those who know Tiana have not appeared here yet. So you don't have to worry so much about image issues. After all, Tiana, as the elf queen, is different from Lan Qi. After Tiana gets rid of the affairs of the elves, she will basically not show her face outside. On the contrary, Lan Qi likes to take Shauna around in various city-states. But even so, it is unrealistic to get to know Lan Qi without some status. Therefore, there are more people who can know Tiana's true identity, only among the elves. As for people of other races, it can be said that there are very few. Just like now, Lan Qi, Shauna, and Tiana are sitting around a round table. But no one looked this way. The dwarf people who come to the store are not just drinking multi-flavor liquor, eating snacks, bragging and chatting. Just waiting for a vacant booth. From time to time, people would go to the shelf area to see if there are any new weapons and armors. But there is absolutely no sense of restraint. This is a small shop where people can relax. Lan Qi held a double cheese beef burger and sighed involuntarily. Shauna was drinking yogurt next to her and smiled lightly. I wonder if I can ask store manager Qi how to make this instant noodles. While Tiana was waiting for the bucket of instant noodles to boil, a new idea came to her mind. When I return to the clan in the future, it will probably be difficult to eat these delicacies again. If I could get the production method, there would be a lot left to do. No. If the clan members are called to come to the City of Life, then won't there be a reason for me to stay in the City of Life? After thinking about it, Tiana thought about this matter again. Then after thinking about it carefully, I suddenly felt that it made sense. Female, Your Majesty the Queen. However, before Tiana could complete her idea, a surprised exclamation interrupted Tiana's train of thought. When Tiana looked up, she immediately saw two elves. Lillian and Aluya. The two people were standing at the door of the store, looking at Tiana in shock. Because the two of them never expected that they would meet the elf queen here. Don't use this title here, just call me sister. Tiana waved her hands and said to the two of them. To be recognized by Lan Qi and Shauna, Lillian must be something special. Therefore, it is understandable for Tiana to send a favor to Lillian and build a relationship with her. After all, the future of the elves still depends on these rising stars. Even if Tiana can take care of the elves for a while, she cannot take care of them forever. Time's change is inevitable. What's more, Tiana really didn't want to reveal her identity in Qi Li's store. Even if Tiana knows it in her heart, Qi Li must know her identity. But as long as this kind of thing is not revealed, everything is easy to talk about. Sister, sister, sister? The expressions of surprise on Lillian and Aluya's faces became even more serious, and there was a lot of consternation mixed in with them. Little girl, you came quite quickly. Lan Qi also noticed the two people at the door of the store and immediately shouted. Compared to Tiana, Lan Qi can bring more intimacy to Lillian. This is probably due to his identity. Because there is no direct subordinate relationship between Lillian and Lan Qi, it is easier to get along with them. Uncle Lan Qi, you are here too. Regarding the issue of names, Lillian also referred to Yafei's name. However, for Shauna, Lillian still inevitably called her sister. Because if she really wanted to call her aunt, Lillian couldn't do it. Uncle, tut-tut. After Tiana heard Lillian's name for Lan Qi, she immediately looked at Lon teasingly. What are you looking at? If you really want to talk about seniority, this title means you are a generation above you. Lan Qi responded unceremoniously to Tiana's teasing. Come on, let's hurt each other. However, the two started bickering, and Lillian and Aluya felt a little embarrassed standing in front of the store. In fact, disbelief still accounts for the majority of this. After all, the two people in front of him were strong men that he had never even seen before. However, now it seems that he is no different from ordinary people. At most, they are just different races and different strengths. But when he doesn't show his strength, it seems no different from himself and others. Okay, why are you standing in front of the store? Come in first. Shauna did not get involved in the bickering between Ranchi and Tiana. This kind of thing is completely an adjustment in life, and it is not a strange thing. Many times, quarrels only make the relationship closer. Yes, come in quickly and don't stand stupidly at the door. Sheila glanced at the door of the store and followed suit. The store is such a big place, and there is no good place to stand. I have to block the way of other customers at the entrance of the store. Oh, okay, Aluya, hurry in. By the way, let me introduce you to this person, the store manager, Chi I told you about. Lillian reacted quickly and quickly pulled Aluya into the store. Because in Chi Li's store, no matter how you calculate it, Chi Li ranks first. No matter in terms of strength or status. Hello, Manager Chi. Aluya followed Lillian and said hello to Chi Lu. Compared to Lan Qi, Shauna, and Tiana sitting beside them, the pressure Chi Li brought to Aluya was much less. Because Aluya doesn't know Chi Li's strength. I just think Chi Li has an easygoing personality and seems to be easy to talk to. Aluya, do you think store manager Chi is easy to talk to? Lillian could see clearly from the side. When facing Chi Lu, Aluya didn't feel any nervousness at all. Instead, she seemed to be facing an ordinary person. Is not it? Aluya asked back. Store manager Chi is indeed a very nice person, but his strength may be different from what you think. Lillian scratched her head and said seriously. Although it's a good thing not to be nervous. But regarding Chi Li's strength, Lillian felt it was better to tell Aluya first. To avoid any eventuality, it would be bad for both parties. Huh? Is store manager Chi very strong? A look of confusion appeared on Aluya's face, and then she looked at Chi Li carefully. However, this time, Aluya still didn't feel any powerful momentum or uncomfortable pressure. Don't look, you can't tell. Of course Lillian knew what Aluya was thinking and quickly stopped her move. Then he continued, let me tell you clearly, store manager Chi is the strongest here. Lillian said this very clearly. Who is in the store now? Except for the dwarves. Ranchi, Shauna, Tiana, plus the two of them. And Chi Li's strength, according to Lillian, is to overwhelm Lan Qi and others. What? Aluya's pupils shrank suddenly, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Chi Li suddenly became different. It is absolutely impossible for Lillian to tell lies about this matter. Put it this way, the store manager Chi in front of him is actually a top powerhouse who lives in seclusion here. With such a strong strength, I don't want to travel around to make a name for myself. Hide in this place and scare people. There is no one else. But when Lillian raised this issue, Aluya also knew that Lillian was doing it for her own good. Despite the easygoing temperament of this top powerhouse, who knows if there are any taboos in it? If you pay attention early, you won't be offended. If it had been anyone else, Lillian wouldn't have mentioned this matter deliberately. But don't be too nervous. As I said, store manager Chi is actually very nice, just don't let him discount. After Lillian saw that Aluya understood what she meant, she began to share her experience. No discount? A questioning expression slowly appeared on Aluya's face. Yes, everything in Manager Chi's store is not discounted or on credit. By the way, if you want to buy something in the store, you'd better get a membership card. Lillian nodded and continued. Then while talking, he took Aluya around the store. At first, Aluya was a little cautious. But after discovering that Chi Lu had half closed his eyes and didn't pay attention to them at all, Aluya finally relaxed. At this hunting conference, Aluya asked Lillian a question, and during the stroll, Lillian also answered Aluya. So during this stroll, I came to the shelf area. Lillian, are all the equipment you mentioned here? Aluya asked excitedly. It's impossible not to be excited. If you want to improve your combat effectiveness, the fastest way is to get yourself a set of powerful equipment. According to Aluya, the reason why he was defeated by the fiery tiger this time must be because his weapons and armor were not good enough. It's not easy for Lillian to refute this statement. But if you really want to talk about it, the frost arrow in Aluya's hand seems not bad. However, Lillian was kind enough not to say these words, to avoid embarrassment. But it has to be said that a powerful bow, coupled with arrows containing powerful power, can produce more power than 1 + 1 = 2. There is no shortage of bows in Chi Li's shop. But in terms of arrows, it doesn't seem to be involved. In fact, this is quite understandable. Because no matter how powerful the arrow is, it is only a one-time thing. I have never seen anyone pick up the arrows they shot out and use them again. Therefore, any forging master with some ability cannot waste his energy on this kind of thing. Because there is a high probability that it will be said to be heretical. But when it comes to arrows, Aluya has her own way. So a good bow is very important. You should be able to use the wind chaser bow and the hurricane longbow. Lillian knew Aluya's strength. Junior master level. The basic requirements for using the hurricane longbow have been met. It won't be like Lillian did at the beginning, where she couldn't even fully pull the bowstring of the hurricane longbow. However, the hurricane longbow seems to be able to condense arrows on its own. So if you recommend it, if you want to match your own arrows, the wind chaser bow is better. Chasing the wind bow? Then I'll give it a try. Aluya did not doubt that he was there, and happily took the wind-chasing bow from the shelf, and started gesturing with it in her hand. At this moment, a parchment scroll placed not far away suddenly vibrated slightly. This reaction, did you find a qualified candidate so quickly? This slight vibration did not attract the attention of many people, but Chi Lei was the first to stand up. Hey, what is this? The second person to notice was Lillian standing next to the parchment. Lillian has a natural curiosity about the products in Chila's store. So after discovering that the parchment rolls on the shelf were shaking, Lillian observed them for a while, and after confirming that there was not anger, she took the parchment rolls off the shelf. Manager Chi, what is this? After looking at it for a long time, Lillian took the parchment roll to the counter and asked Chi Lu. This is called the class inheritance scroll. If you can open it, you can get an inheritance. Chi Lu explained it in the simplest terms. In fact, before the scroll of class inheritance is opened, customers only need to understand the concept of qualified person. As for opening it, there is no need for Chi Li's explanation. The inheritance shadow in the class inheritance scroll will replace Chi Lu's work. Inherited, if you open it, is it like this? Lillian didn't seem to understand the meaning of Chi Li's words, but she still heard the word open clearly. So Lillian subconsciously pulled the ribbon on the scroll of class inheritance. Then the ribbon opened in response, and the parchment rolled out. Sheila did not expect that Lillian would open the class inheritance scroll so hastily. For a moment, I couldn't speak. However, no matter what Chi Lu is thinking, after the class inheritance scroll is opened, he will not sit there idle. The unfolded parchment quickly exploded into fluorescent light that filled the sky. Then, in the astonished eyes of everyone in the store, a looming shadow condensed. If you look carefully at this shadow, the outline looks a bit like a man wearing a cloak and a hood, with sleeve arrows tied to his arms. But it is different from the previous inheritance phantom. The shadow hunter's inherited shadow can only be seen as a vague outline, but its detailed appearance cannot be seen at all. Sure enough, he is a hunter hiding in the shadows. Even if he is a phantom of inheritance, he is not willing to show his true face. Qi Lu thought with emotion. The image of the inherited shadow is actually closely related to the class itself. So Qi Lu can understand the current situation. However, for these customers in the store who saw the inheritance shadow for the first time, this was an incredible scene. What is this? What a powerful sense of oppression. This is just a shadow. Why does it have such a powerful aura? The customers in the store immediately gathered around, looking at this inheritance phantom with shocked faces. Even Lan Qi and others put down the food and drinks in their hands at this moment and cast their gaze over. This phantom is very dangerous. Lan Qi stared at the shadow hunter's legacy shadow for a long time before speaking slowly. Because of the phantom that appeared in the store, Lan Qi clearly felt like a light was shining on his back. This feeling has not been experienced for a long time after Lan Qi was promoted to the strong level. Although the breath is not very strong, the dangerous smell lingers. Tiana also nodded and said solemnly, "Powerful level perception is no joke." Regarding the shadow hunter's inherited shadow, they can perceive much more than the average person. The power of shadow hunters does not lie in their powerful combat capabilities, but it lies in his powerful hunting ability. Therefore, the shadow hunter's inherited phantom may not be as impressive as the previous inherited phantoms in terms of momentum. But in terms of danger level, it is definitely the highest one so far. Manager Qi, what is this? Shauna also asked Qi Lu for advice with a serious look on her face. The inheritance shadow of the class inheritance scroll carries the power of inheritance. This time, Qi Lu introduced the usefulness of the class inheritance scroll in detail. Ancient class. After listening to Qi Li's explanation, Lillian realized that what she had opened was a very precious volume. The eyes of Lan Qi and others also showed shock and disbelief. Lan Qi and others know much more about ancient classes than the average person. The inheritance of the Dragon clan has a long history. The top race has lasted far longer than ordinary people imagine. Therefore, Lan Qi is much clearer than ordinary practitioners about the power of the ancient classes. Although the dragon didn't say anything about changing jobs, Lan Qi also doesn't need the class inheritance scroll. However, this does not mean that Lancy will not be shocked by this. You know, those powerful ancient classes, at the same level, cannot lose Toth Dragon in combat effectiveness. Even more so. This is absolutely impossible to do in ordinary ranks. The powerful fighting power of the Dragon clan is no joke. However, when facing a considerable number of ancient classes, the Dragon clan cannot gain an advantage. Therefore, Lan Qi was shocked when Qi Lu found a class inheritance scroll that could pass down ancient classes. And Tiana and Shauna were even more shocked. And in this shock, there is also a considerable amount of excitement. Not for anything else, just because the elves can change their profession. In other words, this class inheritance scroll can also be used by Tiana and Shauna if it is suitable. Manager Qi, I can't believe you give me a different shock every time. Lan Qi took a deep breath and waited for a long time before speaking out. The qualified person. Manager Qi, are all qualified people qualified to use the class inheritance scroll and accept the inheritance of the ancient class? Tiana asked a crucial question. The concept of qualified people is actually easy to understand. As for the compatibility of ancient classes, it is not a complicated issue. Because a large part of the ancient classes are actually derived from these ordinary class upgrades. For example, the Dragon Knight is one of the upgraded versions of the Knight class. Therefore, the closer one's own class is to the original version of the ancient class, the higher the degree of compatibility will be. However, I am afraid of encountering ancient classes that are not derived from ordinary classes at all. There is no way to predict the compatibility of that kind of ancient class that was created out of nothing. For example, the Overlord class is a good example. This is the truth, but the most important thing is to look at the choice of inheriting the shadow. Qila shrugged and said that this matter was not his responsibility. For the inherited phantom that has the ability to independently choose qualified candidates, the only thing Qila can do is to watch from the side. Then at the end, sell the class inheritance scroll for a good price. It's a pity that the system is still doing the pricing for now. The choice to inherit the shadow. As soon as Qila said this, everyone in the store focused their attention on the shadow of the inheritance scroll of the Shadow Hunter class. The silhouette looked like the silhouette of a man wearing a hood and a cloak. As for why this inheritance phantom is not mistaken for a woman, it is probably due to the body shape. A strong body, a straight stance, and a slightly bowed head. Broad shoulders, a well-proportioned figure, and an angular body shape that can be vaguely seen even under the clothes. There is also that aura of extreme danger. Just standing there gave people a chilling feeling in their hearts. Like a dagger stained with deadly poison, it will appear from the darkness at any time and deliver a fatal blow to the target. Who woke me up? At this moment, a cold voice came from the mouth of the inheritance shadow. It was as cold as a dazzling cold light, which shocked people's hearts. As soon as these words rang out, the surrounding customers almost subconsciously took a step back, fearing that they would be spotted by this inheritance phantom if they got too close. However, just the next second, the body of the inheritance phantom suddenly stiffened, and then he jumped back half a step, protecting his body with his hands, and looked around vigilantly. Wow! Why are so many people here all of a sudden? What do you want to do to me? The shadow hunter who woke up inherited the shadow, and his next words immediately destroyed his image in everyone's mind. The surprised tone and exaggerated movements made the customers surrounding him stunned. For a moment, the shop was filled with an eerie silence. System, you never said that the previous owner of the Shadow Hunter class was a joke. Qila asked in shock in his mind. System, sorry, host, this system cannot predict the character of the inherited shadow. When Qila heard this, he was speechless. That's not to say that a legacy phantom with a funny personality can't do it. The reasons for the formation of character are very complicated. No one has stipulated that a funny person cannot become a strong person. But the main thing is that this kind of funny personality is really weird when it appears in the owner of the Shadowhunter class who is supposed to be calm and indifferent. Can such a person really assassinate or hunt? During the assassination process, he would not laugh out loud suddenly thinking that he was about to succeed. Manager Qi, is the Shadowhunter class actually a musician? Tiana turned her head with a stiff face, as if asking Qi Li's opinion. The main responsibility of the musician is to activate the atmosphere in front of the battle and adjust the mood and mentality of the soldiers. Or play impassioned music to boost the morale of the soldiers and improve their combat effectiveness. Now it seems that Shadowhunter's legacy shadow has this potential. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. Logically speaking, Qila should still be very confident about this issue. But when I answered it, I felt a little weak. After all, looking at the performance of this inherited phantom, who knows if this guy is a shadow hunter and also a musician? It's a stealth performance, it makes me happy just thinking about it. But there's a hammer to use. After so many years, I never thought I would wake up one day. Perhaps he had also reacted, and the tone of Shadowhunter's inheritance became much more normal. Of course, there is no longer the initial indifference and coldness. So among all of you, who woke me up? After lamenting his fate, Shadowhunter Legacy Shadow seemed to remember the reason why he woke up. Looking at the crowd of people around him, he asked aloud. The inheritance is finally on the right track. Chila rubbed his eyebrows. After discovering that this inheritance phantom was actually a joke, Chi almost expressed despair about this inheritance. But fortunately, Heritage Phantom still has professional ethics. Yes, it's me. Lillian walked out from the crowd of customers and answered with some anxiety. It's you, wake me up, what's the matter? Shadowhunter Heritage Shadow asked with some confusion. Well, Lillian was confused by this question. I can't say it directly, I am here for the power of inheritance in you. Leaving aside the fact that this kind of teaching is impolite, what if people never thought about passing it on? Even if he is called the inheritance phantom. But only God knows whether this guy will play his cards according to common sense. I take back what I just said. Chila couldn't help but cover his eyes, his face hurt and confused. Encountering a funny inheritance phantom, whether this class can be passed down smoothly is indeed a big question. System, are you sure you are really close to repairing the purchase channel for class inheritance scrolls? I feel that the main consciousness of these inherited phantoms is still a big problem. Chila couldn't help but ask again in his mind. System, host, please rest assured. The character of the inherited shadow will not affect the effect of the class inheritance scroll. Really? Chila still expressed doubts about this. System, please don't doubt the professionalism of this system. There is definitely no problem with the class inheritance scroll. As for the personality problem of the inheritance shadow, the host is asked to solve it by himself. This? Why do I always feel that this second stroke system is trying to pass the buck? Chilu was silent for a moment, and then asked, don't you have any after-sale service here? System, after-sale service? For such an excellent product, host, you actually ask this system for after-sales service? System, impossible, there is no after-sales service. Is this fried hare? Chi-Lu felt that he seemed to understand, maybe there was really no problem with the class inheritance scroll. However, there may be some problems with the inheritance phantom of the Shadowhunter class inheritance scroll. Okay, then I'll go take a look. Sheila decided to give up communicating with the system and instead solve the problem in person. In the store lobby, the Shadowhunter's inheritance shadow was still looking at Lillian with a confused look on his face, waiting for Lillian to answer his question. The surrounding customers who were watching did not dare to speak out before Lillian. After all, this Shadowhunter's inheritance shadow, although his behavior is quite funny, but the extremely dangerous aura cannot be faked. If I didn't say anything when I answered the question, this guy would handle it easily. Then who should I talk to reason with you? Sorry to excuse you, do you remember what you need to do? When Lillian remained silent and didn't know how to answer, Sheila suddenly asked. This sentence is actually a temptation. Chi Lu also wants to know whether the inheritance shadow has this awareness about inheriting its own rank. What do I need to do? Shadowhunter Heritage Shadow looked at Chi Lu seriously, thought for a moment, and then spread his hands. To be honest, I really don't know what I should do. Because normally, I should have completed my final mission by now and then fallen into an eternal sleep. Having said this, Shadowhunter Heritage Shadow shrugged helplessly. TSK. Chilu understood it as soon as he heard it. When I talked to the system before, the system was trying to pass the blame. We are not responsible for the goods leaving the warehouse. If there is any blame, I, as the store manager, must take all the blame. But it's useless to say this now. It's better to find a way to deal with the guy in front of you first. Then don't you think you should find a successor for your power? Sheila thought about it and hinted. But basically it's almost becoming clear. Inheritor. Yes, that's it. I almost forgot. When I woke up this time, I should be looking for an inheritor. The Shadowhunter inheritance phantom suddenly hit the palm of his hand as if was waking up from a dream. Fortunately, the system did something. Hearing this, Chila let out a long sigh of relief. It would be really fun if the inheritance phantom had no intention of finding an inheritor at all. Then what are your requirements for the inheritor? Chila continued to ask. This is asking about the conditions for being qualified. If the Shadowhunter Legacy Shadow already has its own goals, Chila can save a lot of trouble. There are no requirements. In fact, anyone can do it. Shadowhunter Heritage Shadow said casually. Chila's big eyes suddenly showed great doubts. No requirements? Anyone can? This answer is too perfunctory. After all, it is an ancient class. Is there really no selection criteria? Indeed, anyone can do it, but they have to pass a little test of mine. Shadowhunter Heritage Phantom didn't seem to notice the confusion in Chila's eyes and continued to talk to himself. It turns out there is a test. Most of the doubts in Chila's eyes dissipated immediately. For each class's inheritance shadow, the method of selecting qualified candidates is not certain. It may be the same, or it may be different. It seems that the method used by Shadowhunter Legacy Shadow to select qualified candidates is a small test. You all heard it, the way to obtain the ancient rank is here. Now it's your turn to come over and do your own thing. After Chila asked these things clearly, he knew that he had nothing to do with him. After all, Chila himself does not need these ancient ranks. Moreover, the system may not allow Chila to transfer to other classes. Therefore, whoever wants the inheritance of this ancient class can come out and take part in this small test. Although Chila doesn't know what this little test is. Store Manager Chi, can I also take part in this test? Store Manager Chi, can I take part in this little test? Tiana waited behind until Chila stepped back before she asked aloud. You? Chila glanced at Tiana with raised eyebrows. It is a very conventional magician class. Speaking of which, among the elven queens in the past generations, magicians accounted for the vast majority. It's just that the element types are different. For example, Tiana's class is Light Mage. A somewhat rare, but definitely a regular class. The reason why light magicians are rare is not because of how powerful this class is. Mainly because most of the light magic used by light magicians tends to be of the auxiliary type. In terms of combat effectiveness, light magicians can be regarded as one of the weakest types among all magician classes. After all, the main task of the light magician is to assist in combat. How much combat effectiveness can he have? Basically, it all depends on teammates for output. If you don't have teammates, it's best not to come out. After all, you can't beat anyone. That's why it seems rare. But for Tiana, will the Elf Queen be short of teammates? When a light magician reaches the level of a strong person, the effect of auxiliary magic is absolutely terrifying. Even if she is assisting a powerful person, Tiana can more than double his combat effectiveness. Not to mention those practitioners who are not at a high level. Therefore, although light magicians are rare, they are definitely a very powerful class. But only if you have teammates. And a powerful light magician is even rarer in the world. With Tiana here, if a war really breaks out, the overall strength of the elves can more than triple in an instant. Honestly, I don't think that Shadowhunter will be an advancement of light magician. Chila thought for a while, then patted Tiana on the shoulder and said seriously. Let alone a powerful person like Tiana. Even if you are a hero, if you want to change your class and obtain the inheritance of the ancient class, you must advance your own class or add a derivative class. Because when you reach the hero level, your own way has been fixed. Unless you are willing to start over. Otherwise, the career path cannot be changed in a lifetime. It can only go further. It is also called advancement or derivation. As for those ancient classes made out of nothing, once the realm is promoted to the hero level, they are basically just for watching. Grandmaster level might still be possible. That's right, I was too excited. Tiana calmed down immediately after being patted on the shoulder by Qi Lu. But there is nothing we can do about it. The number of people in the legendary ancient class who can remain calm after encountering them can be counted on one hand. Unless they are those monsters whose intelligence has not yet been opened, or aces that cannot change jobs. It's okay, I understand. Qi Lu smiled, and then looked at the inheritance phantom in the shop. Speaking of which, Qi Lu really knows one of the advanced ancient classes of light magician. Lord of Light. That was a truly legendary ancient class, a tyrannical class that could single-handedly force the heroes to fight against the strong without falling behind. A great resurrection technique makes enemies even more frightened. It's just that for this rank, Qi Lu has only heard the system mention it once. However, when the Lord of Holy Light class was mentioned, the system mainly gave the example to explain to Qi Lu that the auxiliary class was not weak. However, if you want to extract this class from the class inheritance scroll purchase channel, the probability is really low. So low that it is almost negligible. That's why Qi Lu didn't bother to talk about it. In the store hall, the Shadow Hunter Heritage Shadow was already surrounded by people. All in the name of taking that little test. Shauna, on the other hand, seemed very calm. Aren't you going to try it? Qi Lu asked, with interest. No, let's give this opportunity to others. Shauna's mentality is quite a bit like there are times in your life that you must have, but there are no times in your life, don't force it. However, the method of selecting qualified candidates is actually similar. After all, there cannot be only one qualified person, but who can meet the inheritance of the ancient class first depends entirely on fate. So, mentality is still very important. I don't want Shauna to really turn into that gloomy guy. Lan Qi also arrived next to him. After a pause, Lan Qi glanced at the Shadow Hunter Inheritance Shadow again, and then continued, this kind of weird guy can't do it either. Do you want to express a funny meaning? Qi Lu could still understand the meaning of Lan Qi's words. But sometimes, Lan Qi really lacks the vocabulary to express these strange characters. So many people came at once, but I must say, this is not a good job. Shadowhunter's Legacy Shadow seems a bit lazy. Looking at the customers gathered around, it was obvious that there was no motivation. I don't know if all the Shadowhunters in the past have looked like this. Or should I say this guy is a special case? But even if the Shadowhunter Legacy Shadow said so, none of the customers who flocked to it would flinch. This is an ancient class that can be encountered but cannot be sought. Whoever retreats is stupid. Okay, that's enough, that's all. After lazily stretching, Shadowhunter Heritage Shadow stood up straight and spoke out. My little test is very simple. Whoever can touch me first wins. Then the test starts now. After saying begin, the feeling of laziness on Shadowhunter's inheritance disappeared instantly. Instead, there was an extremely cold aura. The majestic killing intent like the sea. The temperature of the store dropped to an extreme at this moment. If there was water around, it would probably freeze in an instant. But it only takes a few seconds. The store's own temperature control system eliminated the coldness. But the shadow left by the Shadowhunter's Legacy Shadow in the hearts of surrounding customers cannot be eliminated in a few seconds. Almost all the customers surrounding him backed away. The momentum that the Shadowhunter's inheritance phantom burst out just now was simply heart-shaking. And that terrifying killing intent was like a sharp sword on his neck, as if it could cut off his throat at any time. The threat of death makes people unable to avoid fear. There were even a few customers who were so frightened that their legs weakened and they almost collapsed on the ground. That's the smell. This guy has definitely hunted down powerful men. Lan Chi's pupils suddenly shrank, and a layer of fine beads of sweat immediately appeared on his back. Although the shadow hunter inherited the true power of the shadow, it may not be as great as when he was alive. But in terms of momentum, there is no discount at all. What a terrible murderous intention. Shauna's face also became a little pale. And the terrifying control over his own momentum. Tiana also took a deep breath and spoke slowly. The aura and killing intent released by the Shadow Hunter's inheritance shadow are so precise that they reach everyone. Depending on each person's strength and realm, the killing intent they can feel is also different. Otherwise, it would make Lan Chi and others feel threatening and murderous intent. I am afraid that those customers with lower strength will be directly frightened and faint. Is this the ancient class? How powerful it is. There are definitely more than one or two people who have this idea in their minds. After feeling the killing intent that was completely aimed at themselves, almost everyone had this idea in their mind. No one dared to move an inch under the pressure of this killing intent. He was afraid that any slight movement of his would be noticed by this murderous intention. Then kill him here. Is this the so-called small test? It's really not simple. Qilu also narrowed his eyes. As Shadowhunter's legacy Shadow said, this is really a little test in terms of process. As long as he can touch the shadow of the Shadowhunter inheritance under the pressure of this murderous intention. However, it is easier said than done. If you really want to do it, it would be extremely difficult. As one of the most terrifying hunters, it is easy to imagine how terrifying the murderous intent contained in Shadowhunters is. The person who can act with such murderous intent is not a guy of the same level as the Shadowhunter. That is a monster with a will as strong as iron. However, the condition of being at the same level as the Shadowhunter can basically be ignored. Even Lan Chi was covered in cold sweat amid this killing intent. Then let alone others. Now in this store, Qi Lu is probably the only one who can move around freely. It's boring. Why doesn't anyone come over? Weren't you very active before? This terrifying murderous intent, as vast as the sea, lasted for about half a minute and then suddenly disappeared. It was as if it had never appeared. But everyone knew that the murderous intention just now was definitely not a dream. Because being covered in cold sweat can't lie. I bumped into you. Just when the Shadowhunter inheritance shadow shrugged and sighed. Lillian was the first to recover, and then grabbed the Shadowhunter's inherited shadow's wrist. This? The Shadowhunter inherited the shadow seemed quite surprised, so he looked at Lillian blankly. Everyone else in the store wasn't much better. Everyone looked dumbfounded by Lillian's behavior. Manager Chi, nothing will happen to Lillian. Shauna asked immediately. You know, from the killing intent just now, it can be seen that although this Shadowhunter inheritance shadow has a funny personality, it is by no means a good person. That majestic killing intent was condensed from countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It will be okay. The inheritance phantom appears to inherit the power. Under normal circumstances, it will not take action. Qi Lu waved his hand, indicating not to worry. And even if the Shadowhunter legacy shadow takes action, Qi Lu is sure to be able to stop it. After all, this place is still in a store no matter what. As long as Qi Lu is in the store, he will be the biggest. This is true for customers, and it is equally true for products. Wait, what did you just say? Shadowhunter Heritage Shadow scratched his head and asked Lillian. However, his tone was mostly filled with doubts, but there was no emotion like anger or dissatisfaction. Speaking of which, it is quite difficult to make a funny person angry. Unless it touches his bottom line. Otherwise, he would be living a funny life happily, instead of having a bad temper. It is obvious that Lillian's behavior did not touch the bottom line of Shadowhunter's inheritance of shadow. On the contrary, it aroused his curiosity. I said I bumped into you because you hadn't said the test was over yet. So it's still a test now, right? Lillian said very seriously. You are lying. Shadowhunter Heritage Shadow spread his hands and said that he did not recognize Lillian's statement. But rules are rules. You only said that the test started, but you didn't say that the test was over. Lillian said stubbornly. So in the shop, Lillian and the Shadowhunter Inheritance Phantom stared at each other in a stalemate. This made the surrounding customers break into cold sweats. Because no one expected that Lillian would come out like this. This is a direct confrontation with the Shadowhunter Legacy Shadow. But with Lillian's strength, if she offends the Shadowhunter's Legacy Phantom, the terrifying murderous intent just now may directly crush Lillian's soul. This little girl must be too courageous. Lan Chi was shocked by Lillian's actions, and her heart tightened. This is too disturbing. If you are so impulsive, how can you take on important responsibilities in the future? Magic power began to gather in Tiana's hand. It is the duty of the Elf Queen to protect her own people. With the power of a powerful light magician, it is not too difficult to protect Lillian if you are prepared. Okay, don't be impatient. Even if something happens, I won't let you take action. No fighting in the store. Qi Lun noticed Tiana's movement and immediately stretched out his hand and pressed towards Tiana. In an instant, the magic power condensed in Tiana's hand was dissolved. Store manager Qi. Tiana looked at Qi Lu in surprise, and then looked down at the palm of her hand. The magic power that had just been condensed was dissipated so easily. If Qi Lu hadn't specifically reminded her, Tiana might have been stunned for 2 seconds before she discovered this. This kind of strength is simply terrifying. But it was precisely because Qi Lu had such terrifying strength that Tiana became a little more at ease. However, the situation on Lillian's side does not seem to have ended badly yet. After about 10 minutes of stalemate, Lillian still stared stubbornly at the Shadowhunter's Legacy Shadow, refusing to look away. Okay, I'm afraid of you. This test, let's just say you win. In the end, it was the Shadowhunter Inheritance Shuiying who spoke first, with a rather helpless tone. However, as soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding customers who were shocked into a cold sweat suddenly widened their eyes. The customers who were watching all looked at this man in disbelief. 1. Is this what you need to do to win this test? However, when they thought about this problem, the customers who had just thought about the ancient classes looked at each other in confusion. To be honest, even if you know the method, it is still difficult to implement it. When faced with the killing intent that seemed like a sharp knife on the throat, it took a lot of courage to move even slightly. Not to mention confronting the Shadowhunter Inheritance Phantom head-on. Only those who have a lot of heart can do it. He simply doesn't regard his own life as fate. I can't say it, it means I win. After hearing this, Lillian immediately spoke up. Okay, you win, the inheritor of the Shadowhunters. Shadowhunter Heritage Shadow said this, and his initially playful tone suddenly became serious. His body also stood up straight. The straight waist is like a sharp sword standing between heaven and earth. Your courage and patience are recognized by me. Launch the fatal blow when your target is most relaxed, and never regret your actions. I hope you will be able to take on the role of Shadowhunter in the future. Hunting requires great courage, especially when facing an opponent you know is invincible. Now, please accept this power. When a Shadowhunter inherits a shadow, it is like the oath he said when passing on the inheritance. Solemn, and pious. It was only at this time that the onlookers understood what the small test that the Shadowhunter inherited Shuiying was testing. Courage in the face of powerful enemies. Patience when hunting targets. And the ability to find opportunities to kill with one strike. From the very beginning, the shadow hunter legacy Shadow never expected that someone could touch him while enveloped in murderous intent. Because this is simply an unrealistic extravagance. A guy who could be called a top hunter in ancient times. In this era when the ancient classes have long since withered and disappeared, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the most powerful hunter. Under the shroud of this murderous intention, among those cultivators who do not have strong enough strength to support them, anyone who can act normally is considered a genius. It's a pity that this kind of genius is too rare. And the shadow hunter legacy Shadow was not looking for such a genius at the beginning. Perhaps some ancient classes place great value on qualifications. But the shadow hunter class is not like this. Even the previous owner of the shadow hunter, who is now the owner of this inherited shadow, started out as a little person with ordinary qualifications. The shadow hunter class values something else. Because shadow hunter is a class hidden in the darkness, it is enough to deliver a fatal blow at the most critical moment. And Lillian possesses these qualities. Although maybe a little stubborn. But in fact, it can be seen from the fact that before the start of the previous hunting conference, Lillian asked Kurd to take her to the City of Life without telling Carlos. Although Lillian is simple and kind, she also has her own opinions. Stubbornly wanting to contribute his own strength to his branch. Also have the courage to break through yourself. Then this inherited power belongs to me, right? Although Lillian has been stubbornly confronting the shadow hunter inheritance shadow. But now that I was really recognized, it became a surprise. However, faced with Lillian's surprise question, shadow hunter heritage Shadow did not answer. When the inheritance power in the class inheritance scroll has been determined to be passed on to the qualified person, the task of inheriting the phantom will be completed. At this time, the power used to maintain the inheritance phantom will also be passed on to those who are qualified along with the power of inheritance. So the current shadow hunter inheritance shadow is really just a shadow. Lillian's question did not receive a verbal answer. What answered Lillian was a majestic and cold force. In a few breaths, it was all poured into Lillian's body and then sealed away. This is the inherited power of the shadow hunter class. Including those two skills. The hunting instinct and the hunting moment. Because Lillian has never used skill crystals before. Therefore, these two skills were embedded in Lillian's seal of the brave and seal of the class, respectively. It's just that at present, most of the inherited power cannot be digested by Lillian at her current level, and then transformed into her own power. Therefore, based on the judgment of the power of inheritance, it was chosen to be automatically sealed. Used to slowly improve Lillian's strength. By this time, all the doubts in Lillian's mind were cleared. There is a lot of information contained in the power of inheritance, and it is also very complicated. But when Lillian saw the shadow hunter inheritance phantom suddenly shattered, turned into fluorescent light all over the sky, and then quickly dissipated. Thank you. Lillian bowed slowly, thinking about the void in front of her, and made a disciple salute. I got this inheritance, and took over this rank. Then there is nothing wrong with Lillian calling the previous owner of the Shadowhunter class her teacher. A lot of times, things are not complicated, so there's no need to rush. Isn't it? Seeing that the matter was solved perfectly, Chi-Lu also breathed a sigh of relief, turned to the people around him and said with a smile. To be honest, Chi-Lu was already ready to take action before. It's just that no one saw it. When facing a funny person, especially a powerful funny person, you cannot expect the other party to act according to common sense. In fact, Shadowhunter inherited the shadow and did not play according to common sense. Fortunately, things are developing in a positive direction, which saves Chi-Li a lot of trouble. This is an ancient class. Is it such a simple decision? Lan Chi couldn't understand what was happening in front of him. After all, this process turned around too fast. And let alone Lan Chi, even Chi-Lu didn't understand. Who knows what the powerful men in ancient times were thinking in their hearts, but since this ancient job falls into the hands of the elves, that's a good thing. When Tiana saw that the matter was settled, a smile suddenly appeared on her face. As long as this power of inheritance does not fall on the dwarves, it is a good thing for Tiana. A race cannot sustain this situation just by relying on one top expert. That's why a large number of rising stars are needed to serve as the mainstay. After all, the opportunity for a powerful person to take action is rare in the world. Therefore, the collision between races will eventually fall on the younger generation of each race. It seems that the elves have successors, so I have nothing to worry about. Shauna also breathed a sigh of relief and said softly. Do you want to say, the next saint? Tiana understood the subtext of Shauna's words. No, Lillian is not strong enough to take on this important task yet, but she can already start observing. Shauna shook her head and spoke slowly. The responsibilities of the elf saint are so important. If nothing unexpected happens, she will basically be the next elf queen. Therefore, it is extremely difficult to become a saint. Just being an ancient class is not enough. Because the ancient class only increases the upper limit of the combat power that the owner can achieve. However, the specific strength still depends on one's own realm. I knew you would say that. Since you are so concerned about the clan's affairs, why not bring Lan Qi back with you? Tiana smiled and then said tentatively. No, Lan Qi is not a character who can calm down. Shauna rejected Tiana's proposal without hesitation, and then gave Lan Qi a gentle look. Qi Lu, who was standing aside, turned his head away expressionlessly. The fact that the Shadow Hunter class was obtained by Lillian has been settled. Therefore, although the surrounding customers were unwilling to accept it, none had any objections. After all, the Shadow Hunters inherited the power of the shadows, and they could still remember it vividly. That terrifying killing intent would probably give these guys nightmares for at least 3 nights. So soon, Qi Li's store returned to calm. And this incident also became the topic of conversation among the customers present at the time. Until the store was about to close in the evening, the number of customers in the store changed one after another, but the matter about the ancient classes did not disappear with the change of customers. However, the number of people talking about it has decreased a lot. Another solid day, great. Qi Lu stretched hard and stretched his muscles. The body suddenly made a crackling sound like fried beans. Then he closed the door and Qi Lu took a special look outside. The little girl who runs here every day and uses this place as a canteen didn't show up today. It is impossible to say that Qi Lu is not doubtful. But doubts remain doubts, and Qi Lu will not explore this matter. What if Yaffle found a new delicacy somewhere and went there to eat? The probability of this happening is quite high. Qi Lu couldn't care less. As for the cafeteria, it's all about cooking and not caring about whether others eat or not. So after confirming that no one was coming, Qi Lu closed the store door neatly and then returned to his bedroom. I casually took a shower and lay on the bed to sleep. After all, rewards don't come every day. At this moment, in the eastern wasteland, there is cloud and mist city. There is probably not much time difference between the eastern wasteland and the northern mountains. In the dark night, the cloud and mist city was brightly lit. In Chila's small shop, Yushir saw off the last customer and then closed the shop door. Although Qi Lu has not been in the store for a long time. But Yushir's opening and closing times have never changed. Shir, I'll come to guard the store tomorrow morning. You can sleep a little longer. Yu Xuanxue squatted on the counter and said while eating a bacon sandwich. I just woke up and came down from the 2nd floor. No need. The store manager entrusted the store to me, so I should keep it safe. Besides, I'm not tired. Yu Shir shook her head and sat on the sofa. After taking a deep look outside the store, Yu Shir curled up her legs on the sofa, put her chin on her knees, and wrapped her hands around her legs. "Store manager, when will you come back? Sheer misses you a little." Yu Sheer whispered to herself, her eyes always drifting to the door of the store involuntarily. I hope that the next moment, Qilu will open the store door from the outside and walk in. But this idea has never been realized. But even so, Yu Sheer still likes to sit quietly on the sofa and wait quietly after closing the store. Probably because Qilu also liked to sleep on this sofa when he was in the store before. Although you are not tired, there is no need for you to sit here every night. Are you really not afraid of turning into a Wang Fu stone every day? After Yu Xuanxue finished her first meal after waking up, she arrived at the sofa where Yu Sheer was sitting in a few jumps. Then he stretched out his little paw and pushed Yu Sheer. "Swear, what are you talking about? What's the Wang Fu stone? If you keep talking nonsense, you won't be allowed to eat tomorrow." Listening to Yu Xuanxue's unobtrusive words, Yu Sheer suddenly felt a blush on her face. "Tsk, you're not allowed to say that." Yu Xuanxue bared her teeth, pushed herself up with her hind legs, stretched out her two fleshy, furry front paws, and gestured wildly in the air while saying, "If you ask me, if Qile comes back, I will tickle him." Who asked him to keep Sheer waiting for so long? After spending so much time with Yu Sheer, Yu Xuanxue, as her best friend, naturally wanted to fight for her. No, swear, it's better not to tickle the store manager." Yu Sheer quickly stopped him. "I never thought about whether Yu Xuanxue could scratch Qi Lu. Whatever you want, I'll go over first." Yu Xuanxue waved her little paws. "In fact, I just said that. If they really wanted to fight, I would not be Qile's opponent." Yu Xuanxue still has this bit of self-awareness. It's just that it's been so long since the New World mode came out and there's still no new map. The Shadow Assassin entrance is almost at its end. As she ran into the booth, Yu Xuanxue thought silently in her heart. And Yu Sheer has returned to her previous appearance. He hugged his legs with his hands, curled up on the sofa, and glanced outside the store door from time to time. The dream last night was really strange. Why did I dream of a cat scratching? Early in the morning, Qile sat up from the bed. But when he recalled the dream he had last night, Qile looked confused. Is this hinting at something to myself? But after thinking about it carefully, Qile really couldn't think of anything that this kind of dream could imply, so he didn't think about it. Let's continue to open the store and try to return to Donghuang one day earlier. Qile stretched his neck, which had become somewhat stiff due to sleep, and then jumped to the ground. Started a day of life. Yaffer still didn't come. Tiana didn't make it to the first one either. However, Qilu estimated that Tiana should have returned to the elves. I believe that a large number of elves will come to the store soon. However, now, the vast majority of the customers in the store are dwarves. There were only a few guests of other races mixed in among them. For example, the dragon. This Moutai flavor liquor is a good wine. Regarding the choice of drinks, Lan Qi finally tried Moutai flavor liquor. The mellow and rich aroma after taking this sip immediately made Lan Qi cheer. Of course it's good wine. Qile looked at the sky outside and responded casually. Coming over for a drink in the evening can be regarded as a leisurely experience. I just don't know if flying after drinking is considered drunk driving. Of course it's a good wine. The only drawback is that the portion is too small. It's not enough to wet my mouth. Lan Qi said with a smile. Suddenly, his face became condensed and his brows raised. What's wrong? Qile raised his eyes and asked, curiously. It's nothing. An acquaintance has come to the City of Life, and he should be here soon, store manager Qi. Lan Qi answered casually. The expression on his face also changed with the answer. Come to me? Qile glanced outside the store subconsciously. They are indeed acquaintances. I asked Yafel why he was not in the City of Life yesterday. Did he go back to his clan? Shauna, who was drinking orange juice, raised her head rarely at this time and glanced outside the store. At this moment, a tall figure suddenly appeared at the door of the store. Then he opened the store door and strode in. Qilu also saw the face of the visitor, clearly. This is a man wearing armor made of animal skins and bones, tall and strong, with muscles all over his body. The extremely masculine square face is painted with strange patterns. At first glance, one can tell that this man is a tough guy. However, on both sides of this tough guy's head, there are two round animal ears, which somewhat ruins the style of the painting. It also made Qilu understand that this guy is a beast-ear tribe. Is this the acquaintance you were talking about? After Qilu looked at the man, he looked at Lan Qi and Shauna. However, before the two of them could reply, a small figure jumped out from behind the man. Manager Qi, it's me. I miss you so much if I haven't eaten your delicious food for a whole day. As soon as Yafel popped out, he started making a loud noise in the store. At the same time, it also made Qilu sure that Yafel didn't come yesterday. He probably had something to do, rather than finding a new delicacy. But this sentence is probably nonsense. Qilu has never heard of anything more delicious than the food produced by the system. After all, for a world where fighting spirit and magic are rampant, it is really difficult to ask for an extremely delicious food. Because no one is studying this thing. Rather than how to make the ultimate delicious meal, it would be better to use this energy on how to practice. Go get whatever you want to eat. Qilu pointed to the snack vending machine, and then changed the subject. Then who is this? Qilu's eyes finally fell on this tough guy. Because Qilu felt it when this tough guy entered the store. The strength of this tough guy is on par with Lan Qi. Another powerful person. You know, even if you search the entire northern mountains, there are only a handful of powerful people. However, the strong man who came to Qilu's shop in the past few days, plus the one in front of him, was already the third one. If this were said out loud, I'm afraid a large number of people would be frightened. Let me introduce you. This one is the current master of the beast spirits of the Beast Ears clan, Saradal. Lan Qi sat on the chair next to the small round table and spoke slowly. The Lord of Beast Spirits' status in the Beast Ears clan is on the same level as the Elf Queen of the Elf clan. The highest faith. I said that as soon as I arrived at the City of Life, I felt an unpleasant aura. It turns out you are here. When Saradal heard someone introducing himself, he glanced at Lan Qi and said with a straight face. Qilu watched from the side with his eyebrows twitching. I always feel that the image of a tough guy has to be set off with a poker face to make him look even tougher. This immediately reminded Qilu of those muscular men he had seen in some movies and TV shows before. With a poker face, he really looks like a tough guy. Stop, I'm not sitting here just waiting for you to quarrel. Lan Qi was drinking a small drink now. Although it was only a sip, he was still in a good mood. So he didn't care much about what Saradal said. Is there any grudge between you? Qilu also glanced at Lan Qi. It's not really a grudge. It's just that I fought with Saradal several times before and he lost every time. Lan Qi shrugged and said lightly. What do you mean I lost? In those battles, we didn't win or lose at all. Saradal frowned and said dissatisfied. In terms of pure combat skills and combat consciousness, the Beast Ears clan will not lose to the Dragon clan. Because the fighting instincts of these two races are naturally strong. It's just that in terms of physical fitness, the Beast Ear clan is slightly inferior to the Dragon clan. So when it comes to fighting, it's not easy to decide the winner. Saradal and Lan Qi are both strong men in the northern mountains, so it is normal for them to know each other. After all, there are only a few strong level powers on the northern mountains. Naturally, a powerful person of this level cannot be an unknown person. Of course, except for people like Qi Lu. Because Qi Li's combat effectiveness completely depends on the place. Others can't do this. Moreover, as races with equally strong fighting instincts, it is normal for Saratel and Ranchi to compete with each other. It's just that in many competitions, Saratel either lost slightly or drew. That's why Saratel was a little unhappy with Ranchi. However, whether you like it or not, these are all personal grudges. In normal communication, Saratel would not mix these personal emotions in toit. Otherwise, Yafel wouldn't have such a good relationship with Ranchi. So, Saratel was brought here by Yaffer? Qi Lu looked back at Yafel. In just a few words, Yaffer had already picked up a box of braised beef rice bowl and was ready to eat. Seeing Qi Lu looking over, Yafel immediately showed a nice smile on his face. Manager Qi, what's the matter? The chopsticks in Yaffer's hand were hanging on a piece of beef covered in sauce, and he had not yet taken off his chopsticks. It's nothing, just keep eating. Qi Lu shook his hand. Obviously, there's not much to ask of a foodie. Because Saratel can come to the store, which is actually a good thing. Just like Tiana, as the elf queen, can represent the entire elf race. Saratel can also represent the entire Beastier clan. If Saratel can approve the store, then the approval of the three major races in the northern mountains will be enough. Of course, there may be some moisture in it. But most of the store restrictions can be lifted because of this recognition. Therefore, the way Qi Lu looked at Saratel also changed slightly. But before Qi Lu could speak, it was Saratel who spoke first. Are you the store manager, Qi, that Yafei mentioned? Now it seems that there is nothing outstanding about you. Saratel stared at Qi Lu and looked around. To be honest, this kind of behavior is actually very rude if it is too obvious. Because it's like looking at goods. So usually, when you look at people, you just have to look at them vaguely and roughly. Just have a rough impression in your mind, and that's it. However, for a tough guy with a rough personality and extremely confident in his own strength, he doesn't seem to have this awareness. Hey, Saratel, don't blame me for not reminding you. Don't use your common sense to look at store manager Qi. Because then you might suffer a little loss. Lan Qi watched from the side and his face was trembling like it was when he was suppressing laughter, but he still couldn't help but give a reminder. Because if he really develops according to Saratel's character, maybe this guy will really be thrown out by store manager Qi. As an old rival who has been fighting against each other all year round, Lan Qi still couldn't bear to see this happen. Suffering a loss? How can I suffer a loss? Do you think I didn't know the strength of store manager Qi, so you reminded? Then you are wrong. There was a cunning look on Saratel's masculine square face. When we came here, Yafel told me that you suffered a loss at the hands of store manager Qi. Do you think I don't know? Having said this, Saratel let out a hearty laugh. Lan Qi was stunned. Co-author, it turns out that this guy knows the strength of store manager Qi, so let me remind him. It was really a good intention that was not rewarded, and he was even laughed at. But I still appreciate your kindness. Store manager Qi can be said to be broad-minded. I believe he won't care about these little things. I still have the sense of proportion. Saratel frankly admitted that the way he looked at people was indeed a bit impolite. But many times, a person's habits are not so easy to change. Broad-minded? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows when he heard this. As a store manager, Qi Lu believes that this cannot be said to be broad-minded, but can only be said to be a way of making money. If we really want to talk about his character, Qi Lu is not yet in a position where he is bound to retaliate. But it's definitely not generous. It's nothing more than an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. I don't know who this strange rumor came from. However, Qi Lu did not express his own opinions and views. Because again, this is a positive image. Qi Lu doesn't have to slander himself. So Qi Lu waved his hand naturally and said, "It's okay, I just don't know what this customer needs when he comes to the store." It is very stupid to fight over a word or a look. Unless that sentence touches the bottom line, there is nothing you can do. However, it is obvious that given Celadal's character, such slightly rude things are probably common. To be honest, it's not a big deal. After all, Qi Lu doesn't care what other people think of him. It doesn't look like there's anything extraordinary about it, so that's fine. As long as you don't miss the spiritual crystal when you come to the store to buy something. I need pills. Pills that can improve attributes. When Qi Lu asked, Saratel stated his goal very directly. Equipment such as weapons and armor is really not important to the beastiers. Even Yafel has no interest in the equipment in Qi Lu's shop, and Saratel, as the master of beast spirits, certainly doesn't need it. This has nothing to do with the quality of the equipment, it's simply that there is no need for it. Elixirs that can improve attributes. There was no expression change on Qi Li's face. Because this answer is the same as what Qi Lu expected. Just seeing that Yafei is the first customer in the store to fully increase the properties of the elixir, we know the significance of these elixirs that can permanently increase the properties to the Beastier clan. But Qi Lu didn't expect that these elixirs could actually attract the master of the beast spirits of the Beastier tribe. This can be considered an unexpected surprise. It's just that the shipment rate of this elixir that can permanently improve attributes is really worrying. Qi Lu clearly remembered that the pills that Saratel needed were definitely gone today. But I heard Yafei said that such precious things are very rare here, Manager Qi. So I am ready to stay in the City of Life for a long time. Before Qi Lu could answer, Saratel added another sentence. Being so considerate saves Qi Lu the trouble of explaining. However, although there are no more pills that Saratel needs on the shelves, there are still a few pills in the warehouse. Inventory is something that is used to meet unexpected needs. In order to gain the recognition of the Lord of Beast Spirits and lift the restrictions on the store as soon as possible, Qi Lu also spent a lot of money. After all, Qi Lu had never done this kind of thing before. Although it is rare, it is not impossible. If I remember correctly, there should be one more. Qi Lu pretended to think for a moment, and then spoke out. The elixirs that are temporarily taken out of the warehouse can be placed directly on the shelves by the system. Therefore, Qi Lu would not take the initiative to get the elixir from the shelf. Just pretending. Remembering the quantity of goods in the store is a quality of a store manager, so when Qi Lu talks about it, no one will think much about it. At most, customers who came to the store before would wonder if there was something wrong with their eyes. Such large bottles of elixirs were placed on the shelves, but I didn't even see them. One more? Then I won't be polite. Saratel also didn't expect that there would be such a precious elixir left in the store at this time. Immediately, he ducked out of the way and appeared in front of the shelf. Everyone just felt their eyes blurred, and Saratel disappeared. And this speed, without the slightest fluctuation of fighting spirit, is entirely based on strong physical fitness. Is this the power of the beastiers? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows with interest and took a deep look at Saratel. If you put aside fighting spirit and magic power, the beastier tribe is definitely one of the most powerful races among all races. It's a pity that after adding fighting spirit and magic power, the ranking of the beastiers will have to move 1 or 2 places back. However, even so, there is still no race that dares to offend the beastiers. Just like no one dares to provoke the dragon clan. After all, there is not much difference between offending a person ranked 10th and offending a person ranked number 3. They were all beaten. Is this the elixir? Saradel's eyesight was not bad either, and he quickly found Yaffer and the elixir he had mentioned. A bodybuilding pill. Qinghui, you have 80 spiritual crystals. Do you need to apply for a membership card? Chilu put the bodybuilding pill on the shelf, so he quoted the price, without even looking at it. By the way, I promoted the membership card. Speaking of this, Chilu feels more and more like a professional marketing worker. Recommend a membership card to every new customer and then let them top up. Manage. Judging from Saratel's tone and affirmative answer, you know that he must have heard about the functions of the membership card. With 80 spiritual crystals in hand, Saratel directly put the bodybuilding pill into his mouth. The elixir melted in the mouth and immediately turned into a warm current, integrating into Saratel's body. An excellent level elixir can only slightly increase the power of a strong person. However, no matter how small this improvement is, it is still a real improvement. With Saratel's perception, he can naturally clearly perceive this subtle improvement. It is indeed a rare and precious elixir in the world. Although I heard Yufei mentioned before that Lan Qi suffered a loss at the hands of store manager Qi, I didn't believe it at the time. But now it seems that it should be true. After digesting the energy of the bodybuilding pill, Saratel suddenly said this. It was enough to see the shock in Saratel's heart. To be able to refine an elixir with such a powerful effect, the strength of a refiner must be among the best in the world. Otherwise, if you dare to sell this kind of elixir openly, you may have been captured by some evil forces. Of course, Saratel doesn't actually care about Qi Li's strength. Because Saratel never thought of having a conflict with Qi Lu. In fact, the biggest shock to Saratel came from the effect of the elixir. Yaffer returned to the clan this time and casually mentioned this type of elixir, which attracted Saratel's attention, so he and Yaffer came to the city off life. Because this kind of elixir that can permanently improve attributes is really important to the Beastier tribe. But now it seems that the effect of the elixir has not lived up to Saratel's expectations. I didn't approve of Yafel running around before, but now it seems that it's not without its benefits. Saratel couldn't help but sigh. This made Qi Lu raise his eyes and asked Lan Qi curiously, what is the relationship between Yafel and this guy? The little girl is that guy's daughter. But that's how those two get along, so you don't have to think too much, Manager Qi. Lan Qi answered Qi Li's question without even raising his eyes. Daughter? Qi Lu turned his head and glanced at the two people again. There seems to be nothing in common between Saratel's tall and muscular figure and Yaffer's petite and cute figure. Could it be that Yafel's body shape was inherited from her mother? Store manager Qi, Yafel's mother, is actually similar to Saratel. Shauna seemed to see what Qi Lu was thinking and said it out loud. It turns out it's not genetic, but mutation. Qi Lu thought silently in his heart. When Saratel came to the store, it was actually very late. So after buying a bodybuilding pill, I didn't keep any more in the store. As for Yafel, he was just in a hurry to have a late-night snack. No need to think about the New World mode. So not long after, it was time for the store to close. Qi Lu closed the store door, and then sat on the sofa with excitement. Not long after, the system's voice rang in my mind as expected. System, congratulations to the host, one of the products in the store, the elixir, has been approved by the Lord of Beast Spirits. Great, wait, what did you just say? Qi Li's cheers stopped abruptly halfway and turned into a tone of doubt. System, this system just said that one of the products in the store, the elixir, has been approved by the Lord of Beast Spirits. Only pills? System, yes, only pills. Qi Lu opened his mouth, but in the end, no words came out. It seems that this Beastier tribe really doesn't care about equipment. Traveling all the way to the City of Life just for a few pills is too much trouble. Who would have thought that this guy Saratel was so ignorant that he really only came here for the elixir? But speaking of it, the Beastiers are like those characters in the game with few equipment slots. Since it is not needed, why should it be recognized? But the more reason is that among the weapons and armors currently in the store, there is nothing that can tempt Saratel. The thunder gloves are completely enough for Yeifel. But if a rare weapon is used by a powerful person, it may not be enough. Speaking of which, it might not be feasible to get the owner of the beast spirit to approve the store. That would only allow most of the Beastier's tribe to recognize the store. Although the thunder gloves could not impress Ceratal, it did not mean that it could not impress other members of the Beastier's tribe. So, is there any reward this time? After being silent for a long time, Qilu asked hesitantly. System, yes. This answer seemed very affirmative, which immediately made Qilu feel happy. It seems that the system accepted the last suggestion. This time he became obviously more generous. Then what's the reward this time? Qilu became energetic and asked, quickly. System, a new snack and a comprehensive upgrade of the combat power-enhancing training room. Another new snack. It seems that this reward is prepared for Yeifel? When Qilu heard the content of the reward, this idea immediately came to mind. If you want to say who cares most about new delicacies in the store, there is no doubt that it is Yeifel. Then the second place is Lan Qi. Then the third place is actually Qilu himself. After all, Qilu eats 3 meals a day in the store, so he must want to try something new. Therefore, the more types of snacks, the better. But what is the comprehensive upgrade of the combat power improvement training room? What Qilu couldn't understand was the meaning of this reward. Is it opening a new big map? To be honest, the current combat power improvement training room is sufficient for the time being. In the New World mode, the highest level player is still struggling in the Dal Maze map. It may take some time to clear the Shadow Assassin entrance. It makes absolutely no sense to open a new map at this time. System, host, you misunderstood. A comprehensive upgrade does not mean the opening of a new large map. If it's not opening a new map, what on earth is that? At this time, Qilu was too lazy to complain after his thoughts were read by System. Anyway, this kind of thing happened not once or twice. The damn Irby system admits its mistakes every time, and then refuses to correct them, despite repeated admonitions. For such a shameless guy, talking too much is of no use, but a waste of emotions. System, a new server is opening. System, the New World mode will add a new server, the World server. System, all players who have reached level 55 in the Northern Mountain server and the Eastern Wasteland server and successfully passed the Shadow Assassin passage will be eligible to enter the World server. What did you say? Surprise. Huge surprise. After Qilu listened to the system's words, this was the first reaction in his heart. The new server, the World server, can accommodate players from both the Northern Mountains server and the Eastern Wilderness server. In other words, Qilu can get in touch with Dong Huang through this. From this point of view, the reward of comprehensive upgrade of the combat power improvement training room is the biggest gain this time. As for the more benefits after the World server is opened, there is no need to elaborate in detail. Higher level cap, new big map. As well as more skill books, even new system self-made skills, etc. Every time a new large map is opened, there are too many players who can benefit from it. This reward is much better than a new snack. Qilu took a deep breath and tried to calm down his excitement. After a long while, he continued and said, but the reward that should be given cannot be given less. System, tell me, what are the new snacks? Qilu asked very seriously. According to the character of the system, the snacks this time may be another staple food. Then you can switch between the 3 meals. System, congratulations to the host for getting a new snack, Candied Haws. This snack has been added to the product list and can be sold in the store. Sugar-coated Haws. Sugar-coated Haws, also known as Candied Haws, is made by skewering wild fruits with bamboo skewers and then dipping them in a layer of maltose. When the maltose is exposed to wind, it will quickly harden and form a layer of sugar coating. These bunched wild fruits, after being coated with sugar, look like gourds. They are called candied haws. The common wild fruit used in candied haws is mostly hawthorn. But in fact, the materials used to make candied haws are not limited to hawthorn. Fruits such as crabapples, apples, grapes, walnuts, bean paste, strawberries, mulberries, oranges, bananas, kiwis, dragon fruit, etc. are actually all fine. And the tastes are different, suitable for more choices. But it's weird, why did the system become normal this time? Candied haws on ice, an authentic snack. Chila muttered to himself with a weird look on his face. When I wanted to give out snacks in the past, the system had to give out some weird food. Now Chilu was thinking about having a dinner to improve the food, and Thescon bill system suddenly became normal again. However, speaking of candied haws, it can be regarded as a beautiful memory of Chi Li's childhood. It's just that times have changed. Now, Chi Lu has not eaten candied haws of sugar for more than 10 years. Now that candied haws is available in the system, it can be regarded as helping Chi Lu recall his childhood. Be it candied haws, I haven't had it for a long time, and I don't know if it still tastes the same as before. Chi Lu muttered to himself as if he was recalling something. Then he got up and came to the snack vending machine. The candied haws on a stick provided by the system is the most common one, which is made of hawthorn skewers. Chila took out a bunch from the snack vending machine and took a look at it. The hawthorns used in this candied haws are round and plump, and the size of each one is almost exactly the same. The sugar coating covering the outside is even more crystal clear, showing off the ruddy and delicious hawthorn. Like a string of sparkling rubies. Just looking at the appearance of this candied haws, it doesn't look like food at all, but like a work of art that people can't bear to destroy. However, the crystal clear sugar coating on the outside exudes an extremely quiet fragrance. It was a fragrance that belonged to maltose, with a sweet taste. It makes people excited. Since it is food, no matter how beautiful it is still for eating. So after admiring it for a while, Chila started from the top of the candied haws and took the first bite. As the sugar coating shattered, an extremely sweet taste poured into Chila's mouth. It's a sweetness that can penetrate your heart, but surprisingly, it's not cloying. The sweet taste reverberates in the mouth. But soon, the slightly sour taste of hawthorn also appeared. However, this slight sour smell does not make people feel out of place, but it feels like it is the way it is. Mixed in the sweetness of the sugar coating, it does not destroy the previous taste at all, but the addition of sourness makes the level of sweetness appear richer. Sour and sweet are intertwined, perfectly blended into one. Let Chilu eat one bunch of candied haws one after another in no time. This tastes much better than the candied haws I have eaten before. After Chila swallowed the last hawthorn, he looked at the bamboo stick in his hand and sighed in his heart. It's just, no matter how delicious the taste is, you can't go back. Childhood. Chila couldn't help but laugh a little as he thought about it. Those wonderful memories will always be just memories. It's just that people like to pursue those beautiful memories, but ignore the present. So, the reason why memories are beautiful is precisely because they are memories. Chila shook his head, not immersed in the memories for too long. After eating the food, it's time to see the effect. Candied haws, sweet and sour, suitable for all ages. Long-term consumption of candied haws of sugar will slightly increase the eater's magic talent, and randomly increase the eater's affinity for a magic element to a very small extent. Wish, the effect of randomly increasing the affinity of a magic element can only be triggered once in a person's life. Price, 20 spiritual crystals. Is the special effect of this candied haws so powerful? Chila did not expect that his childhood memories could have such a powerful effect. Needless to say about magic talent. For the magician class, that is an indispensable thing. If you don't have magic talent, what will you do if you change your profession and become a magician? Has your brain gone offline? Among the special effects of candied haws, the second effect is more like the icing on the cake. As for magic element affinity, the stronger it is, the better. However, randomly improving this point seems to be a trap. Especially for the elemental magician class. If a fire element magician randomly gets affinity to the ice element, what's the use? So it can only be regarded as the icing on the cake. But even so, just improving the magic talent is enough to illustrate the value of candied haws. Not to mention, if you are lucky, you will randomly get the magic element affinity you need. Even though there are not many magician classes in the northern mountains. But it's not nothing. Therefore, Qi Lu is still very satisfied with the candied haws. Although it seems that candied haws cannot be eaten as a meal. But that doesn't matter. After receiving the rewards, it's time to start working hard. Qi Lu threw the bamboo stick in his hand into the trash can next to the snack vending machine, and then took out another bag of potato chips. Then he ran to the combat power improvement training room area and found a booth to sit down. In order to enter the world server as soon as possible, Qi Lu also worked hard. Currently, in the Northern Mountain server, no players can enter the Shadow Assassin's entrance. If you want to clear the 6th floor of the doll maze and collect enough teleportation array fragments to reach the Shadow Assassin entrance, it is simply not enough for the dwarf players. They are all heavily armored warriors, and the first 3 levels of the doll maze are quite easy to fight. Because in the first 3 floors, the attack power of the dolls in the maze is still at normal levels. The defense power is not high either, and for heavily armored warriors who prefer defense, it can barely break through the defense. But by the 5th and 6th floors, with the defense of the guardian dolls in the treasure hall, the heavily armored warrior might not be able to cause damage. Moreover, the super high attack power of the guardian dolls can also let these heavily armored warriors know what it means to be beaten in seconds. Therefore, if you want to clear the puppet maze, you still have to wait for teammates with output. For example, the elven archers. Although the archer class is completely unsuitable for fighting in a small environment like a maze. But this does not mean that archers do no harm. It may not be as good as most magician classes in terms of burst, but the output ability of the archer is more stable and effective. Especially in the New World mode, where there are no arrow restrictions. As long as there are teammates in front to absorb the damage, the archers can also have extremely high output. However, it is a pity that the elves have not yet come to the store in large numbers and entered the New World mode. So it is estimated that the dwarf players will be stuck in the doll maze map for quite some time. As for Qi Lu, he can only clear the Shadow Assassin entrance alone. It's such a familiar scene. Who would have thought that I would come to visit this place again? Walking into the Shadow Assassin's entrance hall again, Qi Lu couldn't help but feel extremely emotional. Qi Lu had also cleared the Shadow Assassin porch before, but at that time it was just an attempt to open up Wasteland. After confirming the combat effectiveness of the Shadow Assassin, Qi Lu actually did not agree with solo brushing. Because the Shadow Assassin's porch is indeed a very dangerous map. The ubiquitous Shadow Assassin may appear from unexpected places at any time and deliver a fatal blow to players who dare to enter the Shadow Assassin's entrance. If there are no teammates around to take care of you, you will be sent to the resurrection point if you are not careful. Even if you have teammates, if you make a mistake, you may be sent out of the Shadow Assassin's entrance together. Therefore, the combat awareness, combat skills, perception, and mental concentration of players who can single-play this map are all among the best. Qi Lu is one. This is also due to the system's painstaking teachings. In fact, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is torture. However, although the process is indeed a bit painful, the results are still very good. As for other players, Yu Xuanxue and Li Jingya can only be counted as half. It belongs to the type that can be used alone, but cannot advance very far. And if you go further away, you basically can't find it. Of course, although most players cannot master the Shadow Assassin pass alone, this does not mean that some players are not strong. Because Shadow Assassin's Porch is a very extreme map. The enemies are all top assassins, and are quite unfriendly to most classes. Therefore, being unable to move even an inch in the Shadow Assassin's entrance does not mean that he is not strong in combat effectiveness. However, those who can run rampant in the Shadow Assassin's entrance must have extremely strong fighting power. As for Chila, we have to add a little more. Be familiar with the New World mode. Speaking of which, Qilu often wandered around the Shadow Assassin entrance hall before, and even pulled Yu Xuanxue and Lu Jingya together to form a team and advance for a long distance. However, after coming to the northern mountains, Qilu rarely entered the New World mode. Most of the time, I am in the single-player mode. However, now, Qilu can probably be regarded as returning to his old career. I once again experienced the pain of single brushing. Fortunately, Qilu had good luck tonight, and several camping bonfires were created at the beginning. After all, it is impossible to reach the end of the Shadow Assassin's entrance in one night. Not to mention how much time wasted by the Shadow Assassin's attack. Even based on the size of the large map of the Shadow Assassin's entrance, it was not practical. So I stayed up all night. Qilu thought he had to keep the store during the day, so he ate 5 bags of potato chips and 3 barrels of instant noodles in one night. Then I used Sprite to refresh myself, and I didn't even touch black coffee. Although when it comes to refreshing, black coffee is really powerful. But the stamina is not small. If the effect wears off when the store is opened, the stamina will probably make Qilu lie down on the counter and fall asleep. Let's stop here today. Let's light the campfire first. Qilu yawned, rubbed his eyes, and then went to the second floor to wash his face. The cool water hitting his face also made Qilu feel more energetic. By the way, the new server in the store in Yunwu City, should also be opened. Then let's make a world announcement at 10 o'clock in the morning. After fighting all night, Qilu's mind unexpectedly became clear at this moment. I also feel that I should do something. So after thinking for a moment, Qilu added, this world announcement will only be made in the Eastern Wasteland server. Players in the Beishan Mountain server generally have low levels, because they started late. Coupled with the single class, it is estimated that he will be stuck in the Dal maze for a long time. But the Donghuang server is different. After such a long time, a considerable number of players inside have gathered at the Shadow Assassin entrance, and are constantly setting new advancement records. Once this world announcement is released, it can also ignite the enthusiasm of those players. System received. Okay, that's it for the time being. I still want to continue opening the store. Qilu moved his body, which was a little stiff from sitting all night, before going to open the store door. Shwa. Yaffer seemed to be waiting outside the store door and rushed in as soon as the store door opened. While running to the snack vending machine, he didn't forget to say hello to Qilu. Manager Qi, did you not sleep well last night? Is it so obvious? Qilu's brows jumped and he muttered in his heart. But it doesn't matter whether you answer this question or not, it's just a polite greeting. So Qilu didn't reply. Of course Yufei didn't care about Qilu's answer. Who goes to the canteen to eat and cares whether the chef has slept well or not? However, Yufei and Qilu had a good relationship, so they politely said hello and showed some concern. Hey, I haven't seen this candied haws of apples yesterday. Is it a new delicacy? Yafel took a quick look around the snack vending machine, and then shouted in surprise. Then, without waiting for Qilu's answer, Yafei bought a bunch of candied haws from the snack vending machine. The crystal-clear sugar coating wraps the bright red and round hawthorn, like a string of bright rubies. The sweet smell of maltose makes people want to eat it happily when they smell it. Sweets have a natural attraction to most girls. This is especially true for a foodie like Yafel. Ah woo. Without saying a word, Ye Fei couldn't wait to put the candied haws into his mouth and bit down one. In an instant, the sugar coating shattered and melted in Yafar's mouth. In an instant, an extremely sweet taste filled Ye Fei's mouth. Ye Fei couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Sweetness always makes people feel happy and happy. That's why many times, the feeling of happiness is called sweetness. The sweetness of the sugar coating made from specially brewed maltose is even more outstanding. But soon, beneath the sweetness, a hint of fruity sourness emerged. The sour taste of hawthorn is not abrupt or intense. Melted with the sweetness of the sugar coating, the sour and sweet levels are highlighted. Just like flowers need green leaves to set off. The same is true in taste. The perfect combination of sour and sweet, complementing each other and making both even more delicious. Just this sugar-coated hawthorn made Ye Fei intoxicated. Sour and sweet, so delicious. Ye Fei did not use too many adjectives to describe his feelings. After all, a foodie is not a food critic. All Yaffer did was to put hawthorns into his mouth, one after another. Use this to express your preferences. Among so many snacks, the taste of candied haws is actually not the most outstanding. However, the candied haws of sugar haws has its own uniqueness. What's more, if you really want to talk about it, it is actually difficult to compare different cuisines. Because everyone's preferences are different. Just like sweet rice dumplings and salty rice dumplings. There are always people who like it and people who hate it. Unless the difference in taste level is huge. Otherwise, if you compare delicacies of the same level, one is made sweet and the other is salty, it all depends on the subjective consciousness of the eater. And it's obvious that Ye Fei likes sweets. I also like candied haws. Why is there only such a small amount? It's a pity that I can only eat one bunch a day. After finishing all the candied haws, Yaffer looked at the empty bamboo sticks in his hand and complained with a pout. But complaining is complaining. After coming to Chila's shop for so long, Ye Fei also knew that it was impossible to eat a second skewer. So after savoring the taste of candied haws for a while, Yaffer bought another fried chicken wings for breakfast. By the way, Ye Fei, didn't you ask me about the gloves before? Chi Lu was sitting aside, watching Ye Fei chewing chicken wings, and suddenly said aloud. Yes, Manager Chi, are there any gloves in the store? Ye Fei nodded, then looked at Chi Lu. Gloves, and armor that does not affect mobility at all, are all the equipment the bee steers need. For example, shoes. As for other equipment, there are very few that the bee steers can use. Especially those heavy armors that extremely affect mobility, it is absolutely impossible for the bee steers to wear them. But title badges are an exception. Because Yaffer now actually wears a badge with the title Elite Proof Badge. This title can increase the title owner's damage of all types by a moderate amount, and after each battle is won, the owner will permanently obtain a layer of Elite certification. Each layer of Elite certification will increase a small amount of damage of all types for the title owner, with a maximum of 20 layers. All types of damage bonuses are of greatest help to the fighter class. Yaffer's realm has also reached the master level and can wear the Elite certificate. Then there is a pair of agile boots that can improve agility attributes. As for other equipment, Ye Fei did not wear it. It sounds shabby, too. Especially compared to someone like Lillian who likes to be fully armed. So now that Chi Lu mentioned boxing gloves, Ye Fei was very interested. Of course, that's why I'm talking about it. The gloves you want are on the shelf, they're called Thunder Gloves. Chi Lu slowly introduced the properties of the Thunder Fist gloves and the accompanying skills. The sudden mention of this was certainly not a whim of Chi Lu. The Thunder Glove is only a rare weapon. If it were introduced to Saratel, it will definitely not be taken seriously. But when introduced to Ye Fei, it was just right. Since Saratel, as the master of beast spirits, only recognized the elixirs in the store. Then, Qi Lu could only make plans for Yu Fei and find a way to attract the people of the Beasters tribe. Precious elixirs, plus extremely suitable weapons. I believe that these two things are enough for the people of the Beast Ears tribe to come to the City of Life. The most important point among them is that the Thunder Fist gloves will definitely be recognized by the people of the Beast Ear tribe. After all, not every member of the Beast Ear tribe is as strong as Cyrodiil. Thunder gloves improve agility attributes, shot speed. There is also this abundant thunder element contained in the gloves. These gloves are so powerful. Yu Fei listened to Qi Li's introduction and quickly put on the thunder glove. Feeling the huge power contained in the thunder fist made Yaffer even more surprised. Especially the power of thunder element. Every attack by the wearer of the glove will cause a moderate amount of thunder element damage. For the fighter class whose attack rhythm is extremely fast, the damage caused by the thunder element is also extremely terrible when accumulated. How's it going? Are you satisfied? Qi Lu expressed concern as if the forging master had created a satisfactory weapon. In fact, the meaning of asking this sentence is to see whether the Thunder Fist gloves can be recognized by the Beast Ears tribe. Now that the hope of lifting store restrictions is very close. The sooner the better. Well, I'm very satisfied. Yafel nodded excitedly and looked at the gloves in his hand happily. The lightweight fingerless gloves do not affect the movements of the fingers and palms at all. That's good. Qi Lu rubbed his chin, feeling suddenly more confident. Come on everyone, the end of the Shadow Assassin's entrance is right in front of you. Today we will go there no matter what. Yu Xuanxue swung her furry tail and shouted loudly in the team channel of the New World mode. But if someone looks carefully, they will find that Yu Xuanxue is not actually in the Shadow Assassin's entrance. He just took on a commanding position in the team channel. Senior Kitty, are we really going to fight like this here? I always feel like there are Shadow Assassins everywhere around me. A player in the team asked with some confusion. I said, if you ask me to take command, don't have any objections. Just listen to me and just fight like this. You guys should cooperate better next, the road down there will be difficult. Yu Xuanxue yawned and said with a hint of dissatisfaction. As a professional game business cat, Yu Xuanxue is not keen on painting pictures. But among game merchants, there is a type called information merchants. And Yu Xuanxue also serves as this type of businessman. Therefore, it can be said that Yu Xuanxue is very familiar with how to play these dungeons or large maps. It is also common to be dragged into doing things like command. Since they all paid for the spiritual crystals, Yu Xuanxue just thought of it as making some extra money. World announcement, a new map will be opened soon. All players who have reached level 55 and successfully cleared the Shadow Assassin passage will be eligible to enter the new map. World announcement, a new map will be opened soon. All levels must reach level 55, and the Shadow Assassin pass must be successfully cleared. World announcement, new map will be opened soon. 3 consecutive world announcements successfully interrupted Yu Xuanxue's command. It also made all the players who were currently in the New World mode Donghuang server stand up. New map. Did you hear it? It's news about a new map. After waiting for such a long time, a new map is finally released. It's not easy. Don't be too happy. You want to go to the new map, but you need to clear the Shadow Assassin entrance first. That's right. Then hurry up and prepare. If you want to form a team, you can contact me. Whoever contacts you is a fool, you noob. Who are the rookies talking about? The guild channel of the communication system, as well as the public screen, were suddenly flooded with news that a new map was about to be opened. Then it quickly turned into news that he was looking for a boss to take him through the Shadow Assassin entrance. What the new map represents, these veteran players of the Donghuang server know very well. Leveling up means more power is fed back to oneself from the New World mode. There will also be more skill books that can be brushed. Moreover, new maps usually have new dungeons, and what the new dungeons bring is a richer training of combat skills. These are just visible benefits. As for those subtleties, there are more. All in all, there are so many benefits. If you can enter the new map one day early, you must do it one day early. The new map is finally coming. Even though Qi Lu is not in the store, he can still do things. In this case, I'll scratch him less next time we meet. Yu Xuanxue was also so excited that her tail kept wagging. It's obviously a cat, but its tail inherits dog genes. Kitten-senpai. Take command first. What should we do now? Don't be silent, Kitten-senpai. Help. Just when Yu Xuanxue was so excited that she couldn't contain herself, the team channel she was in suddenly exploded. The team that had only managed to reach the second half of the Shadow Assassin's entrance relying on Yu Xuanxue's superb command was suddenly spotted by the Shadow Assassin, who had found the opportunity, and brought a small number of them with him. The remaining people could hardly hold on any longer. What's wrong with you? Yu Xuanxue came back to her senses, and stared at this scene in surprise. It had only been less than 2 minutes, and half of the people were gone. Your strength is too poor. In this case, I suggest you practice your cooperation first and then move forward. By the way, I won't refund the conductor's deposit, so I'll see you next time. No matter how sophisticated the command is, it still needs a certain amount of combat effectiveness to support it. If the overall strength of a team cannot meet the required combat effectiveness, then no matter how good the command is, it is useless. So after Yu Xuanxue saw that the number of team members suddenly dropped by half, she decisively left the team channel. Because it would be futile to continue to command, unless Yu Xuanxue ended up personally. However, the price of letting Yu Xuanxue lead the team in person is not just a simple command. After all, painting pictures with a novice is a very tiring job. It is tiring and hardworking, and it can really make your head hurt if you have a bad temper. So after Yu Xuanxue spoke frankly, she immediately ran away. As for the deposit, it can only be regarded as a small amount of hard work for the early stage. Even if Yu Xuanxue is willing to go back, I'm afraid this group of novice players won't be willing to accept it. Because of this, it can be regarded as the consensus of most players. That is, in the New World model, you can offend anyone, but you can't offend a little kitten. The reason for this consensus is that everyone knows that this guy is the only big boss in the New World model who is both passionate and passionate. The equipment is perfectly crafted, and a bunch of subordinates are arrogant in front and respectful in others. Just talking about combat skills, there may be a few big guys who can compare with a little kitten. But if you add the equipment, then no one can match it. Therefore, the name A Little Kitten can be regarded as prestigious. Fortunately, this guy Yu Xuanxue speaks very straightforwardly and doesn't make any secret stumbling blocks. He will hit anyone he says he wants to hit, so everyone doesn't reject him. There are always big guys anyway. An upright boss is better than a boss who hides his secret behind his smile. So in the end, it was because of Yu Xuanxue's reputation that the business grew bigger and bigger. Sheer. Yu Xuanxue placed her membership card next to the crystal ball and took a seat before running to the counter. This kind of behavior of using membership cards to occupy seats can only be done by a few people in Chila's store. And they are all hero-level strong men. Other customers don't have this face. In such a crowded place, I dare to put my membership card next to the crystal ball and throw it out for you in minutes. Schwer, what's wrong? Yu Shi'er glanced at Yu Xuanxue in confusion. There are only 2 situations that can make Yu Xuanxue come to the counter during the day. One way is to just get up and come down from the 2nd floor to eat. The other one is that he just finished an all-nighter and is about to go to sleep on the 2nd floor, so he came over to say something. But now, it seems that it is not in these two situations. There is news about Qi Lu. The New World mode has just been updated with a new map. Yu Xuanxue waved her fleshy little claws and gestured. Only Qi Lu can control the update of the Combat Power Improvement Training Room. Now that there is a new map in the New World mode, it must be made by Qi Lu. News from the store manager. But having said that, Yu Shi'er didn't understand the connection. The New World mode has updated a new map, which at best proves that Qi Lu is still safe and sound, but when it comes to specific news, there is actually no. Yes, and my intuition tells me that I should be able to find news about Qi Lian, the new map. So starting tonight, join me in clearing the Shadow Assassin entrance hall. Yu Xuanxue nodded and said seriously. Intuition is sometimes very mysterious. Especially ancient beasts like the spirit-eating cat are quite scary when your intuition is accurate. If you can find any information about the store manager, then I'll stay with you tonight. Yu Shi'er was stunned for a moment, then nodded. The 55 level required to enter the new map is actually not difficult. Most players who come to the Shadow Assassin's entrance map have already reached this level, even if they are sent back to the resurrection point by Shadow Assassin at every turn. Yu Shi'er is naturally no exception. It's just that clearing the Shadow Assassin's entrance is a huge difficulty. However, Yu Shi'er's own fighting skills and fighting awareness are not bad, which is also the advantage of the demi-human race. What's more, because of the last incident, Yu Shi'er is now blessed by the luck of heaven and earth. If it weren't for Yu Shi'er having to look after the store during the day, maybe there will be one more big boss in the New World mode now. Coupled with the fact that Yu Xuanxue is a real boss, as long as you are careful, it is not difficult to clear the Shadow Assassin entrance. Okay, that's settled, I'll prepare the consumables first. When Yu Xuanxue saw Yu Shi'er agreed, she immediately showed a happy expression and jumped away from the counter. The goal has been achieved, so there is no need to stay any longer. Because really speaking, Yu Xuanxue felt that working with Yu Shi'er was indeed more comfortable than working with Lu Jingya and others. This happens probably because both of them are cats. It's just that Yu Shi'er had to look after the store during the day, so she rarely stayed up late at night with Yu Xuanxue. But Yu Xuanxue has been coveting Yu Shi'er, the hidden boss, for a long time. Now that I have the opportunity, I will naturally trick him. As for the idea of intuition, sometimes it's accurate, but sometimes it's not. Who can say for sure? How can you trust a little kitten? The City of Life, in Qila's shop. Qila suddenly felt his nose was a little itchy, but he wanted to sneeze, but didn't. Could someone be thinking about me? Who could it be? Qila rubbed his nose, and thought, silently in his heart. Hello, Manager Qi, long time no see. Hearing the sound, Qi Lu, who was still thinking, raised his head and saw Kurt standing at the door of the store with a smile on his face. Lillian won first place in this hunting competition, and the equipment and elixirs in Qi Li's shop were indispensable. So Kurt had long wanted to come to the store, to thank Qi Lu. It's just that I have been held back by things in the clan before, so I didn't take time out. But today is different. Hello, what are you doing? After Qi Lu replied, he saw a dense crowd of people standing behind Kurd. The darkness was no less than the last time, when people of the dwarf tribe blocked the door of the store in order to drink multi-flavor liquor. Manager Qi, I am entrusted by Her Majesty the Queen to bring the elves here. Kurd said proudly. Being able to serve the elf queen is indeed a matter of pride among the elves. Oh, that's how it is. Qi Lu doesn't quite understand what there is to be proud of in this kind of thing. The main reason why Tiana looked for Kurd was not because Qi Li's shop was located in a remote location. The only people who know the place can be found among the tribe are the Kurds. Then come in first, but there may not be many places left. Qi Lu had been mentally prepared for the arrival of the elves, so there was nothing surprising. Tiana even went back to the clan to talk about it in person, so it was basically all right. It's just that the branch hasn't been expanded yet, so the space is really not big. But it doesn't matter much. Because even though the main store in Yunwu City has been expanded to such a large area, the space is still not enough. It fully illustrates that expansion cannot solve the congestion problem. Then, the store door was opened, and the elf standing outside the store rushed in. Kurd, an old customer who has been here several times, naturally has to play the role of shopping guide. The store, which was not spacious to begin with, was suddenly packed to the brim. Fortunately, Qilu returned behind the counter in time and got a comfortable place. It seems that the expansion matter cannot be delayed. Qilu looked at the crowd in the store, touched his chin, and thought seriously. Before the reputation was established, the store was sparse, so there was none to expand. But now, let's not talk about the fact that there are still some elves outside the store who have not come in. As for those members of the Beastears tribe, they haven't even come to the store yet. If the congestion continues, it will be okay. However, this crowded situation did not last long before it became orderly. All the guests started to line up consciously. The endless queue lined one side of the store. A fairly spacious passage was left for the store, leading to the door. Huh? Are all the elves so polite? Qilu was quite surprised when he saw this scene. Then this is really high quality. Manager Qi, how about lunch? Have you had your meal? Then before Qilu could finish thinking about it, Lan Qi and Shauna walked in from the reserved passage. Qilu understood immediately. This kind of orderliness probably has little to do with high quality. After all, who dares to block Lan Qi's way? A powerful giant dragon is coming to the store. Are you blocking the door? Even if fighting is not allowed in the store, after leaving the store, won't they be alive? Although Qilu knew that Lan Qi would not care about such trivial matters. But for these customers who can only look up to Lan Qi, the respect that can be given must be given. Moreover, the arrival of Lan Qi and Shauna made these customers full of confidence in the store. Even a powerful person like Lan Qi came to this shop. Then there must be something special about this store. But you can't be kicked out because of some trivial matter. Therefore, for various reasons, no need for Qilu to say anything, all the customers lined up consciously. This scene is much more spectacular than when there were only dwarves. I heard from Yufei that there is a new delicacy here, from Manager Qi. It seems to be a kind of fruit, right? Shauna came to the counter and said with a smile. You mean candied haws on a stick? They are indeed made of fruit. Qilu felt that although hawthorn is a wild fruit, it should also be regarded as a fruit. Because we can't say that hawthorn is a medicinal material. Every time you eat all the delicacies in the manager's store, you always have a new feeling. Oh, by the way, store manager Qi, Saratel seemed to have hurried back to the Beastears last night. I don't know if something happened to the Beastears. Lan Qi bit into a bunch of candied haws and leaned against the counter to chat with Qilu. In fact, when I reach the realm of the strong, I have done a lot of traveling around before, so now I prefer to sit down and rest. Because if a powerful person wants to improve himself, it can no longer bed one by simply practicing. Must rely on the luck of heaven and earth. Until he is promoted to the peak of the strong level and his destiny of heaven and earth reaches the perfect state, he will live forever. It's just that there are too few situations that endanger the world now. Ranch also had very little to do. Otherwise, why don't we usually see those powerful people, or even hear about them? Because normally, strong-level powerful people would not come out to show off at all. It's just that after one major event, he left his famous name and then disappeared. Only when the next big event that can earn the fortune of heaven and earth happens, these powerful men will reappear from their seclusion. Have you gone back? No wonder. Sheila nodded slightly. No wonder Yaffer was the only one who came to the store today and didn't see Saratel. Those elixirs that permanently improve attributes are basically impossible to buy unless you come early in the morning to buy them. If Saratel wants to buy these elixirs, he should be the first to come to the store. No, he seems to be here again. However, in the middle of the chat, Lan Qi suddenly stopped talking, and then said it in a dumbfounded way. Yes, I felt it too. Qi Lu answered silently. As long as the aura of a strong-level powerful person is not deliberately restrained, it is extremely easy for other strong-level powerful people to sense it. Like a beacon in the dark night. Then, the voice arrived before the person arrived. I didn't see any else yesterday. Why are so many here today? Tiana. Why are you here too? A rough voice soon appeared outside the store. Immediately afterwards, the figures of Saratel and Tiana appeared together in the passage outside the store. You can come, why can't I come? Tiana asked rhetorically. They are both the highest beliefs of the race, and they are both powerful and powerful. It is not unusual for Tiana and Saratel to be familiar with each other. It's just that the two of them don't deal with each other. I understand, you must have called these elves here. Saratel seemed to suddenly realize. There's no need to guess. The effects and quality of the things that store manager Qi has here are second to none. For the sake of race, there's no reason why I shouldn't let them come over. Tiana sneered and spoke. Tisk, you're a little late. The members of the Beastiers tribe won't be able to arrive until at least tonight. A look of annoyance appeared on Saratel's face. Oh, the dwarves have been in the store for a long time. They have been here for almost half a month. Tiana was also a little unhappy when she mentioned this. Being one of the three major races, the dwarves have such great benefits, so it's no wonder they are happy. Huh? A member of the Beastier clan? Qi Lu, who was sitting behind the counter, was stunned when he heard the conversation between the two. It turns out that Saratel left the City of Life last night to go back and call the people of the Beastier tribe over. Then wouldn't it be unnecessary for me to decide what to do from Yafel? But think about it. As the Queen of Elves, Tiana will think about the prosperity of the elves. As the master of the beast spirits, Saratel would naturally think about the growth of the Beastiers clan. The importance of these elixirs that can permanently increase attributes to the Beastier clan is self-evident. After Saratel confirmed the effect, he would of course think of the people of the Beastiers clan. So, sometimes overthinking doesn't help. It's better to let nature take its course. Manager Qi, your face looks a little strange. Lan Qi was standing nearby and immediately noticed a slight change in Qi Lu's expression. No, I'm fine, I just thought of something. Qi Lu waved his hand. I'm really embarrassed to say this kind of thing. But in this way, people from the three major races will come to the store. This kind of great thing is really hard to find anywhere, and it takes no effort at all to get it. But having said that, but in fact, all the people who come to Qi Li's store are elites from the three major races, or children from rich families. After all, the prices of these goods are here. These prices are really not affordable for ordinary people. Even all the products are worth the money. But there is no spiritual crystal, there is nothing we can do about it. But really speaking, this is probably a good thing. Because the area of Qi Li's store is only that big, it can only entertain so many customers. Now that we have entered the high-end market, it is normal to abandon the low-end market. It's like a luxury product. The luxury goods market has always been a high-end market and a business for wealthy people. Because the positioning is like this, there is nothing to argue with. It's fine. But I think there aren't many things that can make store manager Qi change his face. Lan Qi said half-jokingly. Actually, there are a lot of them. I'm not a doll without emotions. Chila smiled and said softly. Chila rarely kept a straight face when talking to acquaintances. After all, he was not a tough guy. It's just that he has a few expressions, so he maintains the cool image of the store manager. But being aloof is not facial paralysis. When you should have an expression, you still have an expression. Feelings of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness are human nature. Really? Then I can't think of a few things that store manager Chi would care about, well, except for discounts. At the end, Lan Chi added silently. Although with Lan Chi's net worth, he doesn't care about discounts. But when it comes to this matter, it's actually more of a joke on Chi Lu. Chi, the store manager, has a broad mind. The only drawback is that you have to spend money. It seems like there's a spot available, so I'll go over there first and let's talk next time. Lan Chi stood in front of the counter chatting, mostly because there were no empty seats in the combat power improvement training room. Now that someone has left, Lan Chi will definitely stop chatting. Because Shauna has been waiting for him in the New World mode for a long time. The number of customers is starting to increase again, so it seems like it's time to find a clerk. Chila looked at Lan Chi's back, rubbed his chin, and thought in his mind. However, Chila has no goal now, and he should still discuss with the system first about finding a store clerk. So after thinking about it for a while, the matter was shelved. As for the store clerk, let's just let it happen. Because when customers are allowed to help themselves, Chi Lu is actually not very busy. After all, the strong reputation is there. Even those new customers who are not clear about the situation, under the influence of the old customers, no one dares to disobey the rules. Especially after Tiana and Saratel came over. Customers waiting in line were even quieter. Regardless of whether they are dwarves or elves, everyone is silent. Normally it would be difficult to see even one powerful person, but 3 of them appeared here. Not that everyone knows Tiana and the others. But at this time, as long as someone knows someone and wants to spread the word, it only takes a few minutes. Even if Tiana and the others did not exude any aura or pressure. However, having the title of powerful person, there is a huge pressure. Who dares to be presumptuous? Moreover, the fact that 3 strong men came to the store will also spread tothers of new customers through the mouths of old customers. It is estimated that queuing will be fixed in the future. Obeying the rules and being polite is the first rule when visiting Managerki's store, and it will probably become a consensus. And this consensus was also quickly accepted when the Beasteers tribe came to Toth's store in the evening. There is no way, Saratel is watching from the side. Although Saratel's vision is a bit high, the other members of the Beasteers tribe are still quite satisfied. Chila put his elbows on the counter and propped up his chin. Looking at the store, the Beasteers clan members who came in the evening were wandering around curiously under the guidance of regular customers. Then buy what you need. Different from Saratel's high vision, other members of the Beasteers tribe are very interested in the products in Chila's store. After all, the realm is different. How can the vision of a powerful person be compared to that of these low-level guys? Moreover, although Saratel's first purpose of coming to the store was for those pills that can permanently increase attributes. But later, under the guidance of Lan Chi and others, Saratel followed and entered the New World mode. Then, quickly get addicted to it. In the process, eating a box of braised beef rice bowl and drinking a bot leaf Sprite are essential things. This can be regarded as the leisure life of a powerful person. After all, there are too few things in the northern mountains that can make a powerful person take action. Most of the powerful people live in seclusion in the world without a trace. Or he is the guardian of a certain race. For example, Tiana and Saratel, as the highest faith, protect the development of their own race, which is their top priority. So daily life is definitely quite boring. Because when the luck of heaven and earth is insufficient, even practicing or meditating will not have much effect. And having said that, don't think that these powerful masters often stay in seclusion for more than half a year or something. That's a joke. This is not about becoming an immortal and disappearing for more than half a year after retreating into seclusion. This will not happen under normal circumstances. Because even a powerful person's lifespan is only about a few hundred years under normal circumstances. This is far worse than Qi Li's imagination of those cultivators who lived tens of thousands of years. And this is because fighting spirit and magic power will not increase longevity. A powerful person can live for hundreds of years, all because of his powerful physique. However, that's probably why. Therefore, these powerful men are not like those cultivators who will be struck by lightning at every turn, and will be wiped out if they are not careful. After all, one is to help the will of heaven and earth do things, and earn the luck of heaven and earth from the will of heaven and earth. The other one is to seize the creation of heaven and earth and go against heaven. It would be strange not to be struck by thunder. So Qi Lu is sometimes very lucky. It's a good thing that he doesn't have to be struck by lightning. However, having said that, there are always some races with extraordinary talents, and the same is naturally true in terms of lifespan. For example, the dragon clan. Dragons are a species with a naturally long lifespan. It is easy to live for thousands of years. The lifespan of the elves is also longer than that of most races. So Lan Qi and Shana don't have to worry about each other's lifespan. As for other races, Qi Lu has not gone out of his way to understand how long or short their lifespans are. Because it seems pointless to care about this issue. Although life is short, enjoy yourself while you can. But a guy with a long life like Lan Qi is still addicted to the New World mode and can't extricate himself. Most of these things are things that Qi Lu thinks about in his free time. Of course, Qi Lu also asked the system about many of these things. Because in order to understand the world more deeply, you always need to learn more and think more. Store manager, Qi, I'll see you tomorrow. Yaffle took the bunch of candied haws that Saratel bought and bit off the last hawthorn before waving to Qi Lu and saying goodbye. See you tomorrow. Qi Lu nodded with a faint smile on his face. Yaffle was the last customer left in the store. After she left, Qi Lu also closed the door. System, congratulations to the host, the store has been recognized by the Beastier's tribe. The moment the voice rang in his mind, Qi Li's face showed a look of sure enough. Rare weapons and armors are indeed disdainful to powerful and powerful people. But for those members of the Beastier's tribe who are not at a high level, I dislike finding a treasure. Since I have obtained the approval of all three major races, the restrictions on the store should be lifted. Qi Lu asked impatiently. System, of course. System, this system has been dealing with that damn guy for so long. Now that all three major races have been recognized, this system wants to see how that guy can restrict me. This voice sounds much more excited than Qi Lu. And when Qi Lu listened to the system's words, he always felt that they were full of indignation and resentment. I don't know if it's an illusion. But just listening to the system's wording was enough to make Qi Lu sweat all over his forehead. Whoever dares to call the will of heaven and earth in the northern mountains, that damn guy, will probably be struck by lightning in the next second. But the system not only dares to do so, but may also directly contact the will of heaven and earth to make a loud noise. Okay, don't talk about these things now. Qi Lu quickly stopped the system from complaining. In fact, Qi Lu also knew the reason why the system dared to be so arrogant. The strong level peak power does not need to rely on the will of heaven and earth, and the system is not a bit stronger than the strong level peak power. But because I was under the eaves, I had to bow my head. The shop is in heaven and earth, so it has to be limited. As for this matter, no matter who you put it on, you will feel uncomfortable. What's more, it's such a small-minded system. However, we should discuss these matters later when we have time. Qi Lu only cares about one thing now. System, I just want to know that the store restrictions have been lifted, so the rewards I stored with you should be available to me now. Sheila said very seriously. If such a huge pile of rewards were swallowed up by the system, Chi Lu would definitely die together with the system on the spot. System, don't worry, host. Don't worry when this system does its work. The rewards you deserve will definitely be there. Bragging as always. Although Chi Lu heard it, he didn't take it to heart at all, and even wanted to laugh a little. We have been together for so long, so we know each other well. Can you change your habit of bragging about yourself? Chi Lu couldn't help but complain. System, host, can you change your narcissism? We'd better talk nicely. It's really pointless to hurt each other. Chi Lu almost choked on his own saliva when he was suddenly choked by the system. This damn Irby system is getting better and better at catching dirty things. Who did you learn it from? System, okay, for the sake of the host's good attitude, let's get to the point. System, all store restrictions have been lifted, and all products in all purchase channels can be sold in the store. This is the most basic point. All product restrictions lifted. But really speaking, apart from the products that Chi Lu selected before, there are not many that can be used among the remaining products. Especially the staffs and the elixirs used by the magician class. The market is too small. However, the market for armor is huge, and basically all armors are in demand by customers. Heavy armor and the like are needed by the dwarves. Light armor, leather armor, etc. are needed by the elves. Even some relatively special armors can still sell well. Finally, everything is unlocked. Sheila muttered to himself happily. It's really not easy. System, the warehouses of the main store and branch stores are fully interconnected. From now on, goods can be transferred between the warehouse of the two stores. This is the icing on the cake. In the past, due to store restrictions, the warehouses were not interconnected, so Chila had to think about it first every time he transferred goods. As for the limitation, the warehouses of the two stores are interconnected, which will make the transfer of goods very convenient. Moreover, a considerable part of the demand for goods in the Eastern Baron and the demand for goods in the Northern Mountains are complementary. For example, the equipment required by the archer class is in huge demand in the Northern Mountains, but in the Eastern Wasteland, basically no one wants it. There is no market for the equipment or elixirs required by the magician class in the Northern Mountains. However, over there in Donghuang, they will basically be robbed as soon as they appear. So it seems that the interconnection of warehouses can speed up the clearing of inventory. A very good basic function. Sheila nodded silently. System, the equipment synthesizer has been manufactured and the host can place it in the store at any time. System, the store has begun to expand. The area is expected to be expanded tenfold, and the number of booths in the Combat Power Improvement Training Room will be increased to 5,000. The long-awaited store expansion is finally here. Just looking at today's situation, all members of the three major races, Kamito the store. It can be described as a huge crowd of people, rubbing shoulders with each other. And this is because the Beast Ears tribe arrived late, so they happened to miss the peak period of the crowd. Otherwise, even if the customers who come to the store line up very well, it will still be difficult to accommodate so many customers given the size of the store. It was really difficult to even turn around. This kind of grand occasion can certainly show the popularity of the store, but it is always not good to be too crowded. So even if the system doesn't mention it tonight, Chilu will take the initiative to talk about it. But now it seems that the system has also noticed this. Moreover, this expansion has directly increased the size by 10 times, and the number of decks has also been directly increased to 5,000. Although it is not as good as the main store in Yunwu City, for the time being, it is barely enough. Equip the synthesizer, just like before, and put it next to the store door. By the way, remember to write down how to use it, so I don't have to teach you one by one. Qila nodded slightly while making arrangements. When there were not many equipment synthesis blueprints, the equipment synthesizer was actually a pretty useless thing. It is tasteless to eat and a pity to throw away. The most common use of this equipment synthesizer is to be placed in the story as a technologically sounding decoration. I just don't know if it matches the branch in Beishan Mountains. After all, the decoration style of the branch adopts the natural forest style. System, one more thing, because the machine core is insufficient, the pet card changer has not been manufactured yet. Please wait patiently for a while. What? Qi Lu, who had only been relieved for a few minutes, slowly had a larger and bolder question mark appear above his head. Speaking of which, the reason why the store machine has never appeared has never been a problem with the will of heaven and earth in the Beishan Mountains. It's the system itself. Just like the previous snack vending machines and beverage vending machines, they can be manufactured as long as there is a machine core. But the problem is that the core of the machine is not that easy to make. That's why the system has been delayed until now. Wait a minute, system, you only have one machine core, why don't you use it or make a pet card changer? Qi Lu, who thought of this question, quickly asked aloud. Qi Lu would rather have a pet card changer than an equipment synthesizer that can only serve a decorative purpose most of the time. At least this thing is recognized as the king of persuasion. Every time a powerful pet card is released, there is a wave of Krypton spirit crystals. Compared with the equipment synthesizer, which is completely dispensable at present, it is countless times more powerful. System, host, you didn't tell me in advance. Qi Lu suddenly had questions on his face. Well, now that I've smashed the equipment synthesizer, how about you help me make a pet card changer again? Is there time? System, it's too late, the machine core will be destroyed together with the equipment synthesizer. The system answered this question seriously. However, Qi Lu, who got the answer, was furious for a moment and was speechless for a long time. Damn the two-bill system. I am so angry that my heart aches. You go on, I'll pretend this never happened. Qi Lu stretched out his hand tremblingly, covering his heart, and said through gritted teeth. System, okay. System, one of the store manager's sets, the boundary barrier gate, has been distributed. Please pay attention to the host to check it. Store manager suit. Hearing this name, Qi Lu, whose heart was still aching, also became energetic. Speaking of the store manager suit, every piece is a good thing. Weapon, Qianji Ball. It is ever-changing and can be transformed into any imaginable weapon, and its strength is astonishing. At least so far, Qi Lu has not found any material or power that can damage the Qianji Ball. Moreover, the weapons transformed by 1,000 machine balls are very compatible with all energies, perfectly matching Qi Li's martial arts proficiency skills and magic proficiency skills. A quasi-artifact without a doubt. Armor, dragon bone armor. Needless to say, I have saved Qi Lu more times than Qianji Qiu. The pressure of the ancestral dragon is as majestic as the sea, and at ice extremely tyrannical. The defense power is also astonishing, and it directly ignores low-level magic. Although its attributes are not as flashy as the 1,000 machine ball, it is the ultimate piece of armor. And shoes, ripped boots. Although the bonus in combat effectiveness is not much. But in fact, after having the 1,000 machine ball and dragon bone armor, Qi Lu didn't care much about the combat power bonus of the skybreaking boots. What's more, the air-breaking boots have a 50% dodge rate for non-locking attacks. This alone is not inferior to the first two store manager suits. These three pieces are all the store manager suits Qi Lu has received so far. The attributes of each piece are extremely powerful. So Qi Lu is actually looking forward to the store manager suit. However, just hearing the name of this store manager suit now makes Qi Lu confused. Barrier gate, which part of the equipment is it? helmet? With the door above my head, that scene is really picturesque to the imagination. Fortunately, Qilu also knows how to check the properties. So after confirming the reception, I immediately clicked on the attribute of the barrier door. Barrier gate. It takes a month to break through the world barrier, travel to both ends of the world, and accumulate energy. Very simple introduction. But the shock brought to Qilu was not simple at all. Break the world barrier. Qilu's eyes widened, and he felt overjoyed that he didn't feel any pain at all. Being able to break through the world barrier doesn't mean that he can go back to the eastern wasteland to have a look. Although it takes a month to accumulate energy. But could this be a problem? However, there are always some guys who like to pour cold water on things like this. System, host, this system must remind you that the passage opened by the barrier door leads to a random world. System, by the way, I would like to remind you that although the will of heaven and earth in the eastern wilderness and the northern mountains are different, they are essentially the same source. Therefore, according to the determination of the barrier gate, it is not possible to lead from the northern mountains to the eastern wilderness. This basin of cold water directly poured out all the joy in Qilu's heart. Then what's the use of this barrier gate? Why should I go to other worlds if I have nothing to do? Qilu said angrily. At first, I was happy to see the function of the barrier gate, but in the end, my happiness was in vain. System, host, don't be angry. In fact, the barrier gate has a small effect. What does it do? Qilu asked, with a tangled expression. System, open a vending point. System, every time the host goes to a new world, it can set up a vending point there. What? When Qilu heard this, he was suddenly shocked. Automatic vending point. I'm afraid this is the real function of the barrier gate. As one of the store managers says, it stands to reason that the barrier gate cannot only have the function of shuttling between two worlds. In that case, it would be too tasteless. But with the addition of opening vending points, there will be no problem. In this way, barrier gate becomes a perfect tool to open up new markets. Moreover, the automatic vending point does not require Qilu to stay there. It is completely managed by the system itself. Qilu only needs to lie down and collect money. Thinking about it this way, it seems pretty good. The more Qilu thought about it, the happier his face became. Thinking about what happened next, he almost couldn't help laughing. If there are more automatic vending points in the future, Qilu will not open a store himself, but will just go and inspect the vending points every day. It was really a leisurely and fulfilling life. Thinking of this, Qilu couldn't wait to try the function of the barrier gate. System, host, don't think too much. The barrier gate requires 1 month off charging time. It's a one-way charging time. System, in other words, if you, the host, open the barrier door and go to a random world, then you have to wait another month if you want to come back. Another basin of cold water. Qilu's enthusiasm was completely dampened. So this month's charging is only one way? Fortunately, you said it early, otherwise I would have been tricked by you. Qilu patted his chest and said with lingering fear. You still need to plan your recharging time carefully this month. After all, the store here still needs Qilu to take charge. So for now, it seems that the barrier gate can only be closed first. Keep going, the reward should be more than this. After Qilu calmed down, he immediately asked about the system in his mind. System, of course it's more than that. System, next are the product rewards, including weapons, armor, accessories, elixirs, snacks, and drinks. There is 1 type each. Do you want to receive it now? Wow, 6 rewards. Make a fortune. After Qilu heard the system's words, he suddenly felt like a nouveau riche. As the saying goes, a man will not be rich without windfall, and a horse will not be fat without night grass. The rewards that have been accumulated for a long time in the system's hands, and now they are taken out at once, it is more than a windfall. The number of products in the store will be increased to 6 types directly. How long will it take to save money? It turns out that the previous rewards are all small heads, but the real big head is here. Get it, of course you have to get it. Then let's get the drinks first. There haven't been any new drinks for a long time. Qilu rubbed his hands and thought for a moment before speaking. There are so many rewards, and it's hard to know which one to claim first. System, congratulations to the host, you have obtained a drink, freshly squeezed watermelon juice. It has been added to the product list and can be sold in the store. Fortunately, it's not wine. Qilu immediately breathed out silently in his heart. Although the taste of multi-flavor liquor is indeed good, if you don't like drinking, you just don't like drinking. The issue of taste cannot be changed overnight. As for juice, Qilu is completely able to accept it. I happen to be a little thirsty, please give me some freshly squeezed watermelon juice first. Qilu was surprised and happy when he received the reward before, but Qilu still hasn't calmed down yet. Now when I hear watermelon juice, I suddenly feel thirsty in my mouth. The container containing freshly squeezed watermelon juice was the same 500 ml bottle as Qilu had guessed. Through the bottle, you can see the bright and clear freshly squeezed watermelon juice inside. There is no impurity in it, and it is so bright red that it makes people appetite at the first sight. This color is quite nice to look at. Qilu reached out and picked up the glass bottle, feeling a little cold when started. It's ice-cold freshly squeezed watermelon juice. Qilu raised his eyebrows, with a slightly surprised look on his face. However, iced watermelon juice is obviously better than room-temperature watermelon juice. In this regard, the system is still quite good. Try a sip. After opening the bottle cap, Qilu drank half of the bottle of freshly squeezed watermelon juice in one breath. In an instant, the cold and sweet taste poured into Qilu's mouth, occupying the entire mouth in an instant. A feeling of freshness and relief suddenly rose from the bottom of my heart, and then quickly spread throughout my body. This freshly squeezed watermelon juice is just like its clear color. There is no bit of watermelon residue or string in it. It is completely pure watermelon juice. The taste is only the sweetness and lusciousness of the melon flesh. One bite is as satisfying as eating a mouthful of watermelon. Cool. Qilu let out a heavy breath. I have to say that the taste of ice-cold freshly squeezed watermelon juice is really delicious, as if it can wash away the depression in my heart. Regardless of the special effects that come with it, Qilu already thinks it's worth it just for the taste. Then look at the detailed properties of freshly squeezed watermelon juice. Freshly squeezed watermelon juice, the freshest taste, the purest sweetness, enjoy the hard-won moment of leisure. Long-term drinking of freshly squeezed watermelon juice can repair dark wounds in the drinker's body. Price, 25 spiritual crystals per bottle. Repair the hidden damage. Qilu's eyes widened and he took a serious look at the watermelon juice in his hand again. The side effects of freshly squeezed watermelon juice are very simple in description, but the meaning expressed is not simple at all. Repairing the hidden damage in the body, although it sounds like it is not as powerful as directly increasing attributes. But in fact, hidden injuries are definitely the most troublesome thing for most practitioners. Whether it's practicing fighting spirit or practicing magic. The road to becoming strong will never be smooth. Even those children from famous families who have huge backgrounds to protect them cannot fail to experience battles. And after going through a battle, you may get injured. Some superficial injuries may not be visible after they heal. But those hidden wounds hidden deep in the body may not be obvious and difficult to notice at the beginning. Maybe this condition will prevent it from happening for more than 10 years, or even decades. However, the deeper these hidden wounds are buried, the greater the destructive power they will cause once they occur. Many practitioners can no longer make any progress when they grow older. A large part of the reason is that these hidden wounds are at work. Moreover, if it only hurts the potential and prevents us from making any progress, then that's still fine. I'm afraid of those hidden wounds that will be fatal once they happen. That is the kind of hidden injury that threatens the most. If it doesn't move, that's it. If it moves, it's a big event. But now it's better. The freshly squeezed watermelon juice produced by the system can repair hidden injuries as long as you drink it for a long time. You no longer have to worry about the hidden wounds accumulated in your body suddenly bursting out. Don't worry, your potential will be damaged due to various hidden injuries. It can be said that everyone is happy. The first product gave me such a big surprise. This is much better than the previous drinks that simply increased attributes. Although I don't know if I have any hidden injuries, it probably won't hurt to drink more. After Qi saw the properties of freshly squeezed watermelon juice, he drank all the remaining freshly squeezed watermelon juice in the bottle in one go. It tastes great and is powerful. You really should drink more. Thinking of this, Qi took out another bottle of freshly squeezed watermelon juice and took a sip. Okay, let's see what the new snacks are. After drinking 2 bottles of freshly squeezed watermelon juice, Qi couldn't help but burp. Although this freshly squeezed watermelon juice is a good thing, if you drink too much, it will make you feel a little drunk. System, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the snack, fruit platter, which has been added to the product list and can be sold in the store. Qi, who had just finished drinking the freshly squeezed watermelon juice, suddenly jumped at the corner of his eyes when he heard the name. Fruit platter? The system is planning to make me switch to a vegetarian diet. Is it better to maintain my health? Is the system planning to make me switch to a vegetarian diet? It's fruit again. Qi pursed his lips, tilted his head, and looked at the fruit platter placed directly in front of him by the system. The fruit is served on a square white porcelain plate with a translucent glass top. Through the glass top, you can see the fruits inside. Strawberries, apples, pears, pineapples, mangoes, cantaloupes, kiwis, bananas, oranges, and so on. However, the portion of each fruit is not large. Of course, if the weight is too much, this porcelain plate may not be able to fit it. These fruits are placed on a white porcelain plate, and according to the irrespective colors, they form an extremely beautiful pattern. It's like a masterpiece painted by a famous artist, which is pleasing to the eye. I didn't expect that the system has such artistic talent. After Qi praised it casually, he opened the glazed top cover. The fragrance of fruit immediately wafted out from the white porcelain plate. The fragrance of various fruits is mixed together, and it does not appear messy. Instead, it has a feeling of complementing each other, making this fragrance more intense. And in this rich fragrance, various fruity flavors are still distinct. You can tell just by smelling the fruity aroma. The quality of these fruits must be extraordinary. Qi casually picked up a piece of cut apple and put it in his mouth. A fresh, crisp texture and slightly sweet apple flavor immediately burst out in the mouth. Qi couldn't help but narrowed his eyes slightly. Making a fruit platter does not require any cooking skills, it is just to test off your plate presentation skills. The taste of the fruit platter depends entirely on the quality of these ingredients. The better the quality of the fruit, the better the fruit platter will taste. And obviously, although Qi didn't know where the system got these fruits, but there is no doubt that the quality and taste of these fruits are top-notch. Qi tasted several fruits one after another and got the same answer. Top quality creates top taste. In a nutshell, the system is really powerful. I believe this fruit platter will be very popular among the elves. Qi thought silently in his heart after putting the last strawberry into his mouth. After all, the elves are a race that prefers vegetarian food. This can be seen by looking at Shauna's usual choices in the store. The drink is orange juice, and the food is colorful fruit-flavored pizza. When it comes to pizza, the bread is made of flour, but in the final analysis, it's still a plant. That's not to say that the elves don't eat meat. This is mostly a matter of preference. It's like saying that if the delicacies of fruits and barbecue are at the same level, then the elves will definitely choose fruits instead of barbecue. But if the taste of barbecue is much better than that of fruit, then it's not a bad idea to try some barbecue. A freshly squeezed watermelon juice and a fruit platter, how come it feels like a meal package prepared for the elves? Qilu curled his lips, feeling something was wrong about the random selection mentioned by the system. It's definitely a behind-the-scenes operation. System, host, please don't slander the system at will. System, this system is just a lottery draw. There is absolutely no behind-the-scenes operation. I believe it. The corners of Qi Li's mouth moved, trying hard to make a smile. The corners of Qi Li's mouth moved, as if he was trying to make a smile. But in the end it was unsuccessful. This thought circulated in Qi Li's mind, and the system hurriedly came out to explain. Isn't this 300 taels of silver without anything here? But forget it, Qi Lu doesn't care anymore. Qi Lu doesn't hate fruits or anything like that, or rather he likes them. Because to be honest, Qi Lu hasn't eaten real fruit for a long time since the dietary problems were solved in the store. Speaking of the taste of fruit, I have tasted it in orange juice. I also had it in colorful fruit-flavored pizza. So now I have a fruit platter. Although Qi Lu didn't expect it, I quite like it. Then go look at the detailed properties. Fruit platter, happy hours are always colorful. Enjoy the deliciousness of various fruits and enjoy happy hours. Long-term consumption of fruit platter will slightly increase all basic attributes of the eater. Price, 50 spiritual crystals. Seeing this, Qi Lu was even more satisfied with the fruit platter. The effect of improving all basic attributes. There was a snack that had this special effect before. That means crayfish are only available in the summer, but they are no longer available. But it is undeniable that improving all basic attributes is indeed an extremely powerful effect and is suitable for all practitioners. Although there are no outstanding points, there are absolutely no shortcomings. Moreover, the price of 50 spiritual crystals is not expensive at all compared to the weight of the fruit platter. Even compared to other snacks, the price of the fruit platter is still a good deal. Freshly squeezed watermelon juice is one happiness, and the fruit platter is another happiness. Together, these two happinesses should be a greater happiness. But when eaten as a set meal, freshly squeezed watermelon juice always feels a bit redundant. I don't know if it's because I ate too much. In order to confirm whether the freshly squeezed watermelon juice and fruit platter could be eaten as a set meal, Qi Lu took out another portion of the new snacks and drinks. Then I realized that I seemed to be a little full. Forget it, I'll eat it later. The system will continue to issue rewards. Qi Lu let out a breath, and then silently put down the bottle of freshly squeezed watermelon juice in his hand. System, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the weapon, Demon Breaking Bow. This weapon has been added to the weapon egg pool and can be sold in the store. A bow. Qi Lu narrowed his eyes, seeming to be thinking about something. Since arriving in the northern mountains, there have actually been two new weapons. One is a bone-crushing hammer, and the other is a thunder glove. Weapons made for the dwarves and the animal ears, respectively. Because weapons such as war hammers and gloves are not common weapon types, most races will not use them. It can be regarded as a very representative weapon. And now, as if on a regular basis, the third new weapon is the bow. If Qi Li's prediction is correct, then this demon-breaking bow should be a weapon made for the elves. Each of the three major races has a weapon, which is quite impressive. However, these are all Qi Li's guesses. As for whether this is the original intention of the system, Qi Lu has no way of knowing. However, it doesn't matter whether you know this kind of thing or not. And even if the guess is wrong, it's only such a big deal. However, things about the three major races are actually Qi Li's guesses. As for whether this was the system's original intention, Qi Li didn't know. However, it doesn't matter whether you know it or not. So after thinking for a moment, Qi Li opened the store manager's backend and began to check the detailed attributes of the demon-breaking bow. Weapons are not commodities like snacks and drinks. Qi Li would not hold the weapon in his hand to appreciate it when he was free. At most, he would just look at its attributes. Demon-breaking bow, rare weapon, moderately increases the user's attack power and strength attributes, greatly improves the penetration of arrows, and comes with the skill, Demon Breaking. Demon Breaking, passive skill, adds a demon breaking effect to arrows, which can instantly destroy all magic shields up to the hero level. Usage restrictions, Archer class. The accompanying skill effects are extremely simple, but also extremely amazing. Instantly destroy all magic shields, not exceeding the hero level. Oh my god. Qi Lu felt a little numb in his heart when he looked at the detailed attributes of the demon-breaking bow. As expected, it was a rare longbow. And it can also be regarded as the ceiling of bow and arrow weapons among rare weapons. Compared with the fancy skill effects of the hurricane longbow, the skill description of the demon-breaking bow is as simple as a one-word explanation. Break the demon and destroy the magic shield. This is simply the natural enemy and nemesis of the magician class. Most of the magician classes have extremely powerful attack power and are extremely suppressive in combat. But in contrast, the magician class is almost all small and fragile. When fighting opponents of the same level, you can only rely on magic shields to protect your own safety and ensure that the aftermath of those battles will not affect you. However, even so, it is quite unsafe after being approached. So for magic shield type magic, those magicians can be said to have studied extremely deeply. As a magician, you don't have to be proficient in other magics, but you must master the protective magic that is given to you. What kind of magic shield, defense blessing, and magic protection? There are also various elemental shields, stone walls, ice walls, and other messy defensive magics. That's all something to learn. After all, only by surviving can you keep outputting. If people are gone, there will really be nothing. So don't underestimate the magician's shield. However, these powerful defensive magic shields are useless in front of the demon-breaking bow. The magic breaking effect supported by the arrow support perfectly suppresses all magic shields. Moreover, in addition to adding the demon breaking effect to the arrows, one of the basic attributes of the demon breaking bow can greatly improve the penetrating power of the arrows. What is this concept? That means the armor piercing effect is greatly improved. It is said to be a demon breaking bow, but in fact, the arrows shot out have the same level of physical penetration and magic penetration. Physical defense is useless, and so is magic shield. Everything is destroyed for you and then penetrated. Everything is designed to inflict maximum damage. As expected, it is indeed a weapon made for the elves. Qi Lu was now convinced. Compared with most other combat classes, the biggest disadvantage of the archer class is that its damage is very limited. In other words, its destructive power is very limited. After all, at the same level, others can take an arrow from you, and you can take a hammer from others. Who do you think suffers more? The elves are good at wandering and fighting because of their relative lack of explosive power. Especially when facing the prepared magician class, a magic shield can make all arrows turn into dust. But now, a magic-breaking bow can solve them all. The powerful physical penetration combined with the demon-breaking effect can cause huge amounts of damage, no matter what the target is. Okay, now it's all done. The dwarves, the bestiared tribe, and the elves have weapons from the three major races, and all of them are rare weapons. After Chila sighed, he closed the store manager's back end. As for the restrictions on the use of the demon-breaking bow, that's just for viewing. If you are not an archer, who would use bows and arrows? Do you really think you can get started with a bow and an arrow? No need to practice? And even if Chi-Lu has weapon proficiency skills, he rarely uses bows and arrows, because the damage is too low. When facing targets with low defenses, arrows can indeed cause considerable damage. However, as long as the opponent is slightly prepared, the arrows can only suppress it. And it has to be a rain of arrows. Otherwise, just a few arrows would really be of little use. Then let's do the next thing, system. I want to see what the armor is. Chila shouted in his mind. System, congratulations to the host, you have obtained a new armor, concentration helmet. This armor has been added to the armor egg pool and can be sold in the store. Huh? This time the armor is actually a helmet. Chila raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. So far, there is only one type of helmet and armor that has appeared in the store. That is the helmet Spring Run. One of the equipment required for the synthesis of the Four Seasons armor. It comes with the Spring Return skill, which can block part of the damage to the wearer after he is harmed, and form a protective barrier. And while the protective barrier exists, it can continue to heal the wearer's injuries. It can be regarded as a piece of armor with great defensive value. However, this helmet can only be used by warriors and knights. Although this kind of defensive helmet is probably only worn by warriors and knights. I just don't know whether the new helmet released this time is better or worse than the helmet Spring Run. Chila opened the attribute panel of the concentration helmet without saying a word. Concentration helmet, rare armor improves the wearer's physical defense and magic resistance by a small amount, and increases the wearer's mental power by a moderate amount. It also has the skill, concentration. Concentration, a passive skill that greatly improves the wearer's concentration after entering combat. Usage restrictions, Grandmaster level. After Chi-Lu saw the skill description of the concentration helmet, his face was inexplicably surprised. Concentration in battle can be regarded as a very magical attribute. Because concentration cannot directly improve combat effectiveness, but it can affect the performance of combat effectiveness to a great extent. In a battle between strong men of the same level, when the combat effectiveness is not much different, the impact of concentration on victory or defeat becomes a very critical issue. The more focused you are during the battle, the clearer your control of the situation will be. And high concentration can also ensure that you will not make mistakes in battle. You must know that many times, in battles of the same level, what affects the situation is not the gap in combat effectiveness. It's about who makes fewer mistakes. Sometimes, a small mistake or a small flaw can determine the outcome of a battle. So never underestimate the effect of concentration. And the most important thing is that among the basic attributes of the concentration helmet, there is the ability to increase mental power. The stronger the mental power, the better the perception of the battle situation and the effect of helping to maintain concentration. So in general, the concentration helmet is not a purely defensive armor like the helmet Spring Run. It's a functional piece of armor. No wonder there are usage restrictions, it's just the Grandmaster level. Chila found that the system's setting of usage restrictions was quite interesting. Defensive armor is worn by warriors or knights. And functional armor is not divided into classes. But judging from the actual situation, those who need to rush in front and resist damage may not choose functional armor. Who knows if he will be directly shot in the head because of such a lack of defense. Safety must be the first priority in everything. However, Chi-Lu is still very satisfied with the properties of the concentration helmet. Compared with the defensive effect of the helmet Spring Run, the concentration helmet seems to be more suitable for the magician class. After all, the basic attributes increase mental power. This will also allow customers to have more diverse choices in armor. Lest anyone tell you, armor can only be used to increase defense. Therefore, Qi Lu felt that the concentration helmet was more valuable than the demon-breaking bow. After all, one is a niche weapon and the other is a functional armor that anyone can use. Although it is difficult to judge which one is strong and which one is weak. But which one has higher value can still be seen. It seems I'm pretty lucky today. Qi Lu nodded and thought to himself very confidently. System, host, why don't you say that this system is generous? So, are you admitting that you were operating behind the scenes? Qi Lu asked immediately. Then there is no sound from the system. Hey, you're just a system, and you still dare to try to argue with me. You should continue to give out rewards. Qi Lu curled his lips and said proudly. System, congratulations to the host, you have obtained a new accessory, hunting goggles. This accessory has been added to the accessory egg pool and can be sold in the store. Are goggles considered accessories? Qi Lu asked in surprise after hearing the name of the new product. In Qi Lu's impression, glasses are more like medical supplies than decorations. Because under normal circumstances, no one would wear glasses intentionally. Of course, it is not uncommon for people to wear spectacle frames and plain glasses as purely decorative items. But goggles obviously do not belong to this category. However, as a piece of equipment, goggles are still very qualified. For example, tactical eyepieces or night vision goggles, each has its own role. I just don't know which category the goggles produced by the system belong to. Hunting goggles, rare accessory, greatly improves the wearer's vision. After entering combat, the wearer will enter a hunting state and can mark a target. In the hunting state, the marked target will always be visible to the stalker and will take 10% more damage from the stalker. Like other accessories, there are no usage restrictions as always. As expected of goggles, they can really improve your eyesight. Qi Lu almost laughed out loud when he saw the first attribute of the hunting goggles. He also said that these glasses are not medical supplies. It is stated in the basic attributes that they can improve eyesight, so they are only used to restore eyesight. Myopia glasses. But when he saw the back, the smile on Qi Lu's face turned into surprise. According to the usual style of accessories, basic attributes have never been the focus. After all, so far, except for hunting goggles, other accessories have no basic attributes. When it comes to accessories, you can only look at the skills that come with them. And the skills attached to this hunting goggles did not disappoint Qi Lu. The hunting state is definitely a very powerful skill. As the name of this skill says, this is a skill used to hunt down prey. The marked prey will always be visible to the hunter. No matter how to escape or hide its presence, it cannot escape the hunter's perception. This alone is considered a very powerful skill. You know, escaping is a technical job, and the methods are all kinds of strange. There are various types of martial arts and magic used to save lives. Those who can escape thousands of miles in an instant, those who hide their presence, those who cast illusions as bait, etc., all kinds of things may appear. However, as long as it is marked by hunting goggles, then all these methods will be declared invalid. As long as the mark doesn't disappear, no matter how hard you try to escape, it's useless. And most importantly, the hunting state goes beyond that. Although in the hunting state, it cannot directly improve attributes, or increase attack power and destructive power. However, the marked target will take 10% more damage from the stalker. Don't underestimate this 10% damage. Even the treasure-level Dragon Slayer title badge only increases the damage told Dragon Bloodline by 30%. The hunting goggles are just rare accessories. A 10% increase in damage cannot be achieved by simply enhancing attributes. This skill that directly increases damage can be regarded as the most cost-effective skill. Another good thing. Qile nodded silently, and then joked in his mind, "System, if you weren't operating behind the scenes, it would really be my luck. You shouldn't be able to argue." Qile said with a smile, his tone should be as seductive as possible. However, this time, the system simply stopped replying. "There's nothing I can do about it, because no matter what I do, something doesn't feel right." Whether he admits that he operates in secret or admits that Qile, the host, is lucky, it is not the style of the system. Might as well play dumb. However, pretending to be stupid was not an option, so after a short period of silence, the system took the lead in speaking out. "System, congratulations to the host, you have obtained a new elixir, Lingwudan. This elixir has been added to the elixir egg pool and can be sold in the store. Among the remaining rewards, only pills are left." So Qile didn't need to say anything, the system issued it directly. "Tisk, why don't you talk more this time?" Qile had a smile on his face and raised his eyebrows while opening the detailed attributes of Lingwudan. Lingwudan, rare level elixir. After taking it, a small amount of the user's agility attributes will be permanently improved. Lingwudan, rare level elixir. After taking it, it will permanently improve the user's agility attributes by a small amount, and there is a small probability of permanently improving the user's combat talent. Each person can only use one pill in his lifetime. Usage restrictions, none. Rare level elixir, no restrictions on use? Qile was checking the properties of Lingwudan, and when he saw the last word, he almost shouted. Not to mention anything else, the fact that there are no restrictions on its use is enough to prove the preciousness of Lingwudan. You must know that the last rare level elixir with no restrictions on use was the Xinglongdan that appeared a long time ago. Xinglongdan can not only improve all basic attributes, but also has a very small probability of activating the user's hidden bloodline. Of course, this can only be effective if the user himself has hidden bloodline. After all, no matter how powerful the Xinglong pill is, it can't be created out of nothing. And this time, the effect of the unrestricted elixir seems to be not weak. I won't mention a small increase in agility attributes. This effect of improving a certain basic attribute is considered standard among these elixirs that permanently improve attributes. But for rare level elixirs, the precious part lies in the effects beyond improving basic attributes. There is a small probability of improving the user's combat talent. The so-called fighting talent is similar to fighting instinct, and is similar in nature to cultivation qualifications. They are all innate things. Combat talent includes the ability to master combat skills, the ability to understand combat consciousness, the ability to control the battle situation, and the ability to understand the details of combat. Perhaps acquired training can strengthen combat skills and combat consciousness. But combat talent is unchangeable. It's like understanding. Hard work can indeed make up for many innate deficiencies. But with the same level of effort, the gap caused by understanding can never be made up. The same goes for combat talent. And this is also the most precious thing about Lingwudan. Can improve combat talent. Even if the improvement is not much, the changes brought about are derived from essential changes. You actually gave me such a good elixir and the system. Now I can be sure that you are innocent. There really is no behind-the-scenes operation. Qile said with certainty. If only the system could hand over the Lingwu pill, despite the previous ridicule. Then this second bill system is no longer the stingy and petty system it used to be. I misunderstood you before. In fact, you are a very generous and friendly system. I applaud you. After Qile confirmed the results of his experiment, he did not forget to praise the system. Anyway, you won't lose your temper by saying flattery. Even to take care of the mood of this petty system, Qile had to say a few words. It would be a big deal to avoid being resented by this two-stroke system and find opportunities to deduct your rewards in the future. System, humph, host, it's good that you know. The voice was humming, and there was still some dissatisfaction in it. However, for a system that is cautious but straightforward, Qi Lu doesn't think it's a big problem. Those smiling tigers are the most scary. Okay, now all 6 new products have been received. Qi Lu clapped his hands. After eating the remaining freshly squeezed watermelon juice and fruit platter because I was too full before, Qi Lutsai stood up from the sofa and stretched. So, generous system, are there any other rewards? Qi Lu asked casually after stretching his body. In fact, looking at the number of previous rewards, Qi Lu feels that it should be about the same. However, in order to prevent the system from hiding secrets again, Qi Lu still asked as usual. System, seeing as the host can recognize the reality, this system will make it clear that there is indeed one last reward. There actually is. Qi Lu couldn't help but patted his chest, thinking with lingering fear. It seems that some kind words can still have an effect. Then I wonder what this last reward is? Qi Lu suppressed the excitement in his heart, then tried to use a calm tone and asked impatiently. System, a new purchase channel. What? Surprise. And it was a huge surprise. Qi Lu never expected that this last reward would be a new purchase channel. A long-awaited, new purchase channel. What is the new purchasing channel? Come on, tell me. Qi Lu couldn't suppress his excitement at this time. A new purchase channel is much more precious than a new product. Because every purchase channel represents unlimited possibilities. Who knows what good stuff might come out of it? Even the most unreliable black market for special items has produced some very good products. For example, frozen fruit, and another example is the Sky Thunder order. Although the black market for special items has said that there may be epic-level products, for now, Qi Lu has not encountered them yet. The only epic item I have ever seen. That was the secret order from heaven issued by the system to compensate for the closure of the purchase channel for class inheritance scrolls. Therefore, Qi Lu is full of hopes and expectations for new purchase channels. System, the new purchase channel is called the Fairy and Demonic Battlefield. System, every time you enter the battlefield of immortals and demons, you need to consume the power of faith, but the first entry is free. Does the host want to go in and take a look? Wait a minute, let's discuss whether we can get in or not. I just want to know what this battlefield of immortals and demons is. After Qi Lu heard the name of the new purchase channel, his excitement suddenly cooled down. Because the name Fairy and Demon Battlefield has a completely different style from the names of previous purchase channels. It sounds dangerous as soon as I hear it. Although Qi Lu boasts that his own strength is not weak. But facing the legendary immortals, demons, and the like, Qi Lu was still quite frightened. If you enter this battlefield of immortals and demons, you will receive an immortal spell. Qi Lu couldn't guarantee that he could come out of this fairy demon battlefield intact. Therefore, these questions must be asked clearly first. System, host, this system found that you are really timid. TSK. Qi Lu knew that the system was ridiculing him, and it must be revenge for teasing him before. What a small-minded person. But how could Qi Lu accept the system's ridicule? You are overthinking, system. This is what I call a gentleman who does not stand under dangerous walls. For unknown and potentially dangerous environments, the most correct approach is to investigate the situation thoroughly before making a decision. The way you rush in casually, without knowing the situation, makes you look like a fool. Qi Lu said plausibly. In the end, he also shook off the ridicule of the system. If you mock me for being timid, then I'll call you a fool. None of us take advantage. System, host, you just don't have confidence in your own strength. You are just a coward, and you still make so many excuses. The provoking method is too obvious. Qilu replied slowly, with a relaxed expression and not anxious at all. Just be timid. Could it be that being laughed at for being timid could be more important than your own life? System, forget it, this system is tolerant and will not care about the timid host. That's good. Since we don't care anymore, let's ask the knowledgeable system to quickly explain what the immortal and demon battlefield is. Qilu continued to speak unhurriedly. System, the battlefield of immortals and demons is the battlefield where mortals and demons once fought. System, that war lasted for thousands of years, affected countless immortal sand demons, and also killed countless tyrannical immortals and demons. System, after the war between immortals and demons, the immortals and demons who survived the war retreated, leaving behind a dead place, which is the battlefield of immortals and demons. Hearing this, Qilu suddenly became excited again. It turns out that the battlefield between immortals and demons is not the place where the battle is ongoing, but the battlefield in the past. That said, those immortals and demons who died in the battle between immortal sand demons, as well as the weapons, armors, etc. they used, all remained in that battlefield. Immortal weapon. There are also magic weapons of the same level. Just thinking about it made Qilu feel like his blood was boiling. I can't wait to go to the fairy and demon battlefield right away. System, it's free to enter the fairy and demonic battlefield for the first time, right? Then I will enter now. Qilu said excitedly in his mind. Egg pool purchasing channels require a withdrawal fee, which is used for purchasing. Special items on the black market require direct purchase. I really didn't expect that entering the immortal and demonic battlefield for the first time is free. Doesn't that mean you get a bunch of immortal weapons for free? The war between immortals and demons that lasted for thousands of years, no matter what happened, there must be a lot of good things left behind. System, request received, host, please be prepared. The battlefield of immortals and demons will begin immediately. As the sound of the system falls. In the void, a door composed of light immediately appeared. This is the entrance to the battlefield of immortals and demons. Qilu took a few deep breaths and calmed down before stepping into the door. This step is like entering a new world. A prehistoric aura that originated from ancient times rushed towards Qilu, pressing on Qilu and almost knocking Qilu off his feet. As far as the eye can see, everything is devastated. Countless sinkholes came into view, the earth was torn apart, and the sky was dark. The air is filled with lingering smoke and dust. It should be a grand and majestic scene, but in the distance, it is full of broken bodies of various shapes. It looks quite shocking. Qilu couldn't help but stamp on the ground with his feet, and was shocked to find that with his heroic strength, he couldn't shake the ground at all. Let alone cracks, it would be difficult to even leave footprints. One can imagine how solid the ground is. The stability of this world is simply appalling. Qilu took a breath and looked around again. Even heroic level power cannot crack the earth. In the hands of those immortals and demons, it was like a piece of tissue paper, being torn into pieces at will. On the ground, there are bottomless cliffs and ruins with no end in sight. Qilu was sure that even the rubble in these ruins might be shockingly hard. This time I really came to the right place. Qilu walked forward with shock in his heart. The place where we were just now was obviously not the main area of the battlefield, so we couldn't find anything decent. We can only continue to look forward. After thousands of years of war between immortals and demons, the number of immortals and demons who have fallen is definitely an extremely astonishing number. Qilu didn't need to go far to look up. What came into view were all kinds of remains with different shapes. In these endless years, these remaining bodies have not changed at all, and they still look like they have just died in battle. As far as Qilu could see, there was the remains of a giant beast nearly 10,000 meters long. There are also warriors wearing broken armor, and immortals wearing Taoist robes. Even if they die, they still have the spirit of immortality. There is also a demon with a back and 2 wings and a ferocious face. Sheila didn't know where the system discovered this battlefield of immortal sand demons, but just seeing these remains was enough to shock Qi Lu. Time cannot decay these remains, nor can it change this world. Just as the system said, this is a land of death and silence. I can't feel the breath of any living being at all. That battle between immortals and demons had long ago completely cut off the vitality of this world. No living creature can stay here for long. Otherwise, he will be buried here like these immortals and demons who died in battle. System, host, please make a choice as soon as possible. Your body cannot stay here for too long. System, as a friendly reminder, every time you enter the fairy and demonic battlefield, you are only allowed to take away 1 item. The attributes of the item will appear in the store manager's back end after you return to the store. The previous sentence is exactly what Qi Lu thought. But the last sentence made Qi Lu suddenly startled. I just said, how could you be so generous and enter the battlefield of immortals and demons for free for the first time? It turns out you can only take 1 item at a time. Qi Lu said angrily. Isn't this just like entering the treasure mountain, but only returning empty-handed? No, it seems that I didn't come back empty-handed. I was able to get something at least. But it doesn't seem right to say so. After all, the level of the immortal demon battlefield is much higher than that of Baoshan. However, the most annoying thing is that the properties of the items can only be seen after returning to the store. Then this is equivalent to a blind audition. Qi Lu doesn't have much research on immortal weapons. If he chooses a useless thing, it won't be a big loss. And if you look closely, you will find it. Basically nothing in this battlefield of immortals and demons is intact, almost all of them are broken items. But think about it, if the ground is really full of immortal weapons, it probably won't be Qi Li's turn to come and choose. System, host, please make a choice as soon as possible. For your safety, if you don't make a choice, this system will send you back. Faced with Qi Li's question, the system did not answer, but continued to urge. It can be seen that although the battle between immortals and demons is no longer there, the danger of the battlefield between immortals and demons does not seem to have diminished. No wonder those remaining immortals and demons didn't come to clean up the battlefield. I know, now. Qi Lu also knew that now was not the time to be angry, so he quickly searched around. Although they are all broken items. But if you are a tall person among short people, you can always find an item that is not so shabby. Not long after, Qi Lu found an orb that seemed to be emitting a faint light from the remains of an immortal. Although it is full of cracks. But compared to other weapons that were shattered into pieces, it was still usable. That's it. Qi Lu took it directly without saying a word. Then, everything went dark. After a period of dizziness, Qi Lu opened his eyes and realized that he had returned to the store. In his hand, he was still holding the orb he had found before. I hope my good luck can continue. Qi Lu was completely unsure about the quality of this orb and could only rely on luck. System, host, all items brought back from the battlefield of immortals and demons need to be repaired before they can be sold in order to ensure their normal function. System, so, please host to hand over this harvest to this system for the time being. Is there such a step? Let me tell you, considering the appearance of this orb, if it is not repaired, I'm afraid it won't be sold at a good price. Qi Lu nodded in agreement and handed over the orb in his hand to the system without hesitation. As far as the current appearance of this orb is concerned, it is full of cracks like spider webs. It seemed as if the whole thing would break apart with just a little force. Although there is still a faint glow, no matter how you look at it, it looks like a dim fluorescent light that is about to burn out. He will probably soon reach the end of his life like the previous owner of this orb. It's not that Qi Lu doesn't like an orb with this kind of appearance. It looks like a piece of junk, but the person who can buy it might be a fool. And the most important point is not the appearance of the orb. It's the inner problem of this orb. The power, contained in the items brought from the battlefield of immortals and demons, may not comply with the rules of this plane. While the system is repairing these items, it will definitely adjust the power within them. Because no matter how you say it, the battlefield of immortals and demons does not belong to this plane. The level of power therein far exceeds that of today's eastern wasteland and northern mountains, and may even be half a step higher than that of the ancient times of this plane. The power level of the items brought out from inside is definitely not much lower. Even if it is a broken version, the power contained in it has been greatly weakened. It also depends on what it is compared to. The broken version of the immortal weapon may not be able to compare with the heyday of the Beishan Mountains, but compared with the current Beishan Mountains, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is completely crushed. Not to mention Dong Huang, whose strength level is half as weak as that of the northern mountain range. However, no matter how high the level of power in the battlefield between immortals and demons is, it is all a thing of the past. The war between immortals and demons lasted for thousands of years, turning the whole world into a dead place, and also destroying the vitality of the entire plane. And if the vitality of the entire plane is damaged, it will definitely be a huge disaster. Not to mention the problem that the power level of the entire plane is declining and all energy is constantly flowing away. Once the vitality of this surface is damaged, the most serious situation is that it can no longer support living beings. Today's battlefield between immortals and demons is more like a dead zone. It is unknown whether the immortals and demons who survived that war still exist now. Although the power level of the northern mountain range is not as good as that of the fairy and demonic battlefield, it is at least a vibrant world. So Qi Lu actually doesn't envy the power of those immortals and demons at all. So what if you have such powerful power? Do you really have to destroy the place where you live to be happy in pursuit of this power? Qi Lu didn't know why the war between immortals and demons started. But Qi Lu knows that as long as he has the ability, then we must prevent this level of war from happening. System, I can't tell, host, your ideological consciousness is quite high. Do you still have to say this? Qi Lu answered very calmly. While waiting for the orb to be repaired, I thought about it for a while, and then the system beeped. It can be seen that repairing the orb should not be very difficult. So after Qi Lu answered, he turned around and asked, so, have you finished repairing the things I brought back? System, of course, even if we don't look at who this system is, there is none to be suspicious. That's good, take it out quickly, and let me see it. Qi Lu became excited on the spot. This is the first thing brought back from the battlefield of immortals and demons. To say I'm not excited would be a lie. Moreover, Qi Lu also plans to judge the value of the new purchase channel of fairy and demon battlefield based on the quality of such items. Because the purchase channel of fairy and demonic battlefield does not specify the level of the product at all. In other words, there may be rubbish, but there may also be excellent products. But under normal circumstances, there should be a lot of garbage coming out. After all, many weapons were completely destroyed during the war. Qi Lu was completely ignorant of things like fairy weapons, so it was certainly possible that he might accidentally come back with a piece of junk. Facing the excited Qi Lu, the system was also unambiguous. The properties of the repaired orb were directly transmitted into Qi Lu's mind. Holy Light Sphere, epic weapon, greatly enhances the user's spiritual power, greatly enhances the effects of all the users gain magic and auxiliary magic, and has additional skills, Holy Light Domain, Grace. Holy Light Domain, passive skill. After entering the battle, it will expand the Holy Light Domain with the Holy Light Sphere as the center, greatly improving the basic attributes of the allies, continuously healing the injuries of the allies, and restoring the fighting spirit and magic power of the allies, can cover the number of friendly troops depends on the user's strength. Grace, active skill, lowering grace to protect the target. The target can choose any friendly unit, including itself. Before the power of grace dissipates, the target's basic attributes are greatly improved, all damage is increased by 50%, and the target is immune to death. Restrictions on use: the fairy weapon chooses its owner, no one is allowed to interfere. Epic? A random orb taken from the battlefield of immortals and demons can be rate das epic. Chi Li's eyes widened and his mouth opened wide in shock and did not close for a long time. I almost dislocated my jaw. If he hadn't been reminded by the system, Chi Li might not have been able to recover for a long time. This is an epic weapon. Previously, in the store, treasure-level weapons and armor had to be synthesized through equipment synthesizers. Moreover, treasure-level weapons and armor require not only equipment synthesizers, but also equipment synthesis blueprints. Now, an epic weapon came directly. How could Chi Li not be shocked? This is just a slightly better-looking orb that I randomly picked up from the battlefield of immortals and demons. If you can choose carefully, it will be okay. The epic level corresponds to the strong level. And according to the system's rating standards for products, I am afraid that ordinary strong level powers may not be able to fully unleash the power off this holy light sphere. Only the top powers among the powerful can fully unleash the power of the holy light sphere. The surprise was so great that it almost turned into a shock. Chi Li could only feel his heart pounding, and he had not yet fully recovered from the shock. And I have to say that the effects of epic weapons are really terrifying. Although the properties of the holy light sphere are only an auxiliary weapon, it is precisely because of this that it becomes more powerful. Let's not talk about the improvement of mental power in the basic attributes for the moment. For a class that uses magic, mental power is the foundation and source. Without mental power, no magic can be used. It's an epic weapon, and you can tell at a glance that it's a magician's weapon or an auxiliary weapon. If you don't even add spiritual power, it would be too fake. After all, auxiliary magicians generally cannot do output. If you are a magician who plays output, you can rest and wait for the next round after one burst, so it doesn't matter if your mental power is slightly weaker. But auxiliary magicians cannot. Gaining magic and auxiliary magic are not just a matter of bursts. Instead, you need to constantly support your teammates. Therefore, the requirements for mental strength are very high. However, among the basic attributes, the most powerful point is that the effects of all the users' buff magic and auxiliary magic will be greatly improved. This is the key attribute that determines the auxiliary nature of the holy light sphere. It is simply the magical skill that all auxiliary magicians dream of. You must know that the effects of the same buff magic cannot be superimposed under normal circumstances. This is not like an offensive magic. If one magic doesn't work, just use another one. Anyway, the damage can be continuously stacked up until the opponent is defeated. For auxiliary magic, a shield is a shield. If the next shield is added before the previous shield disappears, the only thing that will happen is that the previous shield will be offset. But it's different with the holy light sphere. One shield can be used as two shields. This is the most powerful place. However, if it only has these basic attributes, then the holy light sphere isn't worthy of being called an epic weapon. The most outstanding thing about the holy light sphere is its two accompanying skills. The realm of holy light and grace. Holy light field is a passive skill. After entering the battle, the holy light field will be launched with the holy light sphere as the center. For allies in the holy light field, various basic attributes will be greatly improved, injuries will be continuously healed, and fighting spirit and magic power will be restored. This skill is simply a magical skill for team combat. It can improve the strength of team members from all aspects, including the most fundamental combat effectiveness, as well as continuous combat capabilities and recovery capabilities. And the most powerful thing is that the number of allies that can increase the power of Holy Light domain depends on the strength of the user. In other words, as long as the controller of the Holy Light sphere is strong enough, there is no upper limit to the number. It is hard to imagine how many friendly forces the original owner of the Holy Light sphere could improve. Maybe it can affect half of the fairy and demon battlefield. As for the second skill, Grace, it is even more powerful. Directly and significantly improve the target's basic attributes, and increase all damage by 50%. This improvement alone is already more than a treasure-level weapon. For details, please compare the Dragon Slayer title badge. Unconditionally increase all damage by 50%. What a terrifying power this is. And the most powerful thing is that before the power of Grace dissipates, the target is immune to death. If it were just immunity to death, the effect might not be that outstanding. But what if you add the Holy Light domain's ability to continuously heal injuries? There is no doubt that it can be used as an immortal body. As long as you don't die, you can always be healed. This is the power of the Holy Light sphere. It is almost a weapon tailor-made for auxiliary magicians. But what worries Qi Lu the most is the restrictions on the use of the Holy Light sphere. No one is allowed to interfere in the selection of the master of the immortal weapon. This usage restriction is even more incomprehensible than the usage restriction of the class inheritance scroll. At least the ancient classes can still recognize some shadows from the ordinary classes. Even those ancient classes that were made out of nothing can at least give a general direction. But the Holy Light sphere. Who knows what the standards will be for choosing the master of this so-called immortal weapon? If you choose a magician class, even if you are not an auxiliary magician, you can still acquire auxiliary magic for the Holy Light sphere. But if you choose a warrior class, then you still have to play with a hammer. Even if you want to learn magic, you can't. System, is there really no way to interfere with the selection of the master of this immortal weapon? Qi Lu asked reluctantly. Because Qi Lu was really afraid that the Holy Light sphere would choose a warrior class, which would be a big deal. System, if the host is not afraid of the immortal weapon exploding, forceful intervention is fine. Forget it then. Qi Lu waved his hands repeatedly. Will this thing explode on its own? That would be too dangerous. It is indeed a weapon that came out of the battlefield of immortals and demons. Even if it is just a broken version, it still has such a bad temper. Then how should the price of the Holy Light sphere be determined? Faced with such a dangerous product, Qi Lu could only ask about the price. System, the host can set its own price for all goods brought out from the fairy and demonic battlefield. Oh, there is such a good thing. Qi Li's face lit up and he said with some surprise. This is an epic weapon, and the system is actually willing to give up the opportunity to set a price. It seems that this guy has really figured it out. He knows that as a second-order system, his sales ability is not very good, so he started to delegate power. System, however, before that, please host pay the repair cost of the Holy Light sphere, which is a total of 200,000 spiritual crystals. What did you just say? Do you need to pay for spiritual crystals to repair these things? Qi Lu asked with confusion on his face. So isn't this service free? No wonder the system is willing to provide a free discount for entering the fairy and demonic battlefield for the first time. It turns out that Evrioni is waiting here. Then isn't this equivalent to buying the Holy Light sphere for the purchase price of 200,000 spiritual crystals? No wonder that as soon as he returned to the store with the Holy Light sphere, the system rushed to take the Holy Light sphere to repair it. They are all pitfalls. System, of course there is a charge for repairing the immortal weapon. The energy of this system is not in vain. System, or do you think, host, that repairing an immortal weapon is an easy task? Why don't you try repairing one yourself next time? TSK. Black-hearted system. If you complain, you will be retorted wildly. You can't afford to offend. I'll pay, 200,000 spiritual crystals, right? Just give it to Youyu, don't say anything. Qi Lu could only raise his hands and surrender, obediently handing over the spiritual crystals that he had managed to save. Qi Lu knew that he was not capable of repairing immortal artifacts. There is no such ability now, and there will never be in the future. So there is no other way. If you ask for help, you have to be slaughtered. Furthermore, the price of the holy light sphere is far more than 200,000 spiritual crystals. If he can set his own price, Qi Lu can earn back the 200,000 spiritual crystals in minutes. Of course, the premise is that the holy light sphere doesn't go crazy and chooses an ideal owner honestly. Otherwise, even if Qi Lu has all kinds of means, it will not help. System, that's pretty much it. Okay, I have another question. Qi Lu forced himself not to think about the 200,000 spiritual crystals and began to divert his attention with other topics. System, host, please speak. The purchasing channel of fairy and demonic battlefield, when can I enter again? Qi Lu asked immediately. Although this time I was indeed tricked by the system. But there is one thing to say. As long as the items in the fairy and demonic battlefield are not completely broken and their power is gone, they will basically not be too bad after being brought out. It's like panning for gold. So Qi Li's interest is also very great. You know, there are so many people who like to buy lottery tickets even with the vague odds of winning. The winning rate in this fairy and demon battlefield is much higher than that off the lottery. And once you make it, you can earn much more than the lottery jackpot. System, the purchasing channel of the fairy and demonic battlefield, as long as you, the host, have enough faith, you can enter it at any time. When Qi Lu heard this, he raised his eyebrows and asked doubtfully, the power of faith? This word is new. It's not that Qi Lu has never heard of the word faith. It's just that Qi Lu has never heard of this type of power after coming taught his world. The system obviously heard the confusion in Qi Li's tone, so it quickly spoke up. System, the host guessed it right. Whether it is in the northern mountains or the eastern wasteland, you cannot collect the power of faith because there is no power of faith in this plane. System, if you want to collect the power of faith, this system recommends that the host uses the barrier gate to collect it in other worlds. System, in the automatic vending point, you can automatically collect the power of faith. After hearing the explanation, Qi Li's eyes widened and the muscles on his face continued to twitch. Are you waiting for me here? I just said, why did you give me a barrier gate for no reason? There is indeed a reason. Qi Lu simply didn't want to explore why this plane didn't have the power of faith. Because this kind of question makes no sense at all. For Qi Lu, it seems that the only role of the power of faith at present is to pen up channels for purchasing goods in the battlefield of immortals and demons. The system is also not capable of lying about this issue. So now it seems that if you want to enter the battlefield of immortals and demons again, you may really have to go to other worlds to collect the power of faith first. This is going to be troublesome. After Qi Lu figured it out, he sighed silently. In this way, Qi Lu will not have to consider entering the battlefield of immortals and demons again in a short period of time. Because it is impossible for Qi Lu to set up vending points in other worlds before the stores in the northern mountains are taken care of. After all, the barrier gate has a 1-month cooling time. It seems we really need to find a clerk. Qi Lu rubbed his chin, and the more he thought about it, the more it made sense, so he asked in his mind. System, what are the conditions for me to find a store clerk now? System, the host store manager level meets the conditions and can recruit store clerks at any time without the consent of this system. Really, that's great. It seems that there are still benefits after the store manager's level is upgraded. Qi Lu didn't expect that after the store manager's level was high, he would have such benefits. In the past, when recruiting store clerks, you had to complete a task first. Fortunately, it is no longer necessary. After a night of excitement and nervousness, all the rewards have been collected. All things can be considered settled. After Qi Le made sure there was nothing else to deal with, he went to wash up briefly, and then continue to the New World mode to start tonight's struggle. The earlier you enter the world server, the earlier you can meet the people of Donghuang. No matter how tired you are, you have to persevere. Sleepless night. The next morning, after Qi Le lit the campfire, he logged off from the New World mode. Then he blinked hard, trying to wake himself up. Staying awake all day long seems to be no solution. Qi Le yawned and moved his somewhat stiff body. After feeling a little more comfortable, Qi Le went to get a bacon sandwich and a bottle of pure milk for breakfast. It is better to eat something milder in the morning. Qi Le originally wanted to eat a fruit platter, but considering the portion size, he decided against it. While eating breakfast, I sorted the products in the store. There were so many new products released last night, it's time to put them on the shelves. But there is one exception. That is the Holy Light Sphere. Qi Le placed the Holy Light Sphere directly on the counter. The things in the fairy and demonic battlefield are all unique, only one, and they will choose their own owners. Therefore, before a suitable candidate is found, the Holy Light Sphere that appears in the store is just a projection. Originally, Qi Le wanted to throw the projection of the Holy Light Sphere into the main store in Yuwu City. But considering that Yu Shi'er didn't know the properties of the Holy Light Sphere at all, she had no choice but to give up. Including the new products obtained after coming to the northern mountains, the main store in Cloud Mist City does not have them. Because Yu Shi'er doesn't know the functions of the new product. And Qi Le couldn't contact Yu Shi'er for the time being. That's why this happens. If you work harder, as long as you can contact people from Donghuang in the world server, you will definitely be able to contact Shi'er. Qi Le thought, while sorting out the goods. By the time breakfast was finished, the merchandise was almost sorted. Then as soon as the store door opened, Yafel jumped in. Good morning, Manager Qi, is there anything delicious today? Yafel was as lively as ever. After greeting Qi Le, he skipped to the snack vending machine. Yes, there is. I just don't know if you like it or not. After Qi Le opened the store door, he sat on the sofa closest to the counter. Taking a short nap is better than keeping your eyes open all the time. Is there really a new delicacy? Then I want to try it. Is this a fruit platter? Yafer's expression became a little weird. There are countless foods that test your cooking skills, but there are some foods that just don't require cooking skills. Fruit is probably one of the representatives. Fruits that can be eaten raw are naturally better if they are original. That is to say, pineapple, a fruit that is not easy to eat directly, needs to be soaked in salt water. But just like that, the problem arises. The elves do like to eat fruits, but the beast-eared people are different. The people of the beast-ear tribe, who prefer to eat meat, have never had a good impression of pure fruits. The same goes for Yafel, who is a foodie. It's not that I'm averse to the taste of fruit, it's just a matter of taste preference. Just like those juices, Yafel would not refuse. Yafel also eats the colorful fruit-flavored pizza. It's just pure fruit. Maybe the fruits here, Manager Qi, are different. Why don't we give it entree? Yafer was struggling in his heart. Little girl, what are you looking at? Yafel, who was in front of the snack vending machine, had not yet made a decision, but he waited until Lan Chi's rather curious voice sounded from behind. Uncle Lanchi, Sister Shauna, and Store Manager Qi have a fruit platter here. Do you want to try it? Yafer turned around and saw Shauna standing next to Lan Chi, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The Beast-Ears tribe doesn't like fruits, but the elf tribe likes them very much. At the worst, you can just grab a few pieces and taste them first, and then decide whether to buy them or not. There is a fruit platter here, Manager Qi, so of course I want to try it. Shauna also didn't hide her interest. A fruit platter sells for 50 spiritual crystals, which is quite sufficient in terms of portion. There are more than a dozen kinds of fruits, even if each only costs 3 or 4 yuan, the total cost is more than 50 yuan. The variety is quite rich, and it's also quite fresh. Shauna looked at the arrangement of the fruit platter and made a very pertinent comment. However, the word fresh does not refer to the freshness of the fruit, but to variety of the fruit. The types of fruits recorded in the system are obviously not comparable to tothos in the northern mountains. So there are many fruits in the fruit platter, all of which Shauna has never seen before. But Shauna didn't ask any more questions. After all, with Shauna's knowledge, if no one has seen these fruits, then probably not many people have seen them. It's probably a variety unique to Manager Chi's place. Shauna thought so, stretched out 2 slender fingers, picked up a piece of apple, and put it into her mouth. With a gentle bite, the sweet juice immediately gushes out of the apple flesh. The crisp and fresh taste also burst into Shauna's mouth. This taste and texture are much better than the tributes supplied to the elf holy city. Shauna didn't use too many words to comment. But this sentence alone is actually a great affirmation of this fruit platter. The elf holy city is the most solemn city-state of the elf tribe. Although it may not be as prosperous as the city of life, the tribesmen living there are all members of the noble class of the tribe. For example, Tiana. There are also the elders of the elves, as well as some very important clan members. Shauna naturally also spent some time in the elf holy city. It is precisely because of this that the food supplied to the elf holy city is of the highest quality. Now, Shauna directly compared the taste of the fruit platter with the special fruits of the elf holy city. And I definitely say that the fruit platter is more delicious. This evaluation is not a low one. Moreover, saying this also aroused Jafar's interest. Because of the identities of Shauna and Lanchi, as well as the relationship between the two of them and Jafar, those special fruits were naturally given to Jafar to eat. It is an exchange of experiences between foodies. Jafar naturally knows how those special fruits taste. Although it is not an unforgettable experience for Jafar, it is completely acceptable. But now, Shauna says that the taste of this fruit platter is far better than the special fruits in the holy city of Elf, so Jafar is not polite. I immediately bought a fruit platter. It's strange. If the fruits outside are as delicious as those at Manager Chi's place, then I won't hate eating fruits. Jafar said to himself as he put the kiwi slices into his mouth. The sweet and sour taste of kiwi fruit whetted Jafar's appetite. A generous fruit platter was completely eaten in less than 5 minutes by Jafar, a guy who doesn't like eating fruit very much. He is truly a foodie who is true to his taste. Chilu was sitting on the sofa, inexplicably thinking of a certain founder of the true fragrance theorem. But it's a pity that there is no fried rice in the snack vending machine. Manager Chi, what is this? Is it also a commodity? Lan Chi's focus is slightly different from Shauna's. From the moment he entered the store, Lan Chi had been staring at the projection of the holy light sphere placed on the counter. After the system was repaired, the holy light sphere no longer looked as broken as before. The current holy light sphere is a crystal clear orb with a holy and soft light emitting from the outside, making people feel peaceful just by looking at it. And inside the orb, there is a brilliance as bright as starlight. Mixed in this holy light, it looks extremely sacred. With such an eye-catching shape and placed in such a conspicuous place, it will naturally attract the attention of every customer who enters the store. It's just that there are more good things in Chila's store, and magical products are everywhere. Therefore, customers who were not very interested in the holy light sphere just took a few more glances, and did not ask any questions. After all, in terms of the shape of the holy light sphere, just looking at the appearance, it's hard to tell what effect it has. If you just want to buy it as a decoration, there is no need to come here to buy it. because there is a consensus in the minds of these customers. That is, the products in Manager Chi's store are indeed worth the money, and can even be said to be excellent value for money, but the prices are also surprisingly expensive. Even though the customers who come to the store are basically either rich or expensive, there are plenty of spiritual crystals. But there is no need to waste money just for a decoration. No one spiritual crystal is blown by the strong wind. When the money is worth the money is spent. But when you can, save a little. However, this idea did not appear in Lan Chi's mind. Why? Because for Lan Chi, spiritual crystal is just a number. For a strong level dragon, there are too many ways to obtain spiritual crystals. It comes easily, and when you spend it, it's easy. So when he saw the projection of the holy light sphere, Lan Chi looked at it carefully for a while. After finding that he couldn't see through it, he decisively asked, "What? Are you interested?" Chila sat on the sofa and asked quietly. "It's true, because I felt a very huge power from this orb, but this power isn't violent, but rather gentle, so I wanted to ask." Lan Chi said it very honestly. And I have to say that Lan Chi's perception is indeed frighteningly strong. The holy light sphere placed on the counter is just a projection. The power and breath it carries are simply less than 1% of the holy light sphere itself. But Lan Chi just sensed it. And what he perceives is quite accurate. The power possessed by an auxiliary weapon is of course mild. Your perception is indeed correct. It's just that, although you are interested in the holy light sphere, the holy light sphere doesn't seem to be interested in you. Chila glanced at the projection of the holy light sphere, and after finding that there was no reaction, he shrugged and spoke aloud. Chila really has no control over the choice of master of the immortal weapon. All that can be done is to truthfully convey the reaction of the holy light sphere. Obviously, holy light sphere did not choose Lan Chi. Oh? It's not interested in me? When Lan Chi heard this, he immediately raised his eyebrows, with a hint of curiosity and a hint of warmth on his face. This is interesting. Lan Chi was convinced by a powerful person like Chi Lu, whether it was his strength, his state of mind, or his character and mind. But if you dare to look down on someone for a product, that's too disrespectful. If you are able, you can try it. I have no objection. Chi Lu actually wanted to see what the process of choosing the owner of an immortal weapon was like. What kind of reaction will there be if there are some emergencies? So after seeing Lan Chi's expression, Chi Lu didn't stop him, but rather encouraged him. Since Manager Chi is so generous, then I am offended. Lan Chi nodded, first apologized, and then reached out to grab the projection off the holy light sphere. Bang! Only a muffled sound was heard, and the light outside the projection of the holy light sphere suddenly rose, flicking Lan Chi's hand back. This scene fell into Chi Li's eyes, and a look of understanding suddenly appeared in Chi Li's eyes. I see, when choosing a master of an immortal weapon, you won't let anyone else touch it until you meet the person you like. No wonder they put it in the store, and they just want to put a power projection here. Chila thought it was for some reason before. Now it seems that it is all because of the items that came out of the Farian demon battlefield and his bad temper. It seems that he is really dissatisfied with me. I still don't believe it. Lan Chi was blocked by the projection of the holy light sphere, and felt a little angry in his heart. With a cold snort, dragon scales suddenly appeared on the back of the hand that Lan Chi had stretched out before. Partial dragon transformation. This ability is not uncommon, but it can maximize its own power while maintaining its human form. For the giant dragon, it is naturally the most powerful in its original form. He turned into a human form just to make it easier to travel between city-states. After all, if a giant dragon that can easily reach hundreds of meters or even thousands of meters in size falls into a city-state unless it is in the wild, it will be a disaster for the city-state. Even though the dragon clan is powerful, other races in the northern mountains are not vegetarians. Even if 1 or 2 races are defeated by the dragon race. However, the overall strength of the 3 major races in the northern mountains is not weaker than that of the dragon clan. So Lan Qi won't mess around. After partially transforming into a dragon, Lan Qi's momentum became a bit stronger. A violent aura lingered on the palm that had turned into a dragon claw. "Come here." Lan Qi let out a low roar, and the dragon's claws were like lightning, grabbing at the projection of the holy light sphere. The power of this attack was far beyond what could be compared to the casual reaching out before. A short sonic boom sounded in the air. In an instant, the sudden attack of the dragon's claw was almost touching the surface of the projection of the holy light sphere. But at this moment, a dazzling light lit up. Boom! The power of the holy light sphere's projection collided with Lan Qi's dragon claw. A circle of wind and waves formed instantly, and it was about to explode around them with the two as the center. If this really breaks out, I'm afraid the interior decoration in the store will be blown down. And there may not be many customers who can withstand this storm. So troublesome. Qi Lu suddenly raised his hand and blocked the storm in a very small area before it broke out. However, such a big movement still attracted the customers in the store to move their eyes over. Then this look was incredible. No one who is a regular customer of Qi Lu's shop doesn't know who Lan Qi is. Within the northern mountains, there is the only strong-level dragon. Such a terrifying character. However, at this moment, Lan Qi was actually stuck with an orb that looked like an ornament. And there is a tendency to be equally divided. Oh my God, what did I see? That person really must be His Majesty Lan Qi. Absolutely, that is Your Majesty Lan Qi. Then what is the orb that is in a stalemate with Lan Qimian? I thought that orb was a decoration, but I didn't expect it to have such terrifying power. No way. When the customers in the store saw this scene, they immediately started talking. For a moment, all the eyes of astonishment and shock were focused on Lan Qi and the projection of the holy light sphere. The audience was filled with astonishment and disbelief. Then slowly, the customers' eyes on the projection of the holy light sphere gradually became eager. There is no need to say more about the reasons. The orb that can stand up to a strong level power possesses such tyrannical power that anyone with a little common sense would not be unaware of it. That's the power of a strong person. For cultivators, not to mention the strong level, even the heroic level. If you don't have extremely high cultivation qualifications, it's all just a dream. Even the realm of hero level is like this. Not to mention being recognized by the will of heaven and earth, and being promoted to the strong level only after gaining the destiny of heaven and earth. But now, with an orb containing such a powerful power right in front of them, how could anyone not be moved by it? Not to mention those low-level cultivators like them. At this moment, even Lan Qi was a little moved by the holy light ball in front of him. Boom! Lan Qi shook his arm, and a huge force suddenly burst out from the dragon's claws, separating himself from the projection of the holy light sphere. The light projected on the holy light sphere also weakened. Manager Qi, I have to praise you. The products in your store are really great. I admire them very much. Lan Qi restrained his momentum, and his first words were praise for the projection of the holy light sphere. Although Lan Qi did not use his full strength, the previous blow used almost 50% of his strength. However, the power that exploded was compressed in the dragon's claws. And it was also blocked by Qi Lu. That's why on the surface, it doesn't seem that big. Otherwise, with Lan Qi's strength. After leaving Qi Li's shop, 50% of the power was enough to destroy less than half of the City of Life. However, even with this 50% power, it was still unable to gain the upper hand when faced with the projection of the holy light sphere. This is what shocked Lan Qi. You flatter me. Qi Lu calmly accepted the praise. Because to be honest, Qila never expected that the power of the projection of the holy light sphere could be as powerful as Lan Qi. Of course, Qilu also knows. When confronting Lan Qi, the power in the projection of the holy light sphere was also constantly increasing. In other words, the body of the holy light sphere is also transmitting power to the projection. Otherwise, it would be terrible to be able to compete with a strong person with just the power in the projection. Qila didn't think that this level of power would be just an epic weapon. So truly speaking, the energy contained in the body of the holy light sphere is indeed comparable to that of a powerful person. After all, the holy light sphere is an epic weapon no matter what. And it was an immortal weapon brought from the battlefield of immortals and demons. In terms of quality, it seems better. Therefore, the holy light sphere accepted this praise, and it was worthy of the name. Then, Qila looked at the expression on Lan Qi's face, and then said, "However, I said that the holy light sphere is not interested in you, so it is useless for you to want it." "Is that so? That's such a shame." Qila said what he wanted to say in advance, and Lan Qi suddenly said with a smile, "It would be a lie to say that you don't want the holy light sphere with such powerful power." But Qilu explicitly rejected it, so there was nothing Lan Qi could do. "Were you confronting this orb just now?" Shauna walked over from the side and looked at the projection of the holy light sphere, curiously. However, there was still no reaction at all from the projection of the holy light sphere. For those who are not interested, the projection of the holy light sphere is really like a decoration, just shining silently. There is no energy fluctuation at all. If you want to see it, come and see it. Qila turned around and saw a group of eager customers behind him. "But my advice to you is, just take a look, but don't think about trying your luck." Regardless of the power contained in the projection of the holy light sphere, it is less than 1% of the holy light sphere itself. But the main body can transmit energy into the projection at any time. With the holy light sphere's temper, it couldn't do anything to Lan Qi, so it turned into a confrontation and stalemate. If these low-strength guys dare to touch randomly, it's inevitable to get hurt and suffer a little. After hearing Qi Li's warning, the customers in the store didn't dare to take it seriously. So they formed a circle and watched the projection of the holy light sphere. However, after discovering that there was no response to the projection of the holy light sphere, the customers gradually dispersed. Good things are indeed good things. However, you have to be able to get it. There is a saying that goes well, treasures should be kept by those who are virtuous. However, for this virtue, it is useless to judge it by yourself. It needs to be recognized by the treasure. If you don't see Lan Qi, you can only look at it. Although many people feel that they are the chosen one, sometimes they have to face reality. Maybe you will find that even though you are not the chosen one, but you are the son of heaven. One day, lightning will strike you. So in the face of the cruel reality, the customers who were originally enthusiastic and eager to try it all retreated one by one. Just do what you have to do. From the perspective of an immortal, I don't think it is possible to choose you. Do you really think there are no conditions for choosing the master of an immortal weapon? Qila sat on the sofa, silently watching this scene, silently cursing in his heart. After all, the immortal weapon was given the word immortal. That's completely different from ordinary weapons. The power contained in the holy light sphere can keep it from falling behind even against a giant dragon known for its tyrannical fighting power. How can a practitioner with insufficient strength be able to withstand it? One by one, they really come here to try their luck. How can they possibly get it? But even so, news about the holy light sphere was also uploaded from the membership card. Now the guild panel and the communication system and the public screen are full of news about the holy light sphere. There are also pictures and images of Lan Qi's confrontation with the holy light sphere. All of a sudden, those customers who had not come to the store rushed to the store one after another. Even if you are not the destined person, it is still a good thing to witness the arrival of the destined person. Store manager, Chi, good morning. I haven't seen you for a day, but your store has expanded so much. Tiana arrived late. Then as soon as I entered the store, I was amazed at the spacious store. But after being amazed, Tiana didn't ask any more questions. Because in Tiana's view, Chi Lu can even build a new world with complete rules, so expanding the store or something is just trivial. And this idea may also be the idea of other people. Therefore, no customer has ever had any entanglements or questions on this issue. Tiana mentioned it casually, and then quickly changed the topic. By the way, store manager Chi, I saw the message Shauna sent me, saying that there is a holy light sphere in the store that can confront Lan Chi. Is it true? Tiana took out her membership card and looked at it before asking aloud. Yes, it's on the counter. Chi Lu pointed in the direction of the counter. Although the first batch of onlookers dispersed, the customers who came back to the store after receiving the news still hadn't seen enough. So now the counter is surrounded. The counter and the projection of the holy light sphere were blocked by the customers who came after hearing the news. It was normal for Tiana not to notice the projection of the holy light sphere after entering the store. Then I'll go over first and won't disturb store manager Chi. Tiana nodded slightly and put away the membership card. Chi Lu responded and said no more. Because the holy light sphere actually doesn't need too much introduction. Those who can be selected by the holy light sphere will naturally get all the information about the holy light sphere. If an immortal weapon can't even do this, then it doesn't deserve to be Kaidan immortal weapon. And for those who are not selected, what is the use of knowing the information about the holy light sphere? To target the holy light sphere? Then it would be even more impossible for Chi Lu to introduce him. If this really happens, wouldn't it be self-defeating? All the items brought out from the battlefield of immortals and demons are all orphans. Naturally, it is better to hide the information if possible. You can never have too many trump cards. Therefore, Chi Lu would not reveal any information about the holy light sphere to anyone. As for other products, they are basically mass-produced, so I'll just introduce them. There is no hiding of information at all. In other words, the products in the special items black market are slightly unique. However, if you want to encounter good things in the black market for special items, it depends on luck. Lan Chi, Tiana, is coming to the store. Shauna, who was sitting in the booth, felt a familiar breath and immediately raised her head, reminding Lan Chi, by the way. I don't think Lan Chi needs your reminder. Saratel, who was sitting in the booth next to her, also felt Tiana's breath and couldn't help laughing when she heard this. The three powerful masters who would come to Chi Li's store, plus Shauna, would basically sit together if they met in the store. It can be regarded as having its own circle. After all, for a powerful person of this level to sit next to ordinary practitioners, the pressure is too great for ordinary practitioners. Tiana, she seems to be here a little slow. Let her come over after she finishes reading. We are short of people to clear the dungeon. Lan Chi didn't even raise his head and continued to be addicted to the New World mode. In the circle of powerful people, there will naturally be a dedicated copy team. When Lan Chi entered the New World mode and started creating a character, he was determined to be a dragon. Just like Yu Xuanxue, he had no class. However, this does not prevent Lancy from serving as a human shield in the team at all. As for the damage-resistant position, the most important position is definitely the auxiliary position in the back row. The sentence "I need treatment" expresses so many bitter tears. Heartless. Saratel said with a smile. This is what I call love. Do you think I'm the same as you? Doing everything I do takes 3 minutes to get excited? Lan Chi said, cut angrily. Then you really misunderstood me. Your so-called 3-minute heat is just that I'm not interested. Cyril immediately retorted. Bickering is a common occurrence, especially when it happens to Lan Qi. It isn't unusual at all. Creatures like giant dragons can't get along with almost anyone. Lan Qi is relatively good-tempered. Shauna, who was sitting nearby, didn't mind either. This is not the first time this has happened. If I had minded it every time, I would have been exhausted. There are quite a lot of people. This was Tiana's first feeling as she walked up to the counter. After getting the news, many customers hurried to Chila's store. Even if you don't have the chance, you still have to come and see what the treasure looks like. So facing the customers on 3 floors inside and 3 outside, surrounding the counter, Tiana had to mobilize her magic power to gently push the people around her away. Magic power that can be condensed into substance has many uses. This usage is considered the most wasteful. But Tiana didn't care. The gentle magic power pushed away the customers who were blocking Tiana's front, and the force was so light that it was as if they got out of the way themselves. This is subtle control over one's own power. After all, Qilu was watching from behind, so it was just for his own convenience. If it was too powerful, it would probably be judged as causing trouble. Tiana knows the rules in the store, so she also abides by them. Although there were many customers blocking the way, in front of Tiana's magic power, they all gave way obediently, creating a passage just for one person to pass through. No one around me dared to have an opinion. This is probably a small privilege of the strong. Is this the holy light sphere? It's very beautiful. Tiana's eyes fell on the projection of the holy light sphere on the counter. It is true that the holy light sphere, which can be regarded as a decoration by most customers at first glance, is definitely not bad in appearance. But after the powerful inner strength became known to everyone, appearance became irrelevant. Buzz dash. Just as Tiana carefully looked at the projection of the holy light sphere, a small buzzing sound sounded. The light projected on the holy light sphere also began to flicker regularly. This scene immediately surprised the customers who gathered around the counter to watch the excitement. But more, I still don't understand. No way. Qi Lu, who was sitting on the sofa, also looked surprised. Others didn't know what was going on, but Qi Lu knew it very well. If the projection of the holy light sphere can produce such a reaction, then it must have met a candidate who can be its master. The choice for the holy light sphere, wouldn't it be Tiana? Qi Lu stood up from the sofa silently, then chose a good angle and watched the scene quietly. This is the first time Qi Lu has seen the matter of choosing the owner of an immortal weapon. So I won't interfere too much, just think of it as increasing experience. What's going on? Tiana looked at the projection of the holy light sphere that was constantly flashing, feeling a little overwhelmed. Everyone will feel this way when facing the unknown. However, Tiana did not mess up her hands and feet, she just stared closely at the projection of the holy light ball in front of her, with wisps of magic flowing on her fingers, ready to deal with trouble at any time. Boom! Just when the customers in the store were a little confused, the light projected by the holy light sphere suddenly increased. Qi Li's eyes narrowed. He could see that it was the body of the holy light sphere that had appeared. Immediately afterwards, a mighty and ancient coercion suddenly appeared in the shop. But this pressure is not directed at any one person. Neither violent nor scary. Just by permeating the store, everyone can experience the enormity of this pressure. Just like ordinary people facing an endless ocean. The vast ocean does not target any one person. But as long as ordinary people see the vastness of the ocean, they will feel a sense of powerlessness in their hearts. Invincible, unshakable. That's all. The same is true for the coercion erupted by the holy light sphere. That majestic appearance shrouded the hearts of everyone in the store. Inherited from ancient immortal weapons, the power is so majestic that it is unimaginable. Is this power the holy light sphere? Lan Qi, who was addicted to the New World mode, suddenly raised his head and looked towards the counter. Lan Qi, who had faced off against the holy light sphere, was the most familiar with this aura. It seems that Tiana triggered the holy light sphere, Shauna said with some disbelief. The power of the holy light sphere is so majestic, you can feel it just from this terrifying pressure. Definitely a powerhouse level. And it is not a power that can be matched by ordinary strong men. If you want to control this power, the requirements for the controller itself will not be much lower. I just came here to watch the fun, but I didn't expect that a destined person would show up so quickly. Saratel also said with emotion. To say that there are few people who do not covet the holy light sphere, Saratel is one of the few. Because Saratel knew in his heart that he had no need for the holy light sphere at all. Even if you put it in your own hands, it is still a buried treasure. However, this mentality probably also stems from Saratel's own realm. The strong level state and state of mind can enable Saratel to resist the greed for the holy light sphere. As for those who are not in other realms, it is simply impossible not to covet the holy light sphere. It's just a matter of choosing the owner of the immortal weapon, plus G-less warning. That's why these people were just watching. Sometimes, coveting is just an idea. And if you put this idea into action, you may lose your life. This time, Tiana really got a big advantage. At this moment, Lan Qi was no longer in the mood to continue playing the dungeon, but was concentrating on looking at Tiana and the holy light sphere. To say I'm not envious would be a lie. One of the dragon's favorite things is to collect all kinds of treasures. A treasure of this level like the holy light sphere can definitely kill all Lan Qi's previous collections in an instant. It's just a pity that I can't get it. And the emotion of envy will also spread. The customers in the store had no intention of continuing what they were doing at this moment. All eyes were on the counter. Looking at the light on the holy light sphere, it slowly enveloped Tiana. Then the heartfelt envy began to flow. However, it is just envy. Because the person in front of them is someone they can't be jealous of at all. Jealousy is an emotion that only applies to targets whose distance is not too far away. But when the level of the goal has far surpassed his own, the gap has become so big that he will never be able to catch up in this life. Then the emotion of jealousy will disappear and turn into envy. There is also admiration and admiration. Especially the eyes of the elves, looking at Tiana, were full of admiration and admiration. The elf queen is the highest belief of the elves. At this moment, the highest belief of his own race has obtained such a powerful treasure. Shouldn't we worship? Shouldn't we admire it? The elves in the store spontaneously closed their eyes, lowered their heads slightly, put their hands on their hearts, and offered their heartfelt blessings to Tiana. As for people of other races, envy distorts it, envy separates its walls, envy makes its sadness flow backwards into a river. If I had known better, I shouldn't have come here out of curiosity. Saratel naturally noticed the emotions of the Beastier's tribe members in the store. Although Saratel does not covet the holy light sphere in his heart, it is impossible not to be envious at all if such a powerful power is obtained by other races. Especially in front of so many tribesmen. For the first time, I feel the same as you, Saratel. Why don't you have a drink later? Lan Qi also echoed melancholy. But Shauna was thoughtful and offered her blessing to Tiana. They are all from the elves, so they care about so many things. For Shauna, as long as she can be with Lan Qi, other things are not important. In the shop, the light of the holy light sphere became more and more intense. The holy light gradually enveloped Tiana and pushed everyone else out. Fortunately, the holy light sphere is only an auxiliary weapon, and its power is not violent. Otherwise, such a push would probably cause many casualties. But under the shroud of light, the surrounding customers couldn't see what was going on under the light. Even with Lan Qi and others' perceptive abilities, they were unable to perceive the situation inside through the light of the holy light sphere. Only Qi Lu, using the store manager's authority, could clearly see what was going on inside. Although the Holy Light Sphere is an immortal weapon, the spirit of the weapon has long been wiped out in the battle between immortals and demons. All that is left now is instinct. Therefore, after the Holy Light spell brought Tiana into the envelope off-light, there was no more movement. Tiana was left standing there, with a confused look on her face, at a loss. What's going on now? What should I do? Tiana wanted to test it with magic, but it didn't feel good. After all, we are in Manager Qi's store, so there shouldn't be any danger. Try to drop your blood on the Holy Light Sphere. Qi Lu was also a little confused. But there are so many ideas that can't stand being a human being for 2 lifetimes. Recognizing the owner by shedding blood is the most commonly used method. Although it feels like an old routine, it still works very well under normal circumstances. Because the Lord is recognized by the shedding of blood, the blood that ished is not ordinary blood. The purpose of dripping blood to recognize the owner is not just to drop one's own blood on the treasure that needs to be recognized as the owner. The real purpose is to imprint the soul mark on the treasure. Otherwise, do you really think that you can recognize your master with just a drop of blood? That's all a lie. If you don't even know how to condense the essence and blood with the aura of your own soul, let alone dripping blood. Even if you wash the treasure with blood, you may not be able to successfully identify its owner. Is it bleeding? Then I'll give it a try. Tiana felt that Qi Li's words could still be trusted. So Tiana quickly gathered her magic power, turned it into a sharp blade, and cut her finger. A drop of bright red blood quickly seeped out from the wound and dripped onto the Holy Light Sphere. Then, it slipped from the Holy Light Sphere. The Holy Light Ball, shining with holy light, still looked spotless. And that drop of bright red blood falling on the counter was like a rather weird taunt. Manager Qi, this method doesn't seem to work. Tiana stared at the blush on the counter and replied directly. Qi Lu never thought that Tiana, as the Queen of Elves, could be so upright. Is it really just blood that makes you bleed? Tiana, you may not understand what I mean, condense your soul breath into the blood beads. Well, soul breath is spiritual power, you understand. As a last resort, Qi Lu could only explain to Tiana. No way, the method of identifying one's master by dripping blood does not seem to be popular in the northern mountains. I see, I understand, then I'll try again. Tiana nodded slightly, indicating that she understood. Facing a treasure of this level like the Holy Light Sphere, let alone losing a few drops of blood, no matter how high the price is, it will be worth it as long as the master can be recognized successfully. After knowing the principle, condensing a drop of blood essence containing soul breath is a very simple matter for a strong level power. So soon, a drop of light golden blood emerged from Tiana's fingertips. Like a golden gem. The energy contained in the essence and blood of a powerful person is definitely extremely huge. Go ahead. Tiana flicked her fingertips, and pale golden blood beads splashed out and fell on the Holy Light Sphere. This time, the blood beads did not slide down. Instead, it was absorbed by the Holy Light Sphere at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, a new information appeared in Tiana's mind, and there was something more in her eyes when she looked at the Holy Light Sphere. It's like there is some kind of connection between the two. Holy Light Sphere, Holy Light Field, Grace. Tiana whispered to herself. The eyes looking at the Holy Light Sphere gradually became eager and shocked. Is this the power of the Holy Light Sphere? It's actually so powerful. There is absolutely no doubt about the power contained in epic weapons. Although the usage restrictions are stated, it is the fairy weapon that chooses the master. But Qi Lu can probably guess that no matter how the immortal weapon chooses its master, there are still basic requirements. Even treasure-level products have a minimum requirement of being at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level. It is even directly restricted to the hero level. So how low can an epic weapon be? I'm afraid the hero level is the minimum standard. Therefore, no matter how high the quality of the treasure is, if the realm of phone self is insufficient, it will not be worthy of it. Such a powerful force. With this treasure, why worry about the else not being popular? The more she learned, the more shocked Tiana became about the power of the Holy Light Sphere. The Holy Light Sphere and the Light Magician can be considered a perfect match. As a top-level auxiliary class, coupled with top-level auxiliary weapons, this combination is by no means as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It can be said that because of the Holy Light Sphere, Tiana's combat effectiveness has been doubled. Absolutely a perfect fit. If there is a class that is more suitable for the Holy Light Sphere, then Idis, probably the legendary Lord of Holy Light. However, that is just a legendary rank after all. After the recognition of the Master was completed, the light of the Holy Light Sphere gradually dissipated. However, the customers waiting around could only see Tiana with her eyes closed and her head slightly raised. The Holy Light Sphere has been integrated into Tiana's body after recognizing its owner. This can be considered one of the benefits of immortal weapons. Manager Chi, thank you very much. After digesting the information transmitted by the Holy Light Sphere, Tiana took a deep breath and sincerely bowed to Chi Lu to thank her. Although the elves are powerful, they are not good at frontal combat. Therefore, a powerful elf queen is particularly important. No need to be polite, choose the owner of the treasure, this is your fate. Chi Lu waved his hand. Chi Lu couldn't interfere with whoever the Holy Light Sphere wanted to choose, the most he could do was to take the Holy Light Sphere out of the battlefield off immortals and demons. And because I was running out of time, I just picked up a random item. Tiana can be recognized by the Holy Light Sphere, and that is Tiana's own ability. In other words, it's fate. There is a time in life that must be there, but there is no time in life, so don't force it. Store manager Chi's temperament is still as open-minded as ever. Tiana smiled and said no other words of thanks. Just keep this kind of thing in mind. Let's discuss the issue of open-mindedness later, but you'd better settle the account of the Holy Light Sphere. A total of 800,000 spiritual crystals, all priced at the same price. Chi Lu thought for a while, before quoting a price that he thought was reasonable. 800,000 spiritual crystals are really not too much. Excluding the system repair costs, 200,000 spiritual crystals. Chi Lu also had to calculate the cost of the power of faith. Although it is free to enter the fairy and demon battlefield for the first time, it is not free after that. Regarding the power of faith, Chi Lu has not yet decided where to get it. Therefore, there should not be a second fairy weapon in a short time. Things are more valuable when they are rare. A mere 800,000 spiritual crystals is completely reasonable. You only need 800,000 spiritual crystals? The products in Manager Chi's store are still as affordable as ever. Tiana was a little surprised by the price quoted by Chi Lu. But it's not because there are too many, but because there is less. It is no exaggeration to say that a treasure of this level like the Holy Light Sphere can be auctioned whenever possible. 1 million spiritual crystals are just the starting price. Tens of millions of spiritual crystals is something that can be easily achieved. This is the power of a strong person. There are not a few powerful people in the entire northern mountains. The difference between the price of these 800,000 spiritual crystals and giving them away for free means that it would be nicer to go out. Otherwise, a mere 800,000 spiritual crystals would be no different from those picked up for free. Facing Tiana's surprise, Chi Lu didn't want to reply at all. Is there a temporary price increase? Impossible. As a gentleman says, it's hard to catch up with the horse, the price has been quoted, and you have to bite the bullet and accept the loss. What's more, at this price, Chi Lu didn't lose money. If you want to raise the price, you have to wait for the next immortal weapon to raise the price. Just think of holy light sphere as understanding the market. Next time I'll just ask you for the price of several million spiritual crystals. Qile thought seriously in his heart. As for the 800,000 spiritual crystals, it is really not a big deal to Tiana. There are many spiritual crystal veins in the territory of the elves. That is to say, Tiana usually doesn't use many spiritual crystals, so she doesn't carry them with her. But that's not a problem at all. In Qile's shop, it is more convenient to use magic cores to offset spiritual crystals. The price of the holy light sphere is just 8 hero-level magic cores. You know, a strong-level magic core is worth 1 million spiritual crystals according to the system's conversion. However, even Tiana cannot easily provoke a powerful monster. For example, there is a strong-level magic core in Lan Qi's body. The magic core belonging to the dragon. But who dares to provoke Lan Qi? Once you are promoted to the realm of the strong, no matter what race you are, or whether you are a monster or an alien beast, you will be burdened with the fate of heaven and earth. As long as it is within the scope of the will of heaven and earth, this destiny of heaven and earth can be used to draw on the power of heaven and earth. So in simple terms, although in the realm of the strong level, every time you advance to a small level, there will be a huge improvement. However, it may not take long to decide the winner in a battle between strong and powerful people. However, it is almost impossible to separate life and death before one's own luck in heaven and earth is exhausted. Because as long as a powerful person is willing to sacrifice the fate of heaven and earth, the will of heaven and earth will provide the power of heaven and earth to every powerful person in this realm without distinction. Of course, if you don't belong to this world, that's a different matter. For example, the spirit of the demonic abyss died mysteriously. Therefore, it is basically impossible for a war to break out between powerful and powerful people. Unless it's really to the point of not giving up. However, what if the two powerful men were put into a situation where they would fight to the death? Then the races to which these two powerful men belong will inevitably be involved in this war. Powerful level monsters naturally belong to this category. It's just that no strong level Warcraft can represent the entire Warcraftress. After all, in Warcraft, after being promoted to the strong level, spiritual intelligence has long been developed. Under the same realm, there is naturally no relationship of dominance. Under normal circumstances, strong-level monsters will take the initiative to leave separately and only take charge of their own territory. There is quite a feeling that one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. But even so, strong-level monsters are not easy targets. Because the territory controlled by each strong-level monster is beyond imagination, and the number of monsters in it is also countless. If we start a war easily, there will definitely be a surge of beasts. What we will face, then, is an endless tide of monsters. That's why it is said that hero-level magic cores are easy to obtain, but strong-level magic cores are rare. When talking about the strong-level magic core, we have to mention the strong-level trial crystal. The rarity of this thing is no less than the luck of heaven and earth. Fortunately, among the powerful monsters, although no one obeys the other, they can still coexist peacefully. But for strong-level monsters, every strong-level monster is unwelcome. Therefore, when fighting powerful monsters, you don't have to worry too much about your race being overwhelmed by a massive amount of monsters. But even so, a battle of this level is also rare in the world. After all, if a strong enemy ignores face and only wants revenge, the destructive power it can cause is absolutely unimaginable. No one wants to try what it feels like to be cared about by a powerful person. Because if a strong enemy doesn't care about face and only wants revenge, the destructive power it can cause is absolutely unimaginable. Of course, no one wants to be missed by a powerful monster. Because compared to the strong-level powerful ones who still need some face, the strong-level monsters have no concept of face at all. There has always been a retribution. What's more, Tiana's class is a light magician with notoriously low combat effectiveness. It's even less possible to provoke those guys. Moreover, because Tiana is a light magician, the top combat power of the Elvises actually very weak relatively speaking. It is precisely because of this that Tiana is sometimes very lucky. Although Shauna left the elves privately, she also brought back a powerful ally for the elves. The checks and balances between the three major races in the northern mountains actually include Lan Chi. After all, the gap in combat power between Saratel and Tiana is really quite big. But now, after Tiana has obtained the Holy Light Sphere, it will definitely improve the overall strength of the elves by leaps and bounds. And this is one of the reasons why Tiana is grateful to Qi Lu. The Light Magician is never a class that fights alone. All Tiana has to do is to protect the blood of the elves, nothing more. As a result, 800,000 spiritual crystals arrived quickly. Tiana thanked her again and then walked to the combat power improvement training room area. Because Shauna had already waved to Tiana several times, always telling Tiana to hurry up. You are so lucky that such a powerful treasure fell into your hands. Lan Chi glanced at Tiana, who was sitting in the booth next to her, and said with envy on her face. The dragon is very eager for treasures. Especially those powerful treasures, I wish I could collect them all. It was just a fluke. Tiana smiled, her tone modest and her expression proud. However, Tiana had already made up her mind about the information about the Holy Light Sphere and would not reveal a word to anyone. As a trump card, naturally the more mysterious, the better. Fortunately, Saratel was also very sensible and had no intention of asking this question at all. Anyway, the Beastier tribe and the Elf tribe have no intention of starting a war, so what should they do if they ask so clearly? Luck is also part of strength. Shauna said with a smile. Tiana got the Holy Light Sphere, which means that the elves have become stronger. Shauna was happy from the bottom of her heart about this situation. After all, no matter how they elope, the elves will always be Shauna's family. What's more, elopement after elopement, the relationship between Tiana and Shauna is really too good to say. Perhaps in the past, the two would have been hostile to each other because of the position of the elf queen. But after Shauna gave up on her own initiative, this hostile relationship disappeared. Now it seems that the relationship between the two is more like friends or sisters. Because a long time ago, if there were no power disputes involved, the relationship between Shauna and Tiana could be regarded as close friends. So no matter from any angle, whether it's emotional or reasonable, Shauna will be happy. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. It's depressing to say too much. You should come to the New World mode as soon as possible. There is a shortage of people in the dungeon. Lan Chi knew what Shauna meant, so he deliberately tried to mediate the atmosphere. So I didn't continue to worry about it. Come right away. After Tiana got an advantage, she naturally wouldn't behave well, so she quickly entered the New World mode. As for the other customers in the store, they had all seen the excitement and naturally went about their business. Qi Lu was still thinking about what kind of clerk he should recruit. Near Tianyuan, on the side of the North Mountain Range. The Tianyuan, which blocked the connection between the eastern wasteland and the northern mountains, and even directly divided the world into two, Medto have existed forever. Under the cliff, there is bottomless darkness, as if it is connected to the dark hell. Looking straight at it, the terrifying space barrier blocks all light, cuts off all sight lines and perceptions, and all one can see is chaos. If anyone dares to explore that chaos without overestimating his own abilities, even if he is a powerful person, he can only end up dead. However, at this moment, in the darkness at the bottom of Tianyuan Cliff, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly appeared. The gaze, which was like a blood gem, was so conspicuous in the darkness. The resentment and ferocity contained in it can make people's hair stand one end and shiver all over just by looking at it. After all these years, I finally got out. Along with the scarlet eyes, there was also a harsh sound like iron scraping. Hoarse, low, mixed with endless violence. Like a blade, cold and sharp. Bang! A pitch-black claw suddenly appeared on the edge of the cliff, and the Tianyuan it poked out from the Tianyuan and rested on the cliff. The edge of the cliff was immediately scratched into pieces, and countless stone powder fell into the abyss. And with the power of its claws, a monster with sharp horns, scarlet eyes, a ferocious face, and a body covered with bone armor jumped out of the abyss. Wisps of crimson blood lingered around this monster. The bone armor that was supposed to be pale white was almost dyed light red by wisps of blood. Those damn guys, you never thought, I'm back again. You have tried so hard, but you can only seal me under the space barrier, but you can't kill me. Now, it's my turn to return this great gift to you. The monster's hoarse and deep voice sounded slowly. In the abyss, scarlet eyes appeared one after another in response to Themonster's voice. Then, monsters with the same sharp horns, scarlet eyes, and ferocious face crawled out of the abyss one after another. It's just that these monsters crawling out of the abyss can only roar and seem to have no intelligence. But this is actually better. Have the auras of those guys disappeared, or are they hidden? The monster that came out first walked out step by step. Then he suddenly stopped his steps and opened his huge mouth, revealing the sharp fangs inside. Do you died? But it doesn't matter. As long as you still have descendants, this revenge must be avenged. It's finally coming to an end. It's not in vain that I have been working hard for so long. Sheila narrowed his eyes and yawned heavily. With two dark circles under his eyes, he couldn't help shouting, "Hello." It has been several days since Tiana bought the holy light sphere. And these days, Chilu hasn't slept. Look after the store during the day and work hard in the New World mode at night. Fortunately, Chilu has been promoted to the hero level and his mental strength can still hold on. In one dangerous situation after another, he reached the end of the Shadow Assassin's entrance, and was only one step away from the door. That's right, at the end of the Shadow Assassin's entrance is a door. As long as that door is pushed open, it means that the Shadow Assassin entrance map has been cleared. To enter the world server, you only need to apply, no selection is required. As long as the level is reached, you can enter the world server through this door. Because the big map of the world server is different from the current big map off the North Mountain server and the Eastern Wasteland server. It has been detected that all the players' requirements have been met. Do you want to enter a new large map? When Chi Li's finger touched the door at the end of the Shadow Assassin's entrance, such a reminder appeared in front of him. Yes. Chi Li said with certainty. I have been awake for so long, just for this moment. Welcome to the Mechanical Bull Forest. As he walked out of the door, a reminder sounded in Chi Li's mind. New large map, Mechanical Bull Forest. Here, it was originally a large, peaceful forest. But I don't know when, towering trees were cut down, and machinery factories were built up, turning this forest into an area where machinery and trees coexist. However, this situation did not exist for long, and accidents began to occur in the machinery factory. Explosions occurred frequently, causing a large number of casualties. And because of the large amount of pollution, the surrounding beasts began to mutate. The staff of the machinery factory are constantly attacked by mutant beasts in the forest, which also attracts reinforcements from various mechanical troops. The war began in this forest that was supposed to be quiet and peaceful. Countless mutated beasts were killed, and large tracts of forests were destroyed. But those mechanical troops also had a hard time. The forest is the territory of mutated beasts. When the mechanical troops entered it, most of it was also destroyed. When the fighting continued into the middle, the staff of the machinery factory were forced to evacuate here. Only the mechanical factories were left standing in the forest. The mutated beasts that fought with the mechanical troops and suffered heavy casualties took the opportunity to occupy the machinery factory. And under the study of those mutated beasts that developed intelligence through a combination of circumstances, they began to transform the mutated beasts into half-animal, half-mechanical combat units. The most powerful combat unit among them is the transformed mechanical bull. At this point, the real battle has officially begun. A large number of mechanical bulls began the final battle with the external mechanical troops. In the end, the mechanical army was defeated and left the forest. However, due to the impact of the war, the once beautiful forest has become what it is now. The ground is full of fallen trees, the ruins of machinery factories can be seen everywhere, and broken mechas and chariot fragments left over from the battle are everywhere. There are also the corpses of mutated beasts. And this information is the background story of this new map, Mechanical Bull Forest. Sometimes I just think that the ability of these two systems to write story is really quite strong. Of course, it would be better if you don't peek into my memories. After Qi Lu read the background story, he thought silently in his mind. Mechanical troops. If the system could compile this thing without peeking at Qi Li's memory, then there would be a real problem. In the world of fighting spirit and magic, make up stories about mechas. This is not the same technology tree at all. Although there is indeed a race of goblins in the northern mountains. But goblin technology prefers machines that are combined with magic, rather than purely technological things like mechas. A machine shop is not something a goblin would build either. If goblin technology really reached that level, I'm afraid it wouldn't be as unknown as it is now. Needless to say, it must be famous among all races. However, these matters are not under Qi Li's control, so let's just paint pictures with peace of mind. Hopefully I'm not the first player to come to this new map. Qi Li prayed seriously. And this prayer can be considered reasonable and well-founded. After all, no matter how strong Qi Li's combat skills are and how fast Heckler's levels, there is only one person. Compared with the professional shadow assassin entrance painting team in the Donghuang server, although they are much more stable, their speed is also a bit slower. However, it was night when Qi Li came to the Mechanical Bull Forest. Therefore, even if some players come to the new map first, they may not be able to go online at this time. Huh? Who is that figure? At this moment, Qi Li suddenly spotted a rather familiar figure. After Yu Xuanxue tricked Yu Shi'er into forming a team together, the speed off clearing the Shadow Assassin's entrance was much faster. It's just a pity that Yu Shi'er will only be online at night. And I also need to save 2 hours to sleep to ensure that I am energetic when I keep the store the next day. So the return is faster, but the time is shorter, but the number of days has not changed much. But after so many days, the new map finally arrived. Mechanical Bull Forest. Wow, I have never heard of these things. Mechanical. After Yu Xuanxue came to Mechanical Bull Forest, the first thing she did was to investigate the situation of the new map. And the mechanical parts all over the floor made Yu Xuanxue full of curiosity. Technology is something that does not exist in the eastern wilderness and northern mountains. If it hadn't appeared in the New World mode, Yu Xuanxue and Yu Shi'er's worldview would have been shattered. Qi Li can come up with something new every time. I don't know how his brain grows. While Yu Xuanxue was curious about these technologies, she also became increasingly curious about Qi Li. How did you come up with these weird power systems? Everyone has curiosity. Cats are more curious than ordinary people. Shao Shu, is the store manager really here? Yu Shi'er suddenly asked, turning a deaf ear to the ruins of the machinery factory in front of her. Because Yu Shi'er came here to find Qi Li. These weird things are just curious. But these are small things, and the main things are more important now. I'm not sure when Qi Li will be here, but he will definitely show up. Of course Yu Xuanxue would not admit that she was a liar, so she naturally used the word drag. just drag it first. Anyway, the New World mode can only be seen after it is online. At worst, it will be over if Qi Lu is not online. As for the membership card, the communication system for the membership cards of Donghuang and Beishan Mountains is blocked. Within the same world, the communication system can be contacted at will. But there is no way to communicate with each other for the time being between different worlds. Otherwise, Qi Lu would have used his membership card to contact you. Shi'er, Andy, could have waited until now. The world server in the New World mode is an exception. After all, the membership card exchange system does not require spiritual crystals, so the system can only be maintained casually for show. But in the New World mode, that's 4 spiritual crystals for 1 hour. A large amount of turnover comes from the New World model, and the system will certainly do its best. That's right, the store manager is so busy. Yu Shi'er nodded, expressing understanding. Busy? Yu Xuanxue suddenly looked confused. Looking back now, when Qi Lu was in the store, he was either sitting on the sofa to rest or eating. Otherwise, just close your eyes and meditate. No matter how bad it is, you can just paddle around in the copy of the New World mode. Where are you busy? But Yu Xuanxue would not refute. It would be the best thing to be able to let Yu Shi'er find an excuse for herself. Even if Qi Lu is busy, he shouldn't forget us. When I see Qi Lu next time, I will definitely scratch him to help you vent your anger. Yu Xuanxue patted her furry chest with her furry little paws, raised her head and said, "It's not good." Yu Shi'er stared at Yu Xuanxue's fleshy little paws. "If there's anything wrong, I'll just scratch him a few times to make him feel better. Don't worry." Yu Xuanxue promised again. "Who do you want to tickle?" Shao Shu. At this moment, a big hand stretched out and lifted the skin of the back of Yu Xuanxue's neck. As we all know, a cat switches on the back of its neck. As long as Destiny is grabbed by the scruff of the neck, the cat won't move. Store manager. Hearing this familiar voice, Yu Shi'er's eyes suddenly widened, and her full of surprise and disbelief were vented at this moment. "Long time no see, Shi'er." Qi Lu lifted Yu Xuanxue with one hand, looked at Yu Shi'er with a smile, and spoke softly. "Store manager." Yu Shi'er reached out and covered her mouth, fearing that she wouldn't be able to help but cheer. "This is not a dream, it is definitely not a dream." "Right. Don't show such an expression. It's not like I haven't been back for several years." The smile on Qi Li's face never changed, and he still spoke softly. "But for Shi'er, it's been a long, long time since we left." Yu Shi'er bit her lip and said with some choking, crying with joy, "Shi'er, if you want to hug Qi Lu, hurry up. I'm about to die. Please let Qi Lei go." However, at this moment, Yu Xuanxue, who was held in Qi Let's hand, shouted loudly with a milky voice. Being caught by the scruff of fate made Yu Xuanxue very uncomfortable. But there was no way to escape from Qi Li's clutches. The cat switches indeed on the back of the neck, but the premise of everything is that you can control the cat. Otherwise, the cat's counterattack will definitely make you understand why the flowers are so red. But it was obvious that when facing Qi Lu, Yu Xuanxue had no power to fight back and could only use her words. "If I said I wanted to tickle Qi Lu before, I was just thinking about it." "Shao Shu, what are you talking about? Stop talking nonsense." Hearing Yu Xuanxue's indiscriminate words, Yu Shi'er's face suddenly burned blood red. "I was so embarrassed that I wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it." "Shi'er, do you want a hug?" The speaker has no intention, the listener has intention. To be honest, Qi Lu also felt a little sorry for Yu Shi'er after leaving the store for so long and leaving the entire large store to Yu Shi'er. So if he really wanted to hug him, Qi Lu had no objection. If possible, I want to." Yu Shi'er was stunned for a moment, then slowly lowered her head. Then, he nodded slightly. Then come on, you can hug me however you want. Qi smiled, then opened his arms, and spoke softly. However, in the process of opening his arms, the white kitten he was holding still did not put down, making Yu Xuanxue feel dizzy for a while. Stop, I feel like I'm about to die. I'm really about to die. Qi, no, brother Qi, let me go. Yu Xuanxue said feebly. However, neither Qi nor Yu Xie seemed to have heard them and ignored Yu Xuanxue's shouts. Qi deliberately pretended not to hear. As for Yu Xie, now my mind is filled with Qi Li's words, you can hug me however you want, and I can't hear any other sounds at all. So, the poor little kitten will probably have to suffer for a while longer. Why, don't you need it? There was a smile on Qi Li's lips, and he tilted his head slightly, looking at Yu Xie, who kept her head lowered. However, even though Qi Li said so, his open arms remained stable without any change. No, I need it. Hearing this, Yu Xie raised her head in panic, and then threw herself into Qi Li's arms. Although this is in the New World mode. However, every mode in the Combat Power Improvement Training Room provided by system is based on realism. Because if it is unreal in various senses, the improvement of combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. So in the New World mode, in addition to being able to be resurrected like the game, the feelings produced by other senses such as pain, touch, smell, hearing, vision, taste, etc. are exactly the same as the real feelings of the outside world. Otherwise, Yaffer wouldn't have gone around looking for delicious food in the New World mode. Therefore, after Yu Xie rushed into Qi Li's arms in panic, her first feeling was warmth. This is the first time Yu Xie has felt such a warm embrace so clearly since she escaped from the moonlight forest. It's like a wanderer returning to that always brightly lit haven after a long journey. Warm and safe. Yu Xie couldn't help but tighten her arms around Qi Li's waist. He buried his face hard into Qi Li's chest. Xie, your face seems a little hot, are you okay? As soon as Qi Li lowered his head, he could see Yu Xie's red earlobes and the snow-white back of her neck. Compared with the skin on her neck, which was as white as snow, her earlobes were as red as if they were about to bleed. No, it's okay. Yu Xie blushed so much that she didn't dare to look at Qi Li, so she could only answer in a voice that was not much louder than a mosquito. If Qi Li hadn't had good hearing, he might not have been able to hear it. It's okay. Qi Li used the hand holding the white kitten to hold Yu Xie's back. Qi Li raised his other hand and gently rubbed Yu Xie's head. Yu Xuanxue had no temper by this time. Even the groaning sound was gone. Qi Li, who has been single for 2 lives, realized for the first time that a girl's body is so soft. Of course, it might also be the talent of the Moon Spirit Cat clan. After all, cats' bodies are in 2 states, solid and liquid, and they can change from solid to liquid at any time. Can it be soft? Yu Xie's body shape is also like a cat, delicate and small. Being held in Qi Li's arms made it even more so. Xie, if you've hugged me enough, let Qi Li put me down. Otherwise, you may lose a lovely kitten forever. However, when the atmosphere is just right, someone will always come to disrupt the situation. Well, sometimes it's kittens too. But looking at Yu Xuanxue's expression, she does look a bit hopeless. Shao Shui. Once the atmosphere was broken, Yu Xie felt embarrassed and couldn't get out of Qi Li's arms. He immediately broke out of Qi Li's arms, lowered his head to hide his blushing face, and glared at Yu Xuanxue with a coquettish look. Then I'll leave this disobedient kitten to you. Qi Li pretended not to notice the blush on Yu Xie's face, and threw the kitten in his hand to Yu Xie. Yu Xuanxue, who was able to escape from the clutches of the devil, did not pretend to be dead and immediately jumped away without saying a word. Store manager, when can you come back? Yu Xie didn't care. She only waited for the blush on her face to lessen before asking Qi Li. As for where Qi Lu was and what he was doing, Yu Shi'er didn't care. As long as I can stay by Qi Li's side, it doesn't matter even if it's just excellent background board or a dispensable little transparency. I really can't answer this question for you. Qi Lu answered without thinking. Before the system opened the communication channel between the northern mountain range and the eastern wasteland, returning to the eastern wasteland was a long way off. With Qi Li's current strength, there is no way to cross the space barrier of Tianyuan. Even with the help of the power of the skybreaking boots, it won't work. The ability of the skybreaking boots can only be effective within the same world, or travel between the main world and the secondary world. For example, the ruins that Qi Lu once visited. For Dong Huang, the spatial level of the ruins is one level lower, and even the rules are somewhat imperfect. This is a secondary world. But between the northern mountain range and the eastern wasteland, there is a world of the same level. It is even said that the power level of the northern mountain range is higher than that of the eastern wilderness. Because of this, the spatial stability of the northern mountain range is also higher than that of the eastern wilderness. In this case, the power of the empty boots is a bit insufficient. Unless the system can further strengthen the empty boots. But for a stingy system, this is obviously a luxury. However, although I can't go back to the store for the time being, I will come here every night. Shi'er, if nothing happens, you can come here to find me. Qi Lu paused and then added. After all the hard work and sleepless nights, I came to the new map just to contact Dong Huang. Today is quite a coincidence. When Qi Lu said that she didn't know when she would be able to return to the store, Yu Shi'er's mood dropped obviously. But after hearing Qi Lu add something, Yu Shi'er immediately became happy. Well, I will definitely come here every night. As if it was a guarantee, Yu Shi'er patted her chest seriously. Although Qi Lu did not return to the store, Yu Shi'er was already very happy as long as she could see Qi Lu every day. Actually, you don't need to be so serious. You should also pay attention, tourist. Nothing should have happened in the store while I was away. Qi Lu continued to ask. In fact, the situation in the store can be known through the system. But asking this question here can be regarded as an affirmation of Yu Shi'er's hard work during this period. No, the store is very good now. Ding Gu and Sister Lu Jingya are always helpful. When asked about this, Yu Shi'er started to talk more. It's like reporting on work, telling all the usual things. As for the report, the interesting things in it were also mentioned one by one. Qi Lu just listened and occasionally chimed in. For Yu Shi'er, it is a very happy thing to be able to share her happiness with Qi Lu. As for the usual hardships, Yu Shi'er prefers to hide them in her heart instead of complaining about them. Ah, it's already this time before I know it. Store manager, don't you think Shi'er is very verbose? Maybe it was because she didn't usually have the habit of staying up late. At midnight, Yu Shi'er suddenly felt something startled. Then she glanced at the time and asked nervously. Of course not. I'm very happy that you are willing to say so much. Qi Lu shook his head, the smile on his face never changed. By the way, there's one more thing. The store has recently added a lot of new products. Only at the end did Qi Lu remember this matter, and then told Yu Shi'er all the detailed attributes of the new product. Of course, except for the holy light sphere that has been sold. Yu Shi'er listened carefully, and then wrote it down carefully. After giving the detailed information of the new products to Yu Shi'er, Theklerk's warehouse of the main store in Yunwu City will also start to supply new products. Once here, Qi Li's tasks tonight are all completed. Shi'er, if you're tired, you can go and take a rest first. You have to look at store during the day. I'll log off now. See you tomorrow. So after saying that, Qi Lu also said goodbye to Yu Shi'er. So many days without sleep. Although Qi Li's physique was not enough to cause sudden death, it was definitely uncomfortable. So after contacting Yu Shi'er and explaining the new products, Qila didn't need to hold on any longer. Well, goodbye store manager. Yu Shi'er nodded obediently. Although she missed Qila very much, Yu Shi'er knew that she couldn't delay Qila's affairs. Then after watching Qili's figure disappear in front of her eyes, Yu Shi'er rubbed her sore little nose and shouted to Yu Xuanxue, who didn't know where she was. Shao Shu, are you ready to sleep tonight? I'm not going to sleep anymore, Shi'er, you go to bed first. Yu Xuanxue's voice came from nowhere and echoed several times in the forest. It seems that the distance should not be close. I can finally sleep. Qi Lu, who exited the New World mode, stretched hard, and then took a shower despite the dark circles under his eyes. But even after taking a shower, Qi Lu still looked lackluster. But it's better to have no energy. Who wants to feel refreshed before going to bed, then how to sleep? So I slept until dawn. Although he didn't rest for long, a short nap would be much better than staying up all night, at least that's how Qi Lu felt. Then there is a refreshing bottle of freshly squeezed watermelon juice. I feel much better after some sleep. When I looked outside yesterday, it felt like it was black and white. Qi Lu came to the door of the store, looked outside, and then opened the door. Store manager, Qi, good morning. Unless there are special circumstances, Yefel is always the first to walk into the store. Then he came to the snack vending machine with ease and bought the breakfast wanted to eat today. Then go to the drink vending machine next to you and get a bottle of drink. Start your day full of energy. Good morning. Get whatever you need. After Qi Lu replied, he found a booth close to the counter and sat down. Although he entered a new map yesterday, it took too long to stay up all night, so Qi Lu only had time to explain the new products to Yu Shi'er before hurriedly going offline to rest. So now, after almost resting, Qi Lu decided to check out the new map. Anyway, the situation in the branch is now on the right track. Regular customers who come to the store know what they want to do. Basically, it is self-service. You can just get what you need. As long as there are enough spiritual crystals in the membership card, the money will be automatically deducted. Even if new customers come, there will be old customers to help guide. Therefore, Qi Lu only needs to walk away when a customer needs to recharge their membership card. It is precisely because of this that Qi Lu chose a booth closest to the counter. There is no need for Qi Lu to operate the recharge. As long as the customer gives the spirit crystal to Qi Lu, the system can help recharge the spirit crystal into the membership card. Qi Lu just needs to watch. So, the new map is more important. Curiosity, Kitty has it, and Qi Lu certainly has it too. Although Qi Lu in his previous life could not be called an internet-addicted boy, he still played a lot of games. Now that I'm in this world, I won't treat myself badly. Manager Qi, where are you? After Yafel bought today's breakfast, he was surprised to find Qi Lu entering and occupying a booth. He immediately ran over curiously. Then he was even more surprised to find that he had never seen the scenery on the map where Qi Lu was. This is the Mechanical Bull Forest. After clearing the Shadow Assassin entrance, walk through the door at the end and you can get here. Qi Lu gave a brief introduction. Shadow Assassin's porch? Where is it? When Yafei heard the names of these two maps, he became even more confused. Qi Lu glanced at Yafei, and a look called doubt slowly appeared on his face. How come this little girl doesn't even know the map of the Shadow Assassin entrance hall? Could it be? In the Beishan server, no players have gone through the puppet maze and reached the Shadow Assassin entrance map. You must have heard of the Doll Labyrinth map. After Qi Lu guessed this possibility, he could only continue to ask. I know the puppet maze. After Yaffer heard the familiar name, he immediately shouted. That's good. The big map of the Shadow Assassin's entrance is right behind the puppet maze. Qi Lu breathed a sigh of relief inexplicably and continued. If you haven't heard of Doll Labyrinth, then you won't be able to continue communicating. Behind the doll maze, is there anything delicious in the mechanical cow forest? There should be a beef dinner. Yaffer was stunned for 2 seconds, and then asked, suddenly. The look of confusion on Chi Li's face suddenly became heavier. It seems that it is impossible to shock Yafel. Because the brain circuit of this foodie is obviously different from that of normal people. Not to mention the mechanical bull forest, there is nothing delicious even in the Shadow Assassin entrance map in front. As for the beef feast in Yafel's mouth, going to the mechanical cow forest to find a beef feast may require a good set of teeth. Fortunately, Yafei didn't continue to ask. Otherwise, faced with this strange thinking reaction, Chi Lu really wouldn't know how to proceed. Let's continue the game. Because of the environmental problems on the mechanical bull forest map, Chi Li has not found any game stores yet. This is similar to the Shadow Assassin entrance map. However, in terms of map area, mechanical bull forest is much larger than Shadow Assassin's porch. The ruins of destroyed machinery factories are everywhere. But wild monsters are rarely found. It's strange, why are there no wild monsters? And this point is also something Chi Lu is deeply confused about. In the majestic mechanical bull forest, where mutant beasts and mechanical troops once fought, there was not a single wild monster. If you say this, no one will believe it. Yet it is what it is. Chila, why are you here? Just as Chi Lu was about to take a look in the distance, a rather frightening voice rang out. Chi Lu turned around and saw a white kitten walking out of the ruins of a machinery factory. And looking at that action, it seemed like he wanted to escape. Shashua, don't run. Chi Lu took 3 steps at a time, rushed to Yu Xuanshua's side, and lifted up the skin of Yu Xuanshua's neck. I won't run, I really won't run, please put me down. Yu Xuanxue said with her 4 little paws curled up together, as if giving up the struggle. Facing such a big demon, running won't solve the problem. Okay, I believe you once. Chi Lu put Yu Xuanxue on the ground, casually, and then asked, you must have stayed up all night last night. Did you find anything? Chi Lu has always been willing to ask for advice on games. It's like looking for game guides. If a new game has a guide, most people will choose to check the guide. After all, the hard work of pioneers is not something ordinary people can bear. Yes, of course. Yu Xuanxue, who was free, did not mention her escape. Because I had already escaped once last night, but I was still caught now. Facts have proved that running away is useless. Sometimes, facing the cruel reality bravely is the best thing to do. Tell me. Chi Lu sat cross-legged on the ground, looked at Yu Xuanxue, and spoke calmly. Well, Chi Lu, have you noticed that in this mechanical bull forest, there are no wild monsters at all? Yu Xuanxue nodded and spoke immediately. Of course I found it. In fact, that's what I wanted to ask about. Chi Li's expression remained unchanged, and he answered aloud. For a new map, nothing else matters. Whether there are wild monsters to spawn and whether there are dungeons to enter is the most important thing. As for shops and the like, if you don't have them, there won't be any. In this case, those professional game merchants may be even happier. It's just that in the Beishan server, it seems that game merchants have not yet been born. This probably has something to do with the fact that the elves, dwarves, and animaliers are not good at doing business. Businessmen need a shrewd mind and versatile communication skills. These things are really scarce for these 3 major races. A shrewd mind is a trivial matter. But this is not necessarily the case with this all-round communication method. The elves take the matter of spiritual crystals relatively lightly and do not agree with the businessman's ideas. Most of the dwarfs have bad tempers and are upright, so it's enough to open a blacksmith shop, which relies on forging skills. If you really go into business, I'm afraid you won't make as much as you lose. As for the Beast Ears clan, A race that is good at fighting, do you still expect it to be able to do business? What are you thinking about? Therefore, when it comes to doing business, it is the human race, which has no inherent racial advantages, that is best at it. Precisely because there is no racial advantage, it is even more important to house wisdom. However, it is a pity that the branch in the northern mountains has not welcomed any human customers yet. But let's not mention this for now. Although Qi Lu has not discovered the game store in the mechanical bull forest, it does not matter at all. As long as there are wild monsters or dungeons, supplies, equipment, skill books, and all items that should appear can be generated. As for the game store, it's really dispensable. Therefore, wild monsters and copies are the most important. Actually, I only discovered this problem after searching for half a night. The copies in Mechanical Bull Forest are actually hidden in the ruins of To's mechanical factories. Yu Xuanxue pointed to the ruins where it came out before. The copy entrance is inside the ruins? Qila looked at Yu Xuanxue in astonishment. Qila really hasn't thought about this kind of thing. Because at first glance, the ruins of those machinery factories didn't look like they could be entered. They are basically crumbling exteriors, overgrown with weeds and covered with vines. The metal plates used to build the machinery factory also had layers of rust and were full of signs of breakage. It didn't look like a safe place. Who would have thought that a copy would be hidden in a place like that? Of course, this is the result of half a night, but I have to explain one thing. The copy under the ruins will disappear after being refreshed once, and I don't know if it will appear again. Yu Xuanxue was very satisfied with the surprise on Qi Li's face. After waiting for a while, she continued. It will disappear. Qi Li didn't know what to say this time. However, according to Qi Li's guess, this disappearance should not be permanent. Because in that case, when a large number of players come to the Mechanical Bull Forest, they may be faced with a situation where there will be no monsters to farm. So judge based on Qi Li's many years of gaming experience. This kind of disappearing copy should be an alternative wild monster refresh point. It's just that the location where wild monsters are refreshed is changed to dungeon. It's just that Qi Lu doesn't know the refresh time of this kind of wild monster refresh point. However, judging from the nature of the system, the time for wild monsters to be refreshed should be once a day. Just like the wild monsters in the big maps in the past. Yes, so I have already cleared the dungeons in the nearby ruins. If I want to find the dungeons again, I have to look far away. Yu Xuanxue continued, pointing in several nearby directions. This night, no, half the night, how many dungeons have you passed? After Qi Li knew where the wild monsters were, he was no longer anxious, but asked, curiously. About 2 or 3, I can't remember exactly. After playing all night, I almost had a brain problem. The main reason is that there are not many ruins around, and the dungeon I saw so relatively difficult. Yu Xuanxue said, suddenly yawned, then started to lick her paws, and then washed her face with her little paws. Common feline behaviors. Qi Li watched with interest as Yu Xuanxue licked her paws and then washed her face. However, even Yu Xuanxue, who has always been energetic, is a little sleepy now. It seems that the copy in the Mechanical Bull Forest is indeed a bit difficult. You know, since there are no quantity restrictions on Yu Xuanxue's snacks and drinks in the store. In one overnight stay, this little cat can consume 3 bottles of black coffee. I don't know how it was drunk. However, the appetite of a creature like the civet cat has no limit. As long as there is a demand for energy, there is almost no limit to what can be eaten. Then do you still have the energy to go and get another copy together? Qi Lu had no intention of forcing Yu Xuanxue to form a team, but still asked as usual. Okay, I'll finish one more copy and then go to bed. Yu Xuanxue agreed without thinking. I have to do something while the black coffee takes advantage of the last bit-off effect. Otherwise, these 15 spiritual crystals would be wasted. After all, Yu Xuanxue and Yu Shi'er are different. Yu Shi'er is in the store. As a clerk recognized by the system, most of the products are provided free of charge. As a kitten, Yu Xuanxue was probably treated as a pet. Therefore, the treatment of pets, in Qi Li's opinion, is obviously not as good as that of store clerks. Therefore, if Yu Xuanxue wants to eat, drink, or be some equipment, she needs to pay spirit crystals. However, this is not a big deal. Because in the New World mode, Yu Xuanxue's rate of earning spiritual crystals is not slow at all. Then let's look further away. Qi Lidua glanced at the expression on Yu Xuanxue's face and made sure he could hold on before continuing. The previous routine inquiry was just a polite word. But if the other party really agrees, then Qi Li still has to make sure that the other party will not hold back. However, for Yu Xuanxue, who drinks black coffee every day, it is easy to grasp the time limit for black coffee to take effect. There shouldn't be any problems in the copy. No, you shouldn't think about these things at this time, lest you set a chess piece and harm yourself. Qi Lu was halfway through his thoughts and forcibly interrupted his thoughts. In the background story of Mechanical Bull Forest, there are not only 1,000, but also 800 mechanical factories built in this large forest. Speaking of this, Qi Li just wanted to say something. I really don't know what those guys who were planning to build a machine factory in the forest were thinking. There are so many machinery factories, let alone a forest. Even if it is 10 forests, it will be completely polluted. No wonder all these machinery factories had accidents in the end. In the final analysis, it was caused by lack of environmental awareness. So, this story tells us. Gold and silver mountains are not as good as clear waters and green mountains. Tisk, why do some strange slogans always appear in my mind every time I think about these issues? Qi Li forcibly interrupted his thinking again. It can be seen from this, that after a person goes to an unfamiliar place for a long time, he will inevitably become homesick. But these things, they all happened in the previous life. Qi Li knocked on his head, threw these things behind, and continued to think. In this forest of mechanical cows, there are so many ruins of mechanical factories. Although they are a bit far apart from each other, they are actually not difficult to find. Even apart from the surrounding ruins brushed by moonfrost and snow. Qi Li only advanced 4 or 5 kilometers this time, before he found a new ruins of a machinery factory. Are you sure you haven't been inside this ruins yet? In order to prevent the trip in vain, Qi Li also asked Yu Xuanxue specifically. Of course not. I can still remember this little thing. Yu Xuanxue said with great certainty. Okay, let's go in and take a look. The first impression given by the ruins is that of dilapidation. If there was a second impression, it would be shaky. The ruins of the machinery factory are of course no exception. From the outside, they look dilapidated. It was overgrown with weeds, the collapsed metal plates were stained with rust, and a large number of vines emerged from the gaps in the ruins and entangled themselves on these ruins, adding to the desolation. However, under this dilapidated scene, there is a less conspicuous portal. Qi Li guessed that it was the import of the copy. I think you should have discovered that the portal is where you enter the dungeon. Yu Xuanxue followed behind and immediately noticed Qi Li's gaze. Yes, I noticed. Qi Li nodded, and then took the lead in walking towards the portal. Whether to enter the copy, institute. Tip, this instance can accommodate a team of up to 8 people. The dungeon of Mechanical Bull Forest is just like the dungeons in the previous large maps. As long as you touch the portal, the option of whether to enter the dungeon will appear. The name of this copy is called Institute. However, Qi Li looked back at Yu Xuanxue and could tell, from the surprised look in her eyes. In the dungeons that Yu Xuanxue had played before, the Institute dungeon should not have appeared. Yes. Qi Li didn't ask and agreed directly. Regardless of whether Yu Xuanxue came in or not, she finally encountered the copy, so of course she couldn't let it go. At worst, it's just like opening up wasteland. Not knowing is the greatest pleasure. If you knew everything, there would be less excitement. In the previous big maps, Qile did a lot of land reclamation work. And because Yu Shi'er was guarding the store during the day, Qile could still stay up all night with Yu Xuanxue from time to open up wasteland. However, cats are always nocturnal creatures, and their energy at night is more powerful than normal people. So at that time, Qile and Yu Xuanxue were equally matched in strength in the New World mode. But now, Qile's strength has improved a lot compared to that time, plus it's daytime now. So Qile was quite worried whether Yu Xuanxue would be held back. Let me tell you first, I haven't done the research yet, so if you have any questions, don't ask me. Yu Xuanxue and Qile had formed a team before. However, the captain's setting was Qile, so as soon as Qile agreed, Yu Xuanxue was directly pulled into the dungeon. I know, just think of it as opening up wasteland. Just be careful. Qile didn't look back, replied casually, and continued walking forward. When I came to the dungeon, the scene inside and the image of ruins outside were completely incompatible. The outside is obviously so dilapidated, but once inside the dungeon, it's like entering a machinery factory that was intact back then. However, where Qile and Yu Xuanxue arrived was a very huge hall. It is filled with all kinds of precision machinery, making the sound of fine gears running. Looking further inside, there are a large number of operation consoles, which are full of various operating levers and buttons, giving it a high-tech feel. Above these operating consoles, there are many convex screens, and the images on them seem to monitor all corners of the machinery factory. Judging from the completeness of the picture, there are almost no dead spots. In front of these operating desks, there were many researchers in white coats standing in a hurry, walking back and forth in the hall. There are many iron doors on the walls around the hall. If Qile hadn't had good eyesight, he might not have been able to spot these double-open iron doors that were perfectly connected to the wall. These researchers walked into the iron gate from time to time, and they didn't know where they went. However, other researchers will also come to this hall, through the iron gate. This is the research institute? Are our opponents the researchers? Qile was stunned when he saw this scene. This is different from what you imagined. When these researchers looked at it, they felt helpless. If he really wanted to take these guys as his opponents, Qile felt really unbearable, emerging from the bottom of his heart. Huh? Why is the copy you found so easy? Yu Xuanxue followed and walked into the hall. After seeing this scene, her watery cat eyes suddenly widened. These researchers are so weak that even a kitten can't bear to look at them. Easy? Then what are the copies you encountered before? Qile heard this and immediately asked. It can be regarded as collecting copy information of this large map of the mechanical bull forest. It's hard to describe. Most of them are war-torn battlefields filled with half-machine, half-human and half-bull-headed monsters. They screamed and rushed towards me as soon as they met. There's another one that's all over the floor. Well, it seems to be something called a mecha. It's going to fire on me as soon as it meets. In short, I have never seen a copy of peace. Yu Xuanxue simply told her experience in a tone that was hard to describe. Then he glanced at Qile with emotion, and then turned his attention to the research institute ahead. But why is the first copy you find so peaceful? I'm just a cute little kitten, why should I suffer so much pain? At the end, Yu Xuanxue let out a long sigh. However, no matter how you look at the behavior of a white kitten sighing there, you can't see any sadness in it. Instead, it has a bit of joy and looks particularly cute. It must be luck. Qile shrugged, not knowing how to comfort Yu Xuanxue. Having said this, Qile roughly understood the classification of these copies. Although not comprehensive, based on the information currently available, these copies should be divided into two categories: combat class and factory class. After all, the background story of Mechanical Bull Forest is the battle between high technology and mutated beasts. Therefore, the battles in the dungeons that Yu Xuanxue encountered were actually not difficult to understand. Mechanical bulls and mechas. But it was hard for Yu Xuanxue. As a little kitten, she had to fight with those big guys. No wonder she was dizzy after fighting for half a night. I can't even remember how many copies I have brushed. The copy I encountered now should be the internal scene of the machinery factory. I just don't know how to pass this kind of copy. Combat dungeons are easy to understand, just kill all the opponents and you're done. But in this situation, it would be too simple if we just eliminated all the researchers. Enemy attack. However, just as Qi Lu was thinking, a sharp whine interrupted Qi Lu's thoughts. Immediately afterwards, the entire hall became a mess. Qi Lu looked up and saw that all the researchers were looking at him as if they were facing an enemy. It seemed that the kitten squatting at Qi Li's feet was ignored. But yes, when facing a group of intruders with a person and a cat, any reasonable person would pay attention to the person first. As for the cat, it shouldn't be a big threat. Is it necessary to defeat all enemies in this type of dungeon? Although Qi Lu is not sure about his guess. But now that they've been discovered, it's better to shut up these guys. Beep. Activate the first level of combat readiness. It's just that God doesn't fulfill people's wishes. Just when Qi Lu was about to take action, the iron doors on the walls around the hall opened. Mechas, nearly 5 meters high, filed in through these iron doors, protecting the researchers tightly. Qi Lu roughly estimated that there were nearly 50 of these mechas. Yes, it's this kind of mecha. The one I encountered before is this Kindoff mecha. However, Yu Xuanxue suddenly shouted. Now is not the time to talk about this. When Qi Lu was alert, he almost choked on Yu Xuanxue's shout when he heard this voice. What we should be discussing now is the issue of mechas. I'm just telling you, there's no way you could have better luck than me. A cute little kitten like me is the so-called chosen cat. Yu Xuanxue didn't listen to Qi Li's words at all. She just raised her head and spoke proudly. TSK. Qi Lu almost kicked this guy in the head. Fortunately, Qi Lu had mastered Qi nurturing skills and resisted the urge. Confirm the enemy and prepare to fight. However, these mechas didn't care about the bickering between a man and a cat. After appearing, they emitted a stream of infrared rays. Then he locked on Qi Lu and Yu Xuanxue. Oops, that's the sound, they're going to open fire. Probably because she heard the familiar voice, Yu Xuanxue suddenly became furious. Fire. And things were just as Yu Xuanxue expected. The moment the infrared rays stopped, the laser light carried on the mecha was emitted, shooting straight at one person and one cat. What the hell is this laser light? After all, Qi Lu is still well informed and knows much more than Yu Xuanxue, an indigenous kitten. However, Qi Lu had only heard of laser light. If I really want to talk about the experience, this is the first time. But who would have thought that that damn Irby system could restore such a powerful weapon with just a little memory? In the world of fighting spirit and magic, why would there be such a scientific thing as laser light? It's not magic at all. Of course, there is no vindictiveness at all. Boom. Fortunately, Qi Lu reacted at the last moment, rolled over, and hid aside. The shining laser light almost grazed Qi Li's clothes. Fortunately, laser light also follows the principle of straight-line propagation of light and will not turn around for the time being. Otherwise, Qi Lu, a lazy ass, wouldn't be able to dodge this attack. This is the first time I'm grateful to science. Qi Lu took the time to look back at the ground where the laser light struck. The all-metal ground was directly blasted into a pool of molten iron, and the scorching temperature was extremely scorching. The hot molten iron emitted a dazzling red light and was still sizzling. If this hit someone, the consequences would be unimaginable. Qi Lu has never encountered a laser light in reality, so he doesn't know whether the protective fighting spirit or magic shield can block the laser light attack. But now I see that puddle of molten iron. Qi Lu had no motivation to put this bold idea into practice. It's better to leave this kind of thing to others to try. Who knows if this test will lead to death? Qi Lu couldn't guarantee that his small body would be able to withstand the laser beams. Shao Shu Jiu, let me ask you a question. Do the mechas you encountered before also emit laser light? So Qi Lu tactfully asked Yu Shuangxiue, who had relevant experience. Laser light? Is this thing called laser light? The mecha I encountered before did look like this, but the thing it emitted was not a laser light, but a bit like an exploding fireball in flame magic. Yu Shuangxiue also saw the pool of molten iron, and was so frightened that the hair on her body stood up. Exploding fireball? I probably know. Qi Lu was stunned for a moment, and then figured it out. The exploding fireball of the hammer, it seems that the mecha Yu Shuangxiue encountered before should be carrying cannonballs. Probably fire bombs. Then this has no reference value. The lethality of flame bombs and laser light is not on the same level. Moreover, the fire-based magic shield should be able to block this kind of flaming attack. But the energy level of laser light is too high. Attack from the side, don't get hit by the laser light. After Qi Lu thought about it, he knew that this time he could only attack forcefully. Fortunately, laser lights and fire bombs are a little different. That is, the laser light cannot be turned, but the fire bombs can be thrown at will. Therefore, as long as they attack from the side, 50 mechas will not be able to fire at will. After all, this is a research institute in a machine factory, not a battlefield outside. Qi Lu estimated that this was the reason why these mechas did not use flame bombs, but laser lights. Because the range of fire bombs is too large. In the research institute, it is not as good as the laser light that can hit the spot accurately. But outside, on the battlefield of mechas and mutated beasts, the power of flame bombs can be fully unleashed. And the most important thing is, the fire bomb is a continuous attack. After it is launched, it burns on the ground and will not go out for a while. But the laser light hits wherever it points, and there will be no subsequent damage after stopping the attack. At most, it will just leave a puddle of molten iron. I know, I don't want to get hit by something like that. Yu Shuangxiue's originally tired expression also became excited. There is no other way. In this situation, if you don't get excited, you might get hit by a laser beam. Yu Shuangxiue didn't want to change from a cute little kitten to an object-less liquid as the pool of molten iron on the ground. As we all know, cat is a wonderful liquid. But it is by no means the kind of liquid that cannot be restored. The game begins. Qi Lu took a deep breath, and then, in just a few seconds, he blessed his body with 18 buffing magics. By the way, he also blessed Yu Shuangxiue with 12 buffing magics. Magic mastery skills can also take effect in the New World mode. This is the privilege of being a store manager. Therefore, in the New World mode, Qi Lu chose to be a great magician. But in fact, this class does not have many restrictions on Qi Lu. You can still fight in close combat when you need to. The only difference from the outside world is that Qi Lu can only use magic power in the New World mode, not fighting spirit. 30 magic in 3 seconds? Qi Lu, your spell casting speed is beyond my imagination. Yu Shuangxiue looked at Qi Lu in shock. Although Yu Shuangxiue knew that Qi Lu was strong, she never thought that he could be so ridiculously strong. There are 30 magic spells in 3 seconds, and many of them require the process of chanting. Although the process of magic chanting can be continuously reduced as one's own strength increases, there will always be a momentary pause. However, Yu Xuanxue did not see this pause in Qi Li's case. The word instant is vividly reflected in Qi Lu. There are more things than you imagine. For now, you should just focus on the battle in front of you. Qi Lu was not in the mood to explain so much to Yu Xuanxue at this time. Facing 50 mechas carrying laser lights, Qi Lu also had to be cautious. After all, the New World model is inferior to the outside world. In the outside world, Qi Lu is indeed a hero-level strongman. However, in the New World mode, level, equipment, and combat awareness are the keys to strength. Otherwise, why so many people in the Beishan server cannot pass the Dalmatius? Not because of these factors. If they were really allowed to return to their outside strength, the Dalmatius would be able to stop them. But that's part of the fun of New World mode. Start from scratch and improve your own strength again, and new insights will surely emerge. The enemy begins to resist and activates free combat mode. This combat mission is to eliminate the invaders. A series of electronic synthesized sounds came from the mecha. Immediately afterwards, all the mechas in the hall began to move. This time, it was different from the previous tentative attack. The previous exploratory attack only activated one mecha. However, what is activated now are all the mechas in this hall. The infrared rays that filled the entire hall made it impossible for Qi Lu and Yu Xuanxue to escape. Infrared enemies are really powerful, but now I'm here to teach you sometimes too many people can be a hindrance. Qi Lu knew that he couldn't avoid these infrared rays, so he had no intention of avoiding them from the beginning. The destructive power of laser light is indeed strong, it is also fast, and it can also carry out precise strikes. However, this is a weapon on the technological side after all. The principle of linear propagation of light is something that laser light absolutely cannot avoid. This is where weapons on the technological side are inferior to magic. If it is a fireball technique, it is easy for those magicians who have superb control over magic power to turn around and track the target. But laser light can't do that. Therefore, most of the nearly 50 mechas in this hall will serve as shields for Qi Lu to avoid laser attacks. Xiaoxue, when dodging, try to hide behind these mechas. Laser light will not turn. While moving around, Qi Lu did not forget to remind Yu Xuanxue. After all, Qi Lu should be the only one in this world who understands these weapons that are very scientific. What? You can't turn corners, you should have told me earlier. Yu Xuanxue immediately felt relaxed after hearing this reminder. Compared to a big living person like Qi Lu, a small kitten is obviously much more agile in dodging. Laser light, unlike some large-scale magic, can carry out a range of coverage strikes. Facing those large-scale magics, as long as you don't have enough fighting consciousness, you won't have anywhere to hide. However, for Yu Xuanxue, who was blessed with 12 buff magics, this kind-of precise strike was not a problem at all. Especially with so much cover. To be honest, if there were only 5 or 6 mechas in this hall, Qi Lu and Yu Xuanxue might have even more headaches. However, enemies on the technological side always have this characteristic. That is to like to use more to defeat less. It's completely different from those boss-level wild monsters, which are always a group of single players. Although occasionally there will be 1 or 2 bosses who like to summon some minions to help out, but those minions are basically just cheering from the side. It's not harmful at all. Therefore, if these mechas encounter a group of normal players instead of an anomaly like Qi Lu, that will surely quickly wipe out those guys who dare to invade the Institute. After all, it was the first time to face an attack method like laser light, which was so destructive and had never been seen before. Players who live in a world of fighting spirit and magic must be in a hurry. If the group is wiped out dozens of times at random, it is all foreseeable. However, when dealing with enemies on the technological side, as long as you have a certain level of understanding, you can easily target them. Nearly 50 mechas were dodged by Qi Lu and Yu Xuanxue. Basically, they were fighting each other and were destroyed by their companions. During this process, Qi Lu also took the time to take a look at the interior of the destroyed mecha. It turned out there was no driver. The self-driving combat mecha is quite advanced. Qi Lu suddenly understood. No wonder these mechas have no IQ at all. They can start killing each other after being seduced by themselves and a kitten. After all, they are a bunch of machines that can only fight according to procedures. If they could think normally like humans, how powerful would the logical thinking of these programs be? If you really have this kind of technology, instead of setting foot on the stars and the sea, you come to this small place to fight to the death with a group of mutated beasts, isn't that a mental illness? Oh, no. These mutated beasts were caused by these guys seeking their own death. TSK, thinking about it this way, these guys are really mentally ill. Shao Shu, there is no place for you to hide in the last few mechas. Be careful to jump forward left and right, and never walk in a straight line. After dodging until the end, all the mechas in the hall that should have fallen fell. The last few remaining mechas have to be solved by their own abilities. However, as I said before, it is easy to target enemies like mechas as long as you have some understanding of them. This also corresponds to that sentence. Know yourself and the enemy, and you can fight 100 battles without danger. Boom. With the joint efforts of Qi Lu and Yu Xuanxue, the last few mechas also burst into pieces and exploded into pieces. This is much worse than the previous mechas that were solved by their companions using laser light. Finally, everything has been resolved. After Qi Lu threw the last magic, he glanced warily at the iron door on the wall. After confirming that the trend has not opened again, I breathed a sigh of relief. If a bunch of mechas were added, judging from Qi Li's current mana amount, he might be a little unsustainable. Damn intruder, you have been corrupted by those mutated beasts, and you actually started to help them. At this time, the researcher hiding behind the mecha spoke. But the content expressed in the words is a bit strange. It seems they mistook you for a mutated beast. Qi Lu glanced at Yu Xuanxue, who was squatting at his feet, and spoke slowly. Bah, they are the beasts. This little kitten is much stronger than those mutated beasts. Yu Xuanxue spat without saying a word. It can be seen that the battles in the previous dungeons made Yu Xuanxue not have the slightest fondness for those mutated beasts. Well, in that case, let's just say they said the wrong thing. Qi Lu shrugged, and then continued to look at the group of researchers, wanting to see what they could say. However, just when Qi Lu was looking at them leisurely, among the group of researchers, a guy who looked like the leader came out. Staring at Qi Lu, he snorted coldly. Traitor! Don't expect to get any useful information from us. Immediately afterwards, all the researchers gritted their teeth with lightning speed, so hard that their cheeks bulged. Then, in the entire hall, except Qi Lu and Yu Xuanxue at his feet, everyone else fell down. Qi Li's eyes widened in confusion. What just happened? Why did they all fall down? Yu Xuanxue was even more confused. The whole cat froze, even licking its paws. How could I know? Encountering such a plot arranged by the two-stroke system, Qi Lu was completely unable to predict what would happen in the next moment. This is completely inconsistent with the logic of normal copies. So Qi Lu quickly came to one of the researchers, squatted down, reached out and opened his jaw, and looked into the mouth. Sure enough, one of the teeth was hollowed out, and it must have been an instant death poison. You are so crazy. You are researchers, not spies, and yet you still do this to me. Qi Li's face was full of laughter and tears. I want to curse, but I don't know what to say. The way of thinking of this two-stroke system is really different, and the plot arrangement is simply flawless. In order not to disclose useful information, he actually chose this kind of death-defying method to end his life. What else can Qi Lu say? Others treat death as if they were dead and are loyal to others, so you can't call others crazy. Shao Shu, from now on, please leave copies like this to others that look like crazy. After being silent for a long time, Qi Lu sighed silently. If it happened again, Qi Lu was afraid that he would not be able to endure such a weird plot and hit someone. However, there is still no prompt to clear the dungeon. It should be that there are still some tasks that have not been completed. Shao Shu, go and search in the hall to see if there are any hidden corners that you haven't discovered yet. Qi Lu stood there and thought for a while before speaking out. Okay, leave it to me. Although Yu Xuanxue still had a dull look on her face, she still reacted after hearing Qi Li's words. Finding a hidden room is not difficult for Yu Xuanxue. After all, the nature of the civet cat lies there. Qi Lu carefully avoided the researchers lying on the ground and came to the control console. Then he glanced at the console. Feel dizzy? There is a table full of various buttons. Although most buttons are marked with text explaining their functions. But the problem is that it is not known which discount store the system got these words from, and it is not within the scope of Qi Li's knowledge at all. Forget it, just press it and try. Qi Lu thought about it for a long time and finally chose to give up. It was obvious that Qi Lu had no talent for writing, especially this self-created alien writing. You must know that formal writing creation is always traceable and will follow certain creation rules. For example, hieroglyphics. However, these words created by a system with insufficient intelligence obviously have no rules to follow. Qi Lu, I've searched everywhere, but I can't find any hidden rooms. Yu Xuanxue also ran back at this time. Qi Lu is still very confident in the civet cat's talent for treasure hunting. Since Yu Xuanxue said she didn't find it, it's basically certain that it's gone. In this case, there is no regrets. Shao Shu, be prepared to escape at any time. Qi Lu rubbed his hands and carefully looked at the buttons on the console. What did you say? Yu Xuanxue was stunned, thinking she heard wrongly. All the monsters in this dungeon have been wiped out. Why are you still running for your life? It's nothing. When I run away, I will take you with me. Qi Lu was not interested in repeating what he just said, but went straight to it, selected a few buttons that didn't look so dangerous, and pressed them solemnly. Drop. Then in the next second, an extremely sharp sound suddenly resounded through the entire hall. Immediately afterwards, a cold electronic synthesized sound sounded in the hall. The Institute's self-destruction program has been activated. The countdown to self-destruction explosion is 1 minute. Start now. 59, 58, 57. Do you know what one word becomes a prophecy? This is called one word becomes a prophecy. Qi Lu, did I hear wrong just now? The dullness on Yu Xuanxue's face appeared again, and she stared at Qi Lu with a pair of big cat eyes, unable to move away for a long time. You heard the wrong hammer, run away. When Qi Lu heard the sharp countdown sound, the hairs on his body stood up. He picked up Yu Xuanxue and ran as fast as he could outside the institute. The self-destruct button is not equipped with a safety device. When you designed the system, did you design it based on the puddle of water in your head? No, you have no brain at all. Qi Lu really didn't expect that he had chosen a few buttons that seemed to beta safest, and the result was the Institute's self-destruct button. With this kind of luck, you would really lose money if you didn't buy a lottery ticket. However, just when Qi Li's vent-like shouting ended, the system suddenly appeared. System, host, in order to prevent you from misunderstanding this system can tell you responsibly. System, actually, in the Research Institute copy, every button on the control panel is a self-destruct button if pressed by the player. What the hell? The words in Qi Li's mouth were forcibly suppressed by the system's strange thinking. Because at this time, Qi Lu had no intention of talking. Let's escape first. 3, 2, 1, the countdown is over. Boom. With the sound of countdown over, the entire institute made a loud noise, and then a red oval-shaped fire rose up that was a bit dazzling. The terrifying impact force immediately threw Qi Lu away. Fortunately, when the system was designing the dungeon, it did not intend to block all the players' ways of survival. Therefore, although the impact of the explosion is large, the damage is not high. After Qi Lu rolled on the ground several times, he finally stopped. Yu Xuanxue, who had been held in her arms, also rolled off Qi Lu and collapsed on the ground. So this is what you mean when you say escape for your life. Actually, I don't really mean it. Qi Lu looked at the sky that was a little black due to the war, and returned with an expressionless face. Understand. Yu Xuanxue silently replied with 2 words. Ding. Congratulations to player Qi Lu, a little kitten, for completing the rare copy, Research Institute. Obtain a rare copy, the Research Institute's special output item, laser lightmeter design drawings. However, not long after the man and the cat lay down, a clear and sweet prompt sound, accompanied by the prompt panel, appeared in the minds of Qi Lu and Yu Xuanxue. Rare copy. Qi Lu hit the carp hard, and it bounced up from the ground with a soaring sound. Then he quickly opened his character backpack. Laser light emitter design drawing. Collect enough materials to create a powerful laser light emitter. The quality is unknown. Usable times, 10 times. Good stuff. Although Qi Lu doesn't like the fact that laser light can't turn, in terms of power, laser light is still among the best among all technological weapons. The premise is that the system will not copy any more railguns. However, according to the system's weird way of thinking, Qi Lu couldn't guarantee that this wouldn't happen. However, before that, Qi Lu had to create a laser transmitter to see how powerful it was. Only then can one judge the value of this weapon. Hey, Qi Lu, I have an extra laser transmitter design drawing in my backpack. Oh, you have it? Yu Xuanxue suddenly shouted from the side. Of course there is. I estimate that every player who has entered the Research Institute copy will have one. Qi Lu responded, and then suddenly thought of the prompt before entering the dungeon. This instance can accommodate a team of up to 8 people. It turns out that limiting the number of people is to prevent the proliferation of laser transmitter design drawings. Forget it, this matter has nothing to do with me, let's collect the materials first. Qi Lu was too lazy to think too much, and instead began to look at the material requirements of the laser emitter design drawings. 20 alloy ingots, 15 special plastics, 5 colorful prisms. There are as many as a dozen kinds of various materials. This is just the amount of materials needed to make a laser emitter. Looking at the demand for this material, it doesn't look like they are machina laser emitter for normal people. On the contrary, it looks like a shipborne laser cannon. Hey, aren't the names of these materials the materials that were revealed in the dungeon I refreshed before? Before Qi Lu could finish reading, Yu Xuanxue shouted again. Will ordinary copies in the mechanical bull forest explode materials? Qi Lu was still thinking about where to find these materials, but Yu Xuanxue made it clear. Yes, but there aren't many of them. Yu Xuanxue rummaged through her backpack, and then continued, it's really not enough. I can't even get together a handful of materials for a laser transmitter. It doesn't matter if the quantity is small, as long as you know where to brush the materials. Qi Lu didn't mind. After all, grinding dungeons is mainly for equipment, skill books, consumables and the like. The materials are just attack, so naturally, there won't be too much. Furthermore, since this copy of the Research Institute was judged to be a rare copy, Qi Lu guessed that the quantity must not be large. Then the materials brushed out from these ordinary copies are even less useful. So. Yeah, I wouldn't have thought of it unless you told me. This is another big business opportunity. Yu Xuanxue suddenly slapped the floor and suddenly became enlightened. Before encountering the copy of the Research Institute, Yu Xuanxue also felt that these inexplicable materials were useless. But after having the laser light emitter design drawings, it is different. This is the advantage of entering a new map first. Able to get ahead of latecomers and seize key business opportunities. By the way, I haven't even had time to ask you how many people in the store have come to the Mechanical Bull Forest map. Shocked by Yu Xuanxue's sudden enlightenment, Qilu also remembered a question. There aren't many, they are basically struggling in the Shadow Assassin's entrance. Gu Pingchuan, Lu Jingya, Bailey Fenghua, Ling Ao, Ren Gongxiu, and Ban Jingde, it seems that they are the only ones who are about to pass the level. I can't remember the others clearly. Yu Xuanxue tilted her little head, seeming to be thinking. The Shadow Assassin entrance is a little different from the previous large maps. Goblin Mountains is a novice map. As long as an individual can pass it, there are no restrictions. The same is true for the Evil Spirit Warrior frontline. As long as the level is reached, you can enter the next big map. But when you get to the Puppet Maze, the difficulty starts to get higher. However, even so, the teleportation array fragments that enter the Shadow Assassin's entrance map can still be purchased. However, once you reach the Shadow Assassin entrance, you have to rely entirely on your own strength. Although I can find someone to hug me with my lap. But the premise is that your combat awareness cannot be too bad. Otherwise, he might be sent away by the ubiquitous Shadow Assassin before he cold react. They are all masters. Qilu couldn't help but sigh when he heard the name coming out of Yu Xuanxue's mouth. They are all hero-level strongmen, and there is no doubt about their fighting awareness and fighting skills. Oh, and Lan Yi and the others, a team of 7 people, seem to be about top-ass the level. At the end, Yu Xuanxue probably remembered it suddenly, so after pausing for a while, she added something. Lan Yi and the others, have the hidden families matter been resolved? As soon as Lanya team was mentioned, Qilu immediately remembered this matter. Mainland Qingqi should still be in charge of the overall situation at the Nalan family of the hidden family. Could it be that the matter was settled so quickly? I'm not sure, but Lanya's team did come to the store. They should have solved everything. Yu Xuanxue didn't care much about these things, so she answered a little vaguely. But since Mainland Qingqi and the others can come to the store, it shouldn't be a big problem. After all, it was really impossible. With their friendship with Gu Pingchuan and the others, it was impossible for the Hidden World family to deny them face. You know, the head of the Yun family, Yun Chengfeng, took advantage of Qi Lu. If I don't do anything, I'm afraid I won't even be able to eat. Then I probably understand the situation. Qi Lu nodded slightly, then looked at Yu Xuanxue. Do you want to continue to refresh the dungeon? Maybe it would be more convenient to have a helper, but it wouldn't be in the way anyway. I won't do it anymore. The effect of black coffee is probably going to boost up. I'm afraid I'll fall asleep in the dungeon in the middle of playing. Yu Xuanxue waved her little paws, and then yawned at the right time. Okay, see you next time. Qi Lu did not persuade him to stay because he was also afraid that Yu Xuanxue would fall asleep in the middle of playing. Basically, it is 100% that they will be sent out and resurrected. It doesn't matter if there is one missing kitten. It won't stop Qi Lu from clearing the dungeon alone. However, as Yu Xuanxue said, after coming out of the Research Institute dungeon, Qi Lu went to look for new dungeons, and the ones he encountered were basically combat-type dungeons. As soon as you enter there are mechas everywhere. Or there are mutated beasts everywhere, most of which are mechanical bulls, and occasionally other animals. There is no skill to speak of in these dungeons, just beat them and you're done. Once all enemies are eliminated, the level is cleared. Simple and crude. Moreover, Qi Lu has an advantage over Yu Xuanxue, that is, he has a good understanding of technological weapons. Even if you don't know the attack pattern of some weapons at first, you can immediately figure out the method after playing 1 or 2 rounds. Then you can start targeting. Facing these long-range weapons, using magic to counterattack, is the right approach. If you choose to fight in close combat when facing these long-range weapons, in most cases, they were beaten into a sieve before they even got close. Or be blown into a fool. So I have to say that these technological weapons still have merit. Although he can't be like those powerful men who can destroy the world 8 very turn. It's not even as good as the all-out explosion of a hero-level powerhouse. But when facing a Grandmaster-level opponent, it is still extremely threatening. Of course, this is just Qi Li's experience, based on the copies he has encountered so far. Because Qi Lu is not sure whether there are any types of weapons that he has not yet discovered in this copy of the Mechanical Bull Forest. Maybe there are more powerful weapons, but they haven't been discovered yet. Therefore, Qi Lu remains undecided on the conclusion of technological weapons and is ready to improve his opinions at any time. Otherwise, if you hit yourself in the face, it will really hurt. In the Dwarf Royal City, in the old Patriarch's forging room. In the forging iron furnace, the blazing flames burned brightly, illuminating the old Patriarch's face with uncertainty. The dwarves are different from the elves and the animal ears. In the dwarf tribe, there is no highest belief similar to the elf queen or the lord of beast spirits, only the identity of the clan leader. Because the dwarves are not divided into so many branches like the elves. If there is no highest belief, it will inevitably cause disputes within the clan. Unlike the tribesmen of the Beastears tribe, who are good at fighting and like to fight independently, they are difficult to control. That's why it is necessary to compete through battles to find the strongest person, as the master of the beast spirits, to overwhelm the clansmen and lead the entire Beastear clan. The dwarves don't like fighting, and they are not that obsessed with power and status. Blacksmithing and fine wine are all their hobbies. Therefore, in the dwarf clan, the clan leader may not be the strongest one in the clan. But the forging skills and enchanting skills are definitely the most superb. And the most virtuous and respected tribesman. The old patriarch of the dwarf clan knew that it was difficult to improve his forging skills and enchanting skills, because he was too old, so he chose to give up his skills to the new clan leader. This method of giving way to the worthy is also the most solemn ceremony among the dwarves. After resigning, the old patriarch returned to the dwarf royal city with peace of mind, lived in seclusion, and lived an ordinary life. He opened a blacksmithing shop and sold some weapons and armors forged, because I had no time to spare. The status of this dwarf royal city among the dwarves is the same as the status of the holy city of elves among the elves. It is the most important clan city-state. Symbolizes the identity and status of the dwarves. The Hearth City mentioned before is a city-state as famous as the Dwarf Royal City. However, unlike the importance of the Dwarf Royal City, the city of Hearth is famous because most of the forging masters of the dwarves are concentrated in the city of Hearth. So to put it simply, the Dwarf Royal City represents the face of the dwarves. For example, among the dwarves, the most solemn sacrificial hall was built in the Dwarf Royal City. And this city of Hearth represents the heritage of the dwarves. So most of the forging masters were gathered. These two city-states are the two most important city-states among Fedwarves. The royal city of the dwarves and the city of Heathfire. These two city-states are the two most important city-states among Fedwarves. However, today, the dwarf royal city welcomed an uninvited guest. Boom! As the hammer fell, a crisp sound of forging echoed in the forging room. The iron block placed on the forging table was still red and hot. But the movement of the hands of the old dwarf clan leader stopped. Now that you are here, stop hiding. Your dirty aura cannot be hidden at all. The old patriarch picked up the hammer, his eyes still staring at the red hot iron in front of him, and he made a steady and deep voice. Although because of his old age, it is difficult to improve his blacksmithing skills and enchanting skills. But the old patriarch's own strength is not bad at all. Even though the leader of the dwarves is not the most powerful member of the dwarves, the old leader's realm is still at the peak of the heroic level. The racial destiny belonging to the dwarf clan was passed on to the new clan leader as the old clan leader stepped aside. This is also the reason why the dwarf ceremony of giving up their talents is the most solemn ceremony. Giving up racial luck is equivalent to giving up the opportunity to advance to a strong level. You must know that the strength of a powerful person is extremely dependent on the luck of heaven and earth. Although due to various reasons, the powerhouse level is not blessed with any luck from heaven and earth, it is still several times stronger than the hero level. But without the luck of heaven and earth, it is equivalent to being at the bottom of the strong level. And the most important point is that a powerful person without the luck of heaven and earth can be cut down to the next level. The luck of heaven and earth is the key to advancing to the strong level. Therefore, a strong-level powerful person who has lost the destiny of heaven and earth may be cut off by other strong-level powerful people and fall back to the half-step strong level again. And this kind of cutting down state will directly hurt the origin. All hope of further progress was thus cut off. However, this is extremely rare. Because when a strong-level powerful person encounters another strong-level powerful person whose destiny has been exhausted, the most likely option is to kill him on the spot to avoid future troubles. It's not as simple as cutting off the realm. However, the old patriarch's realm itself is only at the peak of the hero level. Even with the blessing of the dwarf's racial luck, he can only be regarded as a half-step strong man. So it's not like he was cut off from the realm. But this is probably one of the reasons why the old patriarch will decisively give up his talents. Since your own cultivation qualifications are not enough, you might as well not take advantage of this hope, but pass it on to clan members who are more promising for advancement. To ensure the long-lasting prosperity of the dwarves. Although you are not very strong, your nose is still very sharp. This makes me wonder about your race. Are you a dwarf or a kobold? After the old patriarch pointed out his arrival, a cold and hoarse voice sounded in the forging room. And along with this extremely uncomfortable voice, there was also a tall figure. It has sharp horns on its head, a ferocious face, a mouth full of fangs, and red eyes. The sharp claws on the fingertips were like knives, shining with a cold light, making people intimidated. The bone armor on his body was as white as frost, but glowed with faint blood. This guy is a monster crawling out of the abyss. As expected, it's you. Not even Tianyuan's power can suppress you. Although the old patriarch had expected it, after seeing this monster with his own eyes, he still felt chills in his back. As long as you don't die, there is a possibility of coming out. You should have thought of this situation when you used Tianyuan's power to block us. The monster's cold and hoarse voice was filled with unconcealed anger and excitement, and the eyes he looked at the old patriarch were filled with bloodlust. We did think about it, but we didn't expect it to come so soon. The old patriarch's face became a little ugly. But there was no fear, but worry on his face. Remnants of the Nightmare Clan, it's not a good thing that you escaped from the abyss. With a sigh full of worry, the old patriarch picked up the hammer in his hand, turned around, and stared closely at the monster in front of him. Although the old patriarch has a strong body, he looks like a child in front of this monster. Of course it's not a good thing for you. Because we will seek revenge from you and take back these thousands of years of grudges one by one. The monster grinned, revealing a mouth full of fangs. With a wave of his sharp claw, a faint blood energy immediately filled the entire forging room. Powerful level pressure also emanates from this monster's body along with the blood. This is an aura that is completely different from the majestic and coercive momentum of ordinary strong level powers. Instead, it looks extremely cold. It's like a world of ice and snow, making people feel chilly all over. However, this cold pressure was well controlled by this monster, and no trace of it spilled outside the forging room. Strong level. How is this possible? After so many years of suppression, your realm has not been reduced. A look of extreme shock appeared in the old patriarch's eyes. Suppressing these monsters in the Tianyuan is to continuously strip away the power in their bodies and use it to maintain the power of the Tianyuan. To ensure that the power of the closure is not reduced. However, for some unknown reason, these monsters still had strong level strength after escaping from the abyss. This was completely beyond the old patriarch's expectation. After so many years, my level has certainly been reduced. However, compared with those guys back then, you are still far behind. The monster only said half a sentence, and did not explain why his realm could still be maintained at the strong level. Instead, he laughed out loud. However, this taunt did not make the old patriarch angry. Because the old patriarch is self-aware, compared with the ancient times, the dwarves are indeed much weaker. But it was precisely because of this taunt that the old patriarch suddenly raised his head as if he had thought of something. The nightmare tribe can consume flesh and blood to enhance its own strength and realm. You wouldn't have swallowed up those nightmare demons who were lucky enough to survive, right? The old patriarch suddenly thought of this possibility, and his eyes widened. Tiger poison does not even eat its seeds. However, the monster in front of him seemed to have no emotions at all. For his own power, even if he devoured the entire clan, he did not show any emotion. Those wastes are just some bodies that escaped from the abyss, and their consciousness has been wiped out long ago. Those wastes are just some bodies that escaped from the abyss, and their consciousness has long been wiped out. Why not use the flesh and blood of those wastes to make me powerful? The monster let out a low roar, and the bloodthirsty light in its eyes became more intense. In this current period, compared with the ancient times, the level of power is much different. Just being at the strong level is enough to run rampant. I think back then, in the ancient times, there were several peak experts in his world. It's just the strength of the strongman level, the power that needs to be feared, and there are many more. But now, just like this dwarf guy in front of me. After lurking around this monster for the past few days, I found out that this guy was the old patriarch of the dwarves. However, it only has the peak strength of the hero level. In ancient times, this was simply impossible. It's just a pity that those guys in ancient times were indeed unparalleled. But compared to the lifespan of the Nightmare clan, it's still far behind. The lifespan of the Nightmare clan is many times longer than that of the Dragon clan, and those with long lifespans can even survive for tens of thousands of years. None of the guys who sealed off the Nightmare clan back then are still alive today. Although the group of strong men who had fought against the Nightmare clan seemed to have kept the matter of sealing down the Nightmare demons as a secret of their own clan. But in terms of strength, it is really far behind. They are indeed a group of monsters without emotions and unworthy of sympathy. Although my strength is far less powerful than that of my ancestors, even if I risk my life, I will definitely stop you from continuing to kill. The old patriarch looked at the monster in front of him and said firmly. The Nightmare tribe feeds on flesh and blood to increase their strength. They are cruel and devoid of emotions. They can be said to be the enemies of all races. Just by looking at this monster, you can tell that it can devour its own people without any burden. This is a race born for killing and destruction. Therefore, the strong men who sealed off the Nightmare clan back then included almost every race in the northern mountains. You? Stop me? The monster glanced at the old patriarch, with a hint of joking on his face. Then come and give it a try. Don't worry, you are just the beginning. There are many more races I am looking for. A strong man, when faced with the lofty words of a peak hero, would not feel any emotion at all. I even wanted to laugh a little. Not to mention a race like the Nightmare that lives by killing. When it comes to combat prowess, Nightmares are among the best among all races. Even compared with the Dragon clan, it is not inferior by half. When all the monsters heard the words of the old patriarch, their faces were full of mockery. However, in order to reward your courage, I will tell you my name. Although you are going to die soon, you still remember it. My name is Stoker. The monster said slowly with a mocking tone. Stalker, I know this name. Translated in the language of the Nightmare Clan, it means Demon King. A trace of ridicule appeared on the old patriarch's face. It must be a mockery of the name. I didn't expect you to understand the language of the Nightmare Clan. Yes, the meaning of this name is indeed the Demon King. I didn't expect that as a dwarf, you actually understand the language of the nightmare. Yes, the meaning of this name is indeed the Demon King. A proud look appeared on Stoker's face. The entire nightmare tribe managed to escape from the abyss, and only Stoker was left alone. There is nothing wrong with being called the Demon King. Then let me see how powerful you, the Demon King, are. The old patriarch took a deep breath, and then suddenly raised his right hand. He also began to recite a series of complicated and obscure incantations. Stoker looked at the old patriarch with some surprise. Just when he was about to take action, he felt a slight vibration. It seemed to be coming towards him. And the direction from which the vibration came was actually outside the forging room. Warhammer of the dwarves are in danger now, and I need your help. Now, as a dwarf, I summon you to come. The old patriarch raised his right hand suddenly. A loud noise suddenly came from outside the forging room, smashing the hard wall of the forging room. Stoker looked back and saw a warhammer engraved with countless complicated magic patterns on its surface, flying over from behind him with a roar. Bang! Stoker subconsciously raised his hand to block the flying warhammer, and the huge force on it directly knocked him back 2 steps. Then he escaped from Stoker's obstruction and came into the hands of the old patriarch. This is a warhammer from ancient times. After all, Stoker is a strong man who has survived from ancient times to this day, even if he has been sealed under the abyss in the middle. But he is still very sensitive to the aura of ancient times. Yes, this is indeed a warhammer forged in ancient times. My ancestors had long expected that such a day would come, so they spent their whole lives forging this warhammer. The old patriarch holds a warhammer in his hand, and the aura on his body is completely different. The sudden surge of momentum even pushed back Stoker's pressure. Those damn guys still have this skill. Stoker snorted coldly. But there was no intention of backing down. If faced with an opponent at the peak of the hero level and a warhammer that had survived from ancient times, Stoker would shrink back. Then he wouldn't have crawled out from under the abyss. The old patriarch didn't speak, just stared at Stoker, quietly. This warhammer is exactly the one enshrined by the dwarves in the sacrificial hall. It is the warhammer that the dwarves have inherited from ancient times taught his day. This warhammer has witnessed the glory of the dwarves, and has accompanied the dwarves through such a long period of time. Since it was forged, it has been sealed in the sacrificial hall. And now, it has finally been taken out. A warhammer belonging to the dwarves. Come on. Let's fight. The old patriarch shouted loudly, and his aura surged again. This time, the pressure that erupted from the old patriarch was truly a strong level pressure. How is this possible? Your realm is obviously only the peak of the hero level. Stoker was horrified. Because Stoker couldn't figure out why a guy at the peak of the hero level could become a strong man in an instant. Although Stoker relied on devouring other tribesmen, he recovered to a strong level. But it is still far from the peak of the strong level. Moreover, the Nightmare tribe can be considered a very peculiar race. Unlike other races, as well as monsters and alien beasts, the Nightmare tribe does not need the will of heaven and earth to bestow the luck of heaven and earth to advance to the strong level. Instead, they rely on the talent of the Nightmare tribe to devour the luck off-tier prey. This is somewhat similar to the former Shadow Palace. Use the creature's own destiny to replace the destiny of heaven and earth to advance to the strong level. And by giving these life fortunes, you can also borrow the power of heaven and earth with the will of heaven and earth. It's just that the quality of the luck of living beings is not as good as the luck of heaven and earth. Therefore, with the same level of power of heaven and earth, the energy of the living beings that needs to be paid will be much more than the energy of heaven and earth. But the now-defunct Shadow Palace was always just an idea, and it was basically impossible to succeed if it were actually done. However, the Nightmare Tribe is different. Because this is the racial talent of the Nightmare Tribe, and it is also one of the reasons why it is hostile to all other races. Except for the Nightmare Tribe, if other races want to advance to the strong level, they can only rely on the will of heaven and earth to bestow the luck of heaven and earth. However, the Nightmare Tribe's approach undoubtedly treats all other races as prey. Rather than being hunted by the Nightmare Clan all the time, it would be better to join forces to eliminate this hunter. Many times, the positions of prey and hunter are exchanged in just a moment. And this kind of racial talent is also the reason why Stoker can recover to strong level so quickly. Without this racial talent, no matter how much flesh and blood Stoker devoured, he would probably be stuck at the peak of the hero level, or at most half a step into the strongman level. Then don't move any further. However, what shocked Stoker was that the guy in front of him was obviously a dwarf. Why can one jump from the hero level to the strong level without any luck from heaven and earth? This is the warhammer that my ancestors spent their entire lives forging. Stalker, you would never have imagined that. The old patriarch smiled coldly, swung his warhammer and rushed towards Stoker. The power contained in this warhammer that survived from ancient times was the accumulation of the forger's lifetime strength. It can instantly increase the user's power to a higher level. It's just that the higher the level of power is, the shorter it can last. And it's a one-time ability. Because this kind of disregard of the fate of heaven and earth, cross-level promotion realm, relies on the power in the warhammer. That is, the energy stored in the warhammer by the forger who used his last life as the forging material. Once it's used up, it's gone. If you don't dare to upgrade like this, the upgrade from the peak of the hero level to the strong level can last for several hours. It's enough to finish this battle. This is impossible. Stoker still couldn't believe it, but the fact was happening before his eyes, so there was nothing he couldn't believe. Moreover, now that the matter has come to this, it is impossible for Stoker to take a step back. The old patriarch rushed up with the battlefield in hand. Naturally, Stoker was not afraid but faced him directly. However, even if you have the power of a strong person, can you control it? However, when he stepped forward to meet him, Stoker suddenly sneered. You have never been in the realm of the strong. Do you know how to use this powerful power? Although Stoker was shocked, he soon discovered this shortcoming of Thorhammer. This warhammer, which has been passed down from ancient times to this day, can indeed temporarily enhance the user's level. However, for a user who has never had such a powerful power, suddenly possessing this power is absolutely uncontrollable. Even those who relied on their own cultivation qualifications and hard work, and went through many hardships, were promoted to the strong level. At the beginning of promotion, it is impossible to directly control one's own power. Instead, it requires constant training, practice, and perception in order to be completely familiar with and completely control one's own power. However, the old patriarch no longer had this opportunity to become familiar with his own power. This is definitely good news for Stoker. Although he is also a powerful person, Stoker was only reduced to a lower level and is only recovering now. But the old patriarch relied on the power sealed in the warhammer to forcibly improve his level. The gap between the two is obvious. However, Stoker has only initially recovered his realm. Among the strong ones, he is still at the bottom. So even if he knew that it was impossible for the old patriarch to control the power in the warhammer, Stoker had to treat it with caution. Noisy. The old patriarch had no intention of answering Stoker's question. The warhammer in his hand hit Stoker directly, and the majestic power was added to the warhammer, causing the surrounding space to become distorted. Boom! Stoker raised his hands, and the fighting energy in his body condensed into a shield, which collided with the warhammer. In an instant, a wave of air surged up. In just an instant, the ground at their feet was crushed into powder. It is indeed a very powerful force, but it is too wasteful. Stoker took a few steps back and waved his hands to disperse the fighting spirit shield. The huge force coming from the warhammer was also removed as the shield dissipated. From here, you can see the difference between the two. Although the old patriarch received a temporary promotion, he became a powerful person. But he didn't know how to control this power at all. He only knew how to use the simplest attack moves and methods. Compared with the old patriarch, Stoker's control of his own power is much more precise. There won't be any wastage of power at all. After all, there is a gap between the hero level and the strong level. Even in terms of strength and realm, special methods have been used to improvise. But if the state of mind cannot keep up, everything will be in vain. The old patriarch's current strength may be able to crush all heroes, but when facing the last truly strong man, there is no chance of winning. The only difference is how long you can hold on. Although I don't know how long you can have this power, but I think it won't be long. After Stoker had a duel with the old patriarch and determined the gap between the two sides, he sneered. With Stoker's current strength, there is really no way to quickly deal with the old patriarch. However, as long as the time is delayed a little, the power of the old patriarch can be delayed until the final time limit. Then you can win without fighting. Damn it, the Nightmare tribe can survive for such a long time, it should not be underestimated. The fact that the Nightmare clan has survived from ancient times to this day should not be underestimated. The old patriarch saw Stoker's expression and guessed what he was thinking. It has to be said that a nightmare that has survived from ancient times taught his day has a sense of smell and thinking ability about the battle situation that is definitely better than most powerful people in the world. The shortcomings of Warhammer cannot be hidden from Stoker at all. In that case, let's continue playing. Let me see how far you want to destroy this dwarf royal city. Stoker seemed to have caught the old patriarch's weakness, and a joking smile appeared on his face again. As the face of the dwarves, once the royal city of the dwarves is destroyed, it will definitely be a huge blow to the majesty of the dwarves. Therefore, in the previous battle, the old patriarch also tried his best to control his power. Otherwise, this forging room would have been destroyed by this violent force. A room that could withstand the aftermath of the battle between two powerful men might exist on the northern mountains, but it could never be this forging room. As long as I can get rid of you, I won't hesitate to give up the entire dwarf royal city. The old patriarch said resolutely in the face of Stoker's teasing. Then, without giving Stoker a chance to speak, he raised the warhammer in his hand again. This time, the old patriarch no longer held back. The small forging room was instantly destroyed and scattered into pieces. The damage caused by the battle between the two finally began to spread to the surroundings. The residents of the entire dwarf royal city were alarmed by the violent power fluctuations and the movement that echoed across the sky. Fortunately, the dwarf royal city is one of the two most important city-states among the dwarves, and it is also the earliest city-state built among Fedwarves. Almost all the houses were engraved with magic array patterns. This is simply impossible for city-states of other races. Because other races don't have as many forging masters as the dwarfs, nor can they have so many people who can carve magic patterns. Moreover, the battle between the old patriarch and Stoker was taken outside the city by the old patriarch. Therefore, the damage caused by this battle to the dwarf royal city was much smaller than imagined. However, that's all. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for the old patriarch Toadfeet Stoker. The control of one's own power and one's own state of mind. The two are too different. What's more, the Nightmare tribe itself is a race that is good at fighting. Although the Nightmare tribe is the same as those Warcraft, regardless offclass, the combat methods of this race are almost all agile and offensive. And the destructive power is astonishing. As a heavily armored warrior, the old patriarch had the upper hand in fighting style when facing Stoker. In addition, his own strength is also inferior. Defeat is also to be expected. After Stoker's power in Warhammer was exhausted, he immediately started a counterattack from the stalemate. Almost instantly, the old patriarch lost all his fighting power. No matter how much you resist, you will still become my dead soul in the end, right? Then what do you do? What's the point? Stoker asked coldly while cleaning the blood on his claws. He looked down at the old patriarch who fell to the ground, covered in blood. While cleaning the blood on his claws, Stoker asked coldly, "What are you doing? What's the point? There are some things that you have to do even if you know you're going toady. You, a nightmare with no emotions at all, will never understand such a thing." The old patriarch was lying on the ground and dying. But on the face of the old patriarch, there was no trace of fear of death, only regret for not being able to get rid of Stoker and worry for other people. I really can't understand it, but I don't need to understand it. As long as I am powerful enough, I will never have to face this kind of thing, and I can win forever. Stoker sneered and sneered at the old patriarch's words. Just like back then, we, the Nightmare tribe, lost to you in the battle, so we're suppressed under the abyss of the sky and will not be able to stand up for generations to come. But it's different now. I climbed out of the abyss. The loser, it's your turn. Stoker's tone was unusually sinister. Thinking of the days when he was suppressed under the abyss, the boundless darkness, and the power that was so terrifying that people couldn't resist at all. There is also the never-ending extraction of the vitality and energy of the suppressed until the suppressed are completely annihilated. All made Stoker full of resentment. You deserved it for that battle back then. The old patriarch's eyes widened and he stared at Stoker. It's just the jungle of the jungle, does it deserve what it deserves? You are weak and only worthy of becoming the prey of the Nightmare clan. Stoker shouted sternly. Then, before he finished speaking, Stoker flicked his finger. The blood stains that were cleaned up from the sharp claws immediately turned into a sharp arrow and flew towards the old patriarch, leaving a bit of red on the old patriarch's eyebrows. Don't worry, you are just the first. Soon, someone else will come to accompany you and become my strength together. Stoker spoke slowly, and a bloody mist floated from the bone armor on his body, covering the old patriarch's body. Although the Nightmare tribe relies on devouring flesh and blood to increase its strength. But the way of devouring it is not like that of those monsters. In the process of devouring it, Stoker also looked at the warhammer that fell aside. It was now a pile of broken metal fragments. The City of Life, in Chila's shop. Is it noon so soon? The time for clearing the dungeon passes quite quickly. After Chi-La came out of the dungeon in the Mechanical Bull Forest, he glanced at the time and immediately sighed that time flies by like a fleeting moment. This is already the third day that Chi-La has been addicted to the Mechanical Bull Forest. On the laser emitter design drawings, the amount of materials required is really not that small. However, after Chi-La's efforts in the past few days, he has collected the materials for 2 laser light emitters. I'm just waiting to synthesize it this afternoon to see how powerful it is. But now, it's noon, so let's have lunch first. Manager Chi, hello noon. Are you finishing the dungeon again today? Lan Chi and Shauna seemed to have chosen the time and walked into the store at noon. There's nothing to do anyway, so just pass the time. There's nothing to do anyway, so just pass the time. Sheila smiled and opened the cap of the freshly squeezed watermelon juice in his hand. Then I took advantage of this time to take stock of the situation in the store. There seemed to be a lot fewer customers from the dwarves. What's going on? Are there any grand ceremonies among the dwarfs recently? After looking at it, Sheila discovered this problem. Moreover, when Sheila said a lot less, he still said it casually. In fact, the real situation is that there are very few dwarf customers in the store. Occasionally I see a few, but they are also in a hurry. Besides, Tiana and Saratel didn't come yesterday either. But these two are busy people, so it's not unusual for them not to come. It's just that the dwarf customers are a huge source of customers. Sheila looked around again and then murmured in his heart. Without the dwarf customers, the store's customer base would be reduced by a third. Who can bear this? Manager Chi, were you talking about the dwarf customers just now? Shauna asked suddenly. Chi Li's first words were spoken subconsciously, so Shauna also heard them. Yes, I was thinking about that. There was nothing embarrassing to say about this kind of thing, so Chi admitted it generously. When opening a store, it's normal to worry about customer sources. Actually, the dwarves. If store manager Chi is talking about dwarf customers, I think there won't be too many during this period. Just when Shauna wanted to say something, she was suddenly interrupted in the middle of her sentence. Immediately afterwards, Tiana's figure appeared outside the store. Tiana, didn't you say something happened yesterday, so you went back to the clan? Shauna looked at Tiana's sudden appearance in surprise and asked aloud. By the way, I remember that Saratel also said yesterday that something important happened, so he hurried back to the clan. Lan Chi also seemed to have remembered something and said something. It also solved the second unspoken question in Chi Li's mind. They are indeed two busy people. Something big did happen. The warhammer in the sacrificial hall of the dwarf royal city was broken, and the life lamp of the dwarf elders was extinguished, so all the dwarfs returned to their clan. Tiana nodded and continued. This sentence solved the doubts of three people at the same time. The old patriarch of the dwarf clan is dead? Lan Chi slowly raised his head and frowned slightly. Every patriarch of the dwarf tribe is a highly respected person. As long as they are not enemies, they can usually get along well with each other. Even Lan Chi has some friendship with the old patriarch of the dwarf clan. So when he suddenly heard the news, Lan Chi felt a little uncomfortable. That's right, the life lamp in the sacrificial hall has been extinguished. There will be no other situation. Tiana said affirmatively. Moreover, you just said that the warhammer in the sacrificial hall was also broken? Lan Chi didn't pay attention to Tiana's words, but continued to ask. Yes, did you find anything? Tiana keenly noticed that there was something wrong with Lan Chi's tone, and immediately asked aloud. This time, a sudden battle broke out in the royal city of the dwarves, resulting in the unexpected death of the old patriarch of the dwarves. And not even the body was found, only the fragments of the warhammer were found outside the dwarf royal city. The old patriarch of the dwarves died in mysterious circumstances. This is a very serious matter. So the new leader of the dwarf tribe spread the news to the elves and beast-eared tribes. This is also the reason why Tiana and Saratel left the City of Life in a hurry. However, because the old patriarch of the dwarf clan resigned in advance and handed over the position of clan leader to the new clan leader, this accident caused panic among the dwarf clan. But the general trend can still be stable. After all, it's not that the current clan leader has left, and the backbone is still there won't be any big problem. However, the old patriarch died unexpectedly in the dwarf royal city, which undoubtedly slapped the entire dwarf clan in the face. And despite mobilizing the entire clan's strength, no clues have been found. That's why the current clan leader decided to contact the elf tribe and the bestiar tribe for help. Because the current patriarch of the dwarf tribe has only been promoted to the strong level not long ago, and the accumulation of luck in the world is far from enough. Compared with Tiana and Saratel, the difference is really far. However, even so, Tiana and Saratel didn't find much after they were on the spot. That's why Tiana is so eager now that Lan Chi mentions it. Because the relationship between the three major races is not hostile. Of course, we can't even talk about allies. At best, it can be regarded as a relationship of equal levels and mutual benefit. It is precisely because of this that the death of the old patriarch of the dwarf tribe made the current patriarch immediately think of the elves and the bestiars. Because he wanted to kill a peak hero level powerhouse without leaving any trace. It is absolutely impossible to do it without strong level strength. But there are countless powerful ones on the northern mountain range. Except for Tiana and Saratel, two strong level powers who are relatively Clasito the dwarves, other strong level powers are likely to take action. However, no powerful person would rashly attack the old patriarch of the dwarf clan before there was enough benefit. This is the most critical point. Therefore, the current leader of the dwarf clan told Tiana and Saratel the news, with the intention of testing the situation. But the result is good. And this also makes the whole thing confusing. On the night of the battle, many residents of the dwarf royal city were alarmed. However, the only aura that could be detected in the place where the battle took place was that of the old leader of the dwarves. I'm not sure yet. However, I want to know, do you know the significance of the warhammer in the dwarf sacrificial hall? Lan Chi shook his head and did not answer directly. Instead, he asked another question. Significance? I only know that warhammer is a warhammer inherited by the dwarfs from ancient times. As for the others, I don't know. Tiana told the truth. Okay, I probably guessed that you wouldn't know about this kind of thing. Lan Chi shrugged, not hopeful about his problem. Then, let me tell you first the meaning of that warhammer. It was a weapon forged in ancient times by the strongest forging master among the dwarves. When he knew that his lifespan was short, he used his last vitality and all his strength as forging materials. After it was forged, it has been sealed in the sacrificial hall. It can only be used when the dwarves are in critical situations. Lan Chi explained briefly. However, even the simple explanation made Tiana show a shocked expression. Use your last vitality and all your strength as forging materials. This feat is undoubtedly shocking. And because of this move, the warhammer gained so much power. Although Lan said it lightly, Tiana could also imagine it. That's all the vitality and all the power of a strong man. Although the final vitality may become somewhat weak due to the decay of lifespan. But a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. No matter how weak his vitality is, he is still a powerful person. In other words, the old patriarch of the dwarves was not at the peak of hero level during the unexpected final battle, but was at the level of strongman level. Tiana knew what Lan Chi meant by saying this. Killing a peak hero and killing a powerful man are two completely different concepts. That's right. Lan Chi nodded firmly. Regarding the warhammer, Lan Chi also heard from the old patriarch. This secret has always been passed down orally among the dwarf clan leaders and will not be told to any third person. Lan Chi knew about this purely because of an accident. But it was also because of that accident that Lan Chi had some friendship with the old dwarf clan leader. After all, it is a giant dragon that has lived for thousands of years. Friendship with Lan Chi, the old patriarch, is still clear about the help of Fedwarves. However, this time, the old patriarch did not expect that he would encounter such an accident, so he left before he could tell the current patriarch the secret. This is also why Lan Qi asked about that warhammer. The broken warhammer means that the old patriarch used the warhammer inherited from ancient times. Moreover, despite possessing strong level power, he has yet to defeat the enemy. Did you bring the fragments back? Lancy asked next. What do you want the fragment for? But I did bring a fragment back. Although Tiana was a little curious about Lan Qi's words, she still took out a piece of metal fragment. Although the warhammer passed down by the dwarfs contains tremendous power, the warhammer itself is not a magical weapon. And after that power is exhausted, the warhammer will automatically break. Therefore, the metal fragments left behind appear to be quite ordinary based on their appearance. The fragments of the warhammer have the function of recording the enemy's aura. You probably don't know this either. But you were able to bring back a fragment, which is a bit beyond my expectation. After Lan Qi took the fragment, he explained. For a giant dragon that has lived for thousands of years, it knows many secrets that most other powerful people do not know. After all, few other races can match the lifespan of a giant dragon. Record the breath? Tiana was startled, and then carefully looked at the fragment in Lan Qi's hand. After confirmation, she said, but, I didn't sense any breath from this fragment. This is the place where the dwarf blacksmith master is most full of wisdom. Lan Qi said slowly. In ancient times, many powerful people used methods to hide their aura, just because they didn't want the enemy to know their aura. Since those powerful men don't want you to know his aura, if this warhammer fragment records the aura openly, wouldn't it be clear that the enemy can destroy it? When Lan Qi said this, he stopped talking. But now that we have talked about it, it goes without saying that Tiana also knows what happens next. If you can't record the aura openly, you can only record it secretly. To be honest, I really didn't expect that the current leader of the dwarf clan would not know the true function of the warhammer passed down by his ancestors. When Lan Qi said this, he couldn't help but sigh. I have to say, this can be regarded as a mistake. If Lan Qi hadn't learned the secret of warhammer in that accident that year, maybe this incident would really have become an unsolved case. So at some point, fate is really a wonderful thing. Call. A faint wisp of dragon's breath spat out from Lan Qi's mouth and wrapped around the fragments of the warhammer. What are you? He is carving formation patterns. When Tiana saw Lan Qi's actions, she thought Lan Qi was going to destroy the fragment. Just as she was about to stop her, she was stopped by Qi Lu, who was standing aside. Manager Qi, do you think this is carving formation patterns? Tiana looked at Qi Lu with a dull expression. Although Tiana didn't know anything about blacksmithing and enchanting skills, she knew that using dragon's breath to carve formation patterns was not very reliable. There is no doubt about the destructive power of dragon breath. Even if it's Lan Qi, if he doesn't control it well, the warhammer fragment might turn into a puddle of molten iron. In this situation, Lan Qi still has good control. Due to poor control, this fragment was directly destroyed by the dragon's breath. This is an engraving method unique to the dragon clan. It's normal if you didn't know. Qi Lu explained. Dragons like to collect treasures, and naturally, they can also refine treasures. It's just that the giant dragon is not as easy to get along with as the dwarf master blacksmith, so no one knows that the dragon's forging skills are not bad either. I didn't expect you, Manager Qi, to know this kind of engraving method. Lan Qi originally wanted to explain, but Qi Lu beat him to it, and when Lan Kikami here, he was just surprised. Then with this surprised expression, even Tiana took another look at Qi Lu. After all, store manager Qi is really awesome, and he is really well informed. I know a little bit about it. Qi Lu replied humbly. Because Qi Lu really didn't know this kind of cold knowledge, he only found out after asking the system. Who would have thought that a creature as crude and crazy as a giant dragon could also forge something as delicate as blacksmithing skills? But Lan Qi stopped answering at this time. Because the wisp of dragon's breath used to carve the formation pattern has been extinguished. Okay, the pattern to open the fragment has been carved. It's a hiding method that fits the character of the dwarves. The warhammer fragments were placed on the small round table by Lan Chi. The originally very ordinary fragments were now covered with fiery red lines. This is the pattern used to release the breath recorded by the warhammer fragments. Although the formation pattern is not complicated. But if you don't know about this, you will never think that a piece of debris that seems to be of no use can actually have such a use. This is why Lan Chi said that this kind of hiding method is in line with the character of the dwarves. Because other races do not love forging as much as the dwarves. The opened warhammer fragments immediately released an extremely cold and penetrating aura, as if it wanted to choose people and devour them. This aura. I have never encountered it before. Do you know whose aura-itis? Tiana was the first to raise her head and look at the people around her. The auras possessed by the strong men within the northern mountain range are known to each other. The aura of strong man-level power is proof of identity. For the weak, perhaps there is no difference between these breaths. Because their perception is simply not enough to distinguish the difference between these breaths. But under the perception of powerful people of the same level, the subtleties of these breaths cannot be faked. However, Tiana searched around in her mind. But there was no way to match the aura recorded in the warhammer fragments with the auras of those powerful men in the memory. In other words, the matter of the old patriarch of the dwarves has nothing to do with the powerful men Tiana knows. It doesn't look like the aura of a powerful person on the northern mountains. Could it be an intruder from other worlds? Lan Chi frowned slightly and fell into thought. Lan Chi obviously knows much better than Tiana about the concept of intruders. Because when Lan Chi met Qi Lu for the first time, he had doubts about Qi Lu's origins and bluntly said that he did not belong to this world. And this suspicion is indeed correct. It's just that even if Lan Chi is killed, he won't be able to guess Qi Lu's true identity. This is the breath of the nightmare. Just when the two of them were deep in thought, Qi Lu suddenly spoke. What? Lan Chi and Tiana looked at Qi Lu in unison. I said, this is the breath of the nightmare, a breath unique to the nightmare tribe. Qi Lu repeated what he just said. Of course, this is just scripted after asking the system. If the system hadn't introduced Qi Lu to him, Qi Lu might not even know what the nightmare demon tribe was. Because within the current northern mountains, although there are many races, but the nightmare clan does not exist. So it is normal for Tiana and the others not to think about it. Nightmare? Nightmare. You can also hear it from the tone of Tiana and Lan Chi. Tiana was completely confused about the nightmare race, and her tone was full of doubts. But Lan Chi frowned, with a bit of shock in his tone, and a kind of teeth-gnashing anger. Lan Chi, do you know the Nightmare Clan? Shauna felt something was wrong when she heard Lan Chi's tone, and asked quickly. Of course I know about this notorious race. Lan Chi took a deep breath, seeming to force himself to calm down. It took a long while before he exhaled the turbid breath. The Nightmare tribe is cruel and surly in nature. They use flesh and blood as the source of strength. They have strong fighting power and are good at swallowing breath. It's no wonder you can't find other auras in the place where the battle took place. Although the aura of the Nightmare tribe is unique, they are unique in the method of devouring the aura. Devouring breath is different from hiding breath. Hiding the aura is active hiding, making it impossible for the enemy to detect the fluctuations in one's own aura. The swallowing breath is the ability used to clean up the battlefield after the battle. This prevents the enemy from finding any clues from where the battle took place. This is also due to the hunting methods of the Nightmare tribe. After hunting prey, in order to avoid being disturbed while devouring the prey and digesting the harvest of the hunt, the Nightmare will clean up all the aura leaked from itself during the hunting process. When Lan Qi said this, he paused for a moment, suddenly frowned, and then said, "But, as far as I know, the Nightmare tribe disappeared thousands of years ago. Although I have never seen the Nightmare clan with my own eyes, I have heard from the elders in the clan. The Nightmare tribe can be regarded as the enemy of all races. Including the Dragon tribe, there were quite a few tribesmen who were hunted and devoured by the Nightmare tribe back then." And this is why Lan Qi's expression changed drastically after hearing the name Nightmare clan. Even though there is no peace within the Dragon clan now. But fights between the various factions of the giant dragon are matters within the clan. When facing a common enemy, all dragons will put aside their usual prejudices, temporarily shake hands, and make peace with the outside world. On the other hand, Tiana, have you really never heard of the Nightmare clan? Logically speaking, this common enemy of all races should be recorded in the ancient books of each race. After Lan Qi finished telling the information he knew, he looked at Tiana again. As an elf queen, it should be impossible for her not to know such a major event in the history of the Northern Mountains. The ancient books of the elf holy city have been accumulated by the elf clan for thousands of years. I have only been the elf queen for more than 10 years. How can I read them so quickly? However, if the Nightmare clan is really what you said, then I think the information about the Nightmare tribe should be the most secret information. Tiana nodded slightly, indicating that she accepted Lan Qi's suggestion and decided to go back to the elf holy city to search for information. Lan Qi knows so much because he has lived long enough. The secrets of the Nightmare tribe have been largely forgotten after being downplayed for thousands of years. If such a notorious race is known by ordinary people of various races, it will only cause unnecessary panic and cause hundreds of harms without any benefit. So this information is just as Tiana guessed. All are the most secret information. The old patriarch of the dwarf tribe has been in the position of patriarch of the dwarf tribe for hundreds of years, so he naturally knows a lot of secrets. But the current leader of the dwarves, Tiana, and Ceratal, they are all strong men in this period. The succession time is only more than 10 years. It is normal not to know about many secrets from ancient times. After all, in every race, there will be inheritance left by the patriarchs of the past generations or the highest faith. It's just that the forms are different. Maybe after a few more decades, when Tiana reads the books in the holy city of the elf, Tiana will be able to know all these secrets from ancient times. It's just that now that something like this has happened, Tiana doesn't have time to see it. Ding dong, Ceratal has initiated a private message with you. At this moment, Tiana's membership card vibrated. What is Ceratal looking for me at this time? Tiana took out her membership card and chose to accept it. Ceratal's face immediately appeared in the small window of the membership card. Tiana, what happened to the old leader of the dwarf clan should be done by those guys from the Nightmare clan. Ceratal has no nonsense and gets right to the point right from the start. On the contrary, Tiana was stunned when she heard these words. Then after reacting, he asked in surprise, "Wait a minute, Ceratal, do you know about the Nightmare tribe?" "Of course I know, don't you know?" Ceratal was stunned on the spot when Tiana asked this question, and then asked a question subconsciously. These two lines of dialogue immediately left Ceratal and Tiana stunned and staring. Even Lan Qi and Shauna looked at Tiana with strange expressions. "Sorry, I almost forgot. The inheritance of the elves from past generations always likes to be written in ancient books. You may not have seen it yet." In the end, it was Ceratal who spoke first. The elves are a race that prefers silence, so reading ancient books can be considered a hobby. But the Beastiers tribe is different. The inheritance of the Beastier tribe from past generations is directly instilled into the mind of the next beast spirit master, so some of the secrets from ancient times are almost never hidden. Stop talking about this, let's talk about what you found. Tiana really doesn't want to continue this topic now. It would be too embarrassing if you don't know it when everyone else knows it. Fortunately, there is still Shauna accompanying him. Although this is not something worth celebrating, at least it can make him appear that he is not so ignorant. Tiana thought silently in her heart. Therefore, it is really important to develop the habit of reading. Okay, let's not talk about it anymore. Saratel can also understand Tiana's feelings. However, it is the tradition of the elves to read ancient books, so it is difficult for Saratel to say anything. After all, direct indoctrination and reading ancient books each have their own benefits. The advantage of direct installation is that it is fast and nothing is missed. But the disadvantage is that it can only be passed down from generation to generation by the masters of animal spirits in the past. The other tribesmen don't even want to know about it. The speed of reading ancient books is indeed slower than direct indoctrination, and much slower. And there are often places that I haven't seen or haven't had time to look through. However, the biggest advantage is that the ancient books are not limited to the Elf Queen alone, unless they are secret information that is not open to ordinary tribesmen. Therefore, this method is much better at improving the strength of the entire race than directly instilling inheritance. This difference in inheritance methods is also caused by the characteristics of the race itself. The elves' individual combat capabilities are not very strong, but they can rank among the 3 major races in the northern mountains. It depends on the overall strength of the race. Unlike the Beastier clan, each clan member's individual combat ability is extremely powerful. If it was really the work of the Nightmare tribe, then there should be no breath at the scene of the battle. How are you sure it was done by the Nightmare tribe? Lan Chi got ahead of Tiana and asked her doubts. Don't underestimate the intuition of the Beastier's tribe, Lan Chi. It's precisely because I can't sense any aura other than the old patriarch in the dwarf royal city, so I think of this once notorious race. Saratel said proudly, as if showing off. Because if you want to leave no traces after the battle, I'm afraid only those guys can do it. In order to confirm my guess, I went to check near Tianyuan, and found that Tianyuan's sealing power has indeed weakened. Having said this, Saratel glanced at Tiana emphatically. Then he explained the secret of that ancient period. As the Nightmare tribe preys on all races, it is not unusual for all races to join forces to suppress them. Since you dare to use other races as prey, you must be prepared to become prey at any time. As a result, all races in the northern mountains joined forces and experienced countless fierce battles. In the end, all the nightmare demons were sealed under Tianyuan. The effect of the sealing magic circle left behind was to slowly draw away the vitality of the suppressed people to supplement Tianyuan's sealing power. Until those who have been sealed off are wiped out. This is not only to use the vitality of all Nightmare Demon clan to stabilize the space barrier of Tianyuan, but also to punish the Nightmare Demon clan. Because the more stable the space barrier of Tianyuan is, the more stable the world of the northern mountains will be, and the less likely it is to be invaded by top powerhouses from other worlds. It's a good thing to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. And this incident ended with the entire Nightmare clan being sealed off. As a secret, it remains in the inheritance of all races participating in the war and is not known to ordinary people. However, when Saratel went to investigate Tianyuan before, he found that Tianyuan's power had weakened. This is not a good thing. Tianyuan's space barrier still has this function? Qilu also followed and listened to these secrets. However, Qilu didn't care about the Nightmare clan, but about Tianyuan's space barrier. After all, the Nightmare tribe and Qilu really have nothing to do with each other. On the contrary, it was Tianyuan's space barrier that blocked Qi Li's way back to the eastern wasteland. System, please come out. Tianyuan's space barrier has weakened. Can you help open a passage back to Donghuang? When Qilu heard this, he immediately shouted in his mind. System, host, what are you thinking about? You can come to the northern mountains only because the space barrier in Tianyuan has become weak. What did you say? When Qilu heard this, he was suddenly shocked. If we go by the system, it means that the power of Tianyuan's space barrier has already weakened when the branch was located in the northern mountains. What this nightmare tribe did was simply planned for a long time. Ever since Qilu came to the North Mountain Range, the nightmare demon tribe, which was sealed under the abyss, had already begun to take action. It's just now that he has officially revealed his fangs. Wait a minute, system, are you sure this incident has nothing to do with your random location in the northern mountains? Qilu thought for a while and suddenly felt something was wrong. System, host, as a good system that loves peace, this system will never do anything to undermine the stability of the space barrier for its own selfish desires. This is a fair statement. But Qilu heard it. The original system should not have the ability to destabilize Tianyuan's space barrier. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been restricted by the will of heaven and earth in the northern mountains for so long. It's just that the system in these two transactions is concerned about face, so it's too embarrassed to say it directly, so it's just an excuse. In this way, the branch was able to open to the Beishan Mountains, and it was a ride. But I don't want this ride at all. Qilu shook his head helplessly in his heart. Now that the nightmare tribe has escaped from the abyss, it is impossible not to take revenge for this kind of race that must seek revenge. The old patriarch, I'm afraid he died because of the nightmare clan's revenge. Cyrodiil concluded. There is evidence of motivation, ability, and aura. That's basically certain. But how can we find the nightmare tribe? Tiana asked quickly. According to the analysis of Lan Qi and Cyrodiil, the strength of the nightmare that attacked the old dwarf clan leader must be at the level of a strong person. Therefore, ordinary tribesmen are of no use when looking for the nightmare clan. If the strength is too weak, it will be like a meat bun beating a dog, and there will be no return. Instead, they also sent prey to the nightmare tribe. Therefore, the candidate to find that nightmare is almost certain. Although the current patriarch of the dwarf tribe has only entered the realm of the strong for the first time, in order to avenge the old patriarch, he naturally did his part. And then it's for the sake of racial camaraderie. And the hatred between races from ancient times to today. The master of the beast spirits of the Beast Ears tribe, Cyrodiil. The elf queen of the elves, Tiana. There is also Lan Qi, who represents the dragon clan. There are 4 powerful men in total. But there are only these 4 people. In ancient times, when the fortunes of heaven and earth were strong, hundreds of races were contending, and each race could find a few people to carry the cauldron. However, now, except for these 3 major races and the human race wandering in the edge of the northern mountains, the other races are basically in a state of decline. You might be able to cobble together a few strong men. But when even his own race is about to disappear, who has the heart to look for some nightmare? Maybe the inheritance of those races is gone. I don't even know about the nightmare clan. Therefore, the 4 powerful men wanted to find traces of the nightmare clan in the entire northern mountains. That's like looking for a needle in a haystack. We took the initiative to look for it, but it was indeed difficult to find it. The ability of the nightmare tribe to conceal its aura is also not weak. However, if the nightmare tribe wants revenge, they will definitely come too, so we just need to return to the tribe and wait for them to fall into their trap. As long as they dare to show up, I can give them nowhere to escape. As Cyrodiil spoke, he adjusted the hunting goggles on his face. In the hunting state, the marked target will always be visible to the hunter. No matter who the target is, as long as it is marked by the hunting goggles, even if it escapes to the end of the world, there is no way to escape the perceptual range of the hunter. This is also where Cyrodiil's confidence lies. Cyrodiil is right, just go back to the clan and wait. Lan Qi nodded in agreement. With the character of the Nightmare Demon clan, it is impossible to endure it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone directly to the Dwarf King's city to attack the old patriarch of the dwarves. Manager Qi, bring me 2 pairs of hunting goggles. Once you've made a decision, it's time to prepare. Lan Qi had no interest in hunting before, so he didn't buy hunting goggles, but now he must buy them. Store manager Qi, I want one too. Tiana said, following behind. Go get it yourself. Qila listened for a long time. At the end, he found that it had returned to him. He immediately sat back on the armchair next to the small round table. Manager Qi, you really don't like your customers. Lan Qi said somewhat helplessly. It doesn't matter. Do you still want the things? Qila just sat down on the armchair, with no intention of standing up. Now that everyone is so familiar, do you still want to let yourself, the store manager, do it yourself like you did when the store was empty? Impossible. Want. Okay, Manager Qi, just sit down and I'll get it myself. Lan Qi replied decisively, then stood up with a ting sound and walked to the shelf area angrily. 3 pairs of hunting goggles, 18,000 spiritual crystals. But the spiritual crystal is not the problem, the service attitude is the big problem. Manager Qi, I think your service attitude should be changed, otherwise you will easily lose customers. After deducting 18,000 spiritual crystals from the membership card, Lan kicked me to Qi Lu and gave her sincere advice. Will not. Qi Lu replied confidently. Can you tell me what it is that makes you, Manager Qi, have this wrong perception? Lan Qi asked curiously. Because the products in my store are good enough. Faced with Qi Li's conclusive answer, Lan Qi found it hard to find anything to refute. Because in fact, there is nothing wrong with Qi Li's answer. Strong strength can only ensure that customers do not cause trouble. If you want to attract customers to the store, the quality of the products is the most important. Ranch itself is the perfect example. If you can't beat Qi Lu, the worst thing you can do is stay far away. However, what attracts Lan Qi to the store every day is the delicious food and drinks, as well as the incredible New World mode. So much so that Lan Qi couldn't easily get angry even if he had a temper. There is nothing you can do, even losing your temper is useless. If you can't beat him, you just can't beat him. And now Lan Qi also discovered that not only could he not beat Qi Lu, he seemed to be unable to even speak. Let's go, who knows who the Nightmare Tribe's next target will be, so don't waste time here. Lan Qi realized something at this moment. That is, when you can't talk, as long as you stay away, the embarrassment will not come to you. So after saying this, Lan Qi hurriedly walked out of the store. Goodbye, store manager Qi. Shauna and Tiana said goodbye to Qi Lu in a decent manner. Okay, walk slowly, I won't send you away. Qi Lu nodded, indicating that he understood. Then after watching the 3 people leave, Qi Lu turned his attention to the warhammer fragments on the small round table. Lan Qi said before that although the warhammer fragments have the function of recording breath. But after being engraved with formation patterns and using this function, the warhammer fragment is just a piece of scrap metal with no value. So when leaving, Lan Qi deliberately did not pick up the pieces. It makes no sense, just to add trouble to Qi Lu. A child has a bad temper. System, host, this system has detected the breath of an ancient remnant soul. Do you want to extract it? Just when Qi Lu was about to take away this useless piece of warhammer and throw it away, the voice of the system suddenly rang in Qi Li's mind. The shock made Qi Li's hand stop. Ancient remnant soul? Where is it? Qi Li asked, quickly. Although Qi Lu is not sure what the ancient remnant soul is. But no matter what, as long as it is related to the prefix ancient, it is basically a good thing. What's more, the name ancient remnant soul sounds very lofty when you hear it. System, it's inside the fragment in front of the host. Fragments? Qi Lu picked up the warhammer fragments on the small round table and looked at them carefully. However, except for the formation pattern engraved by the dragon's breath on the fragment, which looks slightly mysterious, the rest of it is no different from a piece of scrap metal. And because the function of recording breath has already been used, the last bit of luster of this Warhammer fragment has disappeared. System, yes, because the aura of this ancient remnant soul is too weak. This system also tested it several times before confirming it. While Qi Lu was observing the fragments, the system began to claim credit again. No wonder you told me this now. When Qi Lu heard this, he suddenly understood. With the stingy and money-grubbing personality of the system, if this Rayo-Fanchant remnant soul had been discovered at the beginning, I'm afraid I will issue a task directly and let myself, the host, get this fragment, instead of waiting until now. As for why Qi Lu is so sure, the system will issue a task. That's of course because, if it's not something particularly important, the system won't waste energy checking it so many times and say it specifically. So, wouldn't I have lost a mission reward? Thinking of this, Qi Lu was shocked. This is not possible. System, how about it, host? This system is still very powerful. Hearing that the system was still asking for credit, Qi Lu immediately had Apelin in mind. Amazing? If it's really amazing, why did it take you so long to detect it? System, do you know that just because your detection speed is so slow, if this piece of debris is not left here, but is taken away, how will the loss be calculated? Qi Lu pretended to be angry, slapped the case, and asked in his mind. The system was immediately silenced by the question. After a long while, he made a weak sound. System, then host, how do you think it should be calculated? As soon as Qi Lu heard this tone, he knew that the system had been successfully subdued by his strong words. A system with a low IQ will be very easy to fool if it is further downgraded. It's very simple. Let me sort this out for you first. Qi Lu cleared his throat and continued. In order to prevent the system from being dissatisfied, Qi Lu decided to make the matter clear and conduct in-depth deception. First of all, this fragment is not ours, but brought here by Tiana. And now this fragment remains in the store entirely because of my friendship with them. In other words, you have nothing to do with it. Now, you want the ancient remnant soul in this fragment, then should you give him some compensation? Qi Lu talked about it from three aspects: cause, process, and result. What he said was reasonable and well-founded, so that this Erbi system, which had been downgraded from wisdom, had no choice but to be convinced. System, that makes sense, host. It seems that if this system doesn't give you some compensation, it seems a bit unjustifiable. Yes, that's it. Qi Lu nodded in agreement, expressing great satisfaction with his ability to deceive. As the system's IQ began to gradually improve under the influence of various routines, the previous deception methods were no longer easy to use. So now we have to give the system an intelligence-reducing effect before we can start cheating. System, in that case, there is still a treasured elixir in this system, so let's give it to the host. After waiting for a long time, Qi Lu finally heard the sound of the system. Oh? The treasured elixir? What kind of elixir is it? Take it out and take a look first. Qi Lu was happy at first, and then quickly calmed down. System, congratulations to the host for obtaining the elixir treasured by the system, the transformation pill. There is only one of this elixir. Please cherish it. What pill? Transformation pill? Qi Lu was stunned on the spot when he heard the name of this elixir. Why does this name feel so familiar? I always feel that when I read some books about cultivating immortals in my previous life, I often saw this kind of elixir. The specific effect is the kind of elixir used by monsters to transform into human form. I don't know if the treasured transformation pill mentioned by the system has the same effect. Qi Lu opened the information about the transformation pill with a feeling of trepidation. Transformation pill, treasure pill, Regardless of grade, taking the pill will help the user permanently obtain another racial form and the corresponding bloodline power, and will purify the user's bloodline power. Friendly reminder 1. After using the transformation pill, the user's original racial form will not disappear, but can be converted at any time. Friendly reminder 2. After using the transformation pill, the user's original bloodline power will be merged with the newly acquired bloodline power and purified together without any side effects. Amazing! It was indeed a pill collected by the system. Apart from this word, Chila could not think of any other words to describe it. Of course, there may also be adjectives like nyopi. But it always feels a bit inelegant to say it. However, this did not delay Chi Lu from expressing his shock and surprise. Although this two-stroke system has a low IQ, it is stingy and greedy for money, and it is also petty. But at least I won't lie. If you say it's a good thing to treasure, it's really a good thing. As for whether this transformation pill is really treasured for a long time, it doesn't matter if it's just this one. After all, given the system's character, it's not easy to take one out of its hands. This is the real transformation pill. It's much more effective than imagined. Chila looked at the effect of the transformation pill and was a little overjoyed. You know, in Chili's understanding, the transformation pill is to help Theusser transform into a human form. Apart from that, it has no other function. However, what should I say about this effect? It's really tasteless. Because in this world full of races, whether humanoid or not is not important at all. Especially in the northern mountains, the human race lives in the fringe areas. Because the terrain near the edge is relatively less undulating, it is easier to build city-states and high-rise buildings. However, the transformation pill given by the system was far beyond Chilu's imagination. Just the fact that it allows the user to obtain another racial form and the corresponding bloodline power has perfectly defeated the effect of turning into a human form. After all, there was only one option for taking human form. But with another racial form, there are many more people to choose from. Whether you choose based on appearance or strength, it doesn't matter. Moreover, while obtaining another racial form, you can also obtain the corresponding bloodline power. What is the concept? This shows that the user can completely use the power of the transformation pill to obtain the bloodline power of any top race. As long as this race is a race that is confirmed to exist in the world. For those tribesmen whose racial power is inherently weak, this is simply an opportunity for rebirth. And it's not just that. Two friendly reminders about the transformation pill are equally important. Especially the second one. Although this friendly reminder is just one sentence, the content inside it contains 3 items. First, after using the transformation pill, the user's original bloodline power will be merged with the newly acquired bloodline power. Second, the power of the 2 bloodlines will be purified together. And the third and most important point is that it will not produce any side effects. You know, the power of blood is a very domineering thing. When strong bloodline power encounters weak bloodline power, it is very easy to become devoured without fusion. Once the devouring state occurs, the weak bloodline power will be wiped out. However, the powerful bloodline power will also enter a state that cannot be purified, thereby greatly reducing the effect of the bloodline power. Therefore, the situation of double bloodlines cannot be acquired. Only innate dual bloodlines will appear. Just like the dragon blood in Lan Zier's body. Because the dragon bloodline is innate, it can merge with the weak bloodline power in Lan Zier's body and coexist in her body. And it can also improve Lan Zier's cultivation qualifications and potential. This is the difference between nature and nurture. Therefore, the friendly reminder of the transformation pill is also to solve the problem of bloodline conflict. Plus the first 2 effects. To put it simply, after using the transformation pill, there will be 2 completely purified bloodline powers in the user's body. And there won't be any conflicts. What does it mean? In other words, users of the transformation pill will have double their cultivation qualifications and potential. This kind of effect is something that even those top races can only dream of. Because the transformation pill doesn't care how strong your previous cultivation qualifications are or how high your potential is. As long as you use the transformation pill, it will increase your chosen race, corresponding training qualifications, and potential. The treasured elixir is truly worthy of its reputation. Extract the ancient remnant soul system. I'm very satisfied with this compensation. When Sheila spoke, he had already made a decision. I won't sell this transformation pill, I'd rather keep it for myself or give it to my own people. This is a one-of-a-kind good thing. Although he didn't know if the system was hiding anything, Qi Lu just assumed that what the system said was true. System, there is really only one transformation pill, host, use it sparingly. After receiving the consent, the system did not forget to give a warning when taking away the warhammer fragments on the small round table. After all, it is still a system that is stingy and greedy for money. They said they were extracting the ancient remnant soul, but in the end, they even took away the container that stored the ancient remnant soul. New. Qi Lu waved his hand and said something perfunctory. After perfunctory, Qi Lu rubbed his hands and thought about how to use the transformation pill. However, I have to say that this warhammer fragment was brought by Tiana, although the result was a mistake. But Qi Lu always took advantage. So Qi Lu always felt something was wrong if he didn't send some benefits back. How about I secretly help her increase the shipping probability of SR level pet cards after the pet card exchange machine comes out? Qi Lu thought about it in his heart and felt that it was feasible. Although the system may not pass that level. But faced with a system that is so easy to fool, Qi Lu said there is no problem at all. Okay, that's it. But there is another thing. Thinking of this, Qi Lu made a fist with his right hand and slammed it on the palm of his left hand. System, you haven't told me yet, who does this ancient remnant soul belong to? This is a very important question. System, after careful testing by this system, it is determined that this ancient remnant soul belongs to a strong man from the dwarf tribe. System, but this remnant soul is too weak, and there is no consciousness or memory in it. At this point, Qi Lu already understood. Who it is specifically, I'm afraid the system doesn't have the ability to detect it. After all, this is an ancient remnant soul. It all happened in ancient times, and no matter who comes, there is no way to determine who it is. But just because we can't be sure doesn't mean we can't guess. The ancient remnant souls that will appear in the warhammer passed down by dwarfs from ancient times will be combined with the forging process of this warhammer. The answer is already obvious. If the prediction is correct, it should be the strongest forging master of the dwarves who forged this warhammer. Use your own vitality and all your strength to throw the sacrificial vessel into the furnace. It is not incomprehensible to leave some residual soul behind. However, what makes Qi Lu curious is whether there may be the remnant soul of the forging master in other fragments of this warhammer. If that's the case, then collect all the other warhammer fragments and wonder if the remaining soul can be repaired. System. System, host, this system can clearly tell you that it is possible to repair the remnant soul, but the possibility is extremely low. You Irby system is checking my thoughts again. Although Qi Lu got the answer, he still felt unhappy. System, this system is also for the convenience of the host and to save time. System, besides, as a host, how much privacy do you have for this system? Shut up. Qi Li's eyes twitched, and he was secretly glad that he was still single. Otherwise, the consequences would be simply unimaginable. System, don't worry, host, this system has no interest in live broadcast. Shut up, bastard. Qi Lu covered his forehead, feeling his temples pounding and his blood pressure rising a lot. But there is nothing to argue with a system with low IQ and zero emotional intelligence. So Qi Lu immediately took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. Then, he took out his membership card. Tiana, I have something to ask you. Qi Lu dialed the private chat request to Tiana. Soon, the private message request was accepted. Manager Qi, what's the matter? Tiana was in a hurry to rush back to her clan, so her tone of voice seemed a bit hasty. I would like to ask, where are the other pieces of the Warhammer? Qi Lu also knew about this situation, so he connected his membership card and asked straight to the point. Mr. Qi, why are you asking this? As for the Warhammer fragments, except for the piece I have here and the one in Saratel's hand, the others are all left in the Dwarf Royal City. Although Tiana was confused, she still answered Qi Li's question. Okay, I understand, thank you. You are welcome. Qi Lu thanked her, Tiana said politely, and then the two hung up the call. Although the possibility is extremely low, we still have to give it a try. By the way, system, when you extract the remnant soul, do you have to take away the Warhammer fragments? Qi Lu suddenly thought of this problem during the planning process. System, no need. Then wasn't my previous behavior just taking advantage? However, Qi Lu was very sensible and did not mention this matter. It would be useless to keep the Warhammer fragments in his hands anyway. Since there is no need to collect the fragments, this problem is easy to deal with. Just hide your aura and go to the Dwarf Royal City. However, there is a problem. That's because of the Nightmare Clan, the Dwarf Clan's royal city is now completely blocked. Qi Lu is going over now. If he is seen, he may be regarded as an accomplice of the Nightmare Clan, or else he may be the murderer of the old leader of the Dwarf Clan. Although Qi Lu himself is innocent. But this person who is under the melon field and plum blossoms is unable to defend himself when he is seen. So it's better not to go there during this time. Anyway, the Warhammer fragments are just there, and they won't grow wings and fly away. Let's wait until this storm is over. Although the events of the Nightmare Tribe's appearance in this world are very important. But the store still has to stay open. The so-called "it has nothing to do with you" is a very rational state. However, on the second day, Qi Lu felt differently. Store manager Qi, starting from tomorrow, we may not be able to come to the store for a while. Lillian said to Qi Lu while eating the fruit platter. So let's come over today and eat more. Aluya also agreed, putting down the potato chips in her hand and taking a sip of freshly squeezed watermelon juice. Then he set his sights on the colorful fruit-flavored pizza on the side. What happened? Qi Lu looked around the store and found that the number of customers had indeed decreased a lot. In addition to the very few customers from the dwarf tribe since yesterday, the number of customers from the elves and beast-eared tribes has also begun to decrease significantly. The most obvious thing is that the decks in the combat power improvement training room area are beginning to have vacancies. This was something that couldn't happen before. There are more customers sitting at the small round table waiting for a seat. I heard that there seems to be a city-state within the clan's territory, and a large number of clan members disappeared overnight. So Sister Tiana started to gather all the clan members towards the elf holy city. Lillian said as she put fruit into her mouth. Although the words were a bit vague, Qi Lu, who knew the inside story, immediately understood. It seems that those guys from the Nightmare Clan are not stupid at all. After Qi Lu understood the situation, he just lowered his eyes slightly and didn't say much. After nodding slightly, he returned to the counter. Since Tiana decided not to tell the clan members about this matter, Qi Lu would not try to cause trouble. There are some things that, if ordinary people know about them, will only cause panic. Harmful rather than helpful. From this point of view, the Nightmare Tribe's ability to survive from ancient times to the present relies on more than just its tyrannical fighting power. The Nightmare Tribe had just come out of Tianyuan's closed town, so their strength was definitely not strong. No matter what, it is impossible to directly go to the strong level to cause trouble. Moreover, the nightmare tribe can improve its own strength by devouring flesh and blood, so starting with the weak members of the race they want to take revenge on is the best choice. The more they fight, the stronger they become, which is the advantage of the nightmare clan. Just like the previous attack on the old patriarch of the dwarves. The nightmare clan also discovered that the current leader of the dwarf clan was guarding the city of Hearth, so they chose to attack the dwarf clan's royal city. This can not only destroy the majesty of the dwarfs, but also strengthen their own strength, killing two birds with one stone. It's just that the nightmare tribe didn't expect to meet the old patriarch of the dwarf tribe, who happened to be holding the warhammer inherited from ancient times. And this is where Tiana and others are helpless. Because there is no trace of the nightmare clan at all. Therefore, we can only carry out passive defense and gather the elves near the holy city of elves. Tiana and Lanchi will guard the elf holy city. In the area covered by the powerful perception of a strong person, as long as the nightmare tribe dares to appear near the elf holy city, the hunting mark will definitely be marked. At that time, as long as you follow the hunting mark to find those nightmares, things will be easy to handle. But until then, all we can do is wait and see. Waiting for the nightmare tribe to set its sights on the elf holy city. As for other more remote city-states, we can only ask the tribesmen in those city-states to seek their own blessings. If it was really because the remote city-state was attacked, he set off to check it out. The greater possibility is that he will be transferred away from the mountain. Then it evolved into an exhausting pursuit of the nightmare tribe, and in the end, it couldn't even take care of the elf holy city. Of course, Tiana is not doing nothing. This time, the order was given for the elves to gather towards the elf holy city in order to reduce the casualties among the tribesmen. Moreover, during the transfer process, Tiana also asked Lanchi to escort her to prevent the nightmare tribe from attacking the tribesmen on their way to the elf holy city. In that case, wouldn't it affect my business? Those damn nightmare tribes. Chi Lu, who returned to the counter and sat down for 2 minutes, suddenly thought of this problem and sat up straight. Then he looked around the store again. Sure enough, the number of customers from the Beast Ears clan has also decreased by more than half. It seems that Saratel has also begun to gather the clan members to the Beast Spirit City. Beast Spirit City is the royal city of the Beast Ear clan. As the Lord of Beast Spirits, Saratel usually stays in the City of Life or guards the Beast Spirit City when he is not in the store. This time, in order to deal with the Nightmare clan, Chi Lu expected that the clan members would be transferred to the Beast Spirit City. However, in this case, the store's business would be at least 90% worse. There is no other reason. Customers who can come to Chi Li's store either have spiritual crystals, or they have spiritual crystals and are free. I won't say anything about their status in their respective clans. After all, with the product prices and consumption levels in Chi Li's store, customers who don't have some spiritual crystals on their bodies really don't dare to come in. Therefore, these customers are basically the mainstay in their respective tribes. These customers are also the backbone of their respective races. When facing the attack of the Nightmare clan, these backbone forces naturally cannot afford to lose. It is precisely because of this that these customers will be recalled to the irrespective clans to ensure that nothing happens until the Nightmare clan's affairs are dealt with. As a result, Chi Lu could only watch helplessly as the store returned to its previous, deserted state. Why did I forget this one? Now that everyone is in danger, who would be in the mood to spend money? Chi Lu scratched the back of his head irritably. All of a sudden, it was no longer a matter of personal concern. If it affects the store's business, it will cut off Chi Li's financial resources and the system's financial resources. The so-called cutting off people's wealth is like killing their parents. Although for Chi Lu, it has not reached such a point of irreconcilability. After all, the main reason why Qilu opened a shop was to eat and wait until death, while living a leisurely life. But for a system that is stingy and money-grubbing, this may be a notch above the level of mortal conflict. However, Qilu feels that he cannot talk to the system about this matter yet. Otherwise, when a mission is given, he, the host, is asked to catch all the culprits that affect the business. Then, Qilu really didn't know where to look for the Nightmare Tribe. This is the good thing about being with the system for a long time. Qilu can basically figure out the system's way of thinking, and then use these as a premise to deceive him better or get more benefits for himself. The so-called intrigues with the system are endless fun. Although I don't know if the system will become more sophisticated in the future. But at least I can still fool him now. In this case, you have to take advantage first, otherwise it will be you Celestial regret it later. Manager Chi, I've finished eating. I've finished eating too. Let's go back to the Elf Holy City first. See you, Manager Chi. While Qilu was busy thinking, Lillian and Yaluya finally finished the fruit platter, colorful fruit-flavored pizza, egg tarts, candied haws, and 2 bottles of freshly squeezed watermelon juice in front of them. Then he stood up and said goodbye to Qilu. Okay, walk slowly and be careful on the road. Qilu nodded and gave a rare warning. Although the Nightmare Clan has affected the store's business, it has not affected Qilu's character. If Lillian and Aluya were still in the City of Life, Qilu could still take care of them and ensure their safety. But once you leave the City of Life, there is no guarantee. Because no matter what Qilu said, he was still only in the realm of hero level. Maybe he could be invincible within the hero level. However, when facing a powerful person, it's a bit lacking. To put it simply, it means that you have more than enough self-preservation but not enough chance of winning. Of course, if you can rely on the power of the system, no matter what the opponent's strength is, it will be in vain. Unfortunately, unless the Nightmare Tribe can take the initiative to come to the store, otherwise, the system is more likely to pretend to be dead. Then came the 3rd day. Qilu sat behind the counter, scanning the store and found that the number of customers was even smaller. This is not the way to go. Looking at the empty shop, Qilu was so worried that his hair fell out. But there is really nothing that can be done. However, listening to the customers in the store occasionally talking about the transfer of clan members, Qilu knew that this matter was indeed serious. When he has nothing to do, Qilu will also take out his membership card and open the form in the communication system to take a look. It was all about this incident. The Elf Holy City, the Beast Spirit City, and the Dwarf Royal City are all crowded with people from all races. Including the outside of these city-states, they are all populated by tribesmen who have been living outside the city because they can no longer stay in the city-state. Fortunately, for these 3 races, it is not difficult to build a shelter. Surrounded by various tall trees, they are the best building materials. Among the trees growing in the northern mountains, a small number are quite tough. Often used as the skeleton of various buildings. In addition, the residence built outside the city this time is just a temporary shelter. Therefore, those tribesmen who received the call and came outside the royal city of their own race began to build their own residences. And each residence doesn't take up much space. After all, for the elves, dwarves, and animaliers, a temporary residence is just a place to eat and sleep. It would be inconvenient to build it too big. Qilu browsed the customer updates in the forum and used these posts to understand the situation of this incident. The Nightmare Tribe is also quite smart and is not so blind as to go directly to these places to die. But it's not good for me to be so shrewd. Qilu sighed silently and took a look at the store. I don't know how long this state of neglect will last. Elf Holy City, Queen's Hall. This is the most central location of the Elf Holy City, and it is also the tallest and majestic hall in the entire Elf Holy City. Here, you can effortlessly overlook the scenery of the entire city-state. However, there are only a few elves who are qualified to enter the Queen's Hall. Because this is the most solemn hall, representing the majesty of the Elf Queen and the face of the elf people. At this moment, Tiana was standing on the top floor of the Queen's Hall. It's the third day, and I don't know how long the Nightmare Tribe wants to spend time with us. Tiana said slowly. The Nightmare Tribe is used to wandering around and has no fixed place to leave. But most of the elves gather here, and every extra day is a huge drain on the entire race. And it can easily cause dissatisfaction among ordinary tribesmen. Last night, trouble occurred in 3 more city-states, 1 from the Beastier tribe and 2 from the Dwarf tribe. Lan Chi took the membership card and spoke out after finishing contacting Saratel. Fortunately, they also moved the tribesmen, so the number of tribesmen who disappeared is not too large. This is the only good news. But it is undoubtedly a major blow to the confidence of Tiana and others. Just reducing the number of disappeared tribesmen can be considered good news. This is such a helpless thing. It will be dark soon. According to the characteristics of the Nightmare Tribe's attacks, every time they attack, it will be at night. We have to brace ourselves. Shauna looked at the disappearing light on the horizon and said aloud. Night is always unsettling. But for the nightmare, it is the best cover when taking action. Stoker stood in the forest, looking in the direction of the elf holy city, from a distance. This place is so far away that even the perception of a powerful person cannot cover it. Gathering the clan members together for protection is indeed a very smart move, but it also makes my actions easier. Stoker spoke with a ferocious smile on his face. At the same time, a gap suddenly opened in the bone armor behind Stoker, and wisps of blood-colored mist rushed out from the gap. Then, next to Stoker, a monster that looked very similar to him appeared. It's a pity that you don't understand the meaning of the name Demon King among the Nightmare Tribe. Go. My people. After Stoker differentiated these monsters with ferocious appearance and eyes as red as blood, he took a few deep breaths, waved his hands, and pointed in the direction of the elf holy city. Dividing tribesmen is a unique ability of high-level nightmares among the Nightmare Tribe. Just like Stoker, the name of the Nightmare Clan is translated into common language. This is an ability that only the Demon King possesses. After bloodbathing several city-states in the past few days, Stoker's power has also been greatly improved, completely stabilizing his powerhouse level. This is the unique racial advantage of the Nightmare Tribe. What's more, when Stoker was promoted, he had no mental shackles at all. That's why Stoker decided to come to the Elf Holy City. However, after his last experience in the Dwarf Royal City, Stoker also learned to be cautious. It's enough to take risks once. The second time, it is not something a smart person should do. Stoker is not stupid, so he will not rush towards the Elf Holy City like a fool. After all, although the overall strength of the current northern mountains is far less than that of the ancient times, Stoker's current strength is far from as powerful as it was in the ancient times. So when you should be careful, you still have to be careful. This aura is from the Nightmare Tribe. Lan Chi was sitting on the top floor of the Queen's Hall, with her eyes closed and concentrating. The moment she sensed the cold atmosphere, she stood up. Yes, I also sensed it, it was this breath. Tiana also walked out of the back room of the hall. Then let me go meet them for a while. I have been waiting for so long in vain. It is time to let them know what the dragon's anger is. The pitch-black cloak that Lan Chi was wearing moved automatically without any wind, and bursts of terrifying dragon power escaped from it. It is really difficult for a dragon with an impatient and violent temper to wait and see. So it's not without reason that Lan Chi became so excited at this moment. Then it's up to you. Tiana knew that her combat power was limited, so with a wave of her hand, she blessed Lan Chi with a bunch of auxiliary magic. Light protection, strength improvement, agility improvement. The protection of the holy light, speed increase, fighting spirit increase, martial skill increase. Although Tiana has no doubts about Lan Chi's strength. But sometimes, it's always good to be fully prepared. Roar. With a roar, Lan Chi suddenly turned into a black light and rushed towards the source of the cold aura. The speed was so fast that it was like a black light cutting through the night sky, and no one from the elf tribe even noticed. The aura of the nightmare tribe is quite unique. Mixed with the aura of the elf tribe, it is like fireflies in the dark night, visible to everyone at a glance. What's more, the nightmare tribe has not yet encountered any members of the elf tribe. That unique aura is obvious. When you come, just leave them all to me. Lan Chi took out the hunting goggles from his arms. In the forest, there was a group of nightmares that were about to rush into the elven holy city and kill them. It has to be said that the appearance of the nightmare is quite ferocious and ferocious. Those blood-red eyes were like pools of blood, as if you could smell the strong smell of blood just by looking at them. Ouch! The nightmare that Lan Chi blocked on the road suddenly let out a sharp roar. He didn't even pay attention to the majestic dragon power emanating from Lan Chi's side. As a nightmare individual separated by Stoker, there is no intelligence at all, only the instinct to kill. And he is not afraid of death. If these nightmares rushed into the elves, it would definitely be a huge disaster. No sanity, damn it, the mastermind is not here. Although Lan Chi didn't know that high-level nightmares had the ability to divide people, he could still imagine how a nightmare without intelligence could do things so flawlessly. The nightmares in front of them were only at the hero level at best. In front of Lan Chi, it was simply not enough. However, this is only for the strong level powerful. Hero level, no matter what, it is also the top combat power, and it is definitely a huge threat to ordinary people of all races. If left unchecked, the situation would definitely be dire. Stoker stood quietly in the forest, sensing this scene through these differentiated tribesmen. The dragon. When did the relationship between the dragon clan and the elf clan become so good that they even send powerful dragons to protect the elf clan? Although the nightmare tribe is also a race known for its powerful fighting power. But Stoker knew that it was too early for him to confront the dragon clan now. I'm wasting my life force again. Forget it, let's go hunting somewhere else tonight. I heard that among the elves, there is a place called the City of Life. Stoker knew that with his current strength, he could not be targeted by this giant dragon. Therefore, he decisively cut off contact with these tribesmen to prevent the giant dragon from following the clues and finding him. Since the powerful elves are guarding here, let's hunt somewhere else. Until his own strength is strong enough to confront these races, it will not be too late to show up again. Stoker thought so, and his figure also disappeared into the darkness. Lan Chi, how is the situation? Tiana couldn't wait to ask when Lan Chi came back. Those guys are very cunning. They just sent a group of unconscious nightmares to die. They probably left after discovering the reality here. Lan Chi sighed and said with some annoyance. Although the group of unconscious nightmares could not cause any harm to Lan Chi, their fierce and fearless fighting style could cause some obstacles. So much so that even though Lan Chi completely spread his perception, he still can't find the mastermind behind it. So we can only vent our anger by getting rid of the group of nightmares. Then this is terrible. If this is the case, it is simply impossible for us to wait here for the nightmare tribe to fall into the trap. Tiana was shocked and spoke immediately. Yes, I really didn't expect that in the end, we would still have to take the initiative to find them. Lan Chi said angrily, and couldn't help but reveal the sharp dragon teeth in his mouth. But now no matter how angry he is, it will not help. The Nightmare clan has no worries and can run away as they please. Moreover, they have no emotions to speak of. Even if they are threatened by their clansmen, they will not show up. But it is impossible for Tiana and others to do this. Even a proud dragon cannot be emotionless. But the Nightmare tribe can. I really don't know how this race has been able to survive from ancient times to the present. So what do we do now? Shauna looked at Lan Qi, listened softly, stretched out her hands, and held Lan Qi's hand. The warm and soft touch made Lan Qi calm down a little. I'm going to look for traces of the Nightmare tribe. You just stay in the Elf Holy City. Facing the powerful nightmare demons, I'm afraid I will hurt you. Lan Qi half raised his head and spoke slowly. As long as Tiana stays in the Elf Holy City, even if the Nightmare tribe is trying to flee the mountain, they will wait for Lan Qi to leave and then fight back here. With the help of the Holy Light Sphere, Lan Qi can also support him. I see. After Tiana responded, she waved her hand gently, and a holy light fell on Lan Qi. Grace. This is the second skill attached to the Holy Light Sphere. Send down grace and protect the target. And before the power of grace dissipates, the target's basic attributes will be greatly improved, all damage will be increased by 50%, and it will be immune to death. After many tests by Tiana, she discovered that the power of grace can be used as long as the energy in it is not actively consumed. Then even if it lasts for the first half of a month, it will not dissipate. Compared to the Holy Light Realm, grace is much stronger in terms of the blessing of single-target combat effectiveness. Damn Nightmare tribe, just wait. The dragon's anger is not that simple. Lan Qi felt the power of grace on his body, took a deep breath, and immediately rose up from the ground and rushed into the sky. Compared to the Elf Holy City, the City of Life, which is also extremely important among the elves, seems totally undefended. Because it is different from the Dwarf Royal City and Hearth City. The Dwarf Royal City represents the history of the dwarfs and is the face of the dwarfs. The City of Hearth has gathered most of the forging masters in the dwarves, and it is the foundation of the dwarves. That's why the current leader of the dwarf clan guards the City of Heathfire. The old patriarch stayed in the Dwarf Royal City. But the City of Life is different. It is a city-state used by the elves to exchange supplies with other races. The City of Life may be prosperous. But in terms of status, the City of Life cannot compare to the City of Hearth. Not to mention the Dwarf Royal City and the Elven Holy City. Stoker also took a fancy to this point. Before his strength was fully restored, the city-state Stoker chose to attack where all city-states, without strong men to guard them. After all, there are really only a handful of powerful people in the northern mountains today. The hero level poses no threat to Stoker. Therefore, under this premise, the city-states Stoker chose were relatively important city-states. The City of Life is the most prosperous city-state among the elves. Stoker stood quietly in the void, overlooking the brightly lit city-state below. After making sure that there was no threatening atmosphere in the City of Life, Stoker felt relieved. Stoker was also so careful when attacking several previous city-states. Because Stoker knew in his heart that before his strength was restored, it would never be wrong to be cautious. It won't be too late to go on a rampage when he becomes stronger in the future. Since you like guarding the holy city of Elf so much, then I will destroy the City of Life and see how you will react. The red light in Stoker's eyes flashed slowly, and the bone armor behind him cracked a gap again. The Nightmare clansmen who were separated one after another appeared next to Stoker under the cover of blood-colored mist. Dividing tribesmen is a unique ability of high-level nightmares. And using this ability naturally requires consuming a certain amount of vitality and energy. If these differentiated tribesmen hunt enough prey, the vitality and energy consumed can be replenished. But if the prey is not hunted, for Stoker, the consumption of dividing the tribe can only be regarded as wasted. Because these tribesmen without intelligence will have been consuming energy since they appeared. Therefore, those nightmare clansmen who were blocked by Lan Chi in the forest outside the holy city of Elf before could only be regarded as wasted. Although Stoker broke his wrist as a strong man, he stopped his losses in time. But I also suffered a certain amount of trauma. It was precisely because of this hunting failure that aroused Stoker's anger. So much so that Stoker came to the outside of the City of Life in a hurry. One is to hunt the creatures in the City of Life to replenish tonight's consumption and recover from his wounds. The second point is also to arouse the anger of the elves. Although the status of the City of Life is not as good as that of the Elf Holy City, but compared with other city-states, the City of Life is undoubtedly much more important. As long as the elves can be brought into chaos by destroying the City of Life, Stoker's goal will be achieved. Because a race that is still rational is obviously more difficult to deal with than a race that is panicking. Go hunting in the City of Life. Stoker took a deep breath, and his face turned a little pale. The continuous differentiation of nightmare clansmen also consumes a lot of money for Stoker. However, as long as you can eat the City of Life, these consumptions will be replenished quickly, and there will be a lot more. After all, compared with other city-states in the Elf territory, the City of Life is a city-state famous for tourism. The number of tourists ranks among the best among all the city-states of the three major races. Even during this period, the City of Life is still bustling with people. The rumblings of the three major races did not seem to affect the mood of these tourists. But this is to be expected. The Northern Mountains is a place full of races. Except for the three major races, the elves, the animal-ears, and the dwarves, the other races have begun to decline. But it can't stand up to the large number of races. However, just when these tourists with different appearances and different races were having fun, dozens of hideous-looking nightmares descended from the sky. What is this? These guys look so scary. Are they a new race? I've never seen them before. The smell on them is so scary. Not only their breath, but their eyes also look a little frightened. The tourists who were alarmed by this movement gathered around and pointed at a group of nightmares. There are so many races that can come to the City of Life for sightseeing, and it's not surprising that there are a few weird-looking ones. So although tourists think the appearance of these nightmares is a bit scary, but there is not much fear. However, just as these tourists were pointing and talking, the eyes of the nightmares on the ground flashed with extremely violent blood. Ouch! Accompanied by dozens of sharp roars, these nightmares who only know how Toko rushed into the tourists, rampaging through the streets, and there was noon to stop them. Every nightmare, created by Stoker, has hero-level strength. Even if he can only be at the bottom among the heroes. But for these tourists who come to the City of Life, it is an unbeatable enemy. Wherever the nightmare goes, no one can resist it. A thick layer of blood mist soon filled the streets. This was how the nightmare devoured its prey. Although you can't see rivers of blood and mountains of corpses in the places where the nightmare hunted, the blood mist filled with the smell of blood is also frightening. There is really no strong person guarding the City of Life. This feeling of devouring flesh and blood and increasing strength is really good. Stoker stood in the sky, looking at the hunting in the City of Life. The blood mist lingering around him became more and more intense. Dozens of nightmares may not seem like many, but the hunting efficiency is several times faster than when Stoker is alone. This is why Stoker would rather consume his life force and energy to separate the nightmare clansmen for hunting, rather than do it himself. One is to be able to detect the target's strength to prevent unexpected events, so that when you encounter an enemy that you cannot defeat for the time being, you can get away at any time. The second is to speed up hunting. With Stoker's powerhouse level, if he used his full strength, he could shatter half of the City of Life with one move. But in that case, the tourists and residents of the City of Life will also be wiped out. So what else was Stoker going to devour? As the killings continued, fear spreads in the city of life. The pointing fingers from before were gone. The current city of life is full of tribesmen of all races, panicking and shouting, hysterical yelling, and extremely frightened cries for help. However, for these mindless nightmares, unless someone stronger than them appears, these sounds will not stop their movements at all. Although Stoker could not swallow the emotion of fear, but the scene of spreading fear in front of him still made Stoker feel happy. There seems to be some movement outside. Don't you need to sleep in the middle of the night? Qilu was awakened from his sleep by waves of faint shouts. Because the branch in City of Life does not yet have the same soundproofing materials as the main store. Although the store is located in a relatively remote location, there is usually not much movement. However, if the sound outside is too loud, it will still be transmitted into the store. Is there any event? Or a big free reward? But if there are activities, you shouldn't hold them in the middle of the night. It really doesn't bother the public. Qilu yawned and came to the window in a daze, ready to see what was going on outside. Although there are still 3 towering trees blocking it outside. But I can't stand Qilu's good eyesight. After staying in the store for so long, Qilu also figured out the angle from which to look, so that he could see a glimpse of the bustling city of life through the gaps between the 3 towering trees. Wow, it's really noisy. This fire, this shouting, a bonfire party? That's too lively, wait a minute. Qilu sighed in his heart and suddenly felt a familiar breath. This is the breath of the nightmare. After less than a second of recollection, Qilu remembered where he got this aura. Because the aura of the nightmare is so easy to recognize. Okay. These damn nightmares. I haven't even come to trouble you, but you have come to the City of Life first. After recognizing this aura, Qilu immediately jumped up. It is because of the birth of the Nightmare tribe that everyone in the 3 major races is in danger, so that the business of the store has been greatly affected. Previously, Qilu was because he had to guard the store. Therefore, the search for the Nightmare clan can only be left to Lan Qi and the others. Qilu can just wait for the good news from behind. But now, the Nightmare clan has a way to heaven but refuses to take it, and hell has no door but wants to break in. How dare you go to the City of Life and throw yourself into a trap? Then, Qilu is welcome. Looking at the aura intensity of these nightmares, they are only at the heroic level. Then I will accept your life without mercy. Qilu put on the dragon bone armor and stepped on the skybreaking boots. The 1,000 machine ball transformed into a pair of gloves and wrapped around his hands. Then in a flash, he disappeared into the bedroom. In the City of Life, the tribesmen of various races who were being hunted by the nightmare knew they were outmatched, but they were not completely immune to resistance. It's just that most of these resistances have no effect. The strength is too low, the realm is too low. The martial arts and magic of these people hit the hero-level nightmares, and at most they would only leave some shallow marks. And these traces will not only not affect the attack of the nightmare, but will anger these unintelligent guys. Whoever comes to save me, no matter who it is, please, please save me. No, I don't want to die, let me go. Run away, don't pray here. Why do you damn guys come to the City of Life? Shouts, prayers to gods, curses, and all kinds of cries and wails were mixed in there. The surrounding buildings were also destroyed by the nightmare attacks, and the sound of various buildings collapsing made the entire City of Life appear extremely chaotic. On the street, an elf girl lost her strength and fell to the ground. Looking back at the nightmare attacking towards her, the look of fear on the elf girl's face suddenly reached an extreme, and 2 lines of tears welled up from the corners of her eyes involuntarily. Ouch! The nightmare roared and rushed forward, its eyes filled with bloodthirsty light. Father, mother, and sister, I'm sorry, I have to take the first step. The elf girl who ran out of her home alone and came to play in the city of life thought of her parents and her lovely sister in the last second of her life. There was also a hint of warmth in the fear on his face. I said, "Why do you have to come to the city of life alone? Isn't it too late to miss home now?" Just when the elf girl closed her eyes and prepared to face death, a slightly angry voice appeared in her ears. But the anger in this tone was not directed at her, but, "Is this the nightmare? It looks much more ferocious than I imagined." Qile looked at the nightmare, gritted his teeth and raised his fist. Die. Bang. With a punch thrown out, the wind roared like thunder. Violent power instantly burst out on the face of the nightmare, slamming the oncoming nightmare away. Then he fell heavily into the ruins of a pile of collapsed buildings and stopped moving. At this time, if anyone came forward to check, they would find that the bones where the nightmare punched had been broken into pieces, and the internal organs were also shattered by this huge force. When facing a powerful person, Qile may not be able to handle it. But in the realm of hero level, Qile is invincible. Let alone these nightmares who are at the bottom of the heroic realm. Even at the peak of the hero level, he was unprepared and took Qile's punch filled with anger. That's either death or injury. Thank you, thank you. When the elf girl lying on the ground saw this scene, she was stunned and could only subconsciously thank her. But I don't know how to say the next words. A nightmare that was unparalleled to them could not withstand even one move in front of this man. Then how powerful this person is. When facing a strong person with such terrifying strength, the psychological pressure alone is enough to oppress the weak person and don't know how to speak. Even though Qile didn't take the initiative to release the pressure at all. But many times, a truly strong person does not need to use coercion at all to intimidate the opponent. Naturally, there were not a few people who saw this scene. Such a strong man suddenly appeared and immediately became the savior in the hearts of these tourists. But Qile didn't know these things. Facing the elf girl's thanks, Qile just waved his hand and said, "You will come. I just wanted to handle some personal matters. These guys just offended me." Regarding Qile's words, the elf girl only regarded them as a humble remark from a strong person. As a result, Qile's image suddenly improved a lot. "Then it will be your turn to escape." After Qile said a polite word, he stopped caring about the others and spread his perception to accurately capture the location of each nightmare. The power of God's perspective is reflected here. As long as you are in the middle of the battle, you can control all battle situations. It's really spread out, but it doesn't matter. As long as you are still within my perception, none of you can even think of running away. When it comes to the ability to chase and kill, Qile, who possesses the skybreaking boots, is ranked second, and absolutely no one can be ranked first. Especially enemies within Qile's perception. As soon as the door to space opens, Qile can appear in front of the enemy in the next moment. The dozens of nightmares scattered throughout the city of life had no power to fight back when faced with the angry Qile. As long as the door to space is opened, a nightmare will die on the spot. There is absolutely no escape. These differentiated nightmare clan members are simply not enough to watch. However, in less than a quarter of an hour, Qile came to the last nightmare and raised his fist. "If there is a next life, remember not to come to the city of life." Boom. The punch is like lightning and the sound is like thunder. The power of this punch shook the surrounding space slightly, and the sound of the punch was like a roar, tearing apart the night sky. The nightmare who was hit by the punch had all his muscles and bones shattered by the punch. The energy in the body was shattered in an instant. "Hold your fists and stand still." Qile took a long breath and felt that the anger in his heart was almost gone. Fighting still requires this feeling of punching and punching to make it feel hearty. It's boring to fight with magic like those magician classes, and whoever gets hit is eliminated. After standing quietly for about 5 minutes, Qi Lu slowly opened his eyes. What are you doing? However, the first time he opened his eyes, Qi Lu was startled. Because people of all races around here have all gathered around Qi Lu. Looking outside, it is a large area densely packed with people. It can be seen that there are at least tens of thousands of people here without counting them. Although the crowd seemed crowded, they were very orderly and made little noise. Moreover, a considerable space was reserved for Qi Lu. It wasn't until Qi Lu opened his eyes and spoke. The crowd around them started to take action. Thanks. All the people around Qi Lu, as if they had been trained, bent down and shouted in unison. The loud sound actually startled Qi Lu. You're welcome, it's just a little effort, no need to be so grand. Qi Lu waved his hands repeatedly and said. It turned out that these tourists gathered around to express their gratitude. Qi Lu thought something had happened. If it weren't for the damn nightmare tribe that affected the store's business, Qi Lu kept remembering the nightmare devil sent and thought about when taught each them a lesson. I'm afraid that after being awakened tonight, Qi Lu will still think that the City of Life is doing something. After all, Qi Lu has never been interested in these grand ceremonies. However, no matter how polite Qi Lu was, the people around him were still thanking him. For the benefactor who saved him, just saying thank you is not enough to express his gratitude. Just because of the current situation, these tourists can only say thank you. You're welcome, you're really welcome. This was the first time that Qi Lu was thanked so solemnly by tens of thousands of people, so he kept smiling, and his face almost froze with laughter. However, at this moment, a tyrannical pressure that was completely different from the previous nightmares shrouded it from the sky like a big net. In an instant, the entire City of Life was enveloped. No, wait a minute, there seems to be another big guy that hasn't been solved yet. The tyrannical pressure instantly forced the thanking tourists to lie on the ground, unable to move. The strong level pressure is simply not something these people can resist. Some tourists who were too weak even spat out a mouthful of blood. I knew that those nightmares before had no intelligence at all. You should bait a mastermind behind this. Qi Lu gritted his teeth, raised his head, and looked at the black shadow in the sky. The nightmare stepped on the void and walked down step by step. Yes, it is indeed me. Stoker had a cold fake smile on his face, stared at Qi Lu closely, and said coldly. Heroic level, just a heroic level. Being able to deal with those previous nightmares shows that you have some skills, but it's a pity. When Qi Lu intercepted and killed those nightmares in the City of Life, Stoker was watching from the sky. Quietly watching Qi Lu kill the last nightmare. Then Qi Li's strength was determined. The City of Life has a high status among the elves, so it is expected that other level powerhouses will be stationed there. However, in front of Stoker, the hero class is nothing more than a larger ant. However, after receiving the lesson from the old dwarf clan leader, Stoker goes to wait and see first and let the differentiated nightmares test Qi Lu. The results obtained were also within Stoker's expectations. The warhammer inherited from the ancient times of the dwarves, how could treasures of this level be so common? That's why Stoker chose to show up. It was just a City of Life guarded by heroes, and Stoker had no reason to give up. What a pity. What's a pity? It's a pity that all your people were killed by me? Qi Lu completely ignored Stoker's pressure and replied with a sneer. I don't care about my people at all. Those trash should disappear as soon as possible if they don't have the strength. It's a pity that your fighting talent is so strong, but you have to die here. Stoker snorted coldly, and between the lines, he was really indifferent to the feelings of his tribe. But there's nothing surprising about this. The Nightmare tribe itself is a selfish race. You can't be a gentleman, you can't even be considered a villain. Oh? Do you think you can do it? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows and sneered at Stoker's remarks. Of course, this is just stalling for time. In fact, Qilu was calling the system crazily in his mind at this time. Something serious has happened, system. Come out quickly. System, host, what's wrong? What happened again? The nightmare tribe is here. Please lend me some strength, and let me take care of them all. Qilu seems calm on the surface, but in front of the system, there is no need to pretend. Who knows when this nightmare will take action? According to the character off this race, there is a high probability that it is not a race that likes nonsense. System, host, where you are now is not in the store. Of course I know, but now is not the time to say such things. If you don't help, I won't have a problem. I can definitely escape if I run away. But this city of life may not be saved. Qilu quickly interrupted the system and said urgently. If the city of life is gone, then what stores will be opened and where will customers be found? If the city of life cannot be saved, the guests will be gone. At this point, Qilu's tone suddenly slowed down, as if he suddenly figured out something. If this customer is gone, I can stay in the store and have food and drink. I don't have to worry about what to do in the future. It's just that there is no business in the store. I don't know if you will be anxious. Negotiation also requires skills. Qilu hadn't thought of this before. His tone was a little anxious, and the system caught his weak point. Judging from the tone of the system that seems to be trying to push the envelope, the system might be tempted to raise the price. But now that he thought about it, Qilu was not in a hurry. Although Qilu also cares about the quality of the store's business, no matter what, he doesn't care as much as the system does. After all, Qilu's personality is relatively easygoing, and he opened a shop to live a leisurely life. It's great to have customers, but it would be like that if there were no customers. There is food and drink in the store, so Qilu has nothing to worry about. What's more, the world server is now available in the new world mode, so it won't be too boring at ordinary times. But Qilu was really angry before because the nightmare tribe really affected the store's business. It would be too shameful not to avenge this. If business is not doing well, due to his own fault, then Qilu will admit it. But it would be embarrassing if this business was affected by other people. No matter how easygoing Qilu is, he still has to let these guys know how powerful he is, and let them know what they can and cannot do. However, anger is anger. But during negotiations, it is better not to show this emotion. This approach is particularly effective for this system with low IQ. System, host, wait a moment. Although you are indeed not in the store now, this system did not say that it cannot help you. Yeah? Qilu knew that this method was effective, but he never expected it to be so effective. As soon as the anxious mood disappeared from Qilu's face, in the blink of an eye, he became anxious about the system that was trying to challenge the host's wisdom. But I'm not in a hurry right now. It won't be too difficult if you think about it again. Qilu said slowly. System, don't think about it, why are you in trouble? Protecting the safety of the host is the unshirkable responsibility of this system. Please don't refuse it anymore. This is a very upright statement. But Qilu knew in his heart that the system was to take care of the store's business. You know, when we were still in Cloud Mist City, the system even issued a task called Protecting Cloud Mist City. Just to ensure the business of the store. It's just that after such a long time, the system has become smarter now, and knows not to show up in such a hurry, but to wait for the price. However, the system would never have imagined that such a small thought would mean nothing to Qilu. Being able to read memories does not mean that you can increase your IQ. In terms of the ability to adapt to changes, the system can't keep up with Qilu. Are you sure this is an unshirkable responsibility? Qilu still asked in an unhurried manner. During negotiations, the more anxious the party, the less likely they are to take the initiative. Therefore, things like the city government are particularly useful at this time. System, of course, host, please rest assured that the system will not charge any price for the power lent to you in this battle. If that's the case, then I'll accept it reluctantly. Since you said so, I'm not an unkind person, so I'll accept it reluctantly. It is true that Sheila likes to take advantage of the system, but it is also one of the good virtues to accept it when it is good. If the wool is collected all at once, there will be no wool to use in the future. The system is willing not to charge any price, so there is no need for Chi Lito, continue the stalemate. Is it possible that you still want to get some more benefits? So is this still something humans can do? The wool has been gathered up, but it will fall apart in 2 pieces. System, then please ask the host to resolve this incident as soon as possible. Learn. Sheila nodded casually and ended the conversation in his mind. With the support of the system, Sheila suddenly felt confident. I heard that your Nightmare clan has been suppressed under the abyss of the sky. I don't know what the scenery is like there. How about it? Sheila looked at Stoker calmly and said as if he was sneering. This sentence seemed to have pierced the pain in Stoker's heart, causing Stoker's face to sink on the spot. The days of being suppressed under the abyss have always been something Stoker didn't want to recall. That dark and hopeless place. Even if he died, Stoker didn't want to go there a second time. Damn guy, the more you use your words now, the more painful it will be when you die later. Although the Nightmare tribe doesn't like to torture its prey, it doesn't mind spending more time to teach those who make rude remarks. Stoker raised his head, grinned and revealed his sharp fangs, and his tone was extremely sinister. If you can really do it, wait until you do it before you say such big words. Sheila sneered and spoke sarcastically. In Chili's words, this is called hatred. Otherwise, there would really be a fight later, and the hatred would not be stabilized. Stoker accidentally destroyed the City of Life, and Chilu would really have no place to cry. Don't worry, I hope you can still say such words after I tear your mouth off later. Stoker's face was extremely gloomy. While speaking, wisps of bloody mist continued to escape from the bone armor on his body. The pungent smell of blood made Chi frown uncontrollably. The bloody mist functions like a realm. Within the range shrouded in bloody mist, it can weaken the enemy and strengthen itself. And this effect actually comes from the devouring ability possessed by the Nightmare tribe. The Nightmare tribe relies on the power of this bloody mist when devouring the prey it hunts. But under normal circumstances, this bloody mist can only swallow the flesh and blood of creatures that have lost their vitality. It has almost no effect on targets that are still alive. However, quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. When this bloody mist reaches a certain level, it can also affect living creatures, constantly eroding enemies within the envelope. And it can continuously feed back the enemy's power to the owner of the bloody mist. This trade-off effect, even if it is very weak, is not obvious at the beginning. But over time, the accumulated effects can play a decisive role in the outcome of the battle. Your mist doesn't smell very good. Chila rubbed his nose, as if disgusted. After rubbing his nose, Chila sneered, then stepped forward and rose into the sky, escaping from the envelope of the blood-colored mist. I just want to run away now, it's too late. After I destroy you, I will tear you apart bit by bit and let you know the consequences of speaking arrogantly. Stoker gave a ferocious laugh and immediately followed. The improvement gained by devouring a hero is more than 1,000 times stronger than devouring these low-level wastes. So Stoker can still tell which one to hunt first. Besides, even if the tourists in the City of Life were allowed to escape, where could they go in such a short period of time? But the escape speed of a hero-level strongman is different. Maybe he will be gone if he is not seen for a while. Stoker would not do anything small for the greater. With Stoker's departure, the terrifying pressure that had been shrouding the City of Life was relieved. The people of all ethnic groups who were unable to move or even speak under Stoker's pressure also began to gasp for air. Did that strong man just lead that scary guy away for us? There shouldn't be anything wrong, otherwise why would he leave the city of life on purpose? This is the real strong man. The people of all ethnic groups who had survived the disaster suddenly felt grateful in their hearts when they thought of the scene just now. And it's not just gratitude. He was able to protect the weak like them without hesitation, and was always polite afterwards without asking for anything in return. This kind of strong man is simply a model for all strong men. Not only were they grateful, people of all ethnic groups who had experienced this incident had various emotions such as admiration, and respect for Qi Lu. If it weren't for the custom of setting up memorial tablets in the Beishan Mountains. Maybe after they go back, they will also set up a longevity card for Qi Lu. Sure enough, we are chasing him. Qi Lu was very satisfied with his ability to attract hatred. The purpose of leaving the City of Life is naturally to prevent the aftermath of the subsequent battle from affecting the City of Life and the surrounding tribesmen. Qi Lu has never had any experience fighting against a truly powerful person before. So it's not yet certain what the fighting will look like. If he was facing a hero-level powerhouse, Qi Lu would still be confident that it could take down the opponent directly without the opponent being able to react. In this way, there will be no aftermath that will affect the surrounding areas. However, the combat power of the strong-level powerful ones is not on the same level as that of the heroic-level ones. Why don't you stop running? Keep running. I want to see how far you can run. Stoker followed closely behind, and immediately said coldly after Qi Lu stopped. Run? I never thought about running. I just want to choose a beautiful burial place for you. Qi Lu said with a faint smile while spreading his perception. This place is hundreds of miles away from the City of Life. Of course, with such a small distance, for a powerful person, if he is willing to ignore the loss of power, he can also reach the City of Life. However, after the battle, the higher the degree of control over one's own power, the less likely this situation will occur. After all, a battle between powerful men of the same level is different from pure destruction. A battle between strong men and powerful beings is different from simply causing destruction. If it were just to destroy a city-state, it would be a piece of cake for any powerful person. Even a hero-level strongman can destroy a city-state. But this premise is that no one will stop it. However, in fact, unless it is an abandoned city-state, it cannot be destroyed by the enemy. Do you really think that those strong men who guard the city-state don't exist? Moreover, some extremely important city-states were constructed with the finest materials, and defensive magic arrays were also deployed. It is not that simple to destroy. However, the powerful elves who originally guarded the City of Life were only at the heroic level. No match for Stoker at all. Even the two divided nightmares couldn't be defeated. But this is also expected. How can the elves of the Archer class be the opponents of the nightmare at the same level? And it was under such a sudden attack and was caught off guard. It was immediately solved by the three-headed nightmare demons. Is this the burial place you chose for yourself? But it's a pity that you won't be able to use it anymore. Stoker's eyes flashed with bloodthirsty light, and he said with a ferocious expression. The prey of the nightmare tribe does not need a cemetery. Because after defeat, the only option is to be devoured and then become the power of the nightmare. A mere hero dares to speak nonsense in front of me, Stoker. I will definitely make you regret saying such big words. Before he finished speaking, Stoker raised his hand, flicked his fingertips, and a beam of blood flew towards Qi Lu. But the target of this bloody light was not Qi Lu. It was the void behind Qi Lu. After flying past Qi Lu, the blood light suddenly exploded, turning into crimson threads that were added together, and then disappeared into the night. Space blockade? Qi Lu didn't need to specifically perceive it to know Stoker's purpose. That streak of blood was just to seal off the surrounding space, to ensure that the prey like himself would not escape again. It's just a matter of catching a turtle in an urn. It's still unclear who the prey is. That's right, I don't want to play any more hide-and-seek games with you. After I get rid of you, I still have to destroy the City of Life. But don't worry, I will keep your head to show to those guys who think you are the savior. I like to let my prey die in despair. Stoker said in a solemn tone. Are you so sure that I am the prey? Sheila sneered, slowly raised his head, and stared at Stoker closely. A mighty momentum burst out from Chi Lu. Just like the bright light that appears in the sky at dawn, once it appears, it fills the sky and the earth in an instant. The momentum is like a rainbow, and the pressure is like the sea. At the same time as this mighty momentum burst out, Stoker was hit and took a step back. Then he looked at Chi Lu with a horrified face. How is this possible? You can actually burst out with such terrifying momentum. You are actually a strong person. Stoker's face was full of surprise and dumbfounded. Stoker never expected this. The guy in front of me, who looked like a lamb ready to be slaughtered, turned into a tiger in the blink of an eye. Is hiding one's strength so popular in the Beishan Mountains now? Moreover, it directly hides the strength of a large realm. The old patriarch of the dwarves was like this before, and the strong men in the City of Life are like this now. If I didn't pretend to be weak, how could you take the bait? Of course, it is impossible for Chi Lu to tell the true details of his power. However, the power borrowed from the system is actually not much different from one's own power. Because Chi Lu will never be unable to control his power. I see. No wonder you are not afraid of me at all. I thought you were not afraid of death. Although Stoker was very surprised, he was definitely not afraid. It is one thing to be cautious, but it is another thing to be timid. It doesn't matter whether I'm afraid of death or not. What's important is whether you're afraid of death or not. Chi Lu raised his lips and launched the attack first. Morality is the last thing needed in battle. The most important thing is winning. What's more, when dealing with a race like the nightmare that has no morals at all, if you can make a sneak attack, you must make a sneak attack. Even though they are both at the strong level, there is a gap in strength. Stoker came forward without any panic, a frightening cold light flashing on his sharp claws. Bang! Chi Li's weapon has not changed, it is still the fist transformed from the 1000 machine ball. Combining with Stoker's counterattack, there was a loud noise. The violent power burst out instantly, centering on the place where the two collided, and the void was shattered inch by inch. The surrounding objects were crushed into powder in an instant. This is the power of a powerful person. Even if he controls his own power and does not let it escape at all, the power he releases can still shatter the void. Boom! The broken space was like a broken mirror, with countless cracks appearing. The sound of thunder is endless. The strength is not weak, and the Nightmare Clan does have merit. Chi Lu commented casually, and followed up with another fist. Stoker did not dare to neglect and rushed forward to greet him. In an instant, the two had fought thousands of times. Every collision can cause the surrounding space to make bursts of tearing sounds, and countless cracks are densely covered in the night sky. The airwaves spread out and dispersed all surrounding objects. Everything within 100 miles radius centered on the two was cleared. The affected mountains and forests were instantly crushed and then blown away by the waves of air. Originally, there was a large mountain range at the foot of Chila and Stoker, but now it seems that it may be more appropriate to call it a valley. This is the result of the power between the two fighting not dissipating. If you really don't care about consumption, let go and fight. I'm afraid everyone within 1,000 miles will be crushed by this violent force. Moreover, this is a strong level power for close combat, and the destructive power it can cause is still limited. If those powerful masters of the magician class were allowed to fight, they would definitely cause more than this little damage. Boom. Boom. Another punch hit Stoker's chest hard. The terrifying power exploded in Stoker's body, shattering Stoker's internal organs and knocking him back. A mouthful of blood also drew a coquettish arc in the night sky. You may be strong, but you're not strong enough. Qi Lu slowly retracted his fist and spoke out. When it comes to combat skills and combat awareness, Qi Lu is definitely one of the best in the entire northern mountain range. Even those races with strong natural fighting talents cannot compare to Qi Lu, a fighting instinct developed from countless deaths. One move at a time, no trace of it is wasted. Every move is to defeat the enemy, every move is to subdue the enemy. Therefore, what Qi Lu lacks is just hard power. And this point can be compensated by the power of the system, as long as Qi Lu gets a little familiar with it. Stoker can never beat Qi Li's opponent. And the facts have proved that this is the case. Impossible, you suddenly gained this power, how could it be so familiar? There was a trace of blood at the corner of Stoker's mouth, and he covered his chest with one hand. He could feel that his ribs had been broken. The bone armor outside the body was already full of cracks at this moment. Some severely damaged areas have even been completely shattered, with large gaps appearing. This was something that would never happen before. Bone armor is the Nightmare clan's own defensive armor, which can grow with the Nightmare's own realm. A bone armor owned by a Nightmare at the strong level. Even a powerful person of the same level would never be able to break it so easily. However, in Stoker's view, the man in front of him was simply a monster. A monster that is more like a monster than a nightmare. I've said it before, I'm just pretending to be weak. Why do you just believe it? Qi Lu gently shook his hands, to shake off the blood beads on it. The battle with Stoker cannot be said to be hardy, but it is definitely more enjoyable than any previous battle. Although Stoker's fighting skills are not the strongest Qi Lu has ever encountered. After all, in the combat power improvement training room, there are some guys whose fighting skills would give Qi Lu a headache even if he comes across them. Especially the land god in the trial space. Even now, Qi Lu is not sure that he can defeat him. But compared to most opponents, Stoker is still much stronger. After all, Stoker is also a powerful person, and he is also a nightmare who is naturally good at fighting. Pretending? Really? Are you really faking it? Stoker gasped and stared at Qi Lu, not believing his words at all. Because even if he conceals his own strength, it is impossible for him not to leak even a breath in front of a powerful person of the same level. But now, it's no longer enough not to believe it. Because Qi Li's fighting skills and control of his own power are not at all what a hero can do. In this case, I will no longer hide it. I admit that you are a formidable opponent. Stoker took a deep breath, looked at Qi Lu, with a ferocious expression on his face, and spoke slowly. But at the same time, it is also a prey worthy of the price I pay. When they reach the realm of the strong, they will all have almost the same desperate means. That is to use up all the luck of heaven and earth you have at once and forcibly increase your power level. This kind of improvement is different from the power of heaven and earth that is used to use heaven and earth luck. What the power of heaven and earth improves are attributes in all aspects. Equivalent to quantitative change. The increase in strength level is equivalent to a qualitative change. However, the reason why this is a desperate measure is because the surge in power gained by depleting one's own destiny of heaven and earth will not last very long. If you haven't defeated your opponent during the time when your strength level increases, that's almost a certain death situation. The destiny of heaven and earth possessed by a powerful person is closely related to his or her own strength. Once exhausted, one's own strength will fall to the bottom. If you were just cut off from the realm and couldn't make any progress in your life, that would be considered a good ending. But under normal circumstances, they are all killed on the spot. After all, if such desperate measures are used, the two sides must be life or death enemies. When facing the enemy of life and death, instead of taking advantage of his illness to kill him, he also played the trick of cutting off the realm with one hand and leaving trouble in the future. I'm afraid it's not something wrong with his brain. So Stoker has never thought about this. One is because this method has too many hidden dangers. The more important point is that Stoker had never known Qi Li's strength before. But at this time, Stoker is fully aware of Qi Li's strength and confirms that under normal circumstances, he will not be Qi Li's opponent. That's why I thought of this unconventional method. Because the nightmare race is different from other races. For other strong level powers, it is extremely difficult to obtain the luck of heaven and earth after their own luck of heaven and earth is exhausted. Obtaining the destiny of heaven and earth from the will of heaven and earth requires not only performance, but also luck. But the Nightmare Tribe doesn't need it. By devouring and transforming the destiny of living beings, instead of the destiny of heaven and earth, the Nightmare Tribe can also be promoted to the strong level. This is something other races cannot do. And this is also the main reason why Stoker can choose to use this desperate method and pay the price without hesitation. Because in Stoker's eyes, Qi Lu is a genuine strongman. Rather than being a fake who was forcibly improved by the ancient Warhammer of the dwarves like the old patriarch of the dwarves. The Nightmare Tribe's ability to devour flesh and blood and turn it into its own strength depends on the strength of the prey itself. So when Stoker devoured the old leader of the dwarf clan, he could only be regarded as devouring a peak hero. But when fighting, he had to fight with a powerful person. It's not worth the gain. But this time, that won't happen. If he could devour a truly powerful person, it would definitely be a huge profit for Stoker, no matter the cost of his life. Even if Stoker fell down again and returned to the hero level. But as long as he can capture Qi Lu, he can devour it. Then, Stoker can also be promoted to the strong level again, and the power he obtains will be far greater than it is now. To be a prey, you must have the consciousness of a prey. Stoker raised his head and shouted, "Since you are the prey, don't think that you have a chance to become a hunter." Stoker roared, and traces of extremely viscous blood spilled out from the cracks in his bone armor. He quickly dyed the pale bone armor into blood red. The momentum erupting from Stoker's body was rising steadily. In an instant, the situation changed. The viscous smell of blood was like substance, and Qi Lu, who was caught in it, was keenly aware that his movements had become a little sluggish. This guy actually still has such great power? Qi Lu moved the fingers wrapped in the gloves, frowned slightly, and muttered to himself in disbelief. If there is such a level of spare power, then the strength shown before must have been too weak. In the realm of the strong, every time you advance to a small realm, the improvement you get is very huge. However, every time you advance to a small realm, the luck of heaven and earth required is also very huge. The strength of a powerful person is closely related to the destiny of heaven and earth he possesses. So this leads to a very interesting situation in the realm of the strong level. In addition to the peak power of the strong person, he can make the luck of heaven and earth rotate in his body endlessly, thus ensuring that his own strength will never be reduced. For other powerhouses who have not reached their peak level, if their luck in heaven and earth is consumed too much, their own strength will be affected. Although the realm will not be reduced, there will still be a gap in strength when it comes to actual fighting. Let's use a simple analogy. It's like a container holding water. The realm of strong man-level power is the size of the container. The luck of heaven and earth is the water in the container. The strength of a strong level almighty is comprehensively based on the size of the container and the amount of water. When the realm increases, it means the size of the container increases. Even if there is less water, the size of the container will not change. However, the container does not get smaller. However, there is less water in the container. Taken together, it is equivalent to a reduction in strength. Only when the water is filled again will the strength increase. But it is also because of this that no matter how much the strength of a strong level powerful being is reduced, it will only be the lowest strength of a strong level powerful when the container is empty. It is also the existence at the bottom of the so-called strong level realm. But even if you are at the bottom, there are still differences between strong and weak. Just like containers are divided into different sizes. The higher the small realm, the stronger the power left when the destiny of heaven and earth is exhausted. Unless it is cut down to the realm. This is equivalent to the container being broken. Since the containers were broken, it was naturally impossible to use them to hold water. This is why a powerful person who has been cut down from his realm can never make any progress in his life. The same is true for improving one's realm. Only when the water in the container is so full that it is about to overflow, can you expand the size of the container, that is, try to get promoted. However, improving this small realm is actually not difficult. The most difficult process here is probably to obtain the luck of heaven and earth. It is for this reason that even if the true strength of a powerful person cannot be determined, it can be determined in terms of realm. Although realm cannot be completely used as the basis for strength. But as a basically accurate reference, it is completely fine. Of course, this also requires that the realms of both parties are on the same level. After all, it is basically impossible for a weak person to see through the realm of a strong person. But Qi Lu is an exception. Because even if Qi Lu can't see through the opponent's realm, there is still the system to help. So Qi Li's surprise is not unreasonable. Because the power level and momentum intensity that Stoker erupted at this moment has exceeded his own realm. This is also the meaning of exhausting the luck of heaven and earth to explode. The higher the power level, the greater the power that can be unleashed through the blessing of the power of heaven and earth. Are you surprised? If you can hide your strength, I can also hide my strength. Our identities have been reversed again. Now, you are the prey. The hot breath exhaled from Stoker's mouth was tinged with scarlet. The feeling of forcibly raising the power level is not as pleasant as imagined. But the uncomfortable part is more about the sense of surprise at not being able to fully control one's own power, rather than anything else. Am I the prey? Then prove it to me. Qi Lu shrugged and said nonchalantly. Although Qi Lu can't compare with the peak powerhouse at this time, there is still no need to panic when facing the last Stoker. This is true even if Stoker's power level has increased at the moment. I just hate your tone, damn guy. The calm tone made Stoker angry. A roar accompanied by a black light appeared in front of Qi Lu instantly. Stoker's ferocious expression also appeared in front of Qi Lu. This blow that combined the power of heaven and earth hit Qi Lu with a soul-stirring roar. The entire surrounding space was trembling and shaking. Cracks continued to appear in the night sky under the pressure of this terrifying power of heaven and earth, like a smashed mirror. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth collapsed, and the situation changed. The space was torn apart, the earth was shattered, and there was lightning and thunder in the sky. Bang! Qi Li's reaction was also not slow. At the same time as Stoker moved, he also took action and blocked Stoker's attack. The two attacks collided together, causing a huge explosion. Immediately afterwards, it exploded in all directions. The violent power spread out in all directions, like a terrible storm, sweeping across the surrounding areas. With this level of aftermath, even a hero-level expert would be seriously injured. The power of heaven and earth has exceeded the scope of conventional power. Even if you are a powerful person, you still need the luck of heaven and earth to use the power of heaven and earth. Ahem. Qi Li's face turned red, and a mouthful of blood poured into his mouth and overflowed from the corner of his mouth. The figure even retreated continuously. This guy's offensive power is completely different from before. Qi Lu shook his numb arms and said with some surprise. If Stoker's attack just now was aimed at the City of Life, then the City of Life should no longer exist at this moment. This is where the powerhouse level is most powerful. It is also the biggest difference from the hero level. That is to be able to use the power of heaven and earth to fight. The power of heaven and earth is the most terrifying. The more fortune of heaven and earth a powerful person possesses, the more power of heaven and earth he can utilize. This is also one of the criteria for judging the upper limit of the strength of a strong man. Similarly, the power of heaven and earth is also the reason why it is absolutely impossible for the hero level to defeat the strong level. If we say that the huge gap in attributes between the hero level and the strong level can be barely made up by the gap in combat skills and combat awareness. The power of heaven and earth is a gap that cannot be bridged. The reason why the fate of heaven and earth is important is precisely derived from this. Every time a powerful person advances to a small realm, he is raising the lower limit of his own strength, and every time he accumulates a fortune of heaven and earth, he is raising the upper limit of his own strength. Both of these are indispensable. But for Qi Lu, in terms of realm, the system can still help. However, regarding the power of heaven and earth, the system did not say. After all, there is a difference between the inside of the store and the outside. In the store, Qi Lu can be invincible within the realm of the strong, even if it includes the power of heaven and earth. But outside the store, Qi Lu didn't know. System, something really happened now. Do you have any achievements in the power of heaven and earth? After Qi Lu confirmed that he could not use the power of heaven and earth, he shouted again in his mind. If the power of heaven and earth really cannot be used, then Qi Lu can only hold on to Stoker until Stoker's luck in heaven and earth is exhausted. In the end, it may be a miserable victory. And this was due to Stoker's wrong judgment about Qi Lu. Because Stoker didn't know that Qi Lu couldn't use the power of heaven and earth now. Otherwise, Stoker would not have directly used this method to start fighting, but would have continued to have a stalemate with Qi Lu. System, host, if you can get rid of this nightmare and hand it over to this system, then this system can provide you with some power of heaven and earth. Make a deal. Qi Lu stopped bargaining at this time. Stoker may take action at any time, and if he negotiates the price, he would be willing to put his life at risk. System, please prepare the host to receive the power of heaven and earth. This supply of power of heaven and earth will last until the end of this battle. Qi Lu happily agreed, and the system was faster. The majestic power of heaven and earth suddenly filled Qi Li's body. Is this the so-called power of heaven and earth? It is indeed so powerful. Qi Lu could sense the power of heaven and earth without any need to feel it carefully. Compared with the fighting spirit and magic power possessed by strong men, the power of heaven and earth is like a higher level of energy. It's like the difference between water and mercury. In terms of quality, the power of heaven and earth completely crushed the fighting spirit and magic power, and the power contained in it was not at the same level at all. I now understand why there can be such a huge gap between people who are bought at the strong level. Qi Lu took a deep breath and sighed. Fortunately, the stalker he met this time was not considered strong among the powerful. As far as small realms are concerned, it can be considered a beginner at most. Otherwise, Qi Lu might not be able to withstand the previous blow that combined the power of heaven and earth. There is no way, the gap between inside and outside the store is too big. In the store, Qi Lu can suppress Lan Qi, who is considered to be the top expert in the strong level realm, with one hand. But outside the store, at best, it can only be regarded as a bottom-ranking existence in the strong level realm. Because there is no way to use the power of heaven and earth. But now, with the system's funding, Qi Lu can also enjoy the feeling of squandering the power of heaven and earth. You seem to be not as strong as you say. Stoker had no idea what Qi Lu had changed in just a few seconds. After seeing the blood spilling from the corner of Qi Li's mouth, Stoker only felt more confident. As long as he can devour this truly powerful person, Stoker is sure that he will be able to find a way to hunt other powerful people. At that time, the entire northern mountain range will become its own hunting ground. I'm just not ready at the moment, but you seem to be very happy. Qi Lu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, his tone still calm. Don't care, sometimes it is more mocking than sneer. I only know that speaking big words will only make people feel ridiculous. You'd better suffer death. Stoker let out a low roar in his throat, and the aura erupting from his body surged again. This time even the surrounding heaven and earth began to tremble. The momentum, as majestic as the sea and as vast as the abyss, continued to spread outwards, enveloping the whole world. The terrifying pressure locked onto Qi Lu. Stoker wanted to use this blow to end this battle. The claw of the abyss. Huge claw marks suddenly appeared in the sky. It's like it's about to tear the sky apart. The 3 claw marks, which seemed to be soaked in blood, at this moment, actually dispelled the darkness of the night sky, dyeing the entire world scarlet. The power of heaven and earth contained in it made the whole world tremble. The space was shattered inch by inch, the sky was shrouded in boundless blood, and huge cracks began to appear on the ground. Mountains and rivers turned upside down, and the sky collapsed. This doomsday-like scene was the result of Stoker's attack with all his strength. The true power of a powerful person is enough to destroy the world. Boom! Claw marks in the sky were grabbing at Qi Lu, and the terrifying pressure also blocked the space. The violent power, even just a trace of the remaining power, was enough to cause the ground around Qi Lu to continuously collapse, and countless rebels fell into the cliff. But most of them were directly crushed into powder. See, this is my real power. Stoker's roar followed the claw marks, sounding like a show-off, but also like a mockery. The hurricane blew Qi Li's clothes rustling. But Qi Lu just watched the blood-red claw marks approaching, unmoved. If you only have this little power, then I want to say that you may be thinking too much. Qi Lu narrowed his eyes and spoke softly. The scarlet light is really dazzling. What did you say? You damn guy. You are just my prey, Stoker. Hearing this, Stoker roared angrily, and the speed at which the claw marks approached accelerated again. Qi Lu glanced at the scenery beside him. The space is collapsing, the earth is being shattered, and everything seems to be destroyed in the face of this terrifying force. However, an intriguing smile appeared on the corner of Qi Li's mouth. Since you are so confident, let me show you what real power is. Qi Lu slowly raised his head, looked at the incoming claw marks, and slowly raised his right hand to his eyes, palm upward. Then he shook it suddenly. In an instant, the whole world suddenly shook, as if it was stagnant. Immediately afterwards, an indescribably powerful force of heaven and earth appeared between the heaven and the earth, wiping out the claw marks that seemed to be able to tear the sky apart bit by bit. The extremely overbearing pressure made Stoker unable to move even a little bit. The wind stopped and the sound disappeared, as if even the air had stopped. With just such a fist, Qi Lu seemed to hold the world in his hands, controlling everything in this space. This is the real power. Qi Lu slowly opened his right fist, turned his hand downward, and pressed hard. Bang! Stoker, who was imprisoned in the air, was instantly photographed by Qi Lu and hit the ground heavily. The ground cracked and gravel flew. However, Stoker was still unable to move, and the tyrannical force completely restrained Stoker. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could you be so powerful? How could you have such power? Stoker's eyes were filled with shock, and his face was filled with disbelief and hysteria. This kind of power that can turn one's hands into clouds, turn one's hands into rain, and control a place of heaven and earth was extremely rare even in ancient times. In this era of decline, it should be impossible. This kind of power is by no means as simple as treating a space as one's own domain, but a complete control. In this space, even the flow of air must be allowed by the controller. It's pure power manipulation and crushing. It is a crushing of rules and regulations. The only person who can achieve this kind of complete control is the peak power of the strong person who has the endless destiny of heaven and earth in his body. Because in this completely controlled space, even the power of heaven and earth cannot intervene. It can only be used with the permission of the controller. This is the will of heaven and earth that has escaped, the power of the peak power of the strong person who has reached the state of perfection. It is simply not something that can be compared with the ordinary strong level powers. Although both are classified into the realm of the strong. But in fact, there are two realms. The strong level can achieve being a strong person forever under the sky. But at the peak of the strong level, one can achieve beyond the sky, he is also a strong person. Facing such an opponent, Stoker had no chance of winning. Despair suddenly enveloped Stoker's heart. System, how far do I have to go before you can take this nightmare away? I can't hold it any longer. Chila looked calm and relaxed on the surface, but in fact, he was almost exhausted. No matter how powerful the power is, it must be controlled. So Chila used this vast and boundless power, and he was indeed mentally refreshed, but his body was about to be unable to hold on. System, just make the target lose its vitality. Learn. After Chi Lu received the answer, he immediately looked at Stoker. The Nightmare Tribe is a race that cannot be tolerated by heaven. Today, I will do justice for heaven. As soon as these words came out, Chi Lu saw that Stoker seemed to want to say something else. But Chi Lu didn't want to hear it. Because they are nothing more than rebuttals, or at worst, insults. However, Chi Lu didn't care at all. He said that he was doing justice for heaven, but he was just looking for a name to make it seem more legitimate. So before Stoker's words came out, Chi Lu clenched his fist. The vast power that filled the world instantly enveloped Stoker and wiped out all the life force in Stoker's body. It's over. Chi Lu breathed a sigh of relief, and the strength in his body was instantly drained, and he almost fell to the ground. System, receive the goods. System, the mission items have been received. It is detected that the host battle has ended, and the power of heaven and earth is automatically withdrawn. I understand, but this kind of thing of killing first and telling later, can you change the order? Chi Lu sat on the ground exhausted, breathing slowly and deeply. The majestic power before suddenly disappeared, even in Chi Li's state of mind, he also felt a little empty. But the good thing is that the power has been taken back by the system, and the perception is still there. So the danger is not that dangerous. Store Manager Chi? At this moment, a rather familiar voice sounded behind Chi Lu. Aren't you guarding the elf holy town? Why did you come here? Chi Lu didn't even raise his head, he knew who it was just by listening to the voice. In fact, during the previous battle with Stoker, Chi Lu, who was funded by the system, noticed this aura, and it was Lan Chi who was coming here. It's just that with such majestic power of heaven and earth, considering Chi Lu's current physical strength, holding it for 20 seconds is already the limit. That's why Chi Lu chose to make a quick decision. Lan Chi, who came in a hurry, probably saw the end of this battle. I also want to sit in the elf holy city all the time, but the Nightmare Tribe is too cunning, so I came out to search. I just didn't expect that you, Manager Chi, would meet me first. Lan Chi looked at the battlefield left after the battle, marveling at it while explaining the situation in the elf holy city. At the end of the sentence, Lan Chi raised his eyebrows, with a slight look of surprise on his face. That nightmare has unleashed all its destiny? This kind of thing is not difficult to sense through the power of heaven and earth that still remains in this battlefield. If it takes a few more days, after the power of heaven and earth dissipates, there will be no way to sense it. Probably. Qi Lu answered somewhat vaguely. Qi Lu really doesn't know much about this kind of thing. Because no matter what situation he encountered, it was impossible for Qi Li to use this method to fight, so the system also mentioned these things. Although the nightmare is indeed cunning, this kind of courage is worthy of Eris that has survived since ancient times. Lan Qi didn't care about Qi Li's answer, but sighed. Exhausting all one's own destiny to explode is a desperate matter. Failure or failure. Unless it is absolutely necessary and there is no way to retreat, no powerful person would think in this direction. Vigor? He's just relying on his racial superiority. Qi Lu specifically asked the system about Lan Qi's last question, and then happened to hear Lan Qi's next sentence. He immediately refuted it. The Nightmare clan had a way out, so they dared to make such a hasty decision. If this kind of thing is left to other strong-level powers, then it is really a matter of failure or failure. If you are not careful, 1,000 years of Taoism will be lost in one day. Of course I know. Lan Qi shook his head, then changed the subject, looked at Qi Lu, and said, "But what surprises me even more is your strength, Manager Qi. How powerful the peak of the strong level is, today really opened my eyes." When Lan Qi said this, he was filled with emotion. Obviously, Qi Li's final 10 seconds of showing off his power were all seen by Lan Qi. The power of completely controlling a world is not only shocking, but also fascinating. What you said is just casual and not worth mentioning. Qi Lu waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Anyway, the power is borrowed from the system. It is said that it is done casually and is not worth mentioning. In fact, there is no problem. At least Qi Lu himself didn't lose anything. At most, it was temporary collapse caused by poor physical fitness. Store Manager Qi is so humble. Lan Qi could only smile after hearing Qi Li's words. Qi Lu said so, but that was self-effacing. If Lan Qi really believed it, he would be a fool. And after this incident, Lan Qi also more intuitively understood how powerful Qi Lu was. No matter whether this matter is big or small for the store manager, it has really helped us. Lan Qi would like to express his gratitude. Lan Qi said solemnly. Although Shauna and Lan Qi eloped, in fact, Lan Qi was still considered the son-in-law of the elves, so there was no problem in saying thank you to Qi Li on behalf of the elves. You're welcome, it's mainly these guys that have affected my business. Qi Lu replied very straightforwardly, without any intention of repaying the favor. Lan Qi was stunned by these words. This store manager, Qi, is really very upright. If there is nothing else, I will go back to the store first. See you next time. While talking, Qi Lu felt that he had barely recovered a little strength, so stood up from the ground and said goodbye to Lan Qi. Even if we were wandering around outside in the middle of the night, we wouldn't be in this kind of wilderness. What's more, after just going through a big battle, Qi Lu didn't have the energy to stay up late now, and just wanted to go back to the store and take a nap. Then I won't disturb store manager Qi. Let's finish the business here and visit the store again. Lan Qi was not an ignorant person, and he quickly bowed his hand towards Qi Lu. Good. Qi Lu was about to respond, but was interrupted by the voice in his head before he could speak. System, after reading the memory through this system, it can be determined that among the Nightmare Clan members who escaped from the Tianyuan this time, the only one left was the guy named Stoker. System, so the host doesn't have to worry. From tomorrow on, please run the store well and strive to increase the turnover as soon as possible. You are so kind, I know. Qi Lu was stunned at first, and almost blurted out, you still have this function. However, after thinking about it, Qi Lu recalled that the system liked to check the memory of his host when nothing happened, so he suppressed the question again and replaced it with another sentence. However, this news was always good news, so Chila didn't pay attention to the second half of the system's sentence. Before the matter was settled, we were hurriedly talking about the turnover. Panic can be alleviated in a day or two. However, this is also something Qi Lu is thankful for. That is, Tiana and others did not inform the tribesmen about the news about the Nightmare Clan. Therefore, the atmosphere now permeating the ordinary people of the three major races is more doubtful and nervous than panic. By the way, Lan Qi, there are actually not many nightmare demons who escaped from Tianyuan this time. The one I solved before should be the last one, so you can just observe it later and don't be so nervous anymore. Now that he knew the good news, Qi Lu naturally needed to tell Lan Qi. This is also to pass the news to Tiana and others through Lan Qi's mouth. However, despite this, Qila did not use a positive tone. Thank you, Manager Qi, for informing me. I will confirm the news. Lan Qi nodded and responded. Although he knew that Qi Lu was so powerful, he would not bother to lie. But if this kind of important news is not confirmed personally, Lan Qi will not be relieved at all. Okay, then I'll leave first. Qila knew what Lan Qi was thinking, so he didn't say much. It's good to be cautious. Although he was still a little weak, Qila returned to the store smoothly. After such a catastrophe, the City of Life will probably have to recuperate for a while. It's okay to say that it's popular. After all, it's not the City of Life's fault that it was attacked by the Nightmare Clan, so the impact won't be that big. But those buildings destroyed by the nightmares will take time to rebuild. What a prosperous city-state it was once. The Nightmare tribe deserves Todi. After Qila came back, the first thing he did was take a shower to wash away all the traces of the battle. Then he stood by the window wearing a bathrobe and blowing in the air. The originally dimly lit City of Life was now mostly plunged into darkness. The panic left by Stoker's arrival has not dissipated yet. The people of all races affected by the Nightmare's attack also left here Orid. Otherwise, Qila wouldn't be able to return to the store so easily. But when it comes to the Nightmare tribe, they are unwilling to suffer losses according to the system. They are willing to lend me the power of heaven and earth for the remains of a nightmare. It seems a bit unreasonable. Am I at a disadvantage again? Qila sits by the window and likes to think when the wind blows. So now when I recall what happened before, I feel something is wrong. System, host, don't slander this system just because you have nothing to do. Are you peeking into my thoughts again? Qila was stunned for a moment, and then smiled like a self-mockery. This kind of thing has happened not only once or twice, but it's too much of a fuss to be surprised now. But forget it, this isn't important. Now that you're out, why don't you tell me why you took away the nightmare's remains? So Qila changed the topic and asked questions that interested him. System, actually, it's not a secret. This system is just curious about the racial talents possessed by the Nightmare tribe, so it wants to study the principle of how the luck of living beings replaces the luck of heaven and earth. System, if it is researched, the power of this system can be increased by another level. This is really uneducated and a shame. Qili's curiosity was indeed satisfied, but his mood became depressed. Because Qila didn't expect that the system could get such great benefits from the remains of the nightmare. Speaking of which, wouldn't it mean that he has suffered a huge loss? However, this deal was a one-sided deal, and Qilu was too embarrassed to change his mind at this time. If he changed his tune temporarily, Qilu would have no shame in fooling the system again in the future. So I could only knock out my teeth and swallow it in my stomach. System, by the way, host, if you didn't tell me, this system almost forgot, there is a new holiday preview here. Do you want to see it? New holiday trailer? Look. I hope this holiday preview can dispel the depression in my heart. Qilu was slightly startled, then answered with a grimace. If you have been making money in the past and suddenly lose money, you will definitely be depressed for a long time. Unexpectedly, a system that has always been deficient in IQ actually became smarter once. This is completely unscientific. However, the existence of the system seems to be unscientific in the first place. System, Festival Preview, Mid-Autumn Festival. This is a day to reunite with family. The most beautiful moonlight will always bloom in the sky off town. System, Mid-Autumn Festival activities will be opened in 3 days. After hearing the news, Chi Li's depression disappeared. Instead, there was a strong sense of nostalgia. If you don't mention the Mid-Autumn Festival, I won't be so worried. Who can I reunite with if I stay here now? Chi Li rubbed his hands and looked up at the sky rather melancholy. The shape of the moonlight is already an ellipse, and it seems that it will become a real full moon in a few days. The full moon represents reunion. However, in the Beishan mountain branch, Chi Lu was alone. System, Mid-Autumn Festival Welfare. The store teleportation array is opened, and the host can travel to and from various stores through the teleportation array. As soon as these words came out, the melancholy on Chi Li's face suddenly solidified. Shop teleportation array? System, you mean, I can finally go back to Donghuang, right? Chi Li confirmed with surprise on his face. System, as long as it is a store opened by the host, you can travel to and from the store teleportation array. Note that automatic vending points are not included in this list. After receiving a positive answer, Chi Lu automatically ignored the second half of the system's sentence. Vending points, who cares? This is the real holiday benefit. System, do you think you cheated me before, so now you have a bad conscience? Chi Lu is neither depressed nor melancholy now, and his whole person has become beaming with joy. Compared to the last Chinese Valentine's Day, when the system issued a mocking Chinese Valentine's Day commemorative ring, this store's teleportation array is worthy of being called a holiday benefit. System, host, please don't think too much. The Mid-Autumn Festival is a festival for family reunions. The host should go back and visit. Okay, as long as the store teleportation array is in place, everything you say is right. Chi Li said with a smile. When you should be happy, don't worry about small things like this. System, this is a special event for the Mid-Autumn Festival, let's all enjoy the moon together. System, the special event will start on the Mid-Autumn Festival and last for 7 days. Please wait a moment, System. I heard the name of the event correctly, right? Let's enjoy the 7-day moon together. Although Chi Lu was happy when he heard this, he couldn't help but interrupt the system when he encountered such a common-sense problem. Appreciating the moon can only be done on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival. Where does the moon come from that can be full for 7 days at a time? Although Chi Lu doesn't know whether the moonlight in this world is emitted by the moon, let's call it that for now. System, host, please don't interrupt this system. The moon in the New World mode can be round as long as this system wants it to be. Is there any problem? Chi Li couldn't help but be silent for a while after hearing this. No problem, please continue. System, during the Mid-Autumn Festival special event, in the New World mode, after entering night on all large maps, a full moon will appear in the sky. System, if and only when the player is on the big map, he can perform moon viewing activities. For every 5 minutes of moon viewing time, he will receive a piece of moon cake. There is no upper limit on the number of times she can obtain it. System, collect 10 mooncake fragments to synthesize a special Mid-Autumn Festival mooncake. System, 10 pieces of Mid-Autumn special mooncakes can be redeemed for a Mid-Autumn mooncake redemption card in any store in the New World mode. If you have a Mid-Autumn mooncake redemption card, you can go to the store manager to redeem a Mid-Autumn special mooncake. Note that if there is no store, when the map is large, temporary shops will appear during the event. It is a custom for every festival to exchange for festival-specific food. Zongzi for the Dragon Boat Festival, chocolate for the Chinese Valentine's Day, and now it's finally the turn of the mooncakes for the Mid-Autumn Festival. The only difference from the previous two festivals is that the way to obtain mooncakes this time is much simpler. Just like the name of the activity, everyone comes together to enjoy the moon. As long as the moon viewing time is long enough, you can get mooncakes. According to calculations, if you want to get a Mid-Autumn Mooncake redemption card, you need 100 mooncake fragments, which means you need to accumulate 500 minutes of moon viewing time. After calculation, it took nearly 8.5 hours. However, this is just one person's time. If 100 people come together to make a mooncake, they only need to watch the moon together for 5 minutes. And this is also the significance of the trading system in the New World mode. As long as you have spiritual crystals, it won't be a problem if you want mooncakes. The system is really thoughtful about this event. It is taking great pains to promote the culture of moon appreciation during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Sheila nodded in agreement and praised silently. System, during the Mid-Autumn Festival special event, a limited-time copy of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Palace in the Moon will appear on all large maps in the New World. System, every time you enter the dungeon, you need to pay a special Mid-Autumn Festival mooncake to the gatekeeper of the Moon Palace before you can challenge. System, in the copy of Mid-Moon Palace, there is a chance that the Mid-Moon Rabbit card will drop. Collect 10 Mid-Moon Rabbit cards to synthesize a Mid-Moon Rabbit pet card presale card. Pet card presale card? After Chilu heard this new term, he immediately stopped describing the system. System, please wait a moment. What exactly is this pet card presale card? Chilu always felt some bad premonition. System, after the pet card exchange machine is manufactured, players can use the pet card presale card to exchange it for the corresponding pet card directly in the pet card exchange machine. System, as a friendly reminder, the Moon Rabbit pet card is a Mid-Autumn Festival limited pet card and will not enter the card pool of the pet card exchange machine. In other words, you cannot draw the rabbit pet card in the moon, so you can only save it during this Mid-Autumn Festival special event. System, you have a very deep understanding of the word limit. After Chilo heard this explanation, he immediately showed a surprised look. There is something good about the limited marketing that the system plays. The routine of limited products is definitely a good way to attract customers as long as the quality can keep up. Because limited means rare. And scarcity represents face. I won't go into detail about how attractive a limited product is to some customers who have a good reputation. System, the host has won a prize. The above is the entire content of this Mid-Autumn Festival special event. Okay, I understand. I will start promoting it immediately. Speaking of which, this Mid-Autumn Festival event comes at the right time. It can increase the popularity of the store again. After Chila thought about and sorted out the publicity plan in his mind, he said again. Then, next, please tell me, where is the store teleportation array? System, the store teleportation array will be distributed to the host at the beginning of the event, please don't worry. Does this mean that my happiness is in vain now? Chili's expression suddenly froze. But after a moment, Chila felt relieved again. It's only 3 days, it'll be over soon. That's good. We can give Sheer a surprise during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Chila rubbed his chin, then opened the store manager's backstage and pulled out the information about the moon cake and the Moon Rabbit pet card. Every time a new product appears or a new item is included in an event, the store manager's background will be updated with relevant information in real time. This time is no exception. Mid-Autumn Mooncake, Mid-Autumn Festival Limited Edition. This is a delicacy that represents reunion and strong longing. After consumption, the eater's luck will be slightly increased. Note, those who are willing to spend the holidays with their families will always receive gifts. The effect of this Mid-Autumn Mooncake, am I right? It can actually increase the luck of living beings? Chilu almost stared out his eyes when he saw this. The luck of a creature refers to the luck that a creature is born with at the beginning of its birth. The stronger the creature's luck at birth, the stronger the creature's qualifications, talents, potential, understanding, fortune, etc. will become. To put it simply, at the beginning of birth, the life's luck is stronger. Then as it grows, things will become smoother. Although it is not as powerful as the luck of heaven and earth, the luck of living beings is equally mysterious. This kind of thing can definitely be regarded as a top-notch, good thing. I didn't expect that I could get it by eating mooncakes. Speaking of which, the system is a bit too generous. Wait, no, the effect of this moon cake must be related to the remains of that nightmare. After Qilu was shocked, he suddenly thought of the key point. The racial talent of the nightmare tribe is that it can swallow the destiny of living beings to replace the destiny of heaven and earth. Previously, the system said that it wanted to study the racial talents of the nightmare tribe, and now there is a life luck that can be obtained by eating moon cakes. This is really a coincidence. Forget it, this kind of thing has nothing to do with me. However, since this mooncake is so effective, I will be more confident about this promotion. Although Qilu thought of the key point, he did not continue to struggle in the end. Life luck is indeed very useful. But the real usefulness lies in the strength of the life's luck that the creature is born with at the beginning of its birth, rather than acquired later in life. The real usefulness of life's luck lies in the strength of life's luck that a creature is born with at the beginning of its birth. It's not about the luck of life acquired the day after tomorrow. Because the luck of life acquired the day after tomorrow can also enhance the strength of qualifications, talents, potential, understanding, and other aspects. But the magnitude of the enhancement is really too low. After all, there are some differences between innate luck and acquired luck. Unless it's the luck of heaven and earth. However, even so, this mid-autumn moon cake can still attract a large number of customers. Because although the amplitude of this enhancement is a bit low, it is not nothing. And this kind of reinforcement, which is better than nothing, is effective for anyone and any race. Regardless of the strength, realm, or race of the eater, the luck of the creature can be enhanced without discrimination. This is the most powerful part of this mid-autumn festival mooncake. What's more, the intuitive enhancement of the life's luck in various aspects such as qualifications, talents, potential, and understanding is actually just an addition. What's more important is that the stronger a creature's destiny is, the easier it is to be recognized by the will of heaven and earth. There is no need to elaborate too much on the importance of being recognized by the will of heaven and earth. Due to the limitations of the fate of heaven and earth, the number of strong level powers is extremely limited. So if you want to be promoted to the strong level, what aspects should you choose? Under normal circumstances, it actually depends on the degree of recognition by the will of heaven and earth. Why do you say that? Because when you are promoted to the strong level, the most critical destiny of heaven and earth is obtained from the will of heaven and earth. In other words, in most cases, they are obtained from the will of heaven and earth. After all, there are exceptions to everything. Just like the nightmare tribe, promotion to the strong level does not necessarily depend on the luck of heaven and earth. The racial talent gives the nightmare clan the ability to achieve a strong level without relying on the luck of heaven and earth. This is the so-called special case. There is actually more than one way to obtain the luck of heaven and earth. However, the most common and most effective one is through the gift of the will of heaven and earth. But the other methods are really hard to come by. For example, a powerful person at the peak of the power level bestows the luck of heaven and earth. Because only when one's own destiny of heaven and earth has reached perfection and has no end to life, can he be qualified to give his destiny of heaven and earth to others. Otherwise, it will only dissipate between heaven and earth in the process of giving. However, it is extremely rare to be able to achieve peak power at the strong level. Even in ancient times, he was still a top power who could dominate a party. As of now, it is impossible to find even one. That's why I say that there are indeed many ways to obtain the destiny of heaven and earth, but most of them, just saying them is the same as not saying them. Because there is no such condition at all. So, this matter is back to the original statement. By being recognized by the will of heaven and earth, and receiving the luck of heaven and earth given by the will of heaven and earth, the road to promotionto the strong level is paved. In this process, the importance of the destiny of life is self-evident. Of course, if you want to advance to the realm of the strong, you must at least reach the peak of the hero level. The meal must be eaten bite by bite, and the road must be walked step by step. If you want to achieve a strong level, you must have prerequisites. This meal must be eaten one bite at a time. This road must be walked step by step. If you want to achieve a strong level, you must have prerequisites. After all, the number of strong-level powerful beings is indeed very few. It is impossible to imagine that after a few months of cake, you will ignore your own conditions and covet this realm. However, after the life's luck increases. Even if you are not qualified to achieve the strong level, you can more easily be promoted to the hero level, or break through the current shackles. Enhance understanding, enhance cultivation qualifications, etc. In short, there are many benefits. That's why Chilitzai is absolutely certain that this Mid-Autumn Festive almond cakes will definitely attract a large number of customers to the store to participate in this special Mid-Autumn Festival event. Even in times like this, it is no exception. Since the effect of the Mid-Autumn mooncakes is so strong, this time's pet card presale card should not disappoint me. After Chilu was surprised, he immediately thought in his mind. However, pet cards have not appeared here in the northern mountains yet. Therefore, Chilu is not sure how well pets are accepted in the northern mountains. But in Donghuang, it is certain that as long as the attributes of the Moon Rabbit pet card are not very bad, it will definitely be robbed. Even if it's not a great pet card. But as long as the word limited is put on it, it is a symbol of face. I believe that this month's presale card for the Rabbit Pet card will satisfy the vanity of the guys in the Pet Card Research Association. While thinking about it, Chilu turned over the details of the Moon Rabbit Pet card. Rabbit in the Moon, Quality R, Holy Light Pet, Main Attribute, Spirit, Magic Effect. R-rated pet card, not bad. The quality level of the Moon Rabbit pet card was completely within Chilu's expectation. Because so far, there is only one SR level pet card in the card pool of the pet card exchanger, and that is the Flame Spirit. As for the power of the Flame Spirit pet card, it goes without saying. The strength of the complete Flame Spirit pet card is comparable to that of a peak hero level hero, and even surpasses it in terms of group attack. Even in the main store of Yunwu City, there is a pet card drawing machine, and customers are drawing cards every day. However, the ownership rate of the Flame Spirit pet card is still very low. From this shipment probability, we can see how powerful the SR level pet card is. Therefore, Chila never expected that this limited Moon Rabbit pet card would be an SR level pet card. Because if this is the case, then it is estimated that the explosion rate of the Moon Rabbit pet card presale card during this Mid-Autumn Festival special event will be extremely low. Then this would really hurt the hearts of the players who participated in this event. So if you think about it carefully, you will find that R-level pet cards are actually the best choice. After all, judging from past experience, the shipment rate of R-class pet cards is pretty good. At least, it seems pretty good against the backdrop of the shockingly low shipment rate of SR-level pet cards. But among the attributes of the Moon Rabbit pet card, this Holy Light pet seems to have never appeared before. Chila soon saw a new property. In the past, most pet card attribute classifications were various elements. There is one exception, and that is the Undead Death Knight. From this point of view, this so-called Holy Light pet should be a category opposite to the Undead pet. In the past, pet cards, in terms of attribute classification, mostly had various element-oriented attributes. There is currently only one exception, and that is the Undead Death Knight. From this point of view, this so-called holy light pet should have attributes that are opposite to those of the undead. However, Qilu knew that he could not figure it out clearly even if he was just guessing by himself, so he had better look at the detailed attributes first. The pattern of the rabbit in the moon pet card is a long-eared rabbit with snow-white fur and a pair of extremely smart eyes. It is not the normal red color of a white rabbit, but an extremely deep moon white. If you look closely at the eyes of the jackrabbit and the rabbit in the moon pet card design, you will find it. These eyes are like two bright moons. However, except for the special eyes, the appearance of the rabbit in the moon is a bit like a teacup rabbit, quite small and cute. Pet card, our moon rabbit. Main attribute, spirit, magic effect. Number of awakenings, 0. Skills, none. Positioning, auxiliary, holy light, illusion space, transformation. System, please explain these positioning tags to me, thank you. When Qilu saw the end, he shouted about the system in his mind without saying a word, without thinking about anything else. Except for an auxiliary positioning tag that Qilu can understand, the other positioning tags are basically confused. System, holy light pets have their own holy light effect. All the effects off buff magic will be increased to a certain extent. System, the rabbit in the moon has its own innate ability. It can use the power of its eyes to open an illusion space to protect itself and the summoner. When in the illusion space, it will not be noticed by the enemy. Hearing this, Qilu turned back and took a look at the pattern on the moon rabbit pet card. It turns out that the eyes of the rabbit in the moon don't just look special. But it's really special. It actually comes with an innate ability. It seems that the positioning of the moon rabbit pet card is already obvious. It is an auxiliary magic pet, and it also comes with powerful life-saving skills. But think about it, let a rabbit in the moon, which is about the size of 2 fists, fight. Just imagining that picture, you can feel the incongruity in it. However, no matter what, Qilu can be sure. The rabbit in the moon pet card will definitely rank among the best-selling pet cards. Especially for those warrior classes and knight classes, it can provide great help. Because these classes that require charging and close combat, what they need most is the blessing of buff magic. Including those healing spells. The rabbit pet card in the moon can exactly meet their needs. It's like a full-time auxiliary magician is following behind. Moreover, the rabbit in the moon also has its own holy light effect, and the effect of using auxiliary magic is even stronger. In particular, the main attribute of the moon rabbit pet card also has a magic effect growth. Under these multiple superpositions, the auxiliary effect is even higher. It deserves the name of this R-rated pet card and the word limited. It's great. I'm becoming more and more confident now. Qilu thought about it in his heart, nodded involuntarily, and then continuedo asked. Then what does the last transformed positioning tag mean? System, the rabbit in the moon can transform into a combat form when necessary and attach itself to the summoner's body, greatly enhancing the summoner's combat effectiveness. System, the rabbit in the moon can transform into a fighting form when needed and attach itself to the summoner's body, greatly enhancing the summoner's combat effectiveness. System, the combat state lasts for 3 minutes. After the combat state ends, the moon rabbit will fall into a weak state for 3 days. Isn't this a stronger auxiliary skill? Qilu was shocked on the spot and blurted out these words. Looking at the name of this positioning tag, Qilu thought that the rabbit in the moon could transform into something. Because when it comes to transformation, Qilu immediately thinks of the word magical girl. However, it turns out that the magical girl is false. The magic rabbit is also false. A moon rabbit who cannot help is not a good moon rabbit. Sure enough, it is a pet card positioned as an auxiliary, and all attributes serve to assist the summoner. I understand, system, get ready to start sending out advertisements. Qilu quickly came out of the disappointment of the magical girl, no, it should be said that the magical rabbit. Then I started thinking about the publicity routine this time. Obviously, the Mid-Autumn Festival also has a matching story and legend, that is, Chang'e's flight to the moon. However, the story of Chang'e flying to the moon was considered a legend in the technological world where Qi Lu lived in his previous life. But in this world of fighting spirit and magic, it doesn't seem unusual to poke in the air and fly into the sky to escape from the earth. However, such a trivial matter cannot trouble Qi Lu. It only takes a little bit of thinking to magically change various legends. Chang'e is replaced by a cultivator who practices hard but is limited in qualifications and talents and cannot advance to a higher realm. Then replace the matter of flying to the moon with a successful promotion and that's it. By the way, the elixir that Chang'e secretly ate was replaced with mid-autumn moon cakes. This not only completed the story, but also promoted the mid-autumn moon cakes, which was like killing two birds with one stone. Then we have to replace the rabbit in the moon palace with the rabbit in the moon. Then think of a way to show the various auxiliary abilities of Moon Rabbit in the promotional video. In this way, the magically modified version of Chang'e flying to the moon is considered complete. After the system produced the promotional video according to Qi Li's ideas, Qi Lu read it 3 times from beginning to end to confirm that there were no mistakes. Okay, there's no problem with the promotional video, let's send it out. System, understood, all membership cards have received this promotional video. As long as it is about publicity issues, Qi Lu will basically do whatever he says, and the system will not give any opinions. There is no way, there is really a gap in IQ. At least at this point, the system is very self-aware. After Lan Qi separated from Qi Lu, he immediately went to the vicinity of Tianyuan. This is the place where the Nightmare clan was once suppressed. From the damage marks nearby, we can roughly judge how many members of the Nightmare tribe have escaped Tianyuan. But Lan Qi came here not for this matter. All the Nightmare demons who escaped from Tianyuan have been wiped out. The space barrier of Tianyuan is about to loosen. Lan Qi looked at the bottomless abyss, frowning. After staring at the abyss for nearly a quarter of an hour, Lan Qi suddenly sighed. Then he took out a golden token from his arms. On the front of this golden token, a giant dragon is carved, which looks lifelike. A giant dragon was carved on the front of the golden token that Lan Qi took out. The dragon's appearance is lifelike, with every dragon scale and every subtle movement displayed. On the back of the golden token, there is a dragon paw print. As soon as Lan Qi took out the golden token, a terrifying dragon power suddenly filled the surrounding area, and the pressure was so strong that it seemed to be real. Holy King token, open! Lan Qi cut his fingertips and injected a drop of dragon's blood into the golden token. In an instant, a mirror appeared in the sky. In the mirror, the picture played was exactly the scene when the Nightmare tribe escaped from the Tianyuan. Only one intelligent Nightmare escaped from the abyss. A strong-level Nightmare. It seems that the one that store manager Qi got rid of was indeed the last Nightmare. Lan Qi stared at the mirror, and after getting the information he wanted, he took back the golden token. However, in just a few minutes, Lan Qi's face turned pale. The price to pay for using the power of the golden token is not small. Therefore, it is impossible for Lan Qi to use this power to find the Nightmare clan. It can only be used to confirm the authenticity of the news said by Qi Lu. But fortunately, the news I got was good news. It's a pity that when I arrived, it was already too late. I just hope that the space barrier in the Tianyuan can last longer. Lan Qi put away the golden token and was just about to leave the vicinity of Tianyuan and return to the elves to bring the news back to Shauna and Tiana. The membership card in his pocket rang. Mid-Autumn Festival promotional video? What is this? Lan Qi took out the membership card and couldn't help but click on it when he saw the prompt on the window. Eliminating the red dot prompt is simply good news for patients with obsessive-compulsive disorder. Then, along with a piece of decent music, and after 2 hours of hard work by Qi Lu, the promotional video produced by the supervision system was presented in front of Lan Qi. The content is very simple. Because legends and stories need to be combined with the background of the times. So while making the magic changes, Qi Lu also deleted a lot of content. So, the promotional video became such a story. A cultivator who practices very hard, but due to the limitations of his cultivation qualifications, is stumbling on the road to becoming stronger, achieving twice the result with half the effort. But another cultivator who was hostile to him became stronger very smoothly. Just because this cultivator was born with extremely strong spiritual destiny, he went very smoothly on the road to becoming stronger. In a competition between two people, the one with poor qualifications lost miserably to the one with extraordinary talent. And he was ridiculed severely. So this poor man with poor qualifications asked the moon in the sky on a full moon night, "Why do you do this to yourself? Obviously, I worked 10 times as hard as that talented cultivator, but the results I got were so miserable." However, the moon did not respond to his complaint and just gave the poor man a mooncake. He also told him that your poor cultivation aptitude is all due to the lack of luck in life. As long as you eat this mooncake, you can become the same as that talented cultivator. Is there such a thing? The poor man ate the moon cake given by God in surprise and absorbed the destiny of life contained in it. Sure enough, my qualifications improved immediately and I was on a smooth road. The moon in the sky did not respond to the complaints of the poor people. I just gave this poor man a moon cake. And tell him that your poor cultivation qualifications are all due to the lack of luck in life. As long as you eat this moon cake, you can become like that talented practitioner. So the poor man ate the moon cake given by God in confusion. As expected, the poor man's qualifications suddenly improved and he embarked in a smooth road. Because his luck also improved, he met a pet that was willing to accompany him, the moon rabbit. In the end, this poor man who had turned over had finally defeated the opponent who had ridiculed him because of his hard work, accumulation, and the help of the rabbit in the moon. He felt proud and proud. The promotional video is not long, and the storyline is extremely cliché. The weak stand up. But in a world where there is no advertising at all, it appears to be extremely effective. Yes, that's it. Beat him. But is this mooncake really so magical? After Lan Qi watched the promotional video, his thoughts immediately drifted to the mooncakes in the promotional video. Of course Lan Qi knows what life's luck is. And I also know what it's used for. But mooncakes that can increase the luck of living beings are really unbelievable. Then, while Lan Qi was thinking about this problem, he suddenly heard the advertising slogan at the end of the promotional video. Are you still worried about your lack of qualifications? Are you still angry about your lack of talent? Are you still angry about your low understanding? There is no need to be afraid of these things. As long as you have mid-autumn mooncakes, all of this will not be a problem. Then, there is the link to this mid-autumn festival special event. Manager Qi's special event in the store. Can you participate in the New World mode? No, I have to participate in this event. Well, there are still 3 days left. I just want to go back and tell Shauna and the others that the Nightmare Tribe has been wiped out. Lan Qi naturally clicked on the introduction to the Mid-Autumn Festival special event, looked around, and then made a decision. As for the Moon Rabbit, which played a great role in the promotional video, Lan Qi selectively ignored it. After all, with Lan Qi's strength, the role that rabbit in the moon can play is really too small. However, just because Lan Qi will ignore the role of the rabbit in the moon does not mean that others will also ignore it. The location where the promotional video is released is on all membership cards. So every customer with a membership card can see this promotional video. There are customers who empathize with the storyline, so they like this promotional video, and use it to inspire them to work hard. There are also customers who noticed the mooncakes among them. There are also customers who noticed the rabbit in the moon. However, the vast majority of customers noticed the mooncakes. But most of the customers who noticed the rabbit in the moon were female customers. If not for anything else, it's just because the image of the rabbit in the moon is so cute. Qi Lu also knows this, so the cute image of the moon rabbit is also highlighted in the promotional video. And after the miserable protagonist obtained the rabbit in the moon, several short stories were specially designed to allow the rabbit in the moon to exert its abilities. For this reason, it has also attracted a large number of female customers. People from appearance associations can be found everywhere, regardless of race. The image of the rabbit in the moon is much cuter than those rough-looking monsters. Except for those rough guys from the dwarf tribe who didn't feel anything at all, the elves and the animal-eared tribe all showed interest in the moon rabbit. What's more, except for this cute little creature, Mid-Autumn Festival mooncakes are the highlight. Because customers who need the rabbit in the moon can draw a range based on their strength. After reaching the heroic level, the role of the rabbit in the moon begins to decrease. Until the level of the strong, the role of the rabbit in the moon is basically gone. After all, the rabbit in the moon pet card is, after all, just an R-level pet card. It can assist the summoner all the way to the hero level, which I's already considered the limit. But every customer who can use the Mid-Autumn mooncakes can use it. It can be said that the scope of application is very broad. Following the news from the guild, I have something very important to tell you. Lan Qi didn't know how other customers would react. Anyway, after watching the promotional video, he opened the guild call in the communication system. These three powerful experts who often go to Qi Li's shop, plus Shauna, are all the members of this guild. What happened? Have you found any traces of the Nightmare Tribe? Lan Qi, if you have anything to say, please tell me quickly. I don't have that much time to chat with you. In the guild channel, the other three people responded immediately as if they were staring at their membership cards. And you can tell who is speaking just by listening to the tone of voice. Don't be so nervous. By the way, have you all seen the promotional video by store manager, Qi? Lan Qi could probably think of why these three people could reply so quickly. I just finished watching it. The rabbit in the moon is so cute. I want one. Shauna could obviously keep up with Lan Qi's speaking rhythm and responded quickly. Is it a Mid-Autumn Festival promotional video? I just started watching it, but does it have anything to do with what you want to say? Tiana asked a little confused. Can you tell me what you have to say, Lan Qi? Don't change the subject for me, I'm very busy now. Although Saratel was a little impatient, he still replied. Okay, I know what you are thinking, I'm just here to talk to you about it. You don't have to worry about the threat of the nightmares now, because all those nightmares have been eliminated by Manager Qi. At this time, Lan Qi didn't show off anymore. Tiana and Saratel both bear the life and death of their respective races on their shoulders, so it is natural for them to be worried and impatient. What did you say? Manager Qi has dealt with all those nightmares? Lan Qi, are you sure you're not joking? This kind of joke is not funny. The guild communication channel was suddenly filled with an atmosphere of disbelief. Tiana and the others learned this news suddenly, which is why they seemed sound believable. However, you have to know that before, even if Lan Qi saw it with his ownies, he had to verify it himself, before he would feel relieved. So I can't imagine Tiana's emotions. Of course I'm not joking. No matter how reckless I am, I can't joke about such a big thing. I still know the importance of this. Lan Qi smiled and motioned for the three of them to relax. Then he told them how he met Qi Lu. So Lan Qi's description successfully caused a gasp. The pinnacle of the strong level, turn your hands to become clouds, turn your hands to become rain. Store manager Qi has helped us a lot this time. No wonder you asked us before if we had seen the promotional video. These mid-autumn moon cakes are indeed very important. After Shauna listened to Lan Chi's story, she immediately saw Lan Chi's intention. As long as the number of mid-autumn mooncakes is enough, it will be enough to enhance the overall strength of a race. This is the greatest significance. On the contrary, for individuals, it is not that significant. There are still 3 days left, so I should be able to make it in time. Tiana thought for a moment and reacted. As long as there is no threat from the Nightmare Tribe, those elves with membership cards will naturally go to the City of Life. However, this time the clan members were temporarily gathered together, which still needed to be dealt with. Since those damn nightmares are dead, I don't have to go out to look after these guys anymore. You guys talk first, and I'll go to the City of Life first. Saratel's actions were the fastest. However, it is not clear whether Saratel is in such a hurry to go to the City of Life for the special Mid-Autumn Festival event or to ask Chi Lu for advice. After all, the Beastier tribe is a race that highly values individual combat effectiveness. Before it was just speculation. But now, after confirming that Chila's strength is so strong, Saratel can't sit still. Discussing and learning from others who are stronger than yourself is a very effective way to become stronger. But before that, it was really not an easy task to find a powerful person who was stronger than Rattle in the northern mountains. Even Lan Chi is only on par with Saratel. Now that he has finally met one, Saratel will naturally be excited. The next day. Early in the morning, Chi Lu had just opened the store door when he saw Saratel waiting at the door with a look of eagerness. "When did you come?" Chi Lu asked with a weird look on his face. "I've been here for a while, but it didn't take long, about half an hour." As a tough guy, Saratel speaks upright and doesn't have any polite words. He just says what he wants. Half an hour. Chi Lu narrowed his eyes, a little surprised. But Chi Lu is probably the only place where a powerful person can wait outside for half an hour. If other stores dared to do this, Saratel would probably have smashed the door down. "Then you came so early. Is there anything important you have to do?" If there was nothing important, Chi Lu wouldn't believe it if he could come here so early in the morning. No matter how idle a man is, he will never be idle like this. "I do have one thing that I want to trouble store manager Chi with," Saratel said politely. Speaking. Chi Lu nodded and said, "I heard from Lan Chi about the great strength of store manager Chi, so I want to have a discussion with store manager Chi, hoping to gain something from it." Saratel had nothing to hide, so he said it generously. After all, if this kind of sparring is not agreed upon from the beginning and both parties are prepared to hold back in advance, then it is likely to turn into a fight to the death. By that time, I'm afraid I won't even be able to pull it away. "You want to spar with me?" Chi Lu was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Chi Lu had heard about the warlike attitude of the Beastier tribe, but had never expected that Saratel would actually come to him to discuss matters. "Yes, I also asked store manager Chi to make it happen." Saratel clasped his fists, lowered his head slightly, and said with a very sincere attitude. It is said that he is eager to fight, but that is not entirely true. However, it is true that fighting against a stronger opponent can test one's own shortcomings. So Chi Lu looked at Saratel, rubbed his chin with one hand, and remained silent for a long time before speaking out. "If we really want to compete, it's not impossible. However, I have a small condition." After a slight pause, Chi Lu added another sentence. Chi Lu has absolute confidence in his own fighting skills and fighting consciousness. So if it was just a competition, even if he only used his own true strength, Chi Lu would not be afraid at all. After all, when it comes to sparring, it's all about getting to the point. It is impossible to fight to the death. Therefore, the fate of heaven and earth, which is crucial to the strong level, cannot be used in the competition. Then Chi Lu has nothing to worry about. If you have any conditions, please tell me directly, Manager Qi. After hearing that Qi Lu accepted the request for discussion, Saratel immediately raised his head. In the previous battle in the dwarf royal city, a war hammer was broken. He heard that one of the fragments of that war hammer is on you, so I wanted to borrow it to take a look. Qi Lu stated his conditions. In fact, this was something that Qi Lu suddenly remembered after seeing Saratel. About the ancient remnant soul in the dwarf war hammer. Originally, Qi Lu planned to wait until the tragic death of the old dwarf clan leader passed, and then go to the dwarf royal city for a tour. But in Saratel's hands, there is also a fragment of the war hammer. Therefore, Qi Lu felt that he could take this opportunity to confirm whether there were ancient remnant souls in other warhammer fragments, in order to avoid running around the dwarf royal city in vain. I thought store manager Qi was trying to say something, but it turned out to be such a trivial matter. I just took this warhammer fragment back to see if I could find any clues. However, since the nightmare tribe has been eliminated by manager Qi, this fragment is of no use to me. Used. So if store manager Qi wants it, then I'll lend it to you, by borrowing flowers, to offer to Buddha. As Saratel spoke, he took out a very ordinary-looking metal fragment from his arms. The material looks almost the same as the one Tiana brought before. System, it's your turn to work. Qi Lu was able to confirm at a glance that what Saratel took out was indeed the fragment of the war hammer passed down by the dwarfs from ancient times. Just because a material looks ordinary on the outside doesn't mean its function is ordinary. Good materials don't have to be shiny. No one can be judged by appearance, let alone these magical materials. System, host, please wait a moment. Based on the last experience, the Brethoff the ancient remnant soul hidden in it may be too weak, so it will take some more time. Take your time, just don't let it slip. Qi Lu warned him in his mind, and then he bowed his hand towards Saratel and said, in that case, I will accept it shamelessly. Qi Lu knew about Saratel's character. When I say it's a gift, I mean it's really a gift, it's not just a polite gesture. Therefore, there is no need for Qi Lu to shirk. When communicating with people who are straightforward, it is not good to be coy. Store manager Qi is welcome. Saratel smiled and threw the warhammer fragment to Qi Lu. Then he looked around the store and said, so, store manager Qi, where would be a better place for our discussion? As expected, he is straightforward and doesn't waste any time at all. Come to the ring to compete. You probably haven't tried the ring in the combat power improvement training room yet. Qi Lu thought for a while and came up with the best choice. Since it is a competition, the power of heaven and earth will definitely not be used, so in the arena of the combat power improvement training room, the most strength can be exerted. After all, Saratel is only warlike and does not like to be abused. Comparing one's own luck in heaven and earth with a powerful peak-level expert, isn't there something wrong with one's brain? Although Qi Lu himself knows that the so-called peak of the strong level is actually the power of the system. But Saratel and the others didn't know. In their eyes, Qi Lu is a real and powerful peak power, without any water. The arena? Manager Qi, where is the arena you mentioned? Saratel was surprised at first, and then used his mental power to sense everything. As a result, no arena was found in the entire City of Life. Because the elves are not a warlike race, things like the arena probably do not exist in the city-states of the elves. You'd better go to the store first. If you keep standing here, you will block other customers. Qi Lu knew as soon as he heard this that Saratel had only played the New World mode in the Combat Power Improvement Training Room and had never touched the single-player mode or the online mode. But think about it. The standalone mode and the online mode can be regarded as the memories of all the old customers in the main store of Yunwu City. Today's new customers may not know these two models at all. However, Qi Lu was not in the mood to promote these two models. Just like old games will be replaced by new ones sooner or later, it is normal to update them. Qi Lu is very open-minded about this. But this time, the function of the arena could be used, so I proposed it. After all, with Saratel's strength, if he really wanted to compete with Qi Lu, even if he just hit the target, he would have to avoid the City of Life for at least 200 miles. Then Qila's store can't open yet. Okay. Saratel followed the instructions and walked into the store, first found a booth and sat down. After Qi Lu told the system to carefully detect the ancient remnant souls in the Warhammer fragments, he also followed. Yunwu City, in Qi Li's shop. After Yu Xuanxue watched the promotional video pushed out by her membership card in the middle of the night, she immediately woke up Yu Shi'er. What's wrong, Shao Shu? After Yu Shi'er was shaken awake, her face was still full of sleepiness. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked aloud. Shi'er, take a look, that guy Qi Lu has prepared a new event, and it's only 3 days away from starting. Yu Xuanxue handed the membership card to Yu Shi'er. Then select the promotional video in the window to play again. Special Mid-Autumn Festival Event. Mid-Autumn Mooncake, and the Rabbit in the Moon. This is a pet card presale card. The Mid-Autumn Festival Special Event, Mid-Autumn Moon Cakes and Moon Rabbit Pet Card Presale Card, these two are the rewards of this event. As soon as she talked about the store, Yu Shi'er immediately sobered up. Because this is something Qi Lu told her, Yu Shi'er will not neglect it in the slightest. Probably, but none of that matters. The most important thing is that after eating this mid-autumn mooncake, it can increase the luck of living beings. This is a good thing. It is a good thing that you can't usually ask for. Yu Xuanxue pointed to the Mid-Autumn Festival mooncakes in the promotional video and said seriously. There is a very general rule regarding the understanding of the destiny of living beings. That is, the higher the level of a cultivator, the more he can understand the benefits of the destiny of living beings. How important it is to be recognized by the will of heaven and earth. Absolutely self-explanatory. Only those who can reach the peak of the strong level are qualified to say that it doesn't matter even if they are not recognized by the will of heaven and earth. Because of the peak power of a strong person, one can move between different worlds without any influence on the strength. But others can't. Once you are disgusted by the will of heaven and earth, you will be controlled everywhere. Those who are more lucky may be unable to make progress throughout their lives and end up depressed. If you are unlucky, you may have to worry about choking to death even if you drink cold water. As for the species of civet cat, it is a strange beast that was born to pursue and devour various treasures. Naturally, it is better able to understand the preciousness of the fate of living beings. So Yu Shi'er immediately understood Yu Xuanxue's expression. Even though this expression is not that obvious on a furry cat's face. Do you want the store manager to give you a few more mid-autumn mooncakes? Yu Shi'er asked a little uncertainly. You can't say that, because this mid-autumn festival activity seems to be very profitable, but it is not. Yu Xuanxue is a veteran who has been involved in the New World mode, and she has quite a lot of experience in wording this kind of activity. There are obvious restrictions on the moon viewing activities during the Mid-Autumn Festival special events. Even Qi Lu didn't pay much attention before. That is the moon viewing activity, which can only be done at night. There is no moon during the day. And just this restriction has actually reduced the duration of the moon viewing activity by more than 2/3. Because Qi Lu has to close the shop to rest at night. The day and night in the New World mode are synchronized with the outside world. Therefore, during this 7-day Mid-Autumn Festival special event, you can accumulate enough time to admire the moon, which is about 4 hours a day. Maybe a little less. After all, the moon cannot be seen in the evening. So adding up the 7 days, the duration of the moon viewing activity is approximately 28 hours. Even if it's all taken together, it's 30 hours. So according to the activity content, for every 5 minutes of moon viewing, you will get 1 piece of mooncake, which is 12 pieces in 1 hour. 30 hours, that's 360 pieces. Then calculate the number of mid-autumn mooncakes that can be redeemed. 100 mooncake fragments can be combined into one redemption card. During the entire Mid-Autumn Festival special event, even if you include all the moon viewing time, you will only be able to get 3.5 mid-autumn mooncakes at most. This also ensures that when you come to the store every night, you can grab a booth. And after grabbing the spot, we have to ensure that we see the moon the first second the New World mode goes online. Because in the New World mode, you can only be online for 4 hours a day. Calculating it this way, it seems that there is no way to round up the cumulative duration of the moon viewing activities. Then what do you want to do? Yu Shi'er asked in confusion after listening to Yu Xuanshue's analysis. It's actually very simple. Since Qi Liyun can produce this kind of moon cake, he must have extra life luck in his hands. I want to ask Qi Liyun to give me some. Yu Xuanxue felt a little embarrassed at the end. After all, even with Yu Xuanshue's shamelessness, it was a bit unbearable task for the luck of a living being. Because it is so precious. If there is anything more precious than the luck of living beings, it is probably the luck of heaven and earth. However, the fate of heaven and earth is really elusive for Yu Xuanxue. So we can only settle for the next best thing. Then just go find the store manager. You should be able to meet in the New World mode. Yu Shi'er was a little confused as to why Yu Xuanxue wanted to tell her such a thing. Aren't I embarrassed? I'm a little kitten with a thin skin. How can I say such things? Yu Xuanxue replied shamelessly. In fact, the real meaning of this sentence should be, I'm just a little kitten. Even if I tell Qi Lu, he won't give it to me. It's better not to tell me. No, I won't help you. The store manager is out alone and must have a lot of things to do. I won't bother him about this. Yu Shi'er rejected Yu Xuanshue's proposal without hesitation. Shi'er, TSK, no wonder Qi Lu never knows what you are thinking. He is a stupid person. Can't you take the initiative? Hearing this, Yu Xuanxue lay down on the soft quilt unhappily and muttered. You, Xiaoshue, what are you talking about? What am I thinking? The store manager, he is very good to me. I just want to be by his side. When Yu Xuanxue said this, a blush suddenly appeared on Yu Shi'er's face. Then he grabbed the quilt and covered himself. As a result, Yu Xuanxue flew away with a shudder of the quilt cover. Fortunately, cats are not afraid of falling from high altitudes, so Yu Xuanxue was not thrown too badly, at least not on the cat's face. In Donghuang, after receiving the promotional video pushed by the membership card, Yu Xuanxue was not the only cat who became excited. There are many customers in the store. Ling Ao, who had originally planned to go to the morning court for a while, changed his plan on the spot and headed to Yunwu City to occupy his position 2 days later. It would be convenient for the 3 deans, Gu Pingchuan and Ban Jing, to serve as public cultivators. Anyway, there are deputy deans and tutors in each college, so it's okay to bellyazi occasionally. However, Gu Pingchuan still found it troublesome and directly gave the students 7 days off. The students who knew about this immediately cheered and posted on the forum, saying that they would continue to take this Mid-Autumn Festival holiday as a good tradition. This suddenly made the students from the other 2 colleges envious. 7 days off. Brilliant Academy, Pinnacle Academy, and Earth Academy are all academies of the same level, and the tasks of daily training are all equally stressful and hard. Now that Brilliant College is on holiday, how can the other 2 colleges be convinced? Seeing that everyone around me is on vacation, I am still practicing hard. Undoubtedly the most irritating thing. So after discussion, students from Summit College and Dadi College selected several student representatives to report this issue to their instructors and vice dean. When these student representatives met, they also chatted about this matter. After all, the students in these 3 colleges are basically acquaintances now. We meet in Yunwu City every day, how can we not be familiar with each other? And even if they haven't met in person, as long as they have chatted in the public channel of the communication system or posted in the forum, they will almost look familiar. It can be said that as long as these students have never been to Chila's store, or if you don't have a membership card with you, you will be embarrassed to speak loudly in the academy. However, such students basically do not exist. As a result, this question quickly reached the ears of several deans. Have a holiday? Lao Gu, did you give your students a holiday? The first time Banjing got the news, he asked Gu Pingchuan with a surprised look on his face. Ren Gongxiu next to him also looked at Gu Pingchuan in surprise and said, the current cultivation tasks are so intense, Lao Gu, you can actually give them a holiday. It seems that the students of this class of brilliant academy are all talented. As the Shadow Palace incident gradually weakened, it was buried in the dust of history. The long-lost peace has been restored in Donghuang. The three empires have also entered a period of recuperation, and there are no longer conflicts with each other. After all, the current overall strength of the Huangyuan Empire exceeds that of the Gu Luo Empire and the Xingyao Empire. In a real fight, the one who ends up cheaper is the Huangyuan Empire. And these all rely on Qi Li's stores. Who told Qi Lu to open a store in Yunwu City instead of other places? This made the Sword Emperor and the Great Priest in White extremely envious after learning about this matter, but they could only be envious. However, the impact of the Shadow Palace incident on Donghuang is not limited to the power structure. The most important thing is that in the last battle, after the spirit of the demonic abyss was killed by Qi Lu, the fate of the world left in the East Wasteland began to speed up the recovery of the world in the East Wasteland. Gu Pingchuan feels this most clearly. Because if nothing unexpected happens, when Donghuang's destiny of heaven and earth returns to a certain level, Gu Pingchuan, who is at the half-stepper house level, will have no problem with his state of mind. He should be the first person in Donghuang to be promoted to the strong level. Therefore, he has the clearest perception of the changes in the destiny of heaven and earth. It is precisely because he knows this that Gu Pingchuan also knows that he wants to not be left behind in the subsequent rapid rise in Donghuang's overall strength. Then you have to work harder. This is also the reason why the cultivation tasks of the three major academies have suddenly become onerous. That's why Ren Gongxiu said this, to tease Gu Pingchuan. It's not really about being gifted. However, in the special Mid-Autumn Festival event launched by store manager Qi this time, the benefits of the Mid-Autumn Mooncake to all the students are obvious. When Gu Pingchuan heard that he was being teased, he just smiled. Life luck is a good thing. It's just that before this, the destiny of heaven and earth in Donghuang was insufficient, so the destiny of living beings seemed not that important. But now, it's different. The destiny of the world in the East Baron has been restored at an accelerated pace, which not only improves the overall strength of the world, but also vacates the seats of the powerful and powerful. The importance of this life's spiritual luck is getting higher and higher. Especially those at the peak of the hero level who want to advance to the strong level. Who wouldn't want to grab this spot? When you mention it like this, it seems that this is indeed the case. Mid-autumn mooncakes that can increase the luck of living beings. In this case, Lao Gu, you are quite foresight. Ren Gongxiu and Banjing were not stupid people, but they had always been under a light in the dark before, so they didn't expect it. But when Gu Pingchuan mentioned it, he understood. For the sake of life and luck, even if the number is very small, it is still worth giving up some practice time. What's more, in the New World mode, the students seem to have received a lot of training. Then we will also give them 7 days off so that the students can participate in this special Mid-Autumn Festival event. Ren Gongxiu looked at Banjing and asked tentatively. I think it's okay. Banjing didn't need to think about it and just nodded. Where's the training place that is not practice? It doesn't have to be in the academy. As a result, the students in Pinnacle College and Dottie College soon received the news that they could also take 7 days off like Brilliant College. This announcement immediately made all the students cheer. However, in the City of Life, Chila didn't know that a special Mid-Autumn Festival event could actually give 3 colleges a holiday. And once it is released, it will be released for 7 days. If Chila knew about this, he might be proud again for a while. You know, a certain poet who threw himself into the river only got 1 day off. This 7-day holiday is much longer than a 1-day holiday, which shows how seriously it is taken. Saratel, what happened to your expression? In the store, after Lan Chi and Shauna walked in, they immediately saw Saratel sitting at the small round table with a look of despair. On the small round table in front of Saratel, there was also a small ivory-white porcelain bottle. It is a small porcelain bottle used to hold multi-flavor liquor. I came here today to discuss with the store manager. After hearing Lan Chi's voice, Saratel didn't move his head, just rolled highs, and then spoke slowly. The specific content is how Chila taught him to doubt life in the ring. From the beginning, they were at a slight disadvantage, and then they were unable to fight back. Saratel couldn't figure out why store manager Chi's combat skills could improve so quickly. No, it should be said that store manager Chi probably hid his strength at the beginning just to test his own level, so he appeared to be evenly matched. So much so that Saratel was so exhausted at the moment that he didn't even want to move. I bought a bottle of multi-flavor liquor, but I wasn't in the mood to drink it. Bitter wine enters the throat, burning the heart and stomach. The more I drank, the more my heart ached. So that's it. I thought something happened. Since you're fine, let's go in first. Lan Chi glanced at Saratel sympathetically, then took Shauna's hand and walked in. Compete with the monster, Chi Lu? Lan Chi never thought about this matter, because it was simply asking for trouble. Only a belligerent guy like Saratel would believe in the easygoing illusion that Chi Lu usually showed, so that he is now being taught so badly. Store manager Chi, I heard that you beat Saratel to the point of becoming autistic. What is the situation? After activating the membership card at the counter, Lan Chi quickly found Chi Lu in the Combat Power Improvement Training Room area. That's the booth closest to the counter. Didn't Saratel say that once just now? Chi Lu glanced at Lan Chi and spoke slowly. Don't I want to know the details? I rarely see Saratel being so frustrated. Lan Chi laughed. There is no better relationship between friends than this. The details are actually similar to what Saratel said, there is nothing special about it. Chila thought for a while and determined that there was nothing wrong with this answer. As for what Saratel said about hiding his strength in the early stage of the competition, Chila wanted to say that this was just a misunderstanding. Because Chilu was tortured in the trial space by the system, not only did Chilu have extremely powerful fighting skills, but his ability to learn and improve during battles was equally powerful. So it is said that they are evenly matched in the early stage, but have no power to fight back in the later stage. That was simply the crushing force that Chilu formed after becoming familiar with Saratel's fighting style. However, Chilu was kind enough not to say anything about this. Because it would be too shocking to talk about this terrible learning ability. It is estimated that apart from making Saratel's degree of autism higher, it will not have any consoling effect. In that case, Saratel is indeed a sympathetic guy. Lan Chi said cheerfully, looking back at Saratel, who still looked hopeless, and made a lot of determination to resist teasing her. Both are powerful men, so there are not many opportunities to see the other side defeated. If you missed it this time, it will not be easy to find it next time. Store manager Chi, I have a question for you. Shauna suddenly spoke. What is the problem? Chi Lu just finished playing the dungeon and entered the settlement page of the dungeon, so he asked with interest. It's about the pre-sale of the Moon Rabbit pet card in this Mid-Autumn Festival event. What exactly is a pet card? Shauna has always wanted a moon rabbit after watching the promotional video. However, after reading the event introduction, I discovered that among the rewards available in the event, there was no moon rabbit, only the moon rabbit pet card presale card. Keeping pets is not a rare thing among elves. In other words, keeping pets is not a rare thing no matter what race you are in. It's just that most of those monsters with strong combat capabilities are ferocious in appearance and are not suitable as pets. Therefore, the monsters that can be used as pets are basically monsters with low strength. However, due to their strength, this type of monster cannot provide help in battle, so people who keep pets are relatively rare. Most of them are for fun. But what does it matter? Shauna doesn't lack the fighting ability of that pet, and besides, the moon rabbit is so cute. It's just that the pet card is not easy to understand for people who have never been exposed to it. Pet cards, this is also one of the products in the store. It can be used to summon pets to help the summoner fight. But the moon rabbit pet card is a limited pet card, so there is a pre-sale card. Seeing Shauna's interest in pet cards, Chi Lu immediately introduced them.